Summit. Yesterday, we had a swell time listening to our speakers, and we had the comedian, we had celebrities amongst us. And today, we'll be continuing in the same lights with more sessions, more items on the agenda. And right about now, we'll be kicking off the day 2 of the annual summit. Right now, we're in the meet and greet, and as in our culture, please use the chat box. Use the chat box to tell us where you're joining us from. I'm joining from Bremen. I'll be hosting with Faith Obioma. Faith, how you doing?
I'm good. It's a nice day today, so I'm hoping for a lot of people as we had yesterday.
Yes. Our attendees are joining. Today we started quite early. We started 7:45 a.m.
Yes.
And we have people joining from Nigeria, and it's just 6:45 now. So we understand. So where are you joining from? What city are you right now?
I'm in Mainz. Do you know where Mainz is?
No. Where?
We need to send you away.
You say Rhines? You say Rhines or Mainz?
Mainz.
Sorry. I've been taking geography classes yesterday.
Mainz is the best city in Germany. It's a small city next to Frankfurt, but it's cuter, nicer. It's everything Frankfurt is not. And I can say that because I lived in Frankfurt.
Jolade is rolling her eyes like that's not true because she's in Frankfurt. Anyways, welcome, Faith. So let's just remind everyone of the rules. So we'll be having different sessions. So if you have questions for any session, please use the Q&A button to send your questions. You can also use the chat to, communicate with the panelists and everyone, motivate the speaker. We all try to be civil. And then, so we have this meet and greet. So maybe you can we have attendees. I can see Aziz and Saeed. Please do you tell us where you're joining us from? What city are you joining us from? And then let's quickly hand this over to Simi. Yes, Simi and Olumide to continue the meet and greet session.
Okay, so Aziz, do you want to... Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Amazing. So Aziz, do you want to maybe type something in the chat box? Okay, he is from Göttingen. Are you a student, Aziz, or are you working?
Aziz is the former financial secretary of NiSIG in the last administration.
Wow, so welcome back. Well, you're still here, so you never left. So welcome. You want some tea?
Aziz, I can send you tea. I'm having tea.
Nice. I'm going to FedEx some to you. It's gonna reach there in like hours.
DHL, don't worry.
Exactly.
I've got your back.
So, Olumide, hi, good morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
Wait, are we really your neighbors? Where are you right now?
I mean, we share the same screen. We're sharing the same real estate on the screen right now. So technically your neighbors.
We're sharing the same property.
Oh yeah.
I will allow you for now.
All right.
Just because we're on the same screen together. But where are you logging in from?
Oh, it's from Berlin.
Okay, I'm also in Berlin.
The best city in Germany. So.
Whoop, whoop. I mean, if you really think you're living in Germany and you're not living in Berlin, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Sorry for you.
If you've been to Deutschland at all.
I was waiting for that, Simi.
I'm sorry for you. Anyways, we had even a lot more planned for this session, but since we had some questions, some really cool, insightful questions, but there are not a lot of people here, so we're going to, in Yoruba, we will say Ashimame Bolakpo. So we're gonna bring it out later, but not for now. Now we're just gonna maybe talk about our expectations for today's summit. Just go around. For example, I can start. I heard really amazing things about the session yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to the session today. And it's really eclectic. So there's so many different topics. And yeah, I'm really excited. Who wants to go next? Olumide.
I can go. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not going to use many English words like eclectic. Almost.
That's cool.
Yesterday was loaded
Voila,
again,
no
and
English now.
yeah, today promises to be even more because I mean, from the start of it, from the meet and greets, that was amazing. I mean, Evelyn, maybe you should share tips, cut so for us. And yeah, down to the end. I mean, if you missed Ola Diamond, and okay, yeah, well,
Yeah, Oladama was like the end, but that was like
He was
I
giving it.
yeah, I mean, not in a long time. I haven't met someone. I mean, I didn't meet him definitely, but I feel a connection already.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't seen someone with such an aptly named nickname, or yeah, with an aptly selected nickname, because it was just dropping gems, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that was loaded. So just, I mean, be sure to share this with your friends. This is your in, guys. If you've not maybe had a chat with your friend in a while, then you could just drop this link and say, hey, you have to join this. And yeah, trust me, there's no greater love than that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
And even if they miss the Zoom session, like this is happening live, you can always catch us up on YouTube, on NiSIG Summit, NiSIG YouTube channel, and just view it. Yesterday, I watched like Ola Diamond session again, and I'm like, whoa, this is gem. Like I was getting this for free, courtesy NiSIG. It was a really good one. Really
Absolutely.
nice.
Yeah. I mean, yesterday I was so I mean, after my day, I had a long day and it was a Friday. So I was so knackered, but I just said, oh, let me check what these guys have been up to. And yeah, I was hooked. I slept around 1 o'clock. Yeah. So
that means you waited for the DJ session.
No, not really. I think I managed it up to the Apricot. No, I wasn't on the live call, so I watched the recording on.
Oh,
on
great! Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was really amazing. The ambassador dropped gems. I wasn't even expecting that, but yeah, he also did his own beat. Yeah, you all should be ambassadors to Nigeria. Don't wash our dirty linens. We are not all writing emails, you know.
Yeah,
and it's been. I mean, it's been amazing, and trust that it will be double that today. I mean, it's only logical since we have the whole day, right? So, yeah.
We're getting more.
I think Faith hasn't.
Yeah, Faith, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we're getting more people in the chat.
Yes,
so we're just joining. Welcome. We're having an impromptu meet and greet, not the normal one we planned. But please go ahead and put in your city, where you're joining from, your expectations for today's events. Yesterday was amazing. We're getting rave reviews and we're really looking forward to today. So I'll hand over to Faith. Back over to Faith.
Thank you. So I think for me, it was an amazing session yesterday because I was in between work and I was like, okay, let me just tune in and listen while I continue work. And at some point I just paused. I was like, okay, this is important. Let me concentrate. It was a really good, like, I was impressed by the what's his name? Our ambassador. Yeah, he did say some very good things, which I totally agree with. Mm-hmm. And then yeah, Ola Diamond. You guys have said it all. He was topping it. I still have my notes right here, literally. Mm-hmm. I still have my notes. I was like, okay, I'm not ready for a job, but man, I should take some notes.
Yeah, I mean, so after yesterday, I was just thinking, I mean, I currently have a job, thankfully, but I feel like just going for interviews, right? And testing these things out. You know, one of my biggest takeaway from his own session was the SCAR thing. The situation, context, action, and react. And I'm feeling it could be applied to even some things like pitching oneself to a friend, maybe. So if you are joining us, you could try that out. You could share your situation, tell us some actions you'd like to take or you've taken in the past and some results you have, and hopefully some people can connect on that ground. Like I can go first. So the first NiSIG Summit, I was my bad. It was a meetup. It was just last year, and I met two ladies from the NiSIG group, and I walked up to them right at the platform. Yeah, and one of them reached out to me eventually, and we became friends. And I cooked one of my favorite dishes. For her, although she scored me a bit low. She gave me a 7/10. And the favorite dish now is just a taste of heaven in the name of Ewariro. I cook the best Ewariro, arguably the best in Berlin. So if you are out there and you've not tasted Evan and you'd like to try my wariro, please feel free to connect. I'm Olumide. I'm in Berlin. If you're in Berlin, then don't miss out on the chance to have a taste of Evan, I'd say. So please put it in the chat, speak yourselves, connect with one another, share as much as possible the link with other friends, and yeah, let's get this going.
Yeah.
We
Wait,
have
can you just
comments.
remind me, what is the SCAR? What is the SCAR?
Situation,
Okay, situation,
context, action, and
action,
results.
Yeah.
situation.
So it was like when you want to answer the question, like, don't just say I did this. I think he gave an example of himself. It was like the situation was I was SUG president, and what I wanted was to graduate in the same year or something. And then this was what I did, like towards achieving this. And at the end of this was the result. I did not do all, but I did 90% or 99.1%. I was like, oh, humility, you know?
Nice. Okay, so Lumi, the next time you're pitching this your Ewariro
Put the address
now advert, you need to put it in this car. So what is the situation? What is the context? You know, give us.
I mean, the situation or the context I was in at the point was getting to meet people, new people, because I think that's one thing I've come to love to do since the pandemic. So yeah, at the meetup, I was thinking, oh, so how do I walk up to these ladies and tell them, okay? I mean, I shot my shot basically, and it worked. So the situation was, I want to meet a friend. I want to make a friend. And yeah, I walked up to them, told them a bit. Yeah, I think I went on and on. I was blabbing at that point. And miraculous. Okay, so at the point, I didn't get their numbers. But afterward, I got to him and I got a text. I saw a text on the NiSIG WhatsApp page. And yeah, the person was basically asking for my number. And so, yeah, we got connected that way. And that was it. So my action would have been that maybe I talked and yeah, eventually I cooked this Ewariro and yeah. Although it wasn't the best one so far. So yeah, I really scored low, but she really enjoyed it. And yeah, the result is that we are friends up to today.
Nice.
Ewariro brings people together. That's nice.
I mean, Ewariro is doing the work of the Lord. It's just bringing people together.
Forming friendship since 1980.
Indeed.
I don't know about 1980, but
I don't know. I was actually about asking that which one is Ewariro, because I know Ewa going. I know normal.
Ewa going is the senior brother now. How far? How far?
I don't know about that really. I mean, not until you've had my own Ewariro. Really.
So Ewariro is like porridge beans, yeah. You pour it together. Yeah. Ah, nice one. But that's a risk, though. Why would you cook beans for someone? That's their first meal.
It's the confidence, please. It's the confidence.
You get an A for confidence.
Right. I think another session from that yesterday was the entrepreneurial talk. It was a round table. And I feel like we're struggling for time a little, but they shared some gems. They're able to say, okay, if you want to start the business, you can raise funds from your friends and your family. You don't have to wait for grants and all. Lucky, I was like, I'm not starting a business. I'm waiting for other diamonds. But I saw people were like glued to their screen, using the chat box was blowing up, able to share your business. I want to learn more about this. I want to see. And they were quite generous. They dropped their contacts and like, so I don't know if YouTube guys can see the contact, right? But during the live sessions, they dropped their contact and you can reach us out. They can reach out to us later. And that was quite profound that our speakers were ready to, still connect even after the NiSIG Summit. So these are the free the perks that we get.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just sorry to cut in that way. Yeah, at the first meet and greet, yesterday was the first. Princess said something about kicking back on the couch and casting this live program on. Casting it on your TV and watching from YouTube. Yeah, sure. That's some way to enjoy it. But the real fun, I can imagine, is being live right now, on chat, on Zoom, and just getting a feel for it, exchanging ideas and information with several people. Because we have a very massive pool of talents, of ambitious people, ambitious Nigerians, not shady Nigerians. So of course, we have to be careful still, but yeah, you can't go wrong with making connections and I mean this is the whole essence of it all, getting the network. I mean, yesterday we learned about our CV is just a container, and it gets us to the door. I could even go as far to say that, yeah, your CV, I mean, or your network could get you into the door. So meeting someone here could just tell you, hey, I have a dad that owns an oil company or something. I mean, if your dad owns an oil company, I can work. I'm a professional.
I thought you said you had a job. Olumide, you just said you were gainfully employed. Shouldn't you leave the jobs for those of us that are looking for jobs? Please, if your dad has an oil and gas company, write me. No,
yeah,
be contented.
I don't mind getting more, really. I mean, maybe not more work.
So you want to do more jobs, like 2 jobs in one?
No, I mean, that's my point. Yeah,
yeah, but Ola Diamonds does that, you know. He told us something yesterday, and it was like, okay, so he's an employee, but it was like, you don't necessarily have to be an entrepreneur such that you're just working for yourself. You can be an employee, you know, paid labor, and he said he started businesses for his employer. So it's almost like he has like different working contracts with them. And that's in one company, that's multiple streams of income.
Exactly.
You know, it doesn't have to, but that was quite profound. It doesn't have to be, I'm working for A, I'm working for B, I'm working for C. I'm working. Welcome, Faith.
We know who the
yes,
person is.
Please join us.
Yeah,
I think we have more people joining now.
Yeah,
no, it's fine, Faith. It's fine.
Yeah, so it could be I'm working for A and I have several contracts, you know, making money from A. And so we have Rex Osai just joined us, Ofure Oko. Aziz has been with us from the beginning. Special shout out to you. And Saeed Shokumbi, welcome. Please tell us where you're joining us from with the chat box.
I actually noticed that Saeed and Abdulaziz are from Göttingen. They're both in Göttingen. That's nice. Do you guys know each other? If you already know each other, that's also nice.
And if you don't know each other, you can take the chance to.
Exactly. Do you know how to cook a wariro or something similar? You can just, you know, pitch yourselves and have dinner or something.
And be sure to share this link, guys. I can't stress this enough. Just tell your friends you're in NiSIG Summit, jamming, you know.
I mean, NiSIG Summit, jamming. I think our PR and webmaster should pay you something for that pitch. So the next time we have a jingle.
I'm telling you.
All right.
Offer is from Munich.
I don't cook ewariro like Olumide. Saeed Shokumbe says, I don't cook ewariro like Olumide though. I'm a professional.
I'm open to collaborating.
I'm a professional chef.
See, we can always exchange dishes, you know.
Olumide, catch your shade. It says it does not cook ewariro because it's a professional chef.
No bad vibes, just positive vibes here. I mean, I'm seeing an opportunity to collaborate.
Yes, but however, that doesn't mean professional people don't cook ewariro. I know this guy on Instagram. His name is, they call him Billionaire Chef. If you see his ewa, professional fire. If you see ewa, one plate is like, I don't know, 6 digits. So yes, there's professional and there's professional.
6 digits in Naira, right?
Yes, in Naira.
Okay.
It's a Nigerian.
Who is selling real estate beans? So wow,
yeah.
Like the chat is blowing up. Abdulaziz says no lies. Baba is a pro. I don't know who is attesting for now. Is he attesting?
No, it's not me.
I think he knows Saeed. Saeed is the chef, right?
Great. Talk about good friendship and a friend that will not disgrace you in public.
Yes, this is the friend we need. Yes, he's talking about Saeed.
And you can also be a good friend to someone else too. I mean, so hopefully the person will come up to attest to your wonderful culinary skills. So just share the link.
I can attest that you're being so sweet, like from your confidence. You know, this is how you get
that's not attesting now. How are you attesting in faith? How are you doing Bluetooth attestation? No.
Attest. Well, we have new participants. Dr. Abby Joseph just joined us. So we're in the meet and greet session. We're just trying to wait for more participants to join us before we proceed to the next agenda, right? We're going to play the games soon. Are we playing the games or moving that as well?
I think we have 15 more minutes thereabout, or 18 minutes.
Yeah, to 8:45.
So
All right.
I mean,
to meet and greet to 8:45.
We should also shout out to people on YouTube watching us live now. I mean, for some reason, I can only assume that, for some reason you can't join us on Zoom and you're watching from YouTube, because I think Zoom, I've said it earlier, Zoom is the place to be. You can chat, have a nice camaraderie with, we can have Abdulaziz here and Saeed talking about each other. And I think it's the best place to be, really. But of course, we have our situation. So if you can't join us on Zoom, then yes, you are welcome to watch on YouTube, and we appreciate it. Stay glued, don't go anywhere, because again, it's going to be loaded. Not just loaded.
Yeah. Welcome to the YouTube family, everyone joining us on YouTube. Also, in case you're joining and maybe your good friend shared this link to you, you're like, what's going on? What's this about? So if you go to, I believe it's NiSIG Summit /join, you'll be able to download the brochure for today. And then you would see, for example, every amazing talk and event that we have lined up. It's going to be a full day's event. So you can do some things now, decide to take a break, come back. It's going to be an amazing, long, full day event. So if you want to see the different talks that we have scheduled, if you go to NiSIG Summit /join, you'll be able to see the brochure, and then you can download them and read, just in case you're not aware. Even if you're aware, you need to refresh your mind. Just go back with it. I mean, we have a lot of people, really amazing people that spend time building out, the order of events. So feel free to go back, refresh your memory, and be excited. Really amazing things coming up.
Absolutely. I mean, one particular person I'm looking forward to, is this comedian, the Aproko man of God, because I think he had a very little time yesterday to unleash, because I feel he was holding back, and of course the time couldn't even allow him to really, get into his craft yesterday. But I'm really looking forward to him just expressing himself and having all the time to just give us a good laugh. So no pressure, Aproko man of God, if you are watching anyway.
Aproko man of God, we are waiting for you. We can't wait for you to join us. I think another event that I'm looking forward to is the Tech Talk. I think it's going to be some type of like a roundtable or a panel of, most of us here that we're trying to, or most people that we know are trying to come to Germany, they're like, man, can I break into tech?
Yeah, it's awesome you are looking forward to the Tech Talk, because we are really looking forward to you being there. And don't forget, a lot of things will be won today. Like we have some nice, cool GitHub t-shirts and some GitHub stuff that would actually be won. You understand that? So let's stick ahead.
Please, can you give me expo? I want to win the t-shirt.
No, I will show you a picture of the t-shirt first, so you will now know the kind of t-shirt that will be worn.
I don't care. I like to win things. So please, give me, if you like, let it not be my size. I'll wear it and sleep. But I need to win something. Just
Vincent said GitHub. I'm like, is that supposed to be a virtual shirt like that?
Don't worry, I'll show you a picture of the shirt now. Let me look it up. Yeah.
Don't play with my emotions, though. Me, I'm expecting to receive cotton material t-shirts. Don't give me virtual t-shirt too.
The Balenciaga type, right?
So the t-shirts is something to look forward to, but it's material at the end of the day. What I'm particularly looking forward to is the talk with the brilliant Professor Brando Okolo. It's going to tell us about how we can get a PhD or a postdoc in Germany. And of course, that you can even share around and you still have the knowledge with you. So, I don't know about...
What's wrong with material things?
Yeah, we're not earthly.
You can have everything.
We're not materialistic.
No, you don't have to be materialistic. You're not materialistic. I know wearing shirts. Don't wear shirts now. Go and use leaf and you can like material things and also, invest in your mental growth You can do everything.
At
Balance.
once, yeah, you can have it all.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't know about having it all, but I know you can have a lot. You can have a lot. So yeah,
Right.
we're
So
waiting for this share to Vincent. Why are you sending the link to? I've not seen it too.
yeah, so I wanted to add that, so the YouTube, those join us on YouTube, there's also the live chat box, so they can still join the conversation, drop your comments on YouTube, and we'll read it out. If like Princess Pringles just sent a message and welcome everyone on YouTube. So
Welcome,
yeah,
Princess.
you can form your community there as well. And so for me, I think the session I'm looking forward to is the one on social leadership. I think it's called crafting a narrative of women leadership and societal perspective distinction. And it's going to be by Councillor Suzanne Jumoke Fajano Thomas. And I read a bit about her. She's a feminist. She's a woman leader. She's a strong one. I'm just looking forward to that session. I can't wait to hear what she has for us. And I hope that the non-feminists would not be uncomfortable. But if you are, it's okay. Please, it's going to last. It's going to last for 25 minutes. So just brace up.
He said brace
No,
up.
but they should still join. They might learn a thing or two about feminism and
Yeah,
change
that's
their
it.
mind. So
Yeah, they should.
Sure.
They should join and learn.
it's an open community. We're welcoming you. Please join us.
Olumide, you have nothing to say about feminism, please. Are you looking forward to hearing her?
Yeah, I really have no problem with it because at the end of the day, it's just some people making, I mean, not feminists or feminists itself or feminism, but some other people that do not really understand the idea or the core behind the meaning of it. Or so, I mean, these people misconstrue it and turn it into something else and pit people against each other. I mean, at the core of it, feminism is not about pitting one gender against the other or anything. It's a brilliant idea, and I don't know. So I'm not against it or
I often find myself having conversations and people are like, "Oh, are you a feminist?" I'm like, "Please define your own feminism."
Yes, because there's Twitter feminism.
So let's know.
Nigerian Twitter feminism is a different kind of feminism. We all know. So I think that's valid to ask. Define your feminism. Let's do. Is it the same feminism we're talking about?
Exactly. But yeah, you're right, Evelyn. I feel like this conversation. I already even have some questions ready for her. I think this conversation is really, really important to be had. I read this article last week. Was it? Yeah, last week about negotiations for women. Like, so when you're negotiating like a raise or a salary when you're getting a new job, and after like polling, I think 2,500 different situations, I think it was a Harvard or some Forbes analysts that did this experiment. And basically, if you're too assertive or if you're not assertive at all, the two is negative for females. So if you're in the middle, in a sense where when you're negotiating, you're not too assertive, like this is what I deserve, this is my experience level, blah, blah, blah. And at the same time, you're not saying, well, anything goes. That is the only time it's positive. So even if you don't know anything, or if you know too much and you're being too confident in yourself, funnily, it's a disadvantage when you're negotiating your salary, apparently. So because people would, for example, think that you're too I don't know if I can say this in Yoruba, is ojukokoro. You're too greedy. Yes. That you're too greedy.
Your eyes is full of hands.
Yeah. You're too greedy. That if you're too assertive. And I think I would like to understand from her own perspective as well, like what is the balance? Right?
Yeah.
So,
I think that's a very beautiful question. You definitely should ask that. So it's like if you're over assertive, or if you're assertive at all, that's bad. If you are not assertive, you just be there. Nothing is happening to you. So what do they want from us?
So let me show.
The guys don't have to.
Let me show Simi the kind of shirts that we want. Yeah. So these are the kind of shirts that we'll be looking forward to. Some people winning today.
I like burgundy. Just send me the burgundy one. Thank you.
Yeah.
like, I've been asking for
And then a lot of GitHub stickers also will be.
now.
Yeah. So So just stay tuned for the tech talk. It's going to be
can
very
panelists
enlightening.
participate, please? So
I thought we were talking about material things before.
We don't need to participate. It's automatic.
I mean,
it just
Simi-
comes.
there.
You don't need to ask that.
convinced me
You
already
don't
that I
need to
can
ask
have
that.
them.
You know,
I mean, it means that I can have them all.
they know, don't worry.
Lizzo, don't be asking these questions.
You know, when maybe you want to go somewhere and you don't want to give your parents the opportunity to say yes or no. You just go.
Just go.
Just do it.
Nike.
Just do it, Nike.
Exactly.
Just do it.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Rex.
Rex
Good,
said
good morning, Rex.
So we're still meeting and we're still greeting you because we're waiting for everyone to join the ship. Yesterday, myself and Princess were giving the analogy like this ship is about to sail. Tell your friends we're leaving the port, and they're like, so when we leave now, people can still jump on the ship. So they need to
swim quickly though.
They need to swim. So if you don't want to swim to the ship, please tell your friends to join us now.
Yeah. I think we still have like 5 more minutes. I'm thinking, should I launch one of the polls?
Yeah.
Maybe just one. I'll give you guys like a little foretaste of coming glory. Okay.
Appetizer.
Exactly.
Smart.
Jeff in the house. Give them a little bit of a appetizer. Okay, so I'm gonna give everyone probably like 30 seconds to answer this question and go. So the question is, what type of Zoomer are you? So I mean, this last 2 years, or I guess a year and maybe 10 months, the whole world has been on Zoom. So what kind of Zoomer are you? Are you the type that you're always walking around the house? So your Zoom is somewhere, but no, you're walking, you're doing other things. Or are you the one that just woke up? I know somebody in this channel, in the panel, that just woke up, I know one person.
It wasn't me.
No, it's not possible. Are you the one that you never put on your camera? Even if your CEO should tell you, please put on the next meeting, like you will never. Or are you the one that you're always talking? Please don't sub me. This is my work. It's not like I like to talk like that. But
confess.
Yeah, I was going to say my type is not on the list, so
it's there. It's there. Everybody.
It's not.
Can
you hear me? Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. And are you the one that
that's my type, you know? Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, test.
I see what you mean.
So is that deliberate, or really you want to confirm that they can't hear you? Maybe you're trying to evade responsibility.
You're just trying to get out of the meeting.
Oh no. That's really my type. Like almost every call, I'll just say, "Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?" It's almost an impulse at this point.
I think for me,
Someone says a little of all. It depends on her mood.
Yeah, depends. Like this morning now, Simi already cast me out to the public world. I
didn't see anybody's name, but if your conscience is doing
I just woke up.
Open your mouth.
We slept late last night. Now the summit lasted till 10, 11. We're here chilling. So some of us slept late. And then the one with my camera is always on. Only maybe when somebody's saying something, you don't, especially like a working group meeting, you don't understand. You don't want to make the person look discouraged. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. I just switch off my video, please. I don't let it not be on me that I distracted you.
Okay, I'm going to end the poll now. And I will share the results so everyone can see. So apparently, most of us, we don't put on our camera. Why? Yeah. I'm seeing fine faces here. Why people not put on your camera?
Why you share? You're hiding the glory.
Yes, now share your glory. Let everyone see your face. And I also see some people walking around the house. If you answer this question, I have a question for you. If you gave this answer, where are you going? What are you walking around for? Maybe the meeting is on the laptop.
You know how they say is when the pastor is preaching that sleep used to catch you. This is where you have something to do. That's where you just remember, I need to do this, I need to do this one. And you start walking up and down.
Oh my God, that part is very, very funny. Very funny to me. The one that definitely I know I used to do is I always wake up like literally 2 minutes before my stand-up in the morning. I roll out of bed into meeting. That's just the way now. There's nothing. I'm sorry.
And you still turn on your camera. How is that?
What did you say?
And you still turn on your camera.
No, I don't turn.
Aha.
Confession.
That's one of the advantages of using Zoom, right? So if you can't take advantage of that, I don't know what you are doing now.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Please, I woke up like this.
Exactly.
Hello.
Beauty. I am beauty. Yeah.
It's not easy. You dream glory. See me.
Oh my God.
I think that's also another thing this Zoom has done. Like you can just wake up and Zoom, in the meeting, you're working in the office, And then so it's like voila for fine because you don't have to wear makeup every day. On your own.
Oh yo. Anyways, you guys, it's been really
a very good poll, Simi.
Yeah.
Thanks for making this.
So you guys should stay tuned. There are more questions coming, more questions coming, and we have really amazing things packed and ready for you guys. So it's been really nice getting to know everyone. We have just like 2 more minutes, and I'm gonna maybe give more people time to tell us where they're from in the chat. We're in Berlin. I see Jolade still says, okay. Jolade, you're telling everybody you're from Frankfurt. We know.
I think Faith said mines. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that I'm taking the pride to say it because some people have been shouting Berlin, some people have been shouting mine, some people, and I need to make everybody know that Frankfurt, we're here, we're repping, so that everybody will know. People should not talk about Berlin. I don't want to hear Berlin. What's Berlin?
I'm sorry. Let's apologize in advance.
Sorry in advance. The weirdest thing happened actually. I was in Hamburg the other day. I mean, I think that was last year. No, 2019. I was in Hamburg for a couple of days, and immediately the bus pulled into the city. I just felt something leave me. I don't know. It was the strangest feeling. Immediately, the city was cleaner. It was the roads were cleaner. There were, nice structures around, but there was something missing. And right there and then, I knew Berlin was just a part of me, and I was Berlin. Berlin was me.
Quick question. I have to cut you short. Where is clean? Berlin?
No, Hamburg.
No, you cannot say that. No, you will not say that.
Just pulling into the city.
Wow.
Let's say that we live in the clean cities. I live in Bremen, and maybe I'm not repping my Bremen people. Shout out to Bremen. We're the smallest city, but it's the most beautiful. Yeah, and we're very nice people, You're very, very
Somebody
nice.
said Berlin is advanced Lagos.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for that.
I don't know which is better.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. That's an insult.
It is
chaos. So which side you're looking at it from?
It depends.
If you live in Abuja, then maybe.
You can just indirectly disregard Lagos in 2 seconds.
Honey Love says Munich is the best.
I'm not being
that's a joke. Yeah. Okay, she's also laughing, or the person is also laughing. I don't know.
I've heard good things about Munich. I don't think.
Yeah, actually, to be fair.
But it's expensive.
Yeah. Exactly.
But they pay well. So.
Yeah, but if you spend all your money on accommodation, then it's not so nice.
It balances out though. But yeah.
But I think Göttingen people are also repping. They're joining us.
Please, who said Munich? Money Love, and we were friends before. We were friends. What are you trying to Munich to Abuja now?
Only Love says Munich is the best, guys. Argue with yourselves. Like Munich is not the best.
Well, I
agree. Munich is not the best.
It depends on how you're looking at it. It is the best for her.
Okay.
Wisdom.
But you know what? I've never been, but I've heard really cool things about Munich because people that stay in like smaller cities like Freiburg, like they go to Munich to work. So I give it to Munich. Like Munich is helping students, helping people, achieve their dreams by giving them money when their cities cannot give them money. So Munich, yeah, good. I agree. Maybe not the best, but it comes close. Munich is even, I held my tongue. It comes close.
Every tongue go, at least until the end of today.
It comes close after Bremen, just right after Bremen. We can put Munich and then Hamburg and then Berlin. In that
Where will you put Frankfurt? Did you forget
Who's
to
doing
put
this
Frankfurt in the
ranking?
beginning?
Let's start again. Bremen, Munich, Frankfurt, Hamburg, and then Berlin.
Be beaten.
You guys are the capital. Just leave our
Berlin
rank.
first, always.
I think we're over time. We're having really amazing time. We're just having fun. However, let's not forget we have reason to
stop.
NiSIG. Yeah. So we're gonna invite the president to start us off. Hopefully this has been a good foretaste and you know what to expect now. And then so over to you, Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Simi. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for also exposing the person among us that didn't have a good sleep. Maybe we should leave that confidential for now then. So thank you so much to everyone that joined the program yesterday. And today we plan to have a longer but more interesting session, different from yesterday, but not different in terms of the entertainment. This is Nigerian Scholars in Germany, NiSIG EV, and it was inaugurated in 2013 with the primary aim of trying to build the interest of Nigerians, promote the cultural heritage of Nigerians in Germany, and to also find a basis for Nigerians to be able to integrate, promote themselves on their talent scale, and also to achieve academic excellence. NiSIG is an organization that is devoid of tribalism, social status, academic status, age, financial differences. All we preach in NiSIG is peace, love, and the message of justice when the time arises. We currently have 18 chapters in NiSIG. Previously, we had 13, and I think we added 5. Not I think, I'm certain. And we hope that in the next 3 months, the next administration will be able to add as many chapters as possible. So in NiSIG, we have 4 primary zones, and each zone is being headed by 4 individuals who are appointed, and their primary aim is to integrate chapters under each zone. NiSIG is also not open to only scholars that are in Germany. We also try to form a strong network with our prospective scholars so that we can be able to help them the best way we can, knowing fully that one day they will be part of us, and we do not discriminate their time of arrival as we try to remain one irrespective of your time of arrival. So in this program, we hope that people will be able to relax and not believe in any bureaucratic structure of NiSIG. We'll see ourselves as one, enjoying every moment, catching fun, having mutual respect, and trying to also learn from the wealth of knowledge from our respective speakers. So I don't really want to talk too much before Evelyn is going to give me a knock on my head, but I want to officially welcome you to today's session, and I hope that we have a great time all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. That was a great welcome address. So we still have some time before we start the main session or the first session for today.
I have a question actually for the president, because he was talking about the chapters, and perhaps there might be people here that want to join. Maybe since we have maybe 4 more minutes, if he's still here, maybe he can explain again the maybe joining / application process and what that looks like, what support is available, and yeah, that might be nice.
Maybe mention a few chapters as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I think
and if you're here, you can rep your chapter in the chat if you have, which chapter you're in.
Yeah, but I think Faith is trying to find out if the president knows all the chapters under him.
You don't need to mention all. There are lots. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Simi, and thank you so much, Faith. For joining NiSIG, we try to make it as simple as possible. because we try to also accommodate as many students as possible. That doesn't also mean that we don't follow the right structure, so that we don't have too much of spam in the expected message, you know. So to join any of the chapters, what we try to do is you can write us on info@nisig.de in case you don't have access to any of the executives. Vincent also will try to create a link for you to possibly just fill the respective chapters you wish to join if you are currently in Germany. And if you are not in Germany, you can join the incoming scholars group where you can also interact, and we'll be able to have something good for you. So we have a lot of chapters. Okay, I will start with, we have Hamburg, NiSIG Hamburg, we have NiSIG NRV, we have NiSIG Stuttgart, Faith and others, they were trying to tell you how good their city is. I'm not going to mention where I come from. But then we have NiSIG Munich, we have NiSIG Kassel, which is a new chapter. We have Frankfurt Oder, we have NiSIG, let me mention Frankfurt / Rhine / Main, so that Faith is not going to behead me. We have NiSIG Bremen. We have some other chapters that equally just started. We have NiSIG Darmstadt. We have NiSIG Munich, like I said. We have NiSIG Cottbus. We have, all of them are 18 in number anyways, but we'll try to send you the link so that you can be able to see all these chapters. And if you're finding it hard to join any of these chapters, okay, I think Simi will not be happy if I drop my phone number, but it's okay.
Don't drop it. Well, you already said the email address.
Yeah, so you can just write us on info@nisig.de, just tell us your name, and then I would link you with the respective chapter coordinators, but please don't feel offended if they try to find out if truly you live in that city. They just have to be careful so that we don't go and get it is well into the group. So thank you very much. I think that's all I have to say about that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, why need to mention NiSIG Berlin now? How far?
Because you talk too much about Berlin being the best place.
They said talk about chapter. Mention Berlin is a chapter. Mention Berlin. That's our own.
Okay. NiSIG Berlin. That's sorry. I mean, I remember I should have mentioned Berlin, but I mentioned Bremen, and I just forgot about Berlin. So we have NiSIG Berlin, and both NiSIG Berlin and NiSIG Cottbus are under the same zone. So, but they are different chapters headed by different chapter coordinators.
Different groups. Amazing. Okay, so I will hand over back to Faith, who I believe will be introducing the next speaker. So yeah, over to you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Simi. And thank you, Emmanuel.
Thank you.
So I see that our doctor, excuse me, is here with us. Now, this session is going to be on stress management, and I'm very happy to be welcoming medical Dr. Abiodun Joseph. He is a chief physician in a specialist clinic on drug rehabilitation in Wormsdorf. Now, Wormsdorf is a small, beautiful city because it's on my list of to go. They have a really nice castle in the north of Saxony. And Saxony, for those that don't know, is close to, it's around Dresden and Leipzig, so Eastern Germany. He specializes in psychiatry and psychotherapy, and he'll be talking to us on stress management and healthy living as strategies for ensuring mental and body stability. Now, as students, a lot of us are stressed. Whether you're a student, you're an employee, something somewhere somehow has stressed you. In the last year, everyone has been stressed with Corona. So I am really looking forward to this session. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I hope the sound is clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to the PowerPoint presentation. We'll see if that works. Hold on. So is that clear for everybody? Is the PowerPoint presentation up?
No, we can't see it yet.
What is going on? Hold on. Okay. Is it up now?
Yes, yes, that's great.
So. Okay. So that should be okay now. Okay.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. You got it quite right. I mean, did you study geography or?
I like to look into the people that are going to speak to us.
Most people have problems finding my neck of the woods. Yeah, I was invited to speak on stress management, or as it's now more modernly called, the results of the whole thing, the burnout syndrome. It stops people speaking from the real psychiatric illness that is behind most of it, which is the depression. So I'll go through the causes and management options one has, especially as it pertains to student life or life outside Nigeria. I mean, life in Nigeria is stressful. A lot of people run away from Nigeria.
Hello?
Was the sound off?
Yes, it went off for a second.
Somebody in the host the host has been switching the sound on and off. So let's kick off. What do we understand under the burnout syndrome? Oh God, yeah. The burnout syndrome is the end stage of a process that generally begins with enthusiastic, idealistic enthusiasmus. You come into a new situation, you're very happy, you're very motivated, but over a period of time, you end up getting frustrated due to particular experiences which break you out, or you are not making the goals, or you're not getting where you want to get. You get disillusioned over another period of time. You end up in a stage of apathy. Psychosomatic illnesses start, different body pains, psychiatric symptoms, anger management problems, and at the end, you end up with a higher risk of addictive behavior. Addictive behavior doesn't start directly with illicit drugs, but higher use of alcohol, for example, higher use of tobacco, smoking more often, more frequently, taking more sleeping or pain medication, and then of course one can proceed to the illicit drugs. The process is generally pushed by three main components. One is the workload which we have, which is put upon us, the stress our environment or the workload puts on us, and then our ability to psychologically adapt. It's a process that doesn't go over 1 or 2 weeks. It's a process that might take months or years to reach its maximum point. And as we grow up in life, as we study, the demands put on us keep growing. Everybody knows who went to school. Primary 1 was easy. Primary 2 was more difficult. You went to secondary school, the tasks became more difficult. Now in university, the tasks are much more difficult. And then when you relocate into another country, another language, you have a completely different workload put on you on the basis of what the school expects of you, but also you have more responsibilities put on you, to be more self-reliant, self-sufficient, and all that creates stress. I'm sure some of you have already got the beginning of making your own families, new homes, and all those are things, tasks which you have to cope with, and that puts on a stress. So the work is not just at the place of work, your employment or your place of study. You have a workload also in your private life. Moving to Europe or to the United States, when most people left Nigeria, I know what I felt like when I was leaving in the 90s. I was a bit naive, and the first thing was, once you get to Europe, everything is going to be better. Everything's going to be easy. Yeah, and in the excitement of the whole thing, you also forget you are leaving your home, you are leaving your family behind, you are leaving friends behind. We have social structures that were always very helpful. And most of you have, I'm sure, have realized that in Africa, we have the big family complex. There's always somebody around to help you. Yeah? And even if they're not relatives, the whole area, you step out of your door, and there are neighbors that are ready to assist you and help you for anything. And in Europe, over a long time already, we have this micro family system. So even people that are closely related, yeah, I have people that I know, friends here, when their children become 18, they said, I'm no longer responsible. The child should take care of themselves, get their own flats. So you as a Nigerian coming to Europe, it's as if somebody comes and drops you in the middle of the ocean here. You're all on your own, and you're going to have to find your way. That is a big load on one's shoulders. So yes, we're off to greener pastures. We have hopes and expectations, but we're coming into a completely different culture, and you are starting completely afresh, and you're on your own. And friends and neighbors are in Nigeria. And well, we have Zoom now. At the time I came to Europe, we didn't have mobile telephones. So it was a completely different scenario. Secondly, you have to adapt to being a second-class citizen. Yeah? You are Black, you're an African, and depending on which part of Europe you land, you might be the only Black person in the whole town. That's one thing I got to learn. You describe the nice village or the nice town I live in with a nice castle and everything, but I was the only Black man in the entire town, in the entire community. And that changed only a few years ago when we had this big refugee crisis, and a few refugees, and I think some people from Gambia were put in the area. So for 20 years plus, I've been more or less the only Black guy in the town. And before me, there was only one other person from Ethiopia. It was an Ethiopian doctor in the hospital, and he left just a few months before I arrived. So we more or less gave ourselves the handing over. So that's the kind of thing you have to cope with. Yeah, you're completely alone in a different country. You have to prove yourself. You have to work harder than everybody else. You have to start sometimes completely new. Like I was already on a pretty high level in my training, but when I came there in the hospital, they put me right at the bottom again. So I had people above me who I was more qualified than, yeah, before I then overtook them again. So those are things you have to cope with. Now, this is one of the mindsets of most people. You know, so once I've reached Europe, then I'll just splash out. You know, there's money on the streets. I'll make money, and then I'll show the boys at home, that I've landed. Yeah, you have to come to terms with reality. Nobody was waiting for you to come here. Yeah, and money is not really lying on the streets. You have to really work hard. I mean, I know a lot of young people that come and immediately start looking, which job am I going to do? When you're young and you're earning maybe 10 euros an hour, it might seem a lot of money, especially if you start converting it into Naira. But doing menial jobs like that, you're not going to feed yourself for long. You're not going to feed your family. With that kind of level, you might as well have stayed in Nigeria. You're probably more likely to make a better go of yourself. So you have to face your priorities. The studies, yes, people have to work to support themselves while studying, but you have to look at your priority. Your priority is your study, getting qualified, and sustain yourself by getting qualified. So all this splashing out and showing off and doing yanga somewhere, that doesn't help. And impressing people back home or giving them false information as to how easy life is in Europe, that's not true. No? Yeah, then we also make life difficult for ourselves. You know? So sometimes people pull the others back, give false advice, false hopes to people who come. So sometimes we create the biggest problems for ourselves. You know, getting involved in shady deals. I mean, I've noticed sufficient Nigerians that go about selling drugs on the side. I've had to do psychiatric expertise on people in detention who came here thinking, yeah, I'll just make it, and they ended up in jail because they were just doing illegal activities. So, and that falls back on others in the community, people asking others to give fake informations about them, forging, borrowing passports and things like that. So those are all things that will fall back on you and might really ruin your careers here if one gets involved in shady deals. So, and also watch out, trying to meet the expectations of others. Those of you who are sent here by their parents or by family who contributed money to send, yes, you have the expectation to do them proud, to succeed, to bring the degree back. But there are also a lot of families in Nigeria that expect money, just for money to be sent back. And I think that that's a point where you have to then look, what are my priorities and how do I send them money best? Now, by doing any menial job and ruining my education chances, and they have money to splash out Nigeria and buy a Mercedes, or do they wait a few years for me to get my qualification? Because the qualification is also what takes you out of the level of being just a flüchtling asylum seeker. Qualified staff are always welcomed in Germany. So the phases of burnout, how does one go into this mental stress disorder? You start, I said, with enthusiasm. You have the compulsion to improve or to prove yourself. You keep working harder. You neglect your own needs. What are own needs? For example, you're feeling tired, you need to take a break, and you don't allow yourself to take a break because you say, no, I have to do some more. I'm going to do an extra shift to get some more money, or I'm not hungry, or I can skip my lunch break. It doesn't matter, I'll continue. Those are things you do continuously without it having consequences. Revision of values. That's when you reassess what you're actually planning to do or what your goals were. You now start shifting your goals towards bringing more success in a particular line of work, or to doing more hours. You deny emerging problems. For example, you're noticing you are having conflicts in your relationships. You're having conflicts with people in your surroundings. You're having conflicts even where you're working, and you deny the facts and try to just black it out and struggle through. Things like that stick and nag on you from the inside, and with time you sooner or later break down. Withdrawal means you isolate yourselves more and more. You try not to see more people because you can't hear or see anything anymore. So you just have work on one side, and then you isolate yourself to more or less chill out or to get a bit of rest. Obvious behavioral changes. That's what I said, is the getting more aggressive verbally or even physically in relationships. Depersonalization is more or less the same thing. You become really, you become very irritable, react very harshly to small things, become unfriendly to customers, to friends, to family. At the later stages, you have a feeling of being lost. You feel empty inside. You feel there are no goals, or your goals are not achievable. You keep questioning where is this all going to end? Does it make any sense to go on? And at that point, you're already in a clinic manifest depressive disorder. And I've had people, I lost a potential colleague once. She was at this stage and she committed suicide a few days before resuming the job in the clinic where I worked. She already heard from when she came for the interview that she had been completely disillusioned at the clinic where she was completely burnt out, and that's the reason why she went, which is very good. So which means she was doing a revision of her values and of her goals, and says, I have to leave that place because it's not doing me any good. But the fear of things being the same in the new clinic were so bad that she didn't resume work on Monday when she was supposed to come. And later we learned from her mother that she, on the Friday before the resumption date, she took an overdose of tablets and died. Yeah. So the burnout syndrome is then more the politically more correct way of saying it now, because people are afraid that once you are labeled with depression, they say you're crazy, you're mad, you have to go to the, in Germany, the Klapse. People don't like to hear that, but with burnout, people can associate much more. But clinically, for us physicians, there is no difference. So this is more or less like pictures. It's like a spiral that keeps running around, and it can go over years. You want to improve yourself, you work even harder, you ignore your needs, you don't listen to your body is paining you, your body is tired, you continue. Why is it not coming? Over changing your priorities, you continue to struggle, hide problems that are there, you don't ask for help, you withdraw from people because you can't stand hearing people anymore because you're already so stressed. Behavioral changes, irritability, aggressivity. Some of the with the men, it's obviously we have a different behavioral change by men compared to women. Men tend to be more aggressive towards work. They sometimes when they go into this stage, they even increase their workload. Try to prove themselves, they increase their workload, they go into sports and then do more heavily sports, power training. Then they smoke more aggressively, drink more heavily in their free time, but they also become more vindictive to people in their environments and aggressive, fighting on the streets. I think we know the typical Lagos, anyone who's remembers time in Lagos, any small thing, people will just rake and start shouting on the street. This is part of this. It's not just the cultural aspect. I think it's also the high stress level we have in Nigeria, that you use that as a valve to just discharge the aggression right on the streets. So how do you prevent getting into such a dilemma? You just have to have a picture in front of your mind that the whole thing is an issue of demand and supply. You have a demand of energy from your environment, from the tasks based on you, and you need a supply of energy. And you have to ask yourself, where do I get my supply? Where does my supply from energy come from? Where is it my healthy living? Is it my sleep? Is it my fitness, bodily fitness? Where do I source new energy when I've had a tasking day? How do I relax? How do I balance that out? As you already mentioned in the intro, we've all been stressed by Corona. We now have already medically a new diagnostic pool, which we call the Corona burnout. And that was a new stress level for everybody worldwide. So people for the past 1.5 years now, more anxiety and fears. We have the fear of infection. We have the fear for loss of friends and family. You are socially isolated. I lost at least two classmates sure from Corona, and then 2 others where we're suspecting it must have been COVID-19. So, and I worked, for example, I work in the emergency service. for 1 whole year without immunization. On a daily basis, I was confronted with COVID patients. We're in the ambulance with them in a small box, driving them from clinic to clinic. I mean, that was a high stress level, knowing the only thing protecting me from this disease is the mask I'm wearing, and not knowing, am I bringing the disease home to my family? Am I gonna make it? My mates have already died of it. So I don't know, those of you who had jobs maybe in care homes and things like that, there was an exposition, or we noticed in England, in America, most of the people who got infected were doing menial jobs, working at McDonald's, working in the bus stations, working as sales people. So those are things that happened for practically everybody. The studies were disrupted. You ended up in home office in some countries like Australia, US. Students weren't allowed back into the country. Others weren't allowed to leave the country. Those are very high stress levels. And then there's the big bubble of disinformation. I know you young people, you're all linked up with WhatsApp and Zoom and Instagram. And there is so much rubbish and so many lies being perpetuated there, and people not getting their immunization because Nicki Minaj is telling people her friends, brothers, cousin got impotent, which is actually all rubbish. Then we are challenged with new rules and regulation, which change sometimes on a weekly or monthly basis. When do I wear the mask? Where can't I wear the mask? Where can I travel? Where can't I travel? Most people have not been able to go back to Nigeria for 2 years to see their family. You're isolated. The home office, human beings are social beings, and it's good to be alone from time to time, but when you're isolated over a long period of time, you definitely get psychiatric or disorders, whether you notice it or not, it's there. The body gets stressed, and I'll go into that when we go further on the slides. The lockdown is easing up now, but we are all living in fear. When are they going to lock us down again? And then through the lockdown, a lot of conflicts where in the family, the violence within the family against partners and so has risen statistically. This was people working in particular professions. The doctors among you, the medical profession, they found that they had a higher higher parts of them got infected. Every 40th care worker got in corona. So, like I said, the burnout syndrome comes through workload, through stress, and your psychological adaptation to stress. That is the one side. On the medical side, you also see that we have a physiological adaptation to stress. Before I notice mentally there's something wrong with me, my body already adapts to the stress without me noticing it. And this goes over the adrenocortic adrenal glands. Our body has at the brain, at the base of the brain, there's a small gland, the pituitary gland, which sends out stress hormones. It tells these are the kidneys, and above the kidneys we have 2 glands that are called the adrenal glands, and they release cortisol and adrenaline. Adrenaline is what gives us the drive, what brings up our pulse and our blood pressure. And this is a reflex arch which is normally activated at times of danger. So you imagine human beings, when they developed, they were living out in the savannah, and then a lion jumps out and you need to get away from there very quickly. And this system leads to the fact that you have so much adrenaline and so much cortisol that you just more or less peak race and you are gone before the lion can eat you. And even if the lion catches you and bites off your leg, you still run a kilometer before you realize your leg is gone. Now, this is meant for emergencies, but this system is constantly activated once there's stress. Short-term stress the body can cope with it. Long-term stress, you then have problems. The continuous release of adrenaline and cortisol affects your digestive system. The digestive system slows down, you get bloated, you have a feeling of fullness, you have tunnel vision, your vision becomes blurred, your heart rate goes up, your breathing is faster, you sweat, your blood pressure goes off, and your liver is asked to produce more glucose, which it derives from glycogen, which is stored in there. So what are the consequences of that? When cortisol is released, it increases your blood pressure. Blood pressure is good for running away from a lion. Blood pressure is not good when you're sitting down in front of your computer. Your immune system is depressed. That is an action that cortisol does. And if you're on constant stress and your cortisol level constantly reduces your immune system, means you're more prone to infections. And people notice when they are stressed, they're more or less like every flu season, you catch every cold, or you have a cold that doesn't really heal. You have a wound, it's not really healing. You have any small thing and you're not just getting well. It's taking you longer days or weeks to recuperate. That is a sign that your immune system has been suppressed, and that is done by cortisol.
And this includes having constant headaches, right?
The constant headaches, yeah, that's constant headaches are often the result of having stress. Your musculature in the neck gets tense, and that gives what we call tension headaches, which they pull from the back over to the head. When we were students, people used to say, "Oh, brain fag." It's not brain fag. It was tension headaches people were having. What also happens when there's a lot of stress, people tend to gnaw with their teeth at night during their sleep, especially women. It happens more by women than men, but this gnashing of teeth at night is a pathognomonic of high stress levels, and that always goes with tension headaches, pains in the shoulder and neck, and tinnitus, ringing in the ear. Yeah, the high stress level changes your insulin level. That might lead to weight gain or diabetes, early beginning of diabetes. It affects the fertility. For women, the cycle is changed. I've had people in my family who were trying to get pregnant, and it didn't work until they more or less got out of work because they were simply too highly stressed. They were just jumping from A to B, trying to make money, building these, doing that. And when nothing worked, and they ended up out of depression and frustration, pulled back home and just went to lie down at home for a few weeks, all of a sudden they were pregnant. You have water retention due to hot cortisol. You might notice that by swelling of the feet towards the end of the day. Decreased amino acid uptake means you're losing muscle mass and muscle strength. The bones get thinner. When you're very young, you don't notice things like that that quickly, but the consequences come 20 years later of the stress you had when you were very young. So what happens? Your heart rate goes higher. That immediately leads to a higher blood pressure. Your intestines are hypoactive, work slower, your digestion gets spoiled. And we know there's a link between the digestive system and the immune system and general well-being, because the constitution of the bacteria in the gastrointestinal tract changes depending on what we eat. And if I have the wrong bacteria in the bacteria, or too much of the wrong bacteria, it's not just flatulence that's my problem. I actually end up getting a changed immune system actually might get completely depressed. There are people who get depressed just because they have the wrong bacteria in their guts. How do we know that? Because we see it sometimes when somebody gets sick, has an infection, and we treat with antibiotics, and the antibiotics are not that selective. They kill the bacteria, not just the place we want, they kill them all over the body. And the whole dam, the whole intestinal tract sometimes gets more or less purified from the course of antibiotics. And at the other end of it, people then say, I don't feel well, I feel depressed. Yeah, that's how we know. Having the wrong bacteria might lead to depressions. Yeah, your liver is doing more work, and your lungs, you have to do more work, breathing heavier. What consequence does that have? Now, when we look at, this is just the issue of hypertension. Not this hypertension, this is the slide before that. Life expectancy for Nigerians. Yeah, this was something I got out last year, is now up to 55.12 years. Does anybody know what the life expectancy is in Europe?
About 80 something or
yeah,
close to 90, right?
85. It's averagely 85. So what is it that is killing Nigerians so early? Is it malaria, or is it malaria killing us in Africa, or is it Zaifa Hashla? I mean, we have a very stressful life in Africa. And you can see over the years, since the 50s, it has not really improved. Yeah, we're still very far away from what the life expectancy is in Europe. And when we look at this, this is blood pressure, the percentage of people in the community with blood pressure. This is Nigeria. This is more likely your age category, between 20 and 40. Yeah, 51% of males. So every second boy, young man, and almost every second woman in your age group has hypertension at this age. So compared to the German population, and I mean, not everybody in Germany is living a stress-free life, but it's definitely, I think, less stressful, or they give themselves less headache than we give in America. Look at the same region, they are far below 20. Far below 20% of people with hypertension. And this is the USA. You have 20% of your age group, 18 to 40. The men, and the women just 13% in that age group. And compare that to Nigeria, 42%. So, and I know a lot of people in my family, when I was back in Nigeria, you just hear stroke, had a stroke. It's stress. So it's the stress you have as a youth, you carry on, you get your hypertension when you're 20 years old. Of course, it's going to cause damage sooner or later. The Europeans get their hypertension when they are 50, when they're 60, when their arteries start to calc up. But we get our hypertension already as youths, and it's part of the stress we give ourselves in life that leads to that. So that's just one example. I could bring the examples of rates of diabetes and rates of other illnesses that will come, but just on the basis of hypertension, you could see that we are stressed, and those are things you have to do. So how do I solve the problem? So what we need is more or less, this is very modern now, work-life balance, getting your work, stress load, and your life, the recuperating, the energy tanking part, getting them balanced out. I mean, one is does not contradict the other. You can. I've noticed that. I mean, I was on this level myself. I was very stressed as a registrar. I was very stressed as a young doctor, and as I was going up, the stress level was going up. But now I realize that at the top of the pyramid, I have actually a workload that is far, far higher than I had when I was younger, but I'm much more relaxed for some reason. And the reason is I just got this work-life balance changed through stress management and find out, yeah, one doesn't have to do everything at the same time. It is actually possible to increase the workload and at the end of the day still have more free time, have more spare time. And that is through good management. So we have to look at stress in the middle of the thing. We are thinking of reducing our stress level. We are thinking of preventing. Prevention is always the first thing you should do. Prevention is better than cure. So the first step should also always be, how do I prevent stress coming up? When there's stress, how do I reduce it? And then depending on how much stress resistance I have, there are people who actually need a bit of stress to get motivated. So that's nothing bad. If you're somebody who from time to time, you need this push, you need this drive. There are things I do at the last minute. You know, when I have time to do it, I don't feel motivated. So I wait almost to the last minute and then I have the ideas and then it's done within an hour. So, and I rely on that system for particular things. Once I pick something up and I just don't feel like it, I use the time to relax and do something better. And then, because I know at the last minute, the ideas come and it's more easier to work. Yeah, so don't work against your own resistance, internal resistance. If there's no motivation there and there's no time pressure, leave it, do something else in the meantime. And there are people who have more resilience. They are more resistant to stress. Yeah. So general rules, learn to say no. So saying no doesn't mean you should just refuse everything categorically, but maybe not now, or I'm filled up. I already have a date. My dates are fixed up. Yeah. What's an easy trick is to work with a calendar. A calendar, for example, that covers the whole week. Don't just look at your daily schedule, get a weekly schedule. And then the first thing is block out the hours you want to use for yourself. You know, where you're doing your sports, where you're meeting up with friends, or where you have your relaxing time, you block those hours. There you are not free for engagements. And then you stick to it. Don't start pushing somebody else. Yeah, can you do this shift for me, or can you come for this? No, I already have an appointment then. Yeah, you don't have to tell all the world what the appointment is, but you have to be disciplined for yourself and say, no, that is my sports day and that time is for me. I just need it. I can't use it for something else. You know, get your priorities right and keep your boundaries. You know, don't go over your energy or goals that are not realistic. You know, you have to set realistic goals. You know, I have cousins came to Europe. First phone call we had after years. The question he asked me is, "Which car do you drive?" So I drive Mercedes now. So oh, good for you, congratulations. Knowing fully well he has other problems and other facts, but that was his mindset. Yeah, I've come to Europe and now I've bought a Mercedes. So well, yeah, I'm still driving the old jalopy car that I've had all along. Yeah, because it's working. Yeah, I only need it for transport from A to B. So I'm not posing for anybody. So realistic goals. Yeah, if you need a Mercedes, good for you, but it's stress. Yeah. So rethink your engagements if you are in a setup that is not working for you. I mean, nothing is easy. You know, where I was doing the residency, it was not easy, but I could see the end of the tunnel. Said, I'm here for 2 years, I'm here for 3 years, I will get my certificate and then I'll move on. So it's a means to an end. You know, what causes burnout is when you see no end at the no light at the end of the tunnel. You don't know when you're going to leave this situation. There you have to rethink your engagement. Things that are limited for a time, generally you are able to cope. Things that you do not see where the end is, are difficult to cope with. One can work also with the Eisenhower schedule. You were about to ask a question?
Yes. Would you like to have the questions at the end of the session, or do I interrupt you here and there?
It's best at the end. I'm almost through, and then we can do that quickly at the end. Yeah. The Eisenhower schedule is very simple. Google it. That's the basis of stress management. Yeah, and the first thing you do is get yourself a waste bin. When you want to do the Eisenhower schedule, you get yourself a waste bin. So, and things with a high priority, yeah, and that are urgent, you do immediately. Things that have a high priority but are not urgent, schedule. Yeah, and the rest, throw it away, get it off your table. Yeah? If it is not important and if it is not urgent, throw it away. Get the email, just fling it away. Don't worry, it'll come back. And if it comes back, then it is either important or it is urgent. And if it's not, throw it away again. That's how to get your table clear. Yeah, and also learn to delegate, give things off to other people. Yeah, you're not the only person that knows how to do something. Other people to know how to do something. Make them do it. Yeah, give it to somebody else. And especially when you're going up the ladder, when you have the possibility to delegate things to people, do it. Yeah, and you keep your table clearer. That reduces stress. It reduces the gnashing of teeth at night. You know, the grinding of teeth at night. When you are going home and you say, "Ah, my table, there are still 20 files on my table." So other small tips, make sure you exercise 2 to 3 times a week. And I'm not saying you have to run to fitness studio and join somewhere and lose your money. 20 minutes, you just need a 20-minute walk. Just need to walk a bit briskly. That is enough. If you do that 3 times a week, you're good. And there are easy ways of doing that. If you're going to the university, get off the railway station or the bus one station before your stop, and then walk the rest kilometer briefly. You can do that 10 times a week, going and coming back if you're going there 5 times. So it's easy to put into your schedule, and it reduces the stress level, it reduces your cortisol level, and it improves psychological fitness. Depression, when we do therapies for depression, the first thing we do is we wake people up early in the morning and drive them out to make sure they go into the fresh air and walk a bit or exercise a bit, because that already saves us half the medication they might need. It's not moving on. Find spots to retreat. Take 15 to 30 minutes for yourself to relax, chill out, drink some tea, music, or coffee. If you've got too much hypertension, avoid coffee or take decaf. But take your breaks at work or at school. Sleep very well. Don't party till the middle of the night and then 6 a.m. in the morning you have to go out. Also look at how your sleeping rhythm is. If you're always waking up by the alarm in the middle of the last sweetest dream, it stresses you. Look, if you go to bed half an hour earlier or an hour earlier, you might wake up just in front of the alarm. Do that to get your circadian rhythm goes. Like I've done that. I set my alarm regularly, but I rarely, maybe once a month, is the alarm that wakes me. I wake up always before the alarm. And when you wake up and you find out, oh, I still have 30 minutes more, I still have 1 hour more, please don't go back to sleep, because you drift off to sleep and then you'll be woken in the middle of the sleep and then you feel tired the whole day. So if you wake up earlier than you should, it means your body has finished the sleep cycle. Get up and use the time for something else. You'll be more refreshed the rest of the day than if you decide to use that 1 extra hour. And eat well. Eat well means eat properly. Avoid power snacks and things like that. Take your time to eat and eat a balanced meal. I think you all learned that in health science in primary school. What is a balanced meal? Improve your work organization. Take 1 day of the week off. That's for some people the Sunday. But take 1 day of the week just away from work to relax. Have fixed times for your emails. This is like in the past when you answered letters, and when the time is up, you close your email box and face something else. Reserve 1 evening, 1 to 2 evenings per week for yourself, with your partner or just for yourself, and not just stressing for others. And this typical German thing, Pause is Pause, Feierabend is Feierabend. When it's break, it is break. When you've closed, you have closed. It's always expected to do a bit of overtime. Yes, if you do 1-2 hours a week, fine, to get things done. But if it's everyday routine, you're going to get stressed. Yeah, and this is probably what is going to be worse for most of you. Yeah, reduce your constant availability. Yeah, you have to separate work from your free time. You have to get your mobile times set. Yeah, the best thing is to you have times where you do not have the mobile on you. I think most of you will get withdrawal symptoms, but it really works. Yeah, and putting things on silent sometimes doesn't just work, because then you still get notifications and you're all constantly checking what news do I have, and most of the gist is very interesting, but it's completely useless to your life most of the time. So those are things you can get off your table. You know, Eisenhower schedule, things like that belong in the bin, or you don't need to know that information. Yeah, get the phone out of your bedroom. And don't use the phone at night in the room, because it's the mobiles and tablets have blue lights. They are strong in blue light, and blue light activates the brain, which means your melatonin level, your sleep hormone levels go down, and you end up sleeping poorly, because you've been giving yourself more or less a light therapy in the evening. Yeah, and now that the lockdown is being loosened, remember to have fun with friends, go to theaters, cinemas, go out at least once a week or twice a month. Yeah, so this is a general overview, tips for stress management, and maybe we could take some questions at this point.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. I've been writing like crazy with so many tips in there. But let's go to the questions first. So the first one is, could high blood pressure be the cause of constant headaches in pregnant women?
Oh, definitely. In pregnancy, high blood pressure is, especially if it's the first or the second pregnancy, it's something that's very rampant, especially among Blacks. It could be something which is also very dangerous. You have to have that checked. We have what is called eclampsia. Eclampsia is a gestational toxicosis. When young women get pregnant, the risk is that they get a very malignant blood pressure. The blood pressure rises a bit, but then it goes really malignant, and that is dangerous for the mother. It could kill her. So early in pregnancy, you have to go to antenatal care. One has to check the blood pressure levels. They have to be managed. One has to check the kidney levels, because when the pressure gets too high, they start passing out protein in the urine. And those are people that need very intensive care if they do not want to lose their baby and they do not want to lose their life. So if it's first pregnancy, please go for antenatal care, and you might need to take antihypertensives while you're in pregnancy. It's very common among Black women.
And all of that is usually tested or checked during antenatal care, right?
Yeah, the antenatal care, they check the blood pressure, they check the urine for proteins in the urine as a sign for kidney problems. But sometimes in Europe, it doesn't come up that often. I mean, I've been here for 20-something years now, and I don't hear of it that often. So some gynecologists don't have especially the younger doctors, they are no longer familiar with this phenomenon. So sometimes you have to tell them, look, I have constant headaches. Please check my blood pressure. So depending on how old your gynecologist is, he might not know this phenomenon. That's, yeah, in Africa, we're still dealing with diseases that Europe has left for some reason. Yeah.
Unfortunately. So the next question is talking about corona-related issues. This question is on behalf of scholars who are parents. So it says that we noticed that the signs listed here in kids as young as 6 years old during and after corona-induced lockdowns? Could it be that the kids are burned out too? And how do we manage burnout in kids?
Yeah, that's a completely different field. Kids adapt very quickly to their environment, and kids adapt to whatever is giving them as a norm. But kids also need space to develop, they need space to move, they need to play. And during Corona, they weren't able to do that. So being on lockdown, spending all the time indoors, not able to interact with other kids, it leaves mentally changes the kids, and it probably also leads to behavioral changes, or definitely leads to behavioral changes. And then for the kids to be so spend so many hours with their parents who are stressed out. Yeah, we also say the kids are often the mirror of their parents. So the stress the parents are having, they are transferring it to their kids. The stress the parents are having among themselves, they transfer it also to the kids. The fears the parents are having, even though they try to hide it from their kids, it is not very successful. Kids really have a good antenna for when things are not in order, when things are dangerous, or there might be a risk of loss. And then kids start fantasizing, what could this loss be? Is somebody going to die? The first thing kids fear when the mommy is sick or daddy is sick or something, are we all going to die? They don't speak it out, but often it's at the back there. And that leads to behavioral problems. So some kids become very isolated, they pull themselves back, they become depressive. Other kids start acting out. They become aggressive, they want more attention, they want to be taken care of. Yeah, it's not something that the kids plan when they're sitting down in their room, say, okay, how are we going to stress our parents today? It's just, those are instinctive behavioral models. So the first thing is the parents themselves have to assess the situation. You know, what are we doing? How have we changed? How are we interacting with our kids? What are we communicating to our kids? Are we giving them the feeling they are safe? Or are we giving them the feeling, we don't know what is going to happen, and we're all going to die, and things like that. So if the parents are unsettled, if the parents are unsure, if the parents have fears, if the parents have anger, it transfers to the kids. So,
and this continues with the children until old age, right? So whatever they learn from
I mean, if you teach a child something and the child learns that that's normality, the child keeps that for a while. So we have to teach our kids, this is not normality, this is just for a brief moment. And the kids will adapt. And once kids have the feeling they are safe, they are secure, they are fed, they are loved, they develop normally. So that's what a kid needs. Children needs these basic needs human beings have, is of security, of well-being, of being loved, and then they stop acting out. And you have to be consequent as a parent also in teaching or stopping unwanted behavior. Do not tolerate unwanted behavior. You correct the child and you correct it and make it stop the behavior on the spot. You don't need violence for that. You don't need to get loud for that, but you need to let the child know, no, this is not accepted and this is wrong.
All right. And the next question is, okay, first of all, thank you for taking out time to honor our invite. How were you able to get the job at the hospital when you first arrived? As a medical personnel who would have worked in the 3 countries, I have been told I have to attend the medical school here if I have to practice. I currently work with a medical device company, but I miss my actual career. Please, can you advise on what the real deal is about practicing here in Germany? Okay, so this is not very stress related, but still.
Trained professionals have always been looked for in Europe, and at the time I came, doctors were more or less in excess. They weren't waiting for me, but the clinic I applied to was actually the first clinic I applied to, and I'm still there now, 25, 26 years later. They more or less hired me straight off the street. it's what is important to practice medicine in Europe or in Germany is once you have the language proficiency, you more or less have no problem. As a professional in any profession, mostly all the major professions that Nigerians like to do, except law. I mean, law, and you don't come with a Nigerian law degree. But engineering, all the science degrees, medicine, if you have language proficiency, they generally you get accredited in Germany, and then you can work. You might have to do an internship in a clinic for a year where they assess your skills, and then the head of department says, yes, your skills are equivalent to a European trained doctor, and then they let you in. So the main thing is language. You have the language, then they're working. I mean, the area where I work now, the hospital that's next to mine, I think about 30% of the medical staff are foreign doctors now. They're from all over the place.
All right. Some people are interested in your LinkedIn. Do you have a LinkedIn account? And if so,
no,
can you share your name?
No, I am very stress-free. Even my WhatsApp is difficult. My family keeps fighting me, saying we can't reach you over WhatsApp. And so it's very good. I don't stress myself with social media. Okay. So, well, you can Google me over the internet, and you'll find me in my clinic, and then you can send me mails to the clinic accounts.
All right, then. Thank you very much. And you talked about keeping your phone away from you when you're sleeping. Now, people that live in studio apartments, how does that work? And also, is it fine to put your phone on its face rather than having it facing up if you have to be in the same room as your phone?
I don't know. I just switch it off. If it's necessary, I just completely switch it off. If I don't have a room big enough, now I live in a house, I can drop it in one room and I'm in the next. So when I come home, one of the first things I do, I empty my pockets, I drop my phone somewhere, and I'm not stressed the rest of the evening. So on my WhatsApp, I got some sort of setting that I don't even get the messages if I don't switch it on physically. I have to go to WhatsApp and open it, and then all the messages come in, and sometimes I don't go there for 3, 4, 5 days.
So in that case, you would advise that people get an alarm clock to help wake them up if they oversleep rather than using your phone alarms, because if you have it in another room, there's no way to hear it.
Exactly. If you can't separate, if you can't switch off your, I mean, you can go into flight modus. If you go into flight modus, you also don't get contacted, and your alarm still works. That's an idea from you could use, or you have a separate alarm clock, or what's even better, you have a sleep phase alarm. It monitors over infrared your movements, and it wakes you up at the time when your sleep is the shallowest, and that way you get woken up not precisely to the time you want to wake up, but before that time. If you set your alarm for 7:30 and already at 7:15 you are in a shallow sleep, the alarm will wake you at 7:15, and then you get up. Because it could be that between 7:15 that you are in shallow sleep, you go back to the next sleep phase, and at 7:30 when you are woken up, you have recommenced the next sleep phase. The sleep phase is always 90 minutes. So we have about 3 to 4, 5 sleep phases per night. So it's always 90 minutes, and then you recommence a new sleep phase. So people who wake up in the middle of the night, you will find out you probably always wake up 1.5 or 3 hours after when you went to bed. If it's 3 hours after you went to bed, is you've done the 2 sleep phases, you've done the 2 major ones. The sleep is the deepest in the first 2 sleep phases. After that is all jara, what you are sleeping in the rest of the night. So it's better to sleep less at that point and not wake up at the wrong time.
Okay. I think we need to hurry through the questions because there are so many questions coming in. One says, so this is from Evelyn. She says, cortisol injections were prescribed to me for a bone joint pain. Yes. However, the pain is persistent. Could this be related to stress? What do you advise?
Might be, but if it's a joint pain, it's probably something rheumatic, and joints don't heal very quickly. So one has to be patient, and the cortisol one takes is supposed to reduce the inflammation in the joint, but it also at the same time stresses the body the whole organism. So that's why when we treat with cortisol for joint problems, we try to keep it as short as possible before you have long-term complications at the rest of the body. But the main thing is, I think, patience, and if it's a joint, make sure you don't stress that joint. You know, if it's sports that we're doing, or if you're carrying load or whatever, try to keep the load off that joint and be patient. Joints don't heal very fast.
Okay. Can stress affect your concentration and performance during your studies?
Definitely. Stress switches off the brain. When a lion jumps into your window, you're not going to start doing all sorts of theories what is best to do. Yeah, you do the instinctive thing is you run to where there's light. Yeah, you're probably going to jump out of the window. The lion jumped in without thinking, oh, I'm on the 5th story. So physiologically, this higher the stress, the more departments in your brain get switched off. Yeah, you have a tunnel vision, and the whole thing is fight or flight that is activated. So the more stress you have, the less your concentration goes down, and the more you are stressed, the poorer your sleep. And our concentration depends, our memory depends on a good sleep, because our memories are overwritten. They are copied from the short-term memory to the long-term memory at night during our sleep. So if I have a poor sleep, my memories don't get consolidated, and I have concentration problems during the day. So and depression does the same thing. You know, and high cortisol levels also affect entire parts of our brain, the hippocampus, and that is where memories are stored, and that part of the brain starts atrophying. It starts shriveling, and there's another disease that causes that part of the brain to shrivel. That's Alzheimer. The difference is, in Alzheimer, it is lost forever. It shrivels and is gone forever. In stress, it shrivels because it's underused. And once the stress level goes, or the depression goes, it's you start building new synapses and nerve cells, and it grows back. So poor concentration is also a clear sign for stress or depressive.
And it will definitely affect the studies.
Yeah.
So I think this is the second to the last question we can take. What are your prerequisites for healthy eating, considering the availability of GMO food in Germany? Are biofoods the best?
Recently, there was something that went through the press where they found out that in the biofoods, or things that were declared as biofoods, they had more dioxin in there. So I'm not an expert on nutrition, because it's become big business. So biofoods theoretically should be healthier, but a lot of the biofoods come from China now. We don't know what they are mixing in their fertilizer there. They don't let people monitor the farms that are going on. So I would be careful. I tend to save my money. I don't know if it's the Ijebu part that is coming out, and instead of paying extra for this thing, let me swallow the poison that I know we've been swallowing for years and hasn't killed us. So, but biofoods, you should eat balanced. What we know is people, there are studies that have shown vegetarians live healthier. They have a healthier body mass index than non-vegetarians. But physiologically, we as humans eat everything. We're omnivores. So you also need meat, because you're going to lack vitamins if you go just vegetarian or you go vegan. So a healthy mix, yeah. Don't too much, not too much of everything. A bit of meat, red meat, a bit of fish, maybe preferably more fish, and vegetables, and keep the carbs low. That's a simple.
Okay, so this is our final question before we have to close the session. Can we get your presentation, and how many hours on average do you think is good enough for good sleep? And what's your take on short naps?
Your body,
50-minute power nap and things.
Yeah, your body will tell you how much you need of sleep. If you wake up in the morning and you are rested, then you've slept enough. Yeah. When you are very young, you need about 8-9 hours of sleep. As you get older, you might make do with 4 to 5 hours of sleep. Okay. Important is that you have at least 3 sleep cycles. Yeah, the first 2 come around midnight to 1 or 2 a.m. And then the other sleep cycles, if you wake up at 5 in the morning and you're rested, and it's okay. Power sleep around between 12 in the afternoon and 2 in the afternoon, 15 minutes. Yeah, it's a 15-minute sleep. Now, it's difficult to train yourself to fall asleep and wake up within 15 minutes. But there's a simple trick. Just take a key holder or something in your hand, and if you sit on a settee or so and you fall asleep, the minute you go into the deep sleep, the key will fall out of your hand and it will make noise. Then once you wake up, stand up. The first 1 or 2 minutes, you do not want to stand up. You say, no, I'm going to sleep more. Don't do it. Stay awake. Those 15 minutes are as effective as 6 hours sleep. The other thing you have to know is the sleep is more or less, it's like computer update in the body. The hours you sleep during the day will be subtracted 1-to-1 from your night sleep. Your body does that physiologically. The deep sleep phase is reduced by exact the amount of time you slept. You were in deep sleep during the day, but it's not as effective. So if you sleep 2-3 hours during the day, don't be surprised if you say at night, I can't sleep very well. So I don't know if I'm allowed with the time, I would have added 1 or 2 points. People think, can I take a medication? This is a real drug. You can buy it in the pharmacy, save your money. Pharmacologist professor says you might as well just go out and eat grass. It will probably just help you more. And the presentation, I'll give you the presentation. I've listed some practical tips for a long life. These are things that have been validated by studies that help. Yeah, very important, the upper parts. Yeah, be self-aware, watch yourself, be humble. Found out people that are humble, people that are content, have a lower stress level, because we don't want you not to be to aspire to higher things, but also be patient, because being jealous, being discontent and say I have to be faster and higher up there, that gives stress level. So eat healthier, more vegetables, we've said that, sleep well, move yourself, and very important, religion makes it easier to cope with stressful things. So keep your religion, and have a reason to get out of bed each day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joseph. It's been really great talking to you. We've gotten lots of tips, and I think we'll reach out to you for the presentation, since you said you can share that with us, and then we'll forward it to as many people as possible. But also this video is going to be on YouTube for those who haven't watched it or jumped in halfway through. You can start again, because this was great. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me, and I also wish to thank my sponsor. That is Yetunde Music. And if you want to chill out and relax, you can listen to some new music. There's one of your mates, my daughter.
Oh, nice.
She happens to be a musician, and she's struggling to get on. She just brought out a new EP, so if you want to relax and have some fun, you can have that. So awesome. Thank you for inviting me. And
thank you very much for accepting the invite. We're very happy. And now we'll be moving on to the next session, which is going to be moderated by Bolariwa. Are you here, Bolariwa?
Oh, yes, I'm definitely here, live and direct.
Wonderful. I'm just trying to, are you still sharing? Do I have, oh yeah, okay. Awesome. So over to you, Bolariwa.
Thank you very much, Faith. This last session was indeed a very wonderful session. I learned a lot. I made a lot of jottings. I hope we all paid attention to, I hope we all took notes. And hopefully we get the slides at the end of the day so we can all go back and revisit the points that Dr. shared with us. Thank you very much. Okay, so without further ado, we'll move straight to the next session. And there's a popular saying that our culture is our heritage. It is our identity, as a matter of fact. And in this next section, I will bring in on Mr. Ome Nwokpoko. He's a minister in the Nigerian embassy here in Germany, Berlin. He'll be talking about academic exploits and culture as the traits of Nigerian youths. Good morning, Mr. Ome. Are you with us?
Yeah, good morning. I am right here.
Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. It's a big privilege and honor to have you in our midst today. So I'm going to be handing over to you now to please tell us what you have for us about our academic exploits and cultural adherence.
Yeah, the title I've been assigned is Academic Excellence,
Okay.
not Academic Exploits.
Okay.
Academic excellence and cultural adherence as a core trait of a true Nigerian.
Absolutely, sir. Okay.
That's what I'm doing. And indeed, this, as you all know, you're students and you're academics, so you know so much about theories. This provokes a debate typology in modernist theory. While it is true that, academic excellence tends to the upholding of a global culture, a global approach and understanding, to doing things, a kind of an empirical tradition that is scientific methodology to life and living, adhering to culture or to Nigerian culture as a Nigerian or African may seem, to tend towards a restrictive, narrowed way of life. What I'm saying is, when we talk about academic excellence, it promotes its own kind of culture. And when we talk about, adhering to a Nigerian kind of culture, or a Nigerian, a Nigerian student adhering to culture, may seem to contradict. So it is the kind of, a conflict. If you're sophisticated, you're a professor, you're a student, and then you still want to adhere to culture, to a Nigerian culture, someone may want to think that, how do you reconcile that? So that is, what the topic is provoking. But it's an interesting one as we'll be looking at it. But the question is, does academic excellence promote its own unique culture? And if so, whose culture does it promote? Is there a global culture, for instance? What is the culture of the West? What is the Western culture that we talk about? What is who is a global citizen? How do you juxtapose academic excellence and one's cultural identity? These questions may seem endless, but a discourse on them is necessary to expand the scope, and the rift in the topic, But now let us come to our first subtopic, in this discourse, which is, what is academic excellence in itself? What is academic excellence? I would, take a more functional or applied approach, in trying to answer this question by not emphasizing that academic excellence is the quality of being extremely good in one's academic pursuit or in the pursuit of knowledge or excelling as a student. Indeed, saying this, is like the classical textbook definition of academic excellence. That is the dictionary definition. But the applied functional approach is what is needed, for you people as, students looking beyond the four walls of the university. That is to say, what would you be doing afterwards? Because academic excellence is not an end in itself, but a means to an end. So what mental picture does your present academic project with regards to career path or, the area of human endeavor you want to excel in after graduation? So dwelling more on, the excellence, academic, what you're doing now, what it will bring about afterwards in your life, in society, is where we should be dwelling more, because this to me is the true categorization and meaning of academic excellence. So, and I don't also want to be misunderstood. It is, good to get a first class. It is good to make all the A's, but it would be better to combine the A's and the 2-1s with thinking outside the box or thinking, outside or beyond the classroom. This is because the world has moved a notch higher than it was. The world is no longer waiting for the classroom. If you look at what is happening today, if you look at ICT, if you look at the pace of the world in just every other field, the world is no longer waiting for the classroom. The world is not even anymore waiting for the universities. The world is waiting for just anyone, anybody, a student or whoever, who is ready to discover, to fill in the gaps in every field of endeavor, to make impact. So your academic excellence does not prepare you to meet, if your academic excellence does not prepare you to meet the pace or speed of the world currently, then you have to review your definition of academic excellence, because it doesn't matter whether you come out with a first class, and which is good to do, to come out with the first class. It's good to come out with a 2-1. It's good to come out with all the A's. Indeed, I want all of you listening to me to actually come out with a good grade, by keeping to your time, studying, going to, do all your studies and all that. But just for you to bear in mind that if all you do is to end up with a 2-1 that does not prepare you for society, then you may need to review that 2-1. And this is my own thesis, So if your academic excellence does not prepare you to meet the pace or speed of the world currently, then you need to review your definition of academic excellence. And so our definition, our designation, our understanding of academic excellence today should tend towards a functional type, something that prepares you to be, relevant and to be excellent afterwards. So let's say you're studying music, for instance. You must understand that students in first years of study in many universities are producing hits that are making the Grammys without even getting to their final years. Some even drop out of school. Of course, that is wrong, but just to tell you how much the world waits for impact, how much the world waits for those who are ready. It's just like footballers. They pay them so much money without going to school. But it is also very good to go to school. Because if you don't go to school, if you don't pass, if you don't get good grades, you will not function better. But just to give you a balance, that the world waits for performance, waits for, productivity, irrespective of whether A is assigned or B is assigned. Your academic excellence must therefore be tailored into matching what is going on outside the four walls of the university. Look at what is happening in general, for instance, in tech, in innovations, in robotics, in medicine, in ICT, in climate change technology. In fact, it seems like every other 6 months, there is a disruptive technology. I do hope you understand the meaning of disruptive technology. It's a whole field on its own now, because new things come to take over and destroy or even relegate what you think is current. So it means innovation. It means in your field, you must, know that if you remain in one place, someone would come to bring a version of what you're doing, and that disrupts what you already have, even in the whole of society. Anyway, this is an assignment for you. Go and study disruptive technology to understand what is going on. Hope, so we do need to understand that academic excellence is a combination of your excelling in classroom and taking it outside the classroom, to excel in society. That is it. And so the implication of all this is that your academic excellence must reinvent you, because they used to say that you don't need to reinvent the wheel. But in this lecture, I'm telling you that you need to reinvent yourself, because the world is no longer stagnant. The wheel of yesteryears are no longer the wheels that we are using now. You understand what they are talking about, exiting from, fossil hydrocarbons, for instance, to cleaner energy. They are changing all the combustion engine. So many countries in Europe and even in the US, or so many multinational companies like Tesla, they are changing that cylinder that burns on normal fuel. They're bringing in a new one, on batteries, for instance. So if you're studying something that is on fossil hydrocarbons, for instance, and that is where you are, and that is where you think the world is moving. In just everything, the world is moving. So you need to reinvent, yourself, because it's no longer when we say you don't need to reinvent the wheel. No, you need to reinvent the wheel today, because everything is coming, it's changing. The factories are no longer going to use, for instance, the technologies that run on traditional kind of fuel, like I said. So you really need to be reinventing a new wheel. That is to say that your academic excellence must be innovatively productive. That is, it must be innovatively productive. It must solve problems. It must solve problems in your choosing field. If this does not happen, then the opposite of excellence is what you're pursuing. I do hope you understand me. If in your choosing field, what you're studying, what you're learning does not prepare you, equip you, to be productively innovative or to be innovatively productive, then you're pursuing the opposite of excellence. Your years as a student, whether in Germany, Nigeria, China, USA, or elsewhere, is an incubation, or formative stage of your life. This stage should shape your life. It should shape your culture of hard work, your cultural identity, your performance, your culture of achievement, your character, your personal identity. It should position you to compete in the global stage, which indeed is the true culture of excellence. So at your age now, at the stage you are studying here in Germany, you need to do all the things possible. Like this, I don't know if you know the story of this, bird, wild bird, that when it lays eggs, before the eggs would hatch, the chick's legs would come out first, for days. And immediately the eggs, immediately they fully hatch, the chicks are equipped already to start running, because the wild is terrible. They could just be coming out of the shells on the day that, a predator is coming to pursue. So you need to hatch yourself that way, because the world is no longer waiting for people that would come and, when they come out of school, they will start cuddling them, they will start carrying them, they will start, teaching them more things. No, you need to hatch like that kind of bird, you come out running. So this is, for me, the true meaning of academic excellence. And this will take us to the next, subtopic, which is cultural adherence as a core trait of a true Nigerian. And I mean, no matter how academic you are, for instance, no matter how sophisticated you are, no matter how German or Western you have become here in Germany, how much sausage or pizza that you eat every day, how much blazer, or turtleneck dresses that you wear, you still cannot jump out of your skin as a Nigerian. Your skin, you still remain a Nigerian. And that is the only country we have now. And that is the only country we will continue to have. It is our country, and we should be proud of it. So your culture should project that country. So you are always going to be a Nigerian, but a unique Nigerian who is a global citizen. A Nigerian who represents the culture of more than 200 million people should be proud of that culture and of himself. Because some of the countries you're copying, just a few million, some countries in Europe are just about 15, 18 million. And you're copying them, we are copying them, but we are 200 million. Should it be so? We shouldn't. On a more serious note, I don't know how you would be promoting a culture of other people. The pizza of the West, for instance, the food culture of the West, the pizza, that is for me, and I don't know for you, but the pizza, is not more delicious than, my Nigerian jollof rice or, fried rice, or egusi, or mia kubewa, or efo, or rishi rishi of the Yoruba, I don't think this pizza they munch on the road is better than these things. They would just want to think that anything Western is better. I do not think so. Let's, for instance, look at what culture is and the Nigerian culture is, and how you as a Nigerian student can adhere to it. Let's say that culture is an embodiment of the people's way of life, their language, their food, their fashion, their music, their values, their manners, their energy. Yes, energy is a product of culture. Energy and enterprise is a product of culture. You live here in Germany, they have a culture of punctuality, a culture of enterprise. So it is a culture. The Nigerian culture is also all about this. The question now is, how do you, as a foreign student here in Germany or in any other country, adhere to all of this? Let's learn a bit from the Chinese that still eat with their chopstick and still excel in just anything you may think about. So the Chinese drone designer, or software engineer who has excelled in academics and, his or her career still, sticks strictly to his or her culture. I went for a drone conference in Shenzhen. Shenzhen is in, the southern part of China. And then I saw young Chinese, drone engineers. And then, they was doing so well in software, in engineering, in drone designs and everything. But these people did not change a bit, in their cultural way of life. They still eat with their, chopsticks, speak their language, do their things the cultural way that maybe someone would even think is primitive. But they are combining, the best of global, sophistication, academics, and their culture, and they are not shy about it. So that is it. So the Japanese also, with their development, are still strict adherents to their own culture. It does not make them less excellent. Then, because we'll be making a mistake to think that, Japan or Japanese people are not excelling because they are sticklers to culture, And Japan, as you all know, is about, or in the third place in the Global Development Index. So you can read up about them. The Japanese accepted the Western science and technology, but held onto their own culture. The Americans are proud of their food, of their Yankee accent, of their suits. The Germans are proud, of their beer, their sausage, their being stoic, their perfectionist, approach to life, and their punctuality, like I said earlier. So why can't you be proud of being a Nigerian? And why can't we be? I'm proud of being a Nigerian. I like Nigerian foods. I like Nigerian dress. Like you can see me wear one now. I wear it everywhere, and the Germans look at me when I, go out wearing this. Some look at me so closely that they want to ask me to buy one for them. So a culture that embodies the way of life of more than 200 million people is not a joke. An effusive, enterprising energy that can be harnessed and turned into a development template. We need to see this culture as being, resilient and formidable, because the average Nigerian, when he's walking on the street of South Africa, is known because he's working with full confidence and energy. It's a product of the culture that he's coming out, from. If you see him in Texas, for instance, in New York, you can almost, not miss him because he's very confident, he's very bold. That energy is always there. And he is a product of, the culture that he's coming, from. And, okay, on a lighter note, for instance, our food culture, our jollof rice. You know, our jollof rice can be chefed into an intercontinental global cuisine. Everybody likes our jollof rice. Even CNN likes our jollof rice. Everybody that comes to Nigeria wants to. So why should we be shy about that? Our food aspect of our food culture. You know, indeed, I want to say that some of you studying catering science or food science and nutrition can think of making a business, you know, of turning our jollof rice, you know, into a global cuisine. You know, it's just like some Americans several years ago turned their, you know, pizza, you know, into a business. It's now the multinational brand, Pizza Hut. I don't know if you've heard about Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut is all over the world. You know, I ate in Pizza Hut in China, in Berlin here, everywhere in the US. It's Pizza Hut. In 2016, they posted a revenue of over $1 billion, 1-point-something billion dollars. And globally, they have over 18,000, you know, locations. And they have more than 350,000 employees. This Pizza Hut was started by 2 students. They just saw that Americans, you know, love culture. Pizza is an Italian-American kind of food stuff. They popularized it. Everybody is talking about pizza now. They are pushing it into our throat, even in Nigeria. But our jollof rice, nobody is pushing it anyway. So some of you can even take up this. In closing, let me ask you a personal question. Who are you, for instance? What do you think of yourself in social and professional life in the years ahead? What do you want to do with your life? When you hear about solution providers, this solution provider, that solution provider, what solutions do you want to provide with your culture of excellence? That's the question you should be asking yourself. Are you going to be shy of your cultural identity, or will you push your unique cultural identity to the global stage, or push it, you know, outside the global stage? What gap in your choosing field of endeavor are you already looking at to fill? There are so many gaps all over the place. Your culture of hard work should equip you, prepare you to begin to think of filling some of the gaps. So answer these questions yourself and let the world see you after you have answered them successfully. The German philosopher George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel said that Africans did not contribute to history or to development. Of course, that's not correct, but his position also would depend on what all of you listening to me today will do with your time, with your resources, and with the whole of yourself. According to Hegel, Africans were incapable of abstract thought, but of course that's wrong, because today it's on record that an African discovered the supercomputer and globally regarded as the father of the internet. He's not just an African, but a Nigerian, Philip Emeagwali. So think about realism. Think about your idealism in a creative way, so that, you know, if Jesus tarries, we can come forth and blossom for the world to see, to have excelled. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ome, for this wonderful discussion that we just had. Yes, thank you so much, sir. This was a really enlightening section, especially for me, and I hope for others too. You know, you mentioned so many salient points. Our culture is rich. Our culture is unique. Our culture is diverse. Our culture is our identity. And honestly, I don't see any reason why anybody should shy away from that. Anybody should be shy to, you know, show your culture. You know, talking about the food, it's something that I cannot let go of. You know, I still take my local food any day, anytime. I cook it with pride. I offer my friends that are not Nigerians, and a lot of times, you know, they actually enjoy it. So, and I hope the caterers amongst us, we got the insights to start something, you know, for those that have the gift or the talents of cooking, for example. Let's show forth this uniqueness that we have in our culture. Let's show it to the world. The world is waiting for us. The world is waiting for our manifestation. Let's keep it under the bushel. You know, we have a lot of this culture that we can show the world that this is from Nigeria. This is Nigeria. And I really hope that a lot of us will take heed to this advice. So I have a couple of questions, but before that, I would also like to encourage us in the audience, please drop your questions. I don't see any questions yet in the Q&A section. Please drop your questions. Feel free to ask about the topic that Mr. Ome just delivered now, cultural adherence, about academic excellence. Please drop your questions and it will be answered. So my question, sir, is what then, is there a role that culture plays in pursuing academic excellence? And if there is, what is that role that our culture, for example, as Nigerians, what role does it play in pursuing the academic excellence that we talked about?
Yeah, culture plays just every other role you can think about in the pursuit of academic excellence. Just, look at the example I gave, for instance, in Germany here, their culture of punctuality, for instance, their culture, of perfectionism, if as a student, you don't have that personal culture to wake up early and go for your lectures or classes, that is the beginning of failure.
True.
What is called a culture of laziness. Someone is building a culture, of laziness, and someone is building a culture of hard work. These are intangibles. You don't see them, but you see it when they are manifesting. So culture is very critical in the pursuit of excellence, because if you have a culture, of going to class, doing your homework, not procrastinating, then you're good to go. You are on the right direction to achieving excellence. So that's your personal culture that over the years you've built would, take you a notch higher to achieving academic excellence.
Interesting and amazing. Thank you very much. I can see some people raising their hands. Could you please drop your questions in the Q&A, please? And it will be read out appropriately. Please drop your questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Ome. And talking about culture, so when I came to Germany, for example, I realized, there were so many culture shocks for a lot of us, things that we're familiar with, and coming here and seeing some other things, things done differently doesn't mean wrong, but just different from what we know. So now my question is, how can we as Nigerians uphold our culture in a Western world where things are seemingly different from where we are coming from? How do we adhere to this culture we've come with, or we were born with, or we are familiar with in a different environment, for example, in an environment like Germany?
Yeah, that's a good question, because here in the embassy, we have cases of Nigerians coming to report, that they are having issues with police or other people. And when we look at the issues they are raising, we would realize that it's, a case of cultural difference, because someone came here and said it was a very serious issue, and in fact, it's still pending. A student came here to report to us that his studentship was being withdrawn because he said he greeted a lady in his apartment by patting her, on the shoulders, and then the lady went and reported to the authorities that she was sexually harassed. Just greeting someone and patting, in Nigeria and in Africa, it's normal. But here, if there's no consent, or that's not your wife or girlfriend, or it could be another thing. So I think the student community, the Nigerian student community in Germany should also have another lecture sometime on, cultural differences, and tips on culture, for instance, because we are beginning to see that, the gulf between our own culture and their own culture is causing problems, So one needs to understand that, we have what we call touch culture, when you greet, you hug, you come close, but here they seem not to have that, even though they can peck on the cheek. But, in our own case, we could hug, that is a touch kind of culture. We could eat together, we could, eat with our hands in a community, we come close to each other. But here in Europe, in Germany, they are a bit aloof, they are a bit on their own and withdrawn, except in family circles or those who are friends and close, friends and all that. But if you enter their trams, train, S-Bahn, U-Bahn and all that, you see they tend to be on their own, except if. So you need to know that there is a difference between our own culture and their own culture. We have a touch culture and they have a culture that, withdraws them from others. And so these are some of the things. It is a whole lot of, it's an area that needs to be elaborated. And we do not have the time, to share examples, and the issues we are even receiving here in the embassy. Thank you so much.
Talking about touch culture, I remember a friend shared with me, not a Nigerian though, but in his country, apparently they greet with pecks on the cheek. Of course, we don't greet with pecks on the cheeks, especially strangers, but in his country, that's the way it is. And so I remember him telling me there was a time a friend introduced him to another friend, and then he leaned forward to give her a peck on the cheek. And then when he did that, the lady leaned back like, okay, what are you trying to do? And then he immediately remembered that, oh, I'm not in my country. And then he had to apologize and explain like, oh, I mean, no insults. This is how we greet, but now I understand it's not the same in your culture. So I think understanding really comes to play, understanding that the cultures are different. What is acceptable in my culture might be unacceptable in another culture. It doesn't mean it's right, it doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just what is the norm, what is acceptable. And that's very, very interesting. And, we have a question here, which is a question that actually even, lingers on my heart many times, because now a lot of us, we plan to, have a family here, raise children here. And then we see that the culture is different, definitely. How then do we raise our children in this environment, but to still ensure that they have the Nigerian culture in them, so they're not completely, westernized? So how do we ensure that our children being born and raised here still have the Nigerian culture?
Yeah, that's a very important question too. And I think this is, although this is not exactly the platform for us to talk about this, because people are not married. I don't know how many of you listening are married, but you can share this also with some married, relatives and all that here in Germany. We have a big, big case on our hands, and it's part of what I deal with, almost every day. We have Nigerian couples here whose, kids, the authorities here, took them away from these, couples. We have not two, not three, so many. We're engaging the authorities because some of these, couples come to the embassy crying, traumatized. Imagine that you have 3 kids. Some have their 3 kids taken away from them. You know why? The authorities will say they are raising these children not in accordance with German laws. And why is this? They say it is, because, Nigeria and in Africa, we spank our kids when they misbehave. If you spank your kid in Germany, you run a risk of that kid being taken. They say you're abusing your kid, and if you scold your kid, they may say you're also abusive. But this is a matter of culture. You can't allow your kid, for instance, to misbehave at 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. Even the Bible said you correct your child. But here it is taken as something else. So to answer your question more directly, you need to have a way to strike a balance by understanding that the people who live in their country have laws on raising kids. You need to understand that. And it may be as serious as what I want to say. If you know you can't raise your kids under German laws, it will be good you send your kid back to school in Nigeria. It may sound so serious, but you have to put side by side your kids being taken away from you by the German government, or having your kid under you. There's a case running for several years now, I think since 2015, if not more. They took these kids away from. In fact, one lady, had her kid taken from her and gave birth to another kid, like less than maybe 6 months, or is it when they took that one also from her. We have so many of these cases, and it's just a matter of cultural difference.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now, talking about cultural difference, so when we are faced with this cultural shock, for example, what do we do? How do we react to that? So many times you are faced with something very different. It's cultural shock. What should be our response to this? Should we just maybe put aside our own culture and just bend to whatever the dictates of this is? What would you advise?
No, as far as you don't offend the laws, you must project your culture. You must project your Nigerian culture. Our culture is not offensive. Our culture is one of the best in the world. If you dress as a Nigerian, you're not offending anybody, because culture embodies, clothing, dresses. If you eat your Nigerian food, you're not offending anybody. If you speak your Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, you're not offending anybody. You're projecting Nigerian culture. I don't know if you get my point.
Yes, sir.
If you eat even with your hands, like the Chinese or the Japanese would eat with chopsticks, you're not offending anybody. The only aspect that their own culture clashes with our culture is maybe if we raise our kids and spank our kids, our own kids, they now say we are abusive to our kids. And so their culture frowns at that.
Yeah.
So we must try to strike a balance. I don't know if you get my point.
Perfect.
Nobody, you cannot drop your own culture for their own culture. You cannot do that. We have in Nigeria a culture of confidence. We're always confident of ourselves.
Yeah.
You cannot come here and say you're withdrawn because you don't want the Germans to see that you're overconfident. No. We're enterprising. It's a product of our culture. I don't know if you get my point.
Yes,
we are happy. We're one of the happiest in the world. In fact, if not the happiest. If you see people withdrawn and frowning, and that is a product of their own culture, cultural environment. Our own cultural environment makes us happy people. Even in the tram, you have to be happy. In the public, you have to be happy. It's a product of our own cultural environment. So you don't need to really be too shocked. When I got here, I saw so many of you talking about. I saw even people in dogs. I was so shocked. I mean, in the public, in broad daylight. So I've never seen it in Nigeria, for instance. It didn't leave my brain for days.
We are indeed a very happy people. I remember someone asking me why I'm always hopeful, happy, positive. And, I remember saying, I don't know how not to be. This is me. This is how I was brought up. We always see, there's always a light at the end of every tunnel. There's always a good thing to hold on to. There's always a reason to be happy. And that's just who we are. So there's a question here for you, sir. Someone asks, how can food help in academic excellence? Is there a connection between food and academic excellence?
Yes, there is a connection. If you eat too much, my brother, I don't know if it's a man or a lady, if you eat too much, you sleep too much, so you can't study. There's a connection. And like the last speaker, said, there are kinds of food you eat, it affects your retentive, memory, your retention, your capacity to retain, So there are foods you eat and you retain more. There are some nuts you eat, I'm not a medical doctor, but I do know that in nutrition, there are things you eat, even those in athletics, there are things they don't eat before their sports. As a student, there are things you cannot eat. If you're going for an exam and then you eat so pepperish food and you need to go to the restroom for like 5 times in a 1 hour, paper, it means you can try. So you need to, be careful about what you eat, because it affects your capacity to, retain. And as medical students in your midst, they can tell you more about this. And if you eat too much, it means you'll be sleeping too much, and then you can't be studying enough. So there's a whole lot of connection, nexus between, studying, reading, performing well, and all that. Yeah, there is.
There is. So I hope that answers your question. We have another question here, sir, and I can personally relate with this question. This person says, how do you get a German spouse to understand that our voice may be loud when we try to view our opinion, but that doesn't mean we are angry? And the way we communicate, I remember someone, sorry to interrupt you, sir. I remember someone, I was talking with a friend, a Nigerian friend, and then my flatmate came and said, why are you fighting? What's wrong? And I had to make her understand, like, no, we are not fighting. We're just having a conversation, because usually our voice is a bit high when talking. So how do we make them understand that we are not angry, but this is just how we view our opinion?
Yeah, this borders on communication, if you have a German spouse, I want to believe that you didn't just marry her or marry him within a day. There was this period, of courtship, for instance, and you would have, groomed him or groomed her. You would have talked things over, and even while, in the marriage, there's need for communication every other time. And it's also part of our cultural trait to be a bit, to have our voices, heard, like you rightly said, not because we are angry. It's part of our grooming. Got it from our cultural environment. We are not dull people. We are not dull. Nigerians are, they are active, with so much effusive energy and all that. So you need to communicate with your spouse that this is the way we are. And over time, he or she will know that you're correct. That even when your voice is high, you don't mean anything, bad. It's just part of you, part of your culture, part of your language culture, part of your mannerism, and he will come to relate with it. It's very simple. Communication, cultivation, and grooming.
Communication is key, absolutely. So we still have a lot of questions. I'll try to read through some now. This is a bit lengthy. This person says, Tosin, the Nigerian culture is evidently waning over the years. The decadence cannot be solely rest on the shoulders of this young generation, albeit we have a big part to play. The negative perception of Nigerians is so huge, and we need a concerted effort to change that, sir. Starting with our politicians who need to invest locally, shop locally, and reduce the foreign influence. I think an average Nigerian youth may like to change nationalities. What's your advice to this, sir?
There's no need to change nationality. There's just no point there, because Nigeria is the best place to stay. You may tell me that, if you go to Nigeria, this is not there or that is not there. My friend here told me that we admire countries that are suffering, and I'll tell you this. In Europe and in some other places, they have extreme weather, and you come to a country where, for instance, you're on your toes, on edge, almost every day of your life. And you can't even, rest one day. Everything about living outside the country is different, entirely different. In Nigeria, for instance, if you're hardworking, I've seen many people, if you're hardworking, you don't need to leave that country. I've interviewed many Nigerians here, that crossed through, the Sahara Desert, Libya to Italy, to this place. And so many of them want to go back. Because when they got here, they realized that it's not the greener pasture they were told that they are seeing. Because, for instance, you're paid $2,000, 2,000 euro, and then your tax maybe 900 euro, and then you pay a rent of 750 euros, and then what is left for you after paying insurance, you might be battling with 200 euros. So you can't even see any green, let alone pasture. So, and you live like that in a vicious cycle for you. And here you are, the cultural gulf is such that even when you live with with a German spouse, there are issues, problems that so many of our own people that I've interviewed are telling me they want to go back every other time. So I advise that if you're hardworking in Germany, fine and good. If you're doing things with your own hand, you have your own company, yeah, you can succeed. But not when you work and then they pay you 1,500 euros, and then at the end of the day, your take home is 100 euros, and people are counting how many years you've lived in Europe, for you from Africa, and then they don't know you can't even buy a ticket back, and then say you're better off. I don't see that way. So if you can work with your hands, have your own company, employ other people here, yes, you can operate from any part of the world. I can support that.
Thank you very much, sir. There's also another question here from Akim Usman. And the question is, are there programs by the orientation section of your ministry where Nigerian kids can come together, maybe during the holidays, mix with other Nigerian kids, learn what it is to be Nigerians from diplomats and experts? Is there any program like that?
We'll have a Nigerian Cultural Day coming up in Dresden on the 16th of November. Usually every year we have a cultural day where we bring Nigerians to eat Nigerian food, and to come in, with Nigerian, dressed as Nigerians, and then come to speak Nigerian language, mix up with other Nigerians from all over Germany and those we're inviting from home. So we'll have this one to answer your question directly. But we're also looking at having other, programs to bring, Nigerian kids together. The one that we'll have running yearly, annually, is this Nigerian Day, a Nigerian Cultural Day event.
Oh, that's great. We hope to see more of that. There's a question here from Emmy. What role and commitment is the Nigerian government making to promote and encourage the culture of Nigeria in foreign countries?
Yeah, like you rightly see, we'll have a cultural desk in the embassy. And in every Nigerian embassy, across the world, we'll have over 100 missions. So we'll have cultural desks, and we'll project Nigerian culture in so many ways, tourism and all of that. We'll have leaflets, pamphlets, even in our website. If you go to Nigerian Embassy website, you can click it with your phone, you see, we'll have, a segment where we project what we're doing on culture, so we'll do that a lot.
Okay, so there's a question here from Faith. Is our being active and loud because we are overpopulated and need to struggle for resources? Do you think it helps us in academics because we are used to struggling?
It's not so clear to me. I mean, I don't know what she's saying. Whether it is good to struggle, I don't understand, to be active.
Being active and loud, so the zeal to, or the desire to want to struggle, would also help in our academics, because we have this struggling for resources and struggling for things mentality already. Would that help us to achieve academic excellence?
Maybe, I'm sorry, maybe she didn't pose the question well, but I do know that in every country, there's healthy competition. We are not the largest country in the world. In China, they have 1.4 billion registered citizens. And, there's healthy competition, even moves the economy far, ahead. The students in China, for instance, they are part of that environment. And, they struggle to get placement in the universities. They have to compete in a healthy way to get the best places in the best universities. If you go to Brazil, they are also very populous. If you go to Indonesia, they are also very populous. If you go to US, they are over 300 million. So we are just about 200 million, and healthy competition is good. For instance, nature does not want laziness or dull people. So it is something healthy to see yourself struggling to be the best, because the society will not look at you very well if you don't distinguish yourself. And a product of distinction is a product that struggled out, to blossom out. That is it.
Thank you very much. Our time is fast spent. However, I have just one more question for you. This is the last question for this segment. What is Nigeria's national identity, and how do we teach our children?
Nigeria's national identity.
Yes, sir.
The Nigerian, is a Nigerian first and foremost. And so his identity is primarily Nigerian, but also will have an outward, external identity to become global citizens, because that is what the government tries to do all the time, to place us, on a platform that makes us compete favorably with any other person, across the world. So, and then we need to produce kids that would be globally competitive, kids that, are relevant in every sector of endeavor in the world. And for those of you who are students here, you're already, global citizens. Your parents gave birth to you, sent you here, and some of you are on government scholarships, So the government is trying to mold a personality type for her citizens that would be globally competitive. And so it is good for you to understand that you are primarily, first and foremost, a Nigerian. Yeah. And you must be, a Nigerian ambassador, a Nigerian cultural ambassador, anywhere you are in the world. And your kids should be groomed to be that much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Omenwokuku. It's been a real privilege and honor having you here on this platform. Thank you so much, sir. Jolade, how are you doing today? I hope you took as many notes as I took.
Yes, I'm doing good. It was a lovely presentation.
It was indeed. Yeah. So what do you have for us? What's going on? What's the next session?
Today, the next session is with me and Nadine. She's already here, and we would start. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, yeah, she's here. And today we would be talking. Hi, Nadine. Thank you for joining us. And today our topic would be on health insurance in Germany and the view from NiSIG BAMA collaboration. And you're a representative from this organization. You have a presentation for us, and we can then go through with it. Thank you. You can share your screen. We cannot hear you. I think you're on mute. No, it's not better. We still cannot hear you. Are you, can you check the volume of your laptop if it's audible? Just hold on a little bit and they will check the technicalities behind it. No, we still cannot hear you. Do you want to like leave and rejoin again, if it would work, Nadine? Can you leave the meeting and then rejoin again? Okay. Sorry for the delay, everyone. We will just wait a little bit for our speaker to rejoin again because we cannot hear her. Hi, Faith.
Hi, Jaladi.
Hi.
Well, these technicalities with Zoom are always a problem, right?
Yes, we have to let her rejoin again and hopefully it works this time.
Mm.
So did you enjoy the last presentation from the last speaker?
I did. It was a lot of food for thought. And yeah, I think one thing we need to remember is we can't leave Nigeria, right? You can't just abandon it. Even if you change your passport, you'll still be a Nigerian from the roots. So you just need to love our country as much as we can, you know, encourage people, try to get over the culture shock because it never ends. So find a middle ground between you and whoever it is. And yeah, things like that.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we cannot leave our own skin. So we still have to remain Africans and just appreciate our culture.
Indeed, indeed. But what about this session with Barma? What are you looking for?
Yes, we are supposed to talk about health insurance for like everyone, you know, health is wealth. And yeah, we have to invest in our health to have a good life, I would say. And she's just here to like introduce us or tell us about the organization, what they can offer us and how we can register and sort of things like that. But I think we're still having technical problems.
Nadine, is your audio working now? Oh, no.
I think not.
But while she's still trying to get it sorted, I'm actually registered with Barma. So I'm like,
okay. So you can share with us how it has been.
Barma is awesome. I joined February this year, and I must say, it's good. It's good.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Can you share like how much do you pay monthly? Is it cheaper? Okay. Okay. Let's not get to that.
But I think it's different for different people. So officially, I'm not a student because I'm doing a PhD. So I think I have to pay a bit more than what students will pay. But they cover dental care and a lot of like vaccination. So when I was going to Nigeria last month, if I wanted to get extra vaccinations, they would have covered that.
Okay.
And if you're under 18, there are some extra things that you get as well. And if you're married, then you can also have you and your partner under one Barma account. So, there are lots of different things that come into play. Oh, and glasses. They pay for your glasses.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Now I'm even more interested.
So I'm busy hyping them. They better give me discounts for my
for your advertisement. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm curious to even learn more, because if you already started using it and you have good recommendations like this, then I'm interested as well. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of people are also interested to hear about this.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Hopefully Nadine can fix her audio soon.
Yes, I think they're working on it already, and I think it would be fixed shortly. It would be fixed shortly. But in the meantime, maybe our audience can also engage us to in terms of who has their health insurance already, or which organization are they using, or do they even have at all, right? We can put it in the chat if we have insurance already. I think almost everyone should have, but let's see, we never know. Yeah, you should if you're in Germany, true. So like everyone can like put in the chat box what insurance they're using, or if they even have, and what experience they have with it at the moment, while we wait for Nadine to join.
What about you? What insurance are you using?
I'm using AOK at the moment. Yeah, I think it's okay. I get the basic I don't know, like health when I need to see the doctor or for anything, and I've never had issues, to be honest. Yeah, I'm seeing different names. Someone talks about Educare 24, TK Insurance. Yeah,
Educare has to be private, right? Is Educare
I would think so. I'm not 100% sure, but I would think so.
Hey, Bolariwa, my fellow Bama.
Yeah, there's someone using Alka, there's someone using TK Insurance, there's someone using Bama as well, Bolariwa. Yeah.
It's one of the best and very expensive. Yeah, AOK actually, AOK was actually my second choice when I wanted to change insurance. But Farmer stole me first. So they responded to my email first. So I was like, okay, thank you.
Okay, since they came first. Good choice. I think Nadine left. Let's just wait for her to rejoin again. Maybe it works better now. But at least it's interesting to know that a lot of people have insurance, and so that means we are taking health as well, and we are working on it. Yeah, that's a good thing, because you never know when you get sick or when you need to go to the doctor.
You're not ready to pay that money from your bank account.
Believe me, it's not worth it. I don't want to hear anything that has to do with me paying that much, because I've heard from people say that when they don't have, or sometimes when you hear the bill for the hospital, it's way expensive. You would wish you have an insurance.
Consultation. You didn't take any drug. You just walked in and asked the question.
True. Yeah, true. I think at the end of the day, it's just always good to be safe than sorry. It's like you have it already, and then if you're sick, because you never know. There's sometimes you use a whole year, you're not sick. You're perfectly fine, but sometimes you never know. Something can easily just happen to you. So it's always better to have it at least.
But honestly, since I started paying for pharma, because I was like, if I'm paying for insurance, I must use it, whether I'm sick or not. You can't just be collecting my money.
True. I think there is a video from Bama that we would like to share, and then we can just have an insight of what they do. I think Alex would share, or Dio. Okay, Vincent is sharing now.
Hi guys, my name is Alex from Bama, and I have a little public service announcement for all of the Nigerian students that are planning to come to Germany this semester. During these times, there's a lot of confusion going on as to whether you'll be able to travel to Germany, whether you'll be able to start your studies in Germany or not. And it doesn't really help that different consulates handle things differently. You really never know on whether you'll be able to set up an appointment for your visa or not. Just very, very confusing times. A big part of our cooperation with NiSIG is to make sure that your journey to Germany turns out as smoothly as possible. As you know, grabbing all of your paperwork for your visa appointment takes up a lot of time, especially if you didn't prepare everything correctly. And on top of that, universities require you to present certain certificates, to pre-register for them, to enroll online, to join the online classes. Now, would you rather like to start panicking as soon as you hear the consulate is open again and visa appointments are given, and just kind of like try to grab all your paperwork together just to find out at the end of the day you forgot something and your visa is being declined? Or would you rather enjoy the time you still have in your home country, to pick out some nice accommodation or to see what nice places you would like to visit in Germany? That's what I'm here for, and that's where I can help you guys out. One thing you need for your visa and enrollment is your certificate of health insurance. And now here's some good news. You can prepare everything while you're still at home without having to pay anything extra. As soon as you fill out your application form, we will make sure to send you the certificate for both purposes, visa and enrollment, via email. The start of the insurance is going to be the start of the semester that you're coming to Germany. So this way we can make sure to react flexible depending on how the situation might change in your home country. And even if you're not going to be able to join Germany in this semester, we can still make sure to have all of the paperwork ready and all of the certificates ready for you in summer semester. Now that might have been a bit too quick, so let's go through it step by step. Step number 1, fill out the application form your student association provides to you and send it to me via email. On a side note, if you have any questions or if you need help on filling it out, feel free to email me. We can set up an online consultation and I'll guide you through it. 2, receive your certificates and make sure to keep us updated. Now, what does that mean? It pretty much just means as soon as you know when you're going to come to Germany, send us an email so we can prepare a special certificate for you, which would result in the corona test that you have to do at the airport being paid for by us. Step number 3, settle in, take your time, and give us all of the missing information. Now, these missing information might be your German address, your bank account, or a picture for your health insurance card. So these things are not too urgent. You can take your time after settling in to just send us an email. Step number 4, now this one's optional. Unfortunately, the law does not allow us to start the insurance with the day that you actually come to Germany, but we have to start with the beginning of the semester where you actually come. So if you come in November, that does mean that the insurance is going to start by 1st of September or October, depending on what type of university you go to. We still got you covered. In case there may already be some contributions due, you can just get in touch with us and we can set up an installment plan so we can find out an individual solution that suits you best. But please don't let anyone tell you you have to pay anything up front. That is not correct. Most importantly, if you don't come to Germany at all because of the travel bans or because you simply made up a new plan, you don't have to pay anything. You don't have to stick to any type of contract or whatever. If you don't come to Germany at all, we'll simply delete all of your files. And if you come in summer semester other than a winter semester, we will simply put the insurance status on hold and wait until you get here. Now all that you have to do is to stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to your experiences in Germany. I'm wishing you all the best. Stay safe, stay healthy, and look forward to your experiences in Germany. I'm wishing you all the best.
Thank you for the video. I think Nadine is back now. Nadine, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just give me a minute.
Yes. Oh, we're getting some feedback.
Yes.
Are you connected on two devices, Nadine?
Yes, I am. Another laptop.
Nadine?
Yes.
Can you hear us now?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Good. That's very good. I'm so sorry. So, how can I share presentation?
Can you share your presentation? Is it?
Yes, try. Do you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you now. Are you sharing already? Nadine?
Yes. Do you see the presentation?
No.
Yes.
We can't see it.
Can you see the presentation?
No, we cannot see the presentation. Are you sharing your screen at the moment? Because we cannot see this.
Yes.
Nadine? Can you hear us at the moment? Nadine?
Yes.
Now it's loading. We just have to wait. Yes, we can see your screen and we're just waiting for the presentation.
Okay.
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Oh, that's very good. So, so we can everything?
Yes, everything is fine now. Yes.
Okay, that's good. So I have to introduce myself. I am very, very sorry that it was so complicated. My name is Nadine Redikop. I work at BAME, and yes, I try to support you in every problem you have to get to Germany. So I'd like to talk a little bit about our BAME insurance and everything you need to know. BAME is a health insurance you need. So what is BAME? Who we are and what are our facts and figures. We insure over 9 million people and have a budget over 37 billions. So you can see we're at the first place in Germany. And what do we stand for? We are understanding people's needs, we support individually, we change in lifestyle and changing demands. We work analog and digital, and we are long lasting. We have a strong partnership with you. And where you can find me, I'm sitting in Aachen. Do you know where is Aachen?
Yes, I think it's an NRV, right?
Yes, that's right. Yes, and here are things you have to know about the health insurance. The health insurance is a mandatory to enroll at your university, and not taking care of your health insurance may result in exmatriculation. So if you might lose your visa if you don't take care serious of it. We are providing public insurance. The start and duration is like to you studying in Germany. No strings are attached. You don't have to stick at to any time of contract if you change your plans. You no need to pay anything in advance. Full coverage and contribution rates are linked to your age and status. I will add something about the contribution later. Here you can see how much you have to pay. The contribution depends on your age and status. Each and everyone pays what he or she can. Students are enjoying a discounted price, and the monthly payment on every 15th of the following month. So currently, every people younger than 33 or older than 33 with kids have to pay 111 euros, and every people who don't have kids have to pay 112 euros and 95 cents. So what are basics and extra services? I'd like to read out the. So what are the Barmer benefits for you? We have got a lot of Barmer apps for your for everything you need. There you can read everything. We've got a bonus program where you can receive up to 100 cashback. We have health courses where you can get up to 115 euro too. And I think it's very important too that we have the travel vaccination. We can reimbursement 100% of the cost for traveling vacations with required for travel abroad. And we have over 400 service points in Germany. What are your benefits in NiSIG? That's me. You can ask me every time. You've got my email address, you've got my telephone number. So if you've got any questions, you can ask me. So I talked about insurance and why do you need this insurance, but how does it work? At first, you have to fill out our application form. The next step is to receive your certificate and keep us updated. So let us know coming before actually traveling to Germany. The third is settle in and take care of what's missing. So we need a picture of you, your address, your bank account, etc. And the fourth step, yes, you have to set up an installment plan, but it's optional. A small reminder, no strings attached, and you don't have to pay anything upfront. As soon as you can, you come here to ensure start is going to be the beginning of the semester where you came. So for example, when you came at November, and so you have to start at November if the first semester is at September, October. So who can sign up for Barmer? Every student who got admission at a university in Germany while still in here's India, I mean Nigeria. Every student who already study at German university being public insured. So I hear that some of you is insured by the AOK. So there is no problem to change the Barmer Health, to change the insurance. If you had got any question, please ask me. I would do everything for you so you can insure it by Barmer. So how do I start or you? The first option is, yes, do it yourself. You can fill out the application form and send it via email to me. There you can see my email address. And yes, or the other option is get in touch with me and ask me for an online consultation. I will tell you what you need, or if you have got individual questions, I be there for you so we can deal with it together. If you hadn't seen the application form, you can see it here. You can find it at your NiSIG homepage. There you have to fill in your contact dates, your name, your address, your telephone number, if you're already in Germany, or when do you go to Germany, when starting your study. Here you can see it. Yes, and that was my small presentation. I hope you understand everything and understand me. And you saw my email address. If you have got any questions, be free to ask me every time. I hope I can help you as good as I can.
Okay, thank you very much. It was a lovely presentation, and I think it was very detailed. So we were able to learn a lot, and most of the question that I had was already even answered in the presentation. But there are a few questions, and I will just take 2 more questions for you. And one of them is someone saying that is a married student without a permanent job. How can he get an insurance policy that would cover him and his family? Like what would be the best insurance? Is a student, but he's married and he doesn't have like a permanent job at the moment.
Okay, he's a student, and do his wife work, or is a student too?
I don't know, it was not mentioned, but can you give the both scenarios if the wife is working, and if not, then
okay.
What is the best insurance?
If she isn't working, she can get insured by the family insurance, so she don't have to pay anything.
Ah, okay.
Yes, he have to pay the contributions he paid at last. So, but his wife haven't to pay anything. But if the wife is working, she must pay contributions. So, but he can go into the family contributions, and so he haven't to pay anything.
Okay, then maybe the best advice would be that this person contacts you, and then you can walk him through the process. Okay, yes. And also I think the other question is with the insurance with Barmer, is it okay, or is it possible that people go for regular checkups, not only when they are sick or when they have a reason to go to the hospital, but maybe for example, monthly checkup or yearly checkup twice a year? Is it covered with the insurance as well?
Yes, of course. That's very good, because if you go to every checkup you need, you can get points. I think, yes, you can get points for a cashback.
Ah, okay.
It's a bonus program in Germany. So if you go, and we have a bonus app, you can find it at the App Store, or App Store, what is another?
In the App Store, right?
Yes.
Or, yeah, okay,
right.
okay.
And there you can get points for it, and if you have got enough points, you can get cashback.
Okay, this is impressive and this is nice. I didn't know about it. I would also check it out. And I think a lot of people would also check it out. Nadine, thank you very much for this beautiful presentation and for answering our questions. We would share your contact with all the people online, and then you would get people reaching out to you on how to help. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Thanks. We sincerely appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. And our next presentation would, the next moderator would be Olumide. Olumide, you're on mute. Can you join?
Oh, yes.
Hi.
Hello again, everyone.
Hello.
Oh, yes. I mean, so far I just feel like a sponge soaking in all the knowledge.
That's good.
Yeah, it's been exciting. I feel like I know a lot now.
Okay, hope you have your insurance already.
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yes, I do.
That's good. Okay. So then you can carry on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, it's break time, or as some of us know from school, some call it breaking time. So yeah, it's break time, and yeah, I'd like, I mean, if you can, and of course, if you are watching us from YouTube, you can always post your comments or questions in the chat box as well. We are monitoring that. So do share with us what you've learned so far. What have been your biggest takeaway in this time? I mean, we've learned about stress management, about cultural, academics, so many things really, and now even about the insurance. So you can share with us in the chat box, whether on YouTube or on Zoom, what you've learned so far, what have been your biggest takeaway. And yeah, we'd be happy. Also, do not forget to I mean, share the link with your friends, get them on board, let them not miss out on this wonderful. I mean, we have so much coming up, even still. So it's just getting started, really. And yeah, also be sure to still link up with one another. Pitch yourselves as much as possible in the chat box. Just get to know one another, which city you're from, and yeah, what you'd like to do. I can give you some pointers if you want. Earlier, in case you missed the meet and greet, I told people how I do pride myself in my cooking skills, especially when it comes to the Awariro part. But yeah, you can also share with us what you're good at, what you'd like to collaborate on, and yeah, so forth. Just go creative and use the chat, please. Yeah, during the cultural session, we talked about, I mean, I think Ms. Bolariwa mentioned something about Nigerians being loud. Well, at least for me, yeah, at some point back in Nigeria, I never could imagine myself, being loud. I'd cringe at the thought of it, actually. But now it took me getting here to realize that I'm actually loud myself. So, and it comes out. So naturally, I think I'm a gentle guy. Maybe I would consider myself gentle, but when I speak with other Nigerians, then the beast comes out, and yeah, I'm just loud. And for me, I don't cringe anymore. Really, I embrace this. I think this is a part of us as a society, and yeah, it's not something to be ashamed of. I'm not just loud for the sake of it anyway. This is my personality. And speaking of being loud, we remember this Samba time last year with the NSAS protest and the Sorosoke movement. And yeah, this was a particularly trying time. I can remember I was set to take an exam, and yeah, I'd gone offline actually, and on the 20th and on the 21st was my exam. I woke up to the news of this terrible thing that's happened. or that have been purported to have happened, because some of them won't, some people in power or places that be won't acknowledge it happened. So I woke up to this news and it was just terrible. It demoralized me, and yeah, it took me off balance. And I could not imagine what people on ground or what people at close proximity to this event would have felt like in this day. And I mean, in that regards, I'd like to share a very quick, a short video rather, has been put together by some very wonderful people. And yeah, we would, oh, someone is asking what happened. It's the NSAS protest on the, I mean, it started late last year. And yeah, the events I'm particularly addressing those that occurred on the 20th and even afterwards. I mean, when I think of this event now, and when I think about the quote, our heroes past, yeah, I think, I mean, I do reflect on these people, on some of the people that have gone out to protest, to exercise their constitutional right to protest and to speak up, to Sorosoke, as we now say. And yeah, and some of them met yeah, some of them met their death even in that event. So we have this short video that has been put together, and yeah, I'd like us all to enjoy it. And I'll just share my screen now. All right. Sorry, before I go on, I hope everyone can see this.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. So I'll just go on then to play. Oh, one more thing. Can you hear the sound? Is the sound okay? This is classic Zoom. Perfect, awesome. Thank you. I'll just start from the beginning.
Where is love when we're tied in bondage, waited for shackles of tribalism? I'm guessing conscience by the sharp sword of betrayal, and traded trust for eventual rose. I ask of this very question till I fall asleep. Where is the love? Where is the peace when we're sleeping defeat? With our shots by the souls. Handle the streets, we're running distress. Uncertain of the times of sabotage. I shed those bitter tears afternoon. Where is the peace? Where is the freedom? When our courage is daily jailed behind prison bars. For silence, with our lips made shut from the locks of oppression in coward escape. We're not other hero enough. In the bloodstained dungeon, the answer to my question, how the echoes of my voice. Where is the freedom? Where is the freedom? The freedom we should find. Where is the freedom? Where is the hope when not guaranteed. For sure it would designate. It's an apology for the sins we did for me. All the truth on how I keep a child was enslaved. Wow, I bow my head and ask, where is the hope? Where is the hope? Where is the love, the peace, the freedom? Where is the future? The future, never the dream. And the result is there in the basket. The land is barren, spreading in the blues. And in the space, in the mortality, the island. In infinite pains, I chant those words beside the graveyard. Oh, how he was lost. Where is the future? Hey, where is the future? Hey, where is the future? Where is the future? Nigeria's heart, see the young
Awesome. Yeah. I don't know what you got out of that, how you're feeling afterwards. I mean, would be interesting to see what reactions people have about the video. Yeah, I think it's beautiful indeed, as Jolade has posted. I think most importantly, my takeaway from there, I mean, from the video, from the clip, is the fact that there is still hope for the future. And I mean, it asks where is the future, but we are the future. And as trite as that might sound, I mean, yeah, we've heard about that countless of times. We are the future of Nigeria. We are the leaders of tomorrow. Yeah, that's what they say. But truly we are, and not until we start to take up responsibility. And there's a part we all have to play. And personally, there's a role to play to improve ourselves, to improve our image, and not just our image, to improve the realities on ground. Because of course, yeah, things might not be so rosy right now, but yeah, we have to put in the work. And I mean, this is even sounding vague when we talk about putting in the work. And yeah, what is the work? Like we heard the ambassador yesterday, we are ambassadors ourselves, and we can make the change. We can start to make, it starts with the little things, you know, being upright in whatever position you find yourself, being a better person all around. I mean, of course, wherever you go, you're always going to be a Nigerian, whether you have a different pali or not. So yeah, you're always going to be a Nigerian. And for me, I am proudly Nigerian. And so wherever I find myself, I try to uphold great standards, not just because I'm Nigerian, but because, yeah, I just want to be a better person, be a good person. So we can first try to be a good person. And then, of course, people would identify us as maybe being Nigerian, being Black, being African. And so wherever we go, yeah, we'll just be better persons. And yeah, we should also try to move away from this individualistic mindset. We should try to, as much as possible, to help others coming up as well, and others that are maybe down themselves, and just try to project positivity. I'm not saying we should, I don't know, projecting positivity might not be the right sentence to use or the right words to use, but we should try as much as possible to be our best selves. And I think that's one way to go about it. I'll be interested to see or to know what others are thinking about how they can move Nigeria forward themselves, even maybe being here in diaspora, being elsewhere, I don't know, in some other place, or being in Nigeria. What do you think you can do to move the nation forward? Or maybe it's a lofty goal already to think about moving the nation forward. What do you think you can do individually to move yourself forward? Because Yorubas will say, and apologies for those that don't understand Yoruba, I'll translate that okun inu la fi n gbe tita. So it's essentially means the strength, your inward strength is what you use to drive your outward self, if that makes sense. I mean, you cannot give what you don't have, so to say. And what powers you've grown for yourself is what you'd use to drive yourself, and what other people would see in actual fact. So I encourage us all to take this time, whether you are home or abroad, take the time to reflect on yourself and to see in what way you can grow and to be a better person. Seek to understand what your values are. Even if you have values at all to start with, and try to be an all-round better person. You could ask who is a better person, or what does it mean to be better? You don't have to preach about right and wrong, but we know what is right and we know what is wrong. So let's try as much as possible to do what is right at all times.
Great. Olumide, thank you for being our host and moderator so far. I think our president, Emmanuel, he composed the music, and I think he wants to share his own insights as to what birthed the music. So, Mr. President, are you there?
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Thank you, Olumide, for everything said so far. Maybe a time to cry, or maybe a time to just be real and talk about this. The incidents of last year was something that really touched us as scholars. And I could remember when that happened, we were not certain of what to do. So sad, really. However, it doesn't really matter what position we find ourselves. We have to understand the fact that you can say Emmanuel is the national president of Nigeria, but Nigerian scholars in Germany start with Nigeria. And the first thing I will always put first before me is Nigeria. So it was really a very bad time. And then we had to just not so much talk from the pain without a direction. And we felt we could actually have this creative video. So sad then. So we thought of who we could involve, and then we thought of Footprints of David. They are really nice. Those are the kits that we tried to assemble in Nigeria. And then I could remember, then I talked with one of my best friends in the administration, Evelyn. And then we thought of also having something to do together and how we can make this happen. So I wrote the song, really a very bad time. I could remember then I wrote it as a poem. And then later I had to just write it as something that we could make a music out from. And then we wrote the song, and I could tell you that some people that were not even meant to love the song, but I was not happy that some loved the music. I wanted them to love the lyrics. So if you're someone song that at least shaking your head, you didn't get the message. It's not about the music, it's about the lyrics. And we can always prophesy into Nigeria for the next 50 years. It's not possible for us to make a change if it doesn't start from us. I could remember I was in a program sometimes last year, and I said something, and I'll repeat myself again. I said it is high time that the people in power understand the fact that you can only kill the messenger, but you can never kill the message. And if you cannot kill the message and all you can kill is the messenger, you're of all men the most miserable. And I don't care who that message is for. I just want us to understand the fact that one day our voices will be heard. One day we'll be able to effect the change, but we need to get ourselves ready to be able to do this. And so we can say Nigeria is bad. The question is, how are you as a Nigerian? How good are you? If you're not good as a Nigerian, then you're one of the reasons why Nigeria is bad. So if we cannot talk to the head, we can start by talking to the roots. We can start by talking to the stem. And someday when we eventually have the flowers, we have a hope of a better future. So Lumide, I didn't know you were going to play this song, but thank you for giving us the memories. And I hope one day, I believe that with the togetherness in us, we can make a better Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yeah, my honor to be your friend. And I remember like when for this video, I remember when we were like, how can we push it out there? Because we often say that we're in the social media age where everybody's just interested in all things fancy and flashy. And it was interesting when I saw the video, like it's flashy, it's beautiful, but it still communicates the message. So thank you for blessing us with that message. Olumide. Yeah, so right about now we are like on the break. This is time where you refill your cups. Don't leave the meeting. It's virtual. Just take a walk. You know, earlier we had a poll. What kind of Zoomer are you? Are you the one that walks up and down? If you saw me earlier in the day, you see that I'm probably looking different because, you know, that's the beauty of Zoom. You can do other things in the background. And Olumide, I saw Olumide came back looking all pumped up again. That's because we are ready to serve you, you know, the part two of the meeting. So please refill your cups. In about 7 minutes, we'll be moving on to the next agenda. We'll be talking to His Excellency, and there's so much more discourse, right? And earlier we have polls from Simi. If you didn't join us like early in the morning, like 8 o'clock, some of us were just waking up. You know, we had the poll earlier. What kind of? We have more polls lined up. Simi will be serving us some extra stuff, and then Olumide has already reinformed us about this Ewariro, and we had this argument of which city is the best city. Well, we all unanimously, allegedly agreed that Bremen is the best city.
It's Berlin. Yes.
Well, as I was saying, allegedly, Bremen is the best city. So if you disagree, use the chat box and tell us, no, that's very correct. Bremen is the best city, or you say otherwise. So please use the chat to tell us where are you joining us from. We did this earlier, but now we have more people, more participants. So tell us where you're joining us from. Olumide, you wanted to say something. You wanted to agree with me, right?
No, Berlin is I don't even have to state it. It's obvious, stating the obvious. What? Stuttgart? Tosin. Start a joke.
Stuttgart, wait. Well, our president from Stuttgart. So I dare not say Stuttgart is not the best city. Joseph said Berlin, Kaduna State, Dayo Akin Binwade from Kaduna State. Thank you for joining us. Yesterday we had Sally from Nigeria. I don't know if Sally is here today. Sally, if you're there, hi Sally. Kaduna. So I say Kaduna. Let's make this local, right? This is our second city. But back home in Nigeria, someone say Lagos. Of course, it's Lagos. You know, even Northern, when you shoot Nollywood, when they shoot movies in the north, they will still come and show scenes in Lagos. You will see Lekki Bridge inside Nollywood Hausa movie. What? Lagos always. Jolade is saying Lagos always. Who wants to detest this, please? What's the best city in Nigeria?
I mean, I'm not for violence violence is not the word, chaos. I mean, it's violent actually, if you think about it, because the traffic is something else. I mean, it's usually the traffic with Lagos, and these places are just so small. I could recollect while I was in Lagos. I mean, my first time coming into the city on my own without maybe my mom accompanying me or any family member. I remember I was in the bus and everywhere just felt so small, so tight. And at some point I was feeling a bit claustrophobic, and we were just like parked sardines in the city. And I mean, rightly so, because you have those small buses and everyone was just packed in there. So yeah, I don't know about Lagos. For me, it's Ibadan all the way. Ibadan.
I still
just
live in
chilling.
Well, yeah, Ibadan is for the easy JJ people, no stress, just do your thing. Life no be stress.
Yep.
Right, so we have 3 minutes before we move to the next session. And I hope we are back. Please, this is time for you to round up. If you're making coffee and your water is not hot, please just abandon that. Just please come back, manage water. Water is good for your body. And at 12 o'clock, we'll be having His Excellency Ambassador Wahab Adekola Akonde. Weber is here now. Thank you for joining us, sir. In 3 minutes, we'll be doing the official welcome and reading of your profile. Is the Consul General of Nigeria to Germany and will be leading us in the discussion about the role of Nigerian youths in diaspora in the development of the nation. So, okay.
Yeah, I see my Ibadan people in the chats rapping already, and this is great. I mean, coming up also, still, I mean, of course, we'll get the knowledge, we'll get the laughs, but there's a chance some of you might go home or, might get some nice swag, they call it in tech, and rightly so, actually, because I mean, what's cooler than a GitHub shirt and stickers for your laptops, some bragging rights. So that's something to look forward to. And the upcoming sessions promises to be informative, educative, and entertaining, most especially. I mean, I've called it loaded dead because yesterday was loaded, and today it's just adding just so many EVs behind it. So I'll hand over now to Ms. Polariwa and Ms. Jolade for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olumide. So I hope we are all prepped for the next session, and I hope we are all, relaxed now. We had a short break, and thanks to Olumide and others for filling the gap. I'm here with Jolade. We are taking this session together, and we have a very interesting topic our way. There's a popular saying or a popular quote from GM Traveling: never tell a young person that anything cannot be done. And that's true. Everything is possible. You just need to put your heart to it. And that's what this next segment is about. What is our role as Nigerian youths in diaspora in developing the nation? How can we contribute our own quota? And taking this next segment, I'm going to ask the National President of NiSIG, Emmanuel Fadipe, to introduce our next esteemed speaker. Emmanuel Fadipe, please.
Thank you so much, Valariwa, and thank you so much, Jolade. I'm honored to invite someone I call my father and my friend. I could remember the first time I met him. Myself and Princess, we visited him in his office. And I can tell you he's one of the best men I've ever met. Princess could say he's one of the best men because Princess had a lot to hit that day. Princess, sorry, I'm exposing you here. But then he's one of the best men I've ever met because he's been so nice to the association. And we also tried our best possible to see how we could mediate and see how we can help with passport situation. And that day, right in my site, he put a call across to Nigeria to order for printing machine and to also see how we can get papers and make Frankfurt alive again. I hardly see this kind of opportunities. You know, it's the first person that would accept my invitation without an official letter. And the first person I could call on WhatsApp, and he will pick my call even if it's 1 a.m. So I can't talk about it too much here, but we both understand how great you are. And I pray that God continually give you long life and prosperity. So I'm honored to invite His Excellency, Ambassador Wahab Adekola Akonde, who you all know as the Consular General of Nigeria to Germany, but who I know as my own friend, my father, and my great supporter. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this elaborate introduction. It's my pleasure. In fact, it's a special honor and a pleasure for me to join you today at this summit organized by the Nigerian scholars in Germany. To speak on the topic, role of Nigerian diasporan youth in the development of the nation. But before I proceed, let me commend the president of the Nigerian Scholars Association, the Nigerian Scholars in Germany Association, Mr. Emmanuel Fadipe, and his team for their great work in organizing this summit. Let me start by stating that the youth have a responsibility in nation building, whether they live in their country of origin or in diaspora. Every young person must contribute to nation building. The reason that most youth don't see it as their responsibility is because of the erroneous belief that nation building is the sole responsibility of the political leaders. Every educated youth who has the ability to understand, analyze, and make decisions is already a leader in his own right and must play a part in nation building. As a matter of fact, the mere fact that this event, sorry, I have a slide. Sorry, I have slight technical issue here. Okay, sorry. So I take that again. As I was saying, the reason that most youth don't see it as their responsibility is because of the erroneous belief that nation building is the sole responsibility of political leaders. Every educated youth who has the ability to understand, analyze, and make decisions is already a leader in his own right and must play a part in nation building. As a matter of fact, the mere fact that this event and the various important topics were consciously conceived by the youth component of Nigeria diaspora in Germany unambiguously demonstrate that you are aware of your potentials as agent for national development. And as the Vice President of our country, Professor Yomi Osibajo, once said, that the general perception that youth are the leaders of tomorrow can no longer be correct. Youth are indeed the leaders of today, because according to him, tomorrow is here with us already. Because youth today have all that is required to lead, to impact, and transform the nation. So what is required by government is to identify the importance of harnessing youth potentials to be able to consolidate sustainable national development. As I said earlier, nation building is a citizen-driven process that translates into national development. By implication, the totality of our individual achievement lubricates national development. Like many other countries, ours is a progressively developing and at the same time dealing with several socio-political and economic challenges. The challenges that we face as a country, according to many, is attributable to prolonged inept leadership by the political class, which has brought about youth idleness, corruption, insecurity, illiteracy, unemployment, economic instability, hunger, weak institutions, and disregard for the rule of law. It is true that the portion of our youthful population are involved in productive undertakings, and another cluster are seeking opportunities in subversive activities such as cybercrime, banditry, kidnapping, political thuggery, terrorism, cultism, and the rest of it. The youth are not to be blamed. The youth are not to be blamed for these vices. The gloomy picture I painted earlier has dominated the media, unfortunately, prompting many in the diaspora to ask if anything is ever being done to improve the situation at home. In event of their desire to return home. To answer the question puzzling your mind, I make bold to say that you are indeed needed at home for nation building, and that the government is building tangible opportunities to guarantee prosperity for Nigeria and Nigerians in the nearest future. I strongly believe that our youth have enormous power to compel positive shift in social, economic, political, cultural, scientific, and technological fortune of our country. The youth constitute most of the labor workforce in public and private sectors. You possess significant purchasing power, and you form majority of eligible voting population. By virtue of these enablers, your voice cannot be silenced, and you can compete favorably with existing political establishment. Those of you in the diaspora are twice more impactful in national development in the sense that you have harnessed both local and international experience, knowledge, skills, and ideas. Sorry. In pursuit of your personal aspiration abroad, take note of the fact that your government is supporting your efforts through the investment it is making to improve socio-economic conditions at home, as well as the network of cooperation it builds with other countries and international organizations. In this regard, I should underscore the need for every Nigerian to first recognize and appreciate attempts by successive governments, and particularly the current administration, to heed demands by Nigerians and its youth for transparent political space, good governance, equal opportunity for prosperity and inclusion. Time will not permit me to exhaustively list cases of the federal government program that will improve the life of every Nigerian, especially our youth. However, I will list the following example. Infrastructure investment, particularly in roads, rail, airports, and seaport. Of course, you are aware that the Lagos-Ibadan standard gauge rail is nearing completion. There is approval for 4 international airports as special economic zone. That's the Lagos, Kano, Abuja, and Port Harcourt airports. There's also approval for new private sector funded deep sea ports in Lekki area of Lagos, in Bonny, Delta State, and Akwa Ibom and Warri Deep Sea. Warri Deep Sea Port. Also, the ease of doing business with the launch of visa on arrival policy, which grant beneficiary companies to 3 to 5 year tax holiday. Youth empowerment. There's the establishment of 75 billion naira National Youth Investment Fund. There's also the establishment of the Creative Industry Financing Initiative, the Survival Fund, the National Special Public Work Program that will create 774,000 beneficiaries across 774 local government areas nationwide. And the Central Bank COVID-19 300 billion naira targeted credit facilities, and more than 150 billion naira disbursed so far to support millions of small businesses, households, and young people. There's also the establishment of $350 million Nigerian Content Intervention Fund to finance manufacturing, contracts, and assets in oil and gas industry. Of course, you are aware of the food security initiative of government, the Anchor Borrowers Program, the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone Program, the Green Imperative. That's a collaboration between Nigerian government and the Brazilian government in agricultural mechanization program. So as the government is moving forward with its plan for all Nigerians, and especially the youth, who constitute about 65% of our population, your support is needed in many fronts. In this connection, I will mention how you are already contributing to national development, either consciously or unconsciously. And this includes the pursuit of your dream itself is a contribution to national development because you chose to be productive. Your gainful employment in the private and public sector boosts labor force and the economy. By studying either abroad or at home, you increase the literacy rate of Nigerians and you support transfer of knowledge for socio-economic progress. By sending money home to your family and loved ones, or buying made in Nigerian goods, you boost foreign exchange earning of our country. Your advocacy on issues ensures transparency and accountability of political office holders. By obeying the law of Nigeria, you promote national peace and security. And by respecting the law of your country of residence, make you good ambassadors of Nigeria. So by undertaking any or all the points mentioned above, you demonstrate sense of patriotism and allegiance to your country. So finally, as I urge you to continue to support government efforts in creating opportunities for a better country for all Nigerians, please be assured that the consulate in Frankfurt and the embassy in Germany, the Nigerian embassy in Berlin, are here to protect your personal interests and the national interests of our dear country. National development, as I said, is a collective effort. Let us all join hands to make Nigeria better, even from the diaspora. Thank you for listening, and God bless. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and God bless the Federal Republic of Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this lovely presentation and speech. We really enjoyed it. It's very insightful. From your speech, I got to a question in my head, which when you said, oh, the embassy is here for us as Nigerians in diaspora, I have a question because at the moment, I know that a lot of students and a lot of Nigerians are having problems with having their passport being to get a new one. It's taking so long. Sometimes they even have to travel to some other European countries to get this. What is the embassy doing at the moment to help that we do not have to wait a lot of time before we get this? What is being done and how long will it take for it to be resolved?
Oh, I didn't get the last part of your question.
The question, the last part was that what is the embassy doing at the moment to ensure that Nigerians in diaspora get their passport being issued to them on time? That when we go to the embassy to get our Nigerian passport renewed, that we get it on time. And because at the moment it takes longer and sometimes it's not even available, we have to travel to another European country to go and get it or to do it.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think the number one problem of Nigerians outside the country, anywhere, is passport. Yeah, so that's the major problem that Nigerians and diaspora face. Well, I will only speak for the consulate in Frankfurt. I will not speak for Germany as a whole. As you know, there is an embassy in Berlin. I don't know whether your question is specifically about Frankfurt or Germany, but let me speak for the consulate here, which I heard. As the president said, Emmanuel, we've had a meeting together. I don't know whether you are aware that I'm just 3 months old here in Frankfurt. And then, I have been making effort to, it's true that it takes longer, period for Nigerians and especially students to get their passport at the moment. And the reason is simple. As I explained to Emmanuel and some of the students that visited us here, the reason is because we don't actually have at the moment the passport processing machine here in Frankfurt. Yeah, so we have something that can allow us to capture the applicants, but we cannot produce it here. We cannot print it. So we have to go to Berlin to print it and bring it back before applicants can get their passport. And, you know, because of the fact we have to go to Berlin, so we wait to have enough. You know, you can't just capture one person or two persons and go to Berlin and print and come back. So we wait till we have, you know, sufficient number, you know, like 100, sometimes 150. You know, it depends on the frequency of application, you know. So by the time we have like 100, 150, we send the immigration officer to Berlin and he goes to print, you know. He prints them and comes back. Then we now start distributing it to the applicants, either by posting it to them or they come and pick it, you know. Well, one of your members just yesterday, I called him, Daniel, to let him know that his passport has been produced and that he can come on Monday to pick it up. You know, so we'll continue to improve. I've promised those that came, Emmanuel and the team that came, that I was working on getting our own machine. And, you know, it has gone, the process has gone far. Just the last, you know, we are the last phase of it before they come to install it. So very soon, we're going to have the machine. It has been approved for us already. It's just the logistics involved in it. So very soon, we're going to have our own machine here, where we'll be capturing here and be printing here in Frankfurt. So the, you know, the processing duration will be reduced drastically.
That's a very good news to hear. At least it's in progress, and hopefully once the machine comes, it would we would have shorter period of time to get it also in Frankfurt. My other question is, how do you think, as Nigerian students or as Nigerians in diaspora, how do you think we can help to develop the nation? What do you think we as students or as Nigerians can do to help? What is our role, or how can we even help more in developing our nation, Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As I said, you know, in my presentation, first, you know, is the responsibility of everybody to contribute to nation building. You know, whether you are abroad or you are in Nigeria, nation building is the collective responsibility of every citizen. And also for youth, you know, and like I said, you know, youth usually think that is the responsibility of the political leaders. You know, that's why they blame everything on government. And that is political leaders that have the sole responsibility of building the nation. No, nation building is collective responsibility of every citizen. So as Nigerian youth in diaspora, you are even, like I said, more equipped to contribute to the development of the country. You have, you know, all the exposure, all the experience, all the skill, the one you acquired before you left home and the one you acquire here. You know, so you are better equipped. Don't think that it's only the political leaders that have the responsibility. You have a responsibility. You know, all of us as Nigerians have to join hands together and build our country. And I said, we are already doing it. You know, most of you, you know, because you are the first people that people interface with, the Germans. You know, even before us, the diplomat, it's you that they see where they live, you know, in the local communities. So they see you first. So, and you're already doing it by being good ambassadors, by, you know, by being of good character, obeying the law of the country. So by doing that already, you've started contributing, because the, you know, the image, the perception about the country, the negative image, the negative perception have to be changed first before people, you know, believe in the country. So you guys are already doing that by being, you know, by behaving very well, by being good ambassadors, you know. And then, like I said, experience that you acquire here will help you a lot in contributing to what is going on at home. I mean, you live here, there are so many people that will not come to the embassy, but they approach Nigerians that they meet, they approach you people about some, business ideas, for instance, that they want to take to Nigeria. So once you people know about such, I mean, you come, to the embassy with such people, or you write us, or you inform us, and we work together with such people. That's a way of contributing to national development. And also, of course, many of you are already sending money home, from the little work you do as a student, you send money home. So you're already, contributing to the development of the country, and in so many other ways, you can contribute to nation building. And like I said, also, everybody is a leader. It's not just the political leader. Anybody who is educated, who can contribute ideas, who can make decisions. We should not, wait. Like I said, the vice president used to say that the idea that youth are leaders of tomorrow is no longer tenable today. Youth are leaders of today because the future is already here with us. We've seen it everywhere. See young people, see the president of France, see the prime minister of Austria, young people doing great things, So don't wait till the future. That's my challenge to you guys. Don't wait, till the future to play your leading role. You can play it now. You have all it takes to play it now. Don't let them relegate you to, futuristic function. You can play that function now. In our dialect, they said, if a child can wash his hand very well, he can eat in the same pot with elders. And you guys, I'm sure you can wash your hand very well. You have all it takes. So take that leadership role now. Don't let anybody postpone it for you. You have all it takes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was a very useful tip and very important advice that you have shared with us. We have a question in the chat section where someone said that there was a complaint of some situations that Nigerian students are going through. It says that there is this case of a Nigerian student being held in a mental home and the parents are not allowed to access. And we have cause to believe that most times the students are not crazy. Is the embassy aware of this and what are they doing to help in this kind of situation? So is it something that the embassy is aware of?
Thank you so much. Well, that particular case you mentioned, I'm not aware. I mean, the consulate here, I don't know about Berlin, but in the consulate here, we are not aware of that case. And like I told Emmanuel and his team when they visited, and Princess, we here will not, allow any Nigerian, either students or Nigerian living here, will not allow anybody to be maltreated. We will not, if we are aware, that particular case, I'm not aware, but I'm aware of some, cases similar to that, but not students. Yeah, I know that some Nigerians are being held in some of these homes. And once I get the report, I ask the consular officer to contact them and let us know why the Nigerian is being held there. They will tell us their own perspective. And, usually I ask the consular officer to go visit the Nigerian there, to make his own assessment of his mental health. If actually the guy has a problem, he will know. So I make sure that he goes to visit them. This particular case was not reported to us. And it's not late. I don't know where the person lives. If Emmanuel can give us the details, you said it's not allowed to, to be visited by the parents or so.
Yes, exactly. That's what it says in the chat, that the parents are not allowed to visit.
Okay, no, that's unacceptable. That's not acceptable. So please let us know.
Okay.
Yes, let us know. We can facilitate, access to the person. We have the right to, to consular access to any Nigerian, either in correctional center, in psychiatric homes, or anywhere where a Nigerian is being held or detained. We have the right to have consular access to such a Nigerian. So please let us know, and we'll, write to visit that Nigerian.
Okay.
Maybe we can do it together with a member of his family.
Okay. Okay.
So let Emmanuel bring this to our attention.
Okay. Yes, sir. That will be done.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for attending to the questions. I have a question pertaining to our role in nation development and how we as youths can come to play. So a lot of us are nursing the fears of, okay, if we're done with studies, we acquire the skills and the knowledge. What is the guarantee? What's are there job opportunities? So a lot of people are nursing this fear and, would rather just stay back here than go back home. What would you say about this, sir?
Well, good question. But, we are a population of 200 million people. Yeah. So every year, even in Nigeria, students graduate from universities, polytechnics, and they come to the labor market. But unfortunately, there's not enough jobs for everybody. So because of that reason, to be frank to you, government cannot prioritize you guys that went to school abroad. So what the government can do is to, I mentioned some of the programs for youth empowerment and all that. What the government can do is to, provide, this incentive for people to own their own business, in case they cannot be absorbed by the private sector or the public sector. I think what the economy of this place also what it teaches you people is also to think about, being your own employer and also being employer of labor. Think you should start thinking more of, how to own your own business, just in case, you cannot get a job in a public sector or in the private sector, because like I said, there's no enough job for everybody. So government cannot give priority to you people who study abroad, to the detriment of those that study at home. But, you can take advantage. There are so many, like I said, if you learn after you finish your studies here, if you want to establish your own business, there are so many programs where, government can support you. That's, but of course you can also join the private sector. I want to see many of you also replacing us by the time we leave, we live here. I want to see many of you being appointed ambassadors, and, why not? All of us also at one point or the other had cost to study abroad before we went back home. And, that's it.
Thank you very much, sir. Another question, please. So in the bid of, developing the nation, we also need to be able to perform our constitutional rights to vote, I mean. Is there any provision being made for people in diaspora to be able to vote even while away? Is there something like that coming up anytime soon?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's a good question. I've been bothering mind of so many, Nigerians living abroad. It's a pity. Honestly, it's a pity that we cannot achieve that. I know so many smaller countries like Chad, Mali and co, whose citizens living abroad can vote. When I was working at our embassy in Brussels, I saw, when they conducted the elections, I even went there to see how they do it so that maybe we can replicate it too. Because like I said, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to vote abroad. But, I discussed that one time with, some INEC officials. And they told me, look, we already have, enough problem with our election at home, where every election is contested. Even when it's glaring that the election was free and fair, people will still contest it. And now you are talking of bringing some votes from abroad. He said, imagine party A is leading by a little margin in Nigeria. And all of a sudden, they bring like 3 million votes from the diaspora. That will change everything. The other party will cry foul, and then there will be problem. So he said, we are not ripe yet. That we should try to, improve on what we have at home, get to a level where election would no longer, look at election was held here last week or so, last 2 weeks. We didn't even know there was anything. Unlike what you will see in our countries, the violence, the killings, the noise everywhere, the political rallies that will shut down cities. Nobody will be able, people won't be able to do their business. We didn't see that here. So he said, until we are able to improve to a level where election will be conducted peacefully, people will have, people will believe in the credibility of election, the result that will be declared will be acceptable to people, then we can now think about diaspora voting. I also discussed with Mrs. Abike Dabiri. She's very passionate about this. She's very passionate. You may be aware that, there was even a bill that she sent to the National Assembly, on this issue. It passed the first reading, but I'm not sure it was able to pass the second reading because of this fear that I just mentioned to you. But I'm sure we'll get there. You can just, take, long before we get there, but we definitely get there. You can see our electoral process is being worked on. There is another amendment that is going on, and we've seen improvement also. I'm sure by the time the electronic voting system is accepted in Nigeria, then we'll be able to do it in diaspora. Because if people can vote electronically and the results are being, recorded immediately in Nigeria at INEC office, then there won't be any problem. There won't be fear of, rigging. I think it's the fear of rigging or because not even the fear, because people want to rig. It's not because people fear that there will be rigging. People actually, have developed the culture of rigging elections. See what is going on in Anambra. The killings, the harassment of people, so that people won't come out to vote. That's what, they want to create an atmosphere of, insecurity, that people will not be able to come out to vote. That's what they're trying to do. So elections still remain a thing of do or die in Nigeria. Unfortunately, you want to serve. Why must you serve by force? And kill people, to achieve your aim of serving, if actually you want to serve. But we all know that it's not service. It's for looting, the treasure. Otherwise, if it's to come and serve, it can't be do or die.
Thank you very much for your answer on that. That was very impressive. We have another very important question where someone says, what is your advice for genuine Nigerian students who are interested in studying in Germany, but are unable to get visa appointment dates, largely due to the categories imposed by the German embassy? And this is regarding the German embassy in Lagos, where there are these categories being used to reduce the number of appointment dates that are being given, because at the moment we have a lot of Nigerian students that have admission, they want to come to Germany, but there is no appointment for them to get a visa from the embassy from the German embassy in Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm aware of the problem that you're facing. It was I discussed it with Emmanuel when he visited here before he went to Nigeria. I think that's part of the reason why he went to Nigeria. And I gave him some contacts that he should go, to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I gave him the contact of my colleague, who is the Director of Consular and Immigration, who can take it up. He can summon the ambassadors there and ask for explanation as to why, these Nigerians have not been, given appointment date. But of course, I also know that, because of the pandemic, there was a time where visas were not issued at all. In fact, up to now, I think they've just resumed issuing a Schengen visa just for official trips. For tourism and all that, they've not started issuing yet. So the issue for official purposes, for medicals, and but for students, it's another type of visa. I understand you people have to pay a caution fee of. I understand it's been raised to 10,000 now.
Yes, I think 10,200 and something.
10,200 and all that. Yes, So, I don't know whether it's still the issue of. To be frank, I've not inquired about it yet. I was waiting for Emmanuel to come back from Nigeria, but I know he's been busy with the organization of this summit, so he has not had time yet. So maybe after the summit, I will be able to meet with him to know what he was told, or what the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because I saw pictures of him in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that he took with. So after this summit, I'll be able to have a meeting, maybe with him, to know what progress he has made on that, and then we will know. I will also contact people at headquarters to know the next step we can take to facilitate this, especially for those who have already paid the money, because I was told some students have already paid the money, but they can't get appointment, and all that. So we'll work on that with Emmanuel and know the next step to take.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And we really do hope that a timely intervention occurs and the hassle of this visa process is once and for all put behind us. Okay, so we have another question here for you, sir. So while you were answering the question on how we can contribute to building the nation, you mentioned that a lot of us should go into, businesses, starting businesses, and someone has a question here that are there any funds for people in diaspora who intend to go on a large developmental project for support? If yes, how can one apply for such funds?
Sorry, the last part, I didn't get it well. Is there any?
Are there any funds for people in diaspora who intend to go on a large developmental project for support? If yes, how can one apply for such funds?
Okay. Yeah. Well, there are various funds. I mentioned, the 150 billion naira from central. No, actually, it's 300 billion naira targeted credit facility to support businesses, household, and young people. That is going on at the moment. But there is also SME support fund. That is from the Bank of Industry. If you have your business idea, business proposal, you take it to them. Then they will look at it, will assess it, and give you the money, but they will not release everything at the time. They will see how the progress, they will look at the progress you are making. They will even give you a mentor. Apart from the money, there is also mentorship, a business mentor who will monitor what you are doing, the progress, and the fund will be released to you, in tranches. But it's not a grant, it's a loan. It's a loan that will be paid back, but because it's government loan, the interest rate is usually very low. And, it's not, you don't have to refund it, immediately, like the commercial banks. So there are, all that with especially central bank. And if you are going to agriculture, there are so many of those. I mentioned the Uncle Borrower scheme and so many others scheme. So if you have a business idea, for instance, you can let us know about it. You can let us know your proposal, and then we'll be able to advise, where to go, which agency, handles such intervention for you. There are so many social intervention funds, in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Now, some of them were under the Ministry of the Office of the Vice President, but they are now under the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs because all the social programs of government are now moved under that ministry.
Thanks a lot for this very useful information. We have another question which says, with the issue of NIN number, is there any provision for people in diaspora on how to get it, especially for those with old passports?
Yeah, there is. When Emmanuel and his team came here, I even showed them the desk. We already have a desk here in the embassy, for NIM registration. you know, but it has not taken off. The people that it was contracted are actually people, are Nigerians in diaspora. They are Nigerians in diaspora. I don't know whether you people know about what is it called? NIDO, 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 Nigeria in Diaspora Organization. You know, it's an association of Nigerian professionals abroad. So Nigerian professionals, doctors, lecturers, engineers, you know, they form that association called NIDO, Nigerian Diaspora Association. So the thing was contracted to them in each of the country. You know, so they came to the office here. So then, then the embassies and consulates were asked to provide a space for them where they will do it, the registration. And we have already done that. We have provided the space. The desk is here. I'm sure Emmanuel and others that came here, they saw it. But we have not seen them. Maybe they're still sorting out issues with the NIM in Abuja, you know. So I'm sure once they, once they sort out all the issues, maybe contract issues and all that, they'll be able to start.
Sir, but as Nigerians here in Germany, will we get to be informed maybe via the website, via our website, if this registration starts, so that we can get it?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. You will see that we've improved a little on the website. We, put more information there. When the passport issuance was suspended, we announce it, and when we resume again, we announce it. And so many other information. We try to update it on our website. So by the time it starts, it will be on the website, and we'll also inform you people. By the way, I also inform Emmanuel and his team that we now have a student affairs officer in the consulate, that the officer was being expected, and he has finally arrived. He arrived last week. So I will communicate his detail to the executive of your association, and then they will be dealing with him on all issues that you people want to discuss with us. So we have an officer in charge of student affairs in the consulate now.
That is good news. Thank you, Ambassador Wahab, for that. We have one last question before we end this segment. There is a question here from Olu, and it says, is there an active process of citizen registration with Nigerian foreign mission in Germany?
Yeah, sure. It's a problem that has been bothering me because it's sometimes embarrassing. The last time I went to Wiesbaden, all the new consul generals, 19 of us were invited for, our maiden meeting, our inaugural meeting with the governor, and then everybody was saying the number of of their citizens in Germany. And I could not, say exactly the number of Nigerians that we have here in Germany, and even those that we have in the state of Essen here. The reason is because they don't register. even the number of students in Germany, I cannot say exactly now. So maybe we'll start with that, knowing the number of students. Now that, you know, we started working together, I would ask my student affairs officer to work with, you know, with you guys association. We start with the number, you know, with the census of Nigerian students in Germany first. I think that is easy to coordinate because you people seem to have, you know, better coordination, you know. So maybe we start from that. You know, for the other Nigerians, it's a bit difficult. You know, there was one Nigerian that my officer went to see in one of these psychiatric centers, you know, not knowing that there he was known as a Sudanese. And he was busy writing us letter to come, you know, to come visit him because these people were holding him, that there was nothing wrong with him, but, you know, they said he was mad and all that. So I sent my consular officer to go there. And when he got there, he said he came to see a Nigerian, my so name. They look at their record, they said, there's no Nigerian here, the guy is a Sudanese. You know? So for some reasons, some of them will, you know, use other nationalities just to be able to get asylum, to seek asylum and all that, to be able to get legal stay in Germany. So it's really difficult for us to do that. But maybe we'll, I'm thinking of doing something, maybe, but how many people even visit the website? You know, that maybe we'll upload a form on the website, a registration form, let Nigerian be filling it so that we can have at least, you know, a near complete, you know, census of Nigeria, of Nigerians living here. But at the moment, I admit that we don't have, you know, an accurate census of Nigerians. And the simple is because they don't register. They don't bother to register.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Wahab. I know I said that was the last question, but now this is the very last question. It should just take about 20 seconds. There's a question here from someone, and it says, how can I get an appointment for a passport renewal at Frankfurt? I have completed the application and paid the passport processing fee.
About getting an appointment for passport. Yeah, he said.
He said, how can you get an appointment for passport renewal at Frankfurt?
Well, you know, that's you know, part of the problem I just said now. Everything is there on the website. You know, once you make your payment, you make payment for the passport. Just send us the application ID, because after making the payment, an application ID is generated, you know, for you. So just send it to us, either by fax, by email, you know. You send a copy to us. Once we receive that copy, we give you appointment.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, you can also make a call. Yeah, you can also make a call. And we've also improved on that. Now, people used to complain that they were not picking their calls and all that. But try it now. Try it. And, you know, try it and let me know the feedback, please. Because I've tried to improve on that. So instead of before you call and, you know, there will be an automated response, press this to go to this, press. No, I've removed all that. There's now a receptionist that will pick all calls coming, that will talk to you. So you people try, and please let me know. Let's get some feedback, because we want to continue to improve. and, you know, attend to you people better. So please try the line and, you know, let's have feedback.
Yes, we'll definitely try it and also send you feedback on the response we get when this calls.
So let the person, like I said, like I said, let the person send a copy. The person who said he has already made payment, he can send a copy to us by email.
Okay.
Yeah, of the payment ID, the application, you know, ID, you know, that front page. He send it to us. We'll get back to him immediately and give him appointment.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It was a very impressive, very insightful session. We really appreciate you coming here. We appreciate the tips as well. And we just want to say thank you very much for coming and thank you for enlightening us more.
Thank you for, like I said, for inviting me. And then I wish you fruitful deliberation as you continue in this summit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
So that was an insightful session, yeah?
Very insightful. And I think he answered most of the questions that are on so many people's mind. And I think now at least I know some things that I did not even know before. So it was very insightful and very interesting.
It really was. Yes. So please, guys, let's try out the website, try to make a call. Please give us the feedback so that we can also send across to the ambassador. And if there are any things you would like improvements on also, please feel free to drop your messages in the comment section. So now we're going to a very interesting section. Vincent, are you ready?
Yeah, of course. We've been ready since, and you guys have bought into my time. I will
we are so sorry. I hope this does not deprive us of getting the t-shirts.
Definitely. Okay, yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. It's 1 o'clock in Germany or 1:03 in Germany, and everywhere you are joining us from. So we are here for the Tech Talk. Yeah, of course. Every year in NiSIG, we try to bring you we try to package a with high quality speakers, a number of talks for you to be able to get engaged and also understand what is happening. So this year we try to organize the on IT career path in Germany. That way you'll be able to at least understand and have a clearer view of where you're going to. So before we continue, we actually this program is being supported too by few number of people. We have our community that's also supporting this program, and then GitHub. But let me just quickly take like a minute video from courtesy of Turing Dev community that is also part of the supporters of this event. Yeah.
Turing Dev is a community of software developers that are passionate about creating digital solutions for businesses. Our services include software development, robotics process automation, and business process management. By joining us, you will be part of a community that learns from each other, works on projects together, and grows on each other's strengths. If you want to be part of our enthusiastic community, then contact us without delay by visiting our website www.turingdev.com or send us an email to info@turingdev.com. At Turing Dev, we teach, we learn, and we grow together.
Yeah, also just of course a very quick information to all scholars, because we have a lot of us that are also aspiring developers. So it's very important that we get this information with regards to our growth as developers. So I don't know if I'm sharing the right screen, so let's see. So GitHub have a range of services they provide, and a lot of tools they provide to developers and students in particular. So you can have like a Canva subscription for free and a lot of freebies for free. So all you need to do is just to go to GitHub Education and just sign up the developers pack, and you have all these things to yourself. So they're like lifesavers. So personally, I've used tons of them, and it has helped my day-to-day development life. So having said that, we have 4 speakers here today. We're expected to turn on our videos, so we'll be able to introduce them all. Yeah, so with me here today, I have, so I'll try to give room for each and every one of them to introduce themselves, because this is actually what we're here for, so that they will be able to understand them better. So I'll give room to, when I call the name, then introduce yourself, possibly your where you work or what you work, and then before we kind of switch into the questions of the day. So Mr. Killian, please go ahead.
Thanks, Vincent. Nice that I can be here. So my name is Kilian Schlabach. I'm living in Munich. I'm working for CGI as a project manager now since about 5 years. And I'm specialized to several topics, but also for RPA. And yes, I'm proud to be here. I'm also leading an innovation lab here in Munich, where Vincent is also part of. And yes, I'm always searching for innovation topics all about IT. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah, so Kilian is my boss, as you rightly mentioned, and thank you very much for being here. I hope by the end of this summit, I don't get fired by what I say or a blunder or commit. Thank you. Yeah. So going ahead, please, Lillian, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Vincent. I'm Lillian Obidike. I'm a student at Fachhochschule Südwestfalen, and also I'm an RPA developer at CGI Düsseldorf. Yes, I'm also I'm practically a trainee there. And I've had also the opportunity to meet Kilian. Yeah, and also I'm also part of the Turing Dev community. Like I'll say with Vincent, we are the, like say, founders of Turing Dev community, and we hope during this session able to tell you more about it. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lillian. Yeah, sure. Mr. Paul, can you go ahead, please?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jimmy Jerome Paul. I'm a current project manager at Sharp Electronics, and it's been a privilege to be part of the speakers that will enlighten us about the tips and tricks about going to IT. I had my master's in marine geoscience at the University of Bremen, so I think I'll be in a very good position to talk about the switch. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. It's really interesting you being around here. I'll have a lot to ask you too. So Mr. Christian, please go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Christian Elui. I'm a Nigerian as well. I live in the UK. Currently work as a full stack web developer in Cardiff Met University. So quite excited to be here and happy to share my experience as we go on.
So as you can see, we tried to kind of incorporate, we brought together a wide range of individuals from different kind of career IT paths, so to be able to give us their insights and ideas. So we start off with Kilian. So you've actually spoken a few words about yourself, and I actually want to know, being in RPA and also being a team lead, so what motivates you? Like what determined a particular career path? How can one determine a particular career path in the vast IT industry? We have RPA, we have software development, we have DevOps, we have cloud. It's crazy. Like most times, even starting a career gets so crazy. So how do one actually determine like the best route to actually go with, when it comes to IT?
Okay, good question. So as you already said, IT is such a huge field. We have so much topics, so much things around it. And I think you need to find maybe some specializing what you like to do, which is your passion, which you can say, okay, I not can do everything, because at the end you cannot do everything now about IT. So it's always good maybe to say, I try to start with one specialized topic, maybe also kind of RPA. I don't know, robotic process automation is a good topic, so something which you can show that you are specialized in, because if you have something specialized, the people needs you for a special topic. And at the end, you can make certificates, you can go to trainings and so on, and can become a professional in it, or gets a good start, or to get a good feel into it, because at the end you cannot do everything, you cannot know everything, and also the people know it, and also in the team you know it, yeah. And if you have a big team with specialized people from all over the world and all over with different topics, you have a great team. And I think
Yeah,
it's a good
of
start
course,
to find maybe a topic which you like to do.
Yeah, of course, it's always, those are a lot of things to do with your passion and what you like to do, like you said. So, Lillian, coming to you, just this question is relating to touring dev. So I wanted to ask, what actually motivates you to do what you do with regards to touring dev, and what do you think is the impact of community, joining a community or belonging to a community? What is the impact to a software developer? Because I don't think it has any impact, or does it have any impact, or just what do you think?
Yeah, I'll first of all start with my experience. I would say that I'll start with not being part of a community. When you're not part of a community, the start is always hard. I had this experience because when I wanted to go into software development, because I was switched careers, like most of you know, I have a legal background. I'm a lawyer, but I wanted to go into software and needed to switch career, but I lacked this mentorship and I lacked this, okay, where can I learn this? People will tell you go online, learn it online, watch YouTube channels, but it's not enough because you still need this kind of mentorship to know which way you're going. And without it, it makes things like really hard for someone that's starting. And now what's the importance of a community? When you belong to a community, it's like you have this confidence and this guide that, okay, I have those people that are going to help me. We're not looking at something like employer-employee relationship here. No, there's more like a buddy, someone that will guide you, tell you this is what you can do, this is where I can help you. And also someone like we call the 1 a.m. friend. Those people you can call at any time, you can send a text, I have this little blog or something, how can I do it? And they'll be ready to answer you. Not having this fear of maybe you watch a YouTube channel and then you just leave a comment in the YouTube channel waiting for somebody somewhere to answer you, hopefully. So yes,
that's nice.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. It helps a lot because when you are in a community, it means like being with a group of friends that can share ideas together and work on projects together, definitely. So Mr. Paul, over to you. So can you remind me your course of study? Like you said you studied in Bremen, which course?
Okay, I studied marine geosciences.
Wow, marine geoscience, and you're currently working in Sharp as a project manager. How are you able to switch? Because I know I have a lot of this is one of the most frequently asked questions. In fact, I'm thinking about putting it in the NiSIG website because we have a frequently asked question. Okay, I studied biological science, I studied this, how do I jump into the IT? So how are you able to do that switch into the IT industry?
Okay, thank you very much for that great question. Talking about my shift into IT, like I said, I did my master's in marine geoscience. And what I did, like the first 2-3 months before my graduation, I applied strictly to geoscience jobs. And as expected, I received 100% rejection. I mean, no chance of interview after applying. I took up the courage to apply further after I received my certificate in 2019, January specifically. And this time I supported my applications with customized recommendation letter from my supervisor that is tailored to the job description. Like I applied to up to 15 of it, and everything was also rejection. That was within the first 2 months after my graduation. So, and it took my supervisor courage to tell me that, oh man, Paul, I don't think the chance is not there. It's quite competitive, that I should consider PhD roles or like research. And I said, oh man, that might be the last option I had. And I did some research about switching to IT. And based on my research, I discovered that most people in the IT field, they are like 30 to 40% come from computer background. And the remaining 60-70% come from non-IT field.
Wow, not aware of that statistics.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah. So then when I saw that, I now thought of the fact that how do I go about it? And so part of my research, I talked to a lot of people and I got to realize that I learned about a platform called Honeypot. Honeypot is a platform whereby you put your details, your IT background, your skills, and employers will call you, will write you directly and will test you or stuff like that. So before I got into the platform, I was told to take up a code challenge like on Python, SQL, or any language I know. Then I just started taking up the bootcamp on Python and SQL. Within 1 week, that was when I applied for the Honeypot. And Honeypot gave me 4 weeks to do the code challenge. And I spoke with some of my colleagues that did computer science. And I asked like 2 or 3 of them if you could help me to run this code challenge. And to my surprise, I was told that they also don't know how to do a code challenge on Python or SQL or Java. And that further gave me the strength that, oh man, if computer scientists can find it difficult to do a code challenge in Python or Java, that means we are more or less on the same level. So I took up more energy, more effort to go dive deeper into it. And I had to, like Killian mentioned about specialization. I specifically focused on data science direction. And I took up courses on Udemy and also DataQuest, specifically data science online bootcamp course, as well as Python, Python as a data scientist. So that's direction. So I did it up to intermediate level. So I started specifically around March 2019. And from this March 2019, I stopped applying for a geoscientific job. And the moment I started putting this Python and SQL on my CV, and I began to see interviews within the first few weeks. So I was getting interview call. Even when I was learning this thing, I just put it on my CV and I was getting interview call. So this gave me more inspiration, and I had to put in more efforts, like trying to facilitate my learning to make sure I finish this thing on time. So around March, April was so intense. I had to stop the jobs I was doing, like many a job I was doing. So luckily, I finished the online the boot camps specifically around May, and I put on my LinkedIn about data science online bootcamp course and applied for jobs on LinkedIn. And around May, I received a call from a recruiter. I applied to the job in Infosys, where my first IT experience. So Infosys, the recruiter, I applied on a Friday. The following Monday, the recruiter called me and said, if I'm able to come to Frankfurt on a Friday. She just spoke to me like within 4 minutes. I was like, oh, wow. So on Friday, I went to Frankfurt and for on-site assessment day. When I got to Frankfurt, I was the only person anyway. There were 15 people that were recruited. So I got there and I was interviewed. And to my surprise, the interview never asked one question about IT skill.
No.
What I was asked about was my experience, my master thesis, to describe my thesis, what I did in my thesis. That was more or less like a technical aspect of the question that was asked. So I told them about my master thesis, and within 1 hour, I finished the interview. And as God will have his way, within 2-3 weeks, I got the offer to work at Infosys as an associate IT consultant, June 2019. So with that, when I even get to Infosys had to train us, as in with the first 3 to 4 months of Infosys was an intensive training in IT, like we learned Python, SQL, Java, big data, cloud infrastructure.
Yeah.
And I was recruited with like 14, 15 other people.
You know, Paul, we still have a lot of questions for you. So don't spill the beans, yet, we still have a lot. But before we continue, I want to remind our people tuning in that we have a lot of gifts for people. Like we have some GitHub t-shirts and stickers and for swag, so for people that are actively engaged. So we try to look at people that are actively engaged in maybe asking questions. So you can drop your questions or you can drop your engagement in the Q&A or comment section or chat box. So you can look at it. And at the end of the season, we'll try to announce people that we will be gifting small things to, so you kind of feel happy and feel refreshed. Now, Paul, that was a very nice insight, because it made me understand that IT is actually the way to go. Not for everybody though, it depends if you're interested. But because at the end of the day, it's all about determination and then direction. You need to have a direction you're going to. And it's actually refreshing to know that something you've been trying for months, and once IT stepped in, you tried for weeks and you started getting results. So that's the sweet thing about what you are currently doing. And I believe your story, and the more you have to also say, we kind of give a lot of people inspiration to understand and to be able to push through. But let's move to Christian. So Mr. Christian, a lot of people consider software development very difficult. I'm a software developer, right? But just the question is not for me. But do you think software development is difficult?
Thank you for your question, Vincent. So it's quite a tough question to answer, because it's basically a yes and a no question. So yes, software development is difficult.
Okay.
And no, it's not difficult. So why is it difficult? It's difficult if you're just trying to get into software development because you see the salary scales of people, you see how people are cashing out. People are taking remote jobs and doing 2 jobs and getting all the money. And if that's your motivation, then it might be difficult for you because you're getting you might not have the passion. If your push is just for money, then you might find it a bit difficult. But like if you are, let's say, passionate about something, passionate about maybe building a web application, or passionate about maybe building a mobile, passionate about DevOps, passionate about servers. So like this way, like you already have a sense of direction. So yes, it might not be difficult for you because here you know what you're looking for. Like say you're passionate about web development, you already know that you have a sense of direction. You already know where to start looking at. You already know like the sort of materials you'll be looking at. You already know, like you just have a sense of direction. So it's hard if you're going into IT for the wrong, for the wrong, if you're going in for the wrong reasons. You're going in because you want a job that pays you. So because if you're going in because you want a job that pays you, you'll be on the fast track. You won't be patient enough to learn, what you're meant to learn because you want to start cashing out straight up. But if you're passionate about, say, web development, then you start, you become about it. You start like asking the right questions, looking out for the proper mentor, like Jimmy, like Killian's talked about. So if you're on the right path and you're coming with like a proper drive, then you'll be doing things like starting out small, like going to maybe W3 schools to start with the basics, like understanding how the web works, how does HTML, how do things get rendered on the web. Then you're looking at HTML. When you understand HTML, you start going into CSS. Like this way.
You're trying to spill all the beans. So calm down. We are getting to that part of the question because the whole idea is all about you connecting with the right people, then possibly joining the right community with that to be able to grow perfectly. So but we're coming back to the software development aspect of life. Now I think I'll jump over to Killian again. Now this is a 2-in-1 question, right? So now a lot of time we notice that a lot of people are scared to even apply for IT jobs because they don't even have the experience, right? I don't really have any experience and I'm graduating. So now the first question out of the 2 questions is can I get hired without any experience? So that's the first question. Now, the second question is you are okay, you are also a hiring manager. I'll call you that because you interviewed me definitely. So you're also a hiring manager. So now we get a lot of rejections, even with IT jobs. Forget what Paul said, because even in IT jobs, you can apply for, assuming 100 jobs, and you still get like 90 rejections or 99 rejections. So there's a lot of rejections, right? So forget the emotional side of dealing with the rejection. That's a story for another day. That's the story that the psychologist talked about. Now, in your experience too, this is the second question. What do you think we can do right, or what do you think we can do, or what do you think we can write to be able to get the attention of the hiring manager, or let's assume to be able to get your attention? So what do you think we need to do different to be able to get your attention, you now, for example, as a hiring manager?
Okay, a good question. Maybe to say it in yes or no. So you always can get in the IT job if you're not totally experienced, yeah. But at the end, you need maybe have a first idea or a first topic, and you need to show, especially to the hiring manager, that you are willing to learn and that you are willing to do. And I also remember at our meeting, and this was also maybe a story I can tell.
Yeah,
I remember I asked you, you told me you can develop C#, and I said, can you also do Python? And you said, not really, but I know it's a coding language, and if I can C#, I'm pretty sure I can also learn Python. It's not a big deal.
Of course.
And I'm willing to do it. So this showed me really, okay, you want to do it. So you showed me, you said, no, I can't do it, then I'm out. You said, you know what? For sure, I can do it. I will learn it. I'm willing to do it. So this is always a good point, that you can show that you try to yeah, to be willing to learn. And it's always, as we see in the IT, it's always a field which is growing and changing. And even in the 5 years I worked, it changed so much. And you always have to change also yourself, and you have to show it to the hiring manager to show that you can be changing yourself, willing to learn, always go on. And I think this is always a good point to show it. And also a good point is maybe to go on an event like this, yeah, to meet the hiring manager in person. I think at the end, if you only send your CV, it's only paper with some data on it, and the people have a lot of papers and have CVs to check. But at the end, it's always good if you can try to meet a person and show your personality, yeah, because you are not only a paper with some data, you are a person and you can show your skills. And I would say, for sure, you get canceled and you say, okay, we don't have a job for you. This is normal. I also had it. Yeah, this is which we all will learn from. I think it's not often that it's working from the first time. But at the end, you should become stronger from it, learn from it, happy to invite to an interview, learn from it, and so on. And always, be yourself and become better and better.
Yeah, because you spoke about CV, I don't want to leave you yet. You said something about CV, right? So most times when I look at my CV, when I was searching for a job, or assuming I'm searching for a job, right? And I'm looking at my CV, I ask myself, okay, what will actually be the first thing the hiring manager looks at, to help him? Because let's assume you have like 100 CV, for example, to look at, right? So that means you have like barely 2 minutes to actually focus on a CV and then maybe get the necessary details. So what is the first thing you look at when you maybe you are viewing my CV now? What is the first thing you look at so that to determine whether, okay, let me keep him by the side, or no, like that, straight up. So what is the first thing that you look out for? So quickly, just so that I'll jump over to the other.
So me personally, I always look on the top, the first sentence. So normally you have some kind of a sentence about shortly describing yourself, and then I'm searching already about, okay, what is the IT skill? What was the part you can see? What is inexperienced in? And then I also have a look certificates and so on. So all which is related to the IT part. At the end, if it's red, if there's a picture on it, or this is not the first thing, you normally check about the first sentence, and then also the IT part to check, okay, what can the person really do, and then you go through and then you can see, okay, maybe hobbies and so on. But the first thing is normally, okay, check the IT skills around certificates and so on to get an idea what is the skill level.
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much. I think now, Chinwe, so now, Lillian. So I'll ask you, so what are the other IT? You've spoken about RPA, right? And a lot of people are still, fortunately, you are still in the same, you are in the same field with Gillian. So RPA, a lot of people don't even know about RPA. So I'll ask you quickly, just in less than a minute. So what is RPA, right? And what are the other career path that people can actually learn, that is also close to or related to RPA? Quickly.
Okay, yeah. So RPA is a short for robotics process automation, and it has to do with building software robots. Now, this way I'll tell you what RPA is not. I know when a lot of people hear, oh, robotic process automation, we're going to be building robots. It's not those industrial robots you see or maybe these humanoid robots. No, that's not what RPA is. RPA is about building software robots that works on your computer, that takes over your computer and do daily tasks for you. It's always beneficial to enterprises where they have to deal with high volume task or maybe repetitive task and so on. So what do these software robots, they do daily tasks like, for example, things as simple as click functions, or let's say keyboard functions, they do it, or even moving folders or reading emails, basically. But it's most beneficial when it has to do with intensive and high volume work. Vincent, what was the next question?
So like, what are the other, so definitely RPA doesn't involve much programming, right? So for some people that might not actually be out to start writing plenty codes, they don't. So what are the other things that might be close to RPA that, because for people that don't know, RPA is also a very highly sought after skill too. So what are the other fields that might be closely related to RPA that can also work together with them?
So yeah, with RPA it's kind of a low code development. You know, a lot of people are like, okay, I want to go into IT, but I'm not ready for all this hard coding. Or some people are like, okay, I'm trying to switch. I didn't start coding as a kid or whatever. Now with RPA and other low-code platforms, which I'll go into, it's like a career path, and IT and another way to get into IT without having to learn hard coding. Of course, you need the basics sometimes in Python or C# or even Visual Basics, you know. But this is also another way, like, to go into IT without having to learn the hard code. And also when it comes to RPA and low-code platform, now a lot of them must have heard or maybe not have heard of low-code and no-code platforms. Now, what are these kind of platforms? These are platforms that help you to develop, to be able to develop codes without having to basically code. So it's more of a drag and drop functions that already inbuilt components that you can work with that have already been built on the platform, and you still be able to build a board with processes.
Don't worry, scholars have Google. They will Google the rest of the information. So now I'll quickly jump over to Mr. Paul. So now the wow factor about you is, you know, moving from non-IT field to an IT field, right? You know, you've actually spoke about how you're able to take the move and what's happened in between, but, you know, what are the direct tips or you can actually give to somebody out there listening to me that listening to you that is thinking of, is he actually a right move for me, or will I have this there's this, what we call it, this impersonation kind of that's happening to some people that actually come from a non-IT background to IT field. So what do you think? What is the tip you can give them to kind of make them quickly make that switch and then start possibly making ends meet? Because at the end of the day, everybody's looking to make ends meet.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, I would like to talk about the notion. Before I talk about the tips, the notion that I need to tell the listener is the fact that, first of all, like no matter your background, no matter what your background is, you can switch to IT. Then two, if you have a degree, you do not need to go to any other school again to enter into IT. Then also there are always new things to learn, and you should be ready to get challenged, and you don't have to know everything, like Killian mentioned, and there are a lot of free and cheap resources out there to get started. So talking about the tips, so a good tip I would like to tell people that want to go into IT is that, first of all, try to assess your values and interests and decide on which of the branches of IT that will interest you the most. Like I mentioned, we have data science, we have software development, we have cloud, we have cybersecurity. It's endless. You don't have to follow the same path every person follow. So research and look for what interests you the most, what is most exciting to you, then follow that direction. Then two is to take up certifications and align to the field where you are interested in and buttress it very well. And another tip I will tell people is the fact that you don't give up. Just keep trying. Just keep trying. It's the same thing everywhere. And another very keynote is the fact that going into IT does not mean you are losing your field, your field of study. Like when you are really studying your field of study, whether environmental or health, IT is even needed right there. So it's not wasted. The knowledge you are gaining from going into IT is not wasted because you are even still required. They still want you in that particular field of yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Very nice hearing that. So now, so before I go forward, so don't forget you can also drop your questions in the chat in the Q&A section, and if you are watching us from YouTube, you can also drop your question in the chat section of the YouTube. So I'll try to make justice to all the questions. Now, so the last question before we now start going into the Q&A round. I know a lot of questions are popping up in the Q&A, so I'll try to do justice to that. So now, last questions to you, Chooks. You know, there's this problem with learning programming language, because the issue is not just about having a motivation to learn it, right? I might be motivated 100%. I wake up by 3 a.m. every day to learn, for example, Python. And before 3 a.m. the next morning, that after going to work and coming back, 3 a.m. the next morning, I've forgotten how to print correctly, what I'm meant to put there. So now the question is, so what is the fastest way or the most effective way or efficient way to be able to learn program and land a software development job? And also, how can one, is a 2-in-1 question. So how can one grow, in its current, let's assume some of us are already in IT, right? So how can we grow in our current state or in our current status in IT? So these are the 2 questions I have for you now.
All right, thank you for that. So firstly, the fastest way to land an IT job, I'm not sure of the fastest way.
No, to learn programming now,
okay,
you need to learn before you land.
Okay, so the way it worked for me, the most important thing is to understand yourself and staying true to yourself. So for somebody like me, I started out reading Java how to program, buying the books and reading a lot of documentations. But at the end of the day, I found out that sometimes I really struggled with, diving into those books first of all. So I discovered going to watch, tutorials. You can get some of these tutorials before you get on to pay. Maybe go on YouTube. There are a lot of free resources. So I started out with if I want to learn a new language, sometimes I first of all go to YouTube and watch a few tutorials to understand the basics of this thing. So I found out that it made it much easier for me. So if I'm trying to jump on Python, I go to Python basics on YouTube, watch them, somebody talks me through them. So by the time I go to read a textbook or maybe a documentation about this language or maybe a framework, it's already registering in my head. So I already know basics before building on these basics by reading. So the first of all is finding out what learning process works better for you. So by the time you define this and you already know how best to go about it. So after you've learned the basics of this programming language or maybe this framework, you start with building. So it's very important that you build. So you don't just read. You want to learn Python, you read about Python, read everything, the syntaxes and the data structures. But if you're not actually using it to build something, then you would never learn it. So it's quite important to maybe start out building something very little, maybe a small task list or whatever. Just build and keep building and building, because that's how you master it fast. So by the time you've built 1 or 2 small, crude applications, you already have something you can maybe put somewhere and show people to say, oh, I know how to do this, and this is what I've been able to get to build with this. So when you've gotten to this stage, how do you improve? It's quite important that you start investing in yourself. So you don't there are resources on YouTube and free blogs where you can read and get some sort of knowledges, but there are courses that you need to pay for, maybe on Udemy, maybe on Pluralsight. So you need to bring out your funds, this money that you use to enjoy yourself. Is it to pay for tutorials? So by the time you've used your money to pay for this, that's going to be a drive for you to always try to listen to watch these tutorials and replicate whatever you've learned there. So for the part of landing a job itself, it's a hard skill, because you find out you go to interviews and you get embarrassed with algorithm challenges. So getting a job itself is a skill that needs learning. So you have to go on algorithm challenge websites like LeetCode, go through start with the basics, learn how to solve problems, because most times this is what recruiters are looking for. So if you struggle with algorithms, it's hard. It's really hard. Sure. But if you don't practice it, you'll never get better at it.
Yeah, so the whole thing is practice, practice, and then possibly because you need to be building stuff in the process of practicing. So that's why we also try to form this community. It's totally free, guys. Nobody is paying 10 cents for anything. It's just a community of guys that are actually learning each other, learning software and a lot of stuff together, and then growing together. So that's the purpose of what we're doing. So it's totally free, and nobody knows it all, and nobody is paying anything for anything. So now so this question goes to okay, of course it goes to Killian, but I'm going to add one more question to it to try to put you in a little spot. So let me read the question as it came. So my question goes to Killian. I'm planning on doing my thesis in malware detection analysis using process automation techniques. Is this area of interest to CGI? And if it is it possible for me to get an internship at CGI, subsequently leading to doing my thesis at the company?
Okay, good question. So it's a very detailed question, but to be honest, yes, for sure, there's a possibility. And maybe I also would like to please you maybe later, Vincent, if you want to share my contact to the people that you maybe can share, that they can send me their CVs and so on. But it's an interesting topic, and we all have always searching for thesis and so on at CGI, especially also in the innovation lab, which I'm leading. So sure, why not? It would be happy if I get your CV and we can have a first talk.
Okay,
great.
So we'll try to so now, okay, although the question is still related to what you've answered, but I'll still put it out so that it will go straight the way it came from. So so is it possible, having been here, like before now, we've been talking about the Nigeria community, and then how it still goes to Killian too, and how we try to help as much as we can. And on several occasions, you've wanted to hire Nigerians, and you've come to, okay, this person, what. So my question still goes to how do people actually reach out to you? So you want us to kind of send the CVs to email, because most times going through the official application and the rest, we don't know if it's coming to you directly, or we don't know if it's and can you also help, maybe, for example, if possible, that is not within the scope of your hiring, can you also help kind of push it a little bit into the next level, so to say, to make things easier and to make the process more seamless for us?
So how we can reach it, or what do you
want? No, my question is it possible for you to kind of help kind of in hiring more of us, kind of in such a way that people that are actually qualified to be able to reach out? Because I'm going to drop your email address so that people can be able to also reach out. And is it possible for us to be able to have more opportunities? Because it's possible that someone that is not within your scope apply for a job, right? For example, maybe, I don't know, somebody that does not fall within your group or your team, is it possible for you to actually push the person next, maybe to the person that might also be interested in hiring such materials? Because we have a lot of good materials here in NiSIG.
Sure, I will try my best. So at the end, it's always better if you send the CV, or if I send the CV to maybe a manager or someone else, and take look at it instead of he gets it from the system by automated process. So it's always would be better, and I would be proud to do it. Okay. Maybe I cannot do it for 100 CVs, but
sure.
I would be proud to check it and to share it. And I think it's even if you say I'm doing also the normal process, give it to me. I will try to do the double, and we can see what we can do.
Oh, thank you very much. So this actually means a lot to us as a community, and you doing this for us. So now so I think the next question I think goes to Lillian too. So Lillian, how are you able to, you are kind of in the same position, not in the same position, but the same seat as Paul, to having migrated from law to tech, how are you able to do that, as a woman, and as a woman in tech, how do you feel in a male-dominated industry? Do you have this kind of, most times do you feel like, oh, the guys are kind of trying to shook you up, or do you feel free, as the case may be? Because of course CGI is a very nice company, and we are this open.
First of all, I'll start with the first question. Yes, I'm a lawyer, and I switched. I want to say totally switch, but like Paul says, that even despite the fact that you read, you studied something else, you will still go back. It doesn't leave you entirely. And yeah, there are times that I also get emails from my colleagues in the legal field asking me, oh, that how would this thing, we have to, because they do have all these receipts and bills, and I do help them with freelancing in automating their finance processes and also some of their data and creating databases for them, because it's a big thing in the legal department. And also switching, how did I start? Yeah, at the beginning I was like, okay, I want to go into IT, but how do I have to read a whole textbook in Python? Do I have to now do a boot camp in? Yes, I did all those things, but I wanted something like, okay, how do I get into a field that it's already so dominated and everything? Now this is like more of I'll advise, it's both for everyone. I looked at, okay, now this is IT. Which field you have to decide, where do you want to go to? As Killian mentioned, there's so many IT parts. Do you want this? Do you want that? And when I looked at everything, I came to learn about low code and no code platform. That was like 2 years ago, because before that I thought maybe I had to like go into serious Java development and everything to be a software developer. No. So 2 years ago, I got into that. I heard about low code and no code platforms, and I had this interest. Okay, let me know what this is all about. And then through my professor, I also learned about RPA. So, as Paul also said, you need that interest. So when I started reading about it, it was something new. I asked classmates, I asked colleagues, but nobody were like, they said they don't really know, they may have heard the word, but I couldn't find anybody that would tell me that, okay, I'm good in this and I can help you, because it was also a new technology. So I had to start learning. It's about self-discipline and that passion. So because I liked this whole RPA technology and everything surrounding it, I started learning it on my own.
Okay.
I started checking tools I could use, because there's so many RPA tools and everything. You need to also find where you want to be. And I started learning on my own. And I realized that it's not just about reading. You also need the experience or the practice in it. And also it's also a new thing it's basically a new thing. RPA is not as old as, I don't think it's up to 7 years or 10 years. No, it's something really recent. So I started applying, because you need practice. It's not just about reading and reading the whole or attending some academy or online courses. So I applied for an internship. I created, and as also I think someone might have asked, or you asked that question, how do you also apply without any skills in RPA?
Yeah.
What I actually did when I was applying was I created a bot, an RPA bot, like just a small demo. So during one of my interviews, I was asked about RPA, like what skills do you have or this? And I told the interviewer that I could show you one of my bots if there is, and show you what I can do and my capabilities. That's although I don't have the experience, but I've worked on personal private projects.
Good.
So I showed the robot, and the interviewer was impressed. Okay, so we'll get back to you. And I got the job.
Wow.
Although I never worked there, because I got a better offer.
You got to CGI.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah,
sure.
Also with projects I was doing in RPA projects I was doing in school, my professor, he actually also sent a recommendation. So he asked me, and there's this company that are looking for interns that am I interested? I said yes, okay, and then that's how I also did another internship.
Sure.
And then I ended up in CGI.
Yeah.
And for women, I won't say that anybody can do it. Well, I don't think we're still in a world where we say, there's so many men, it's a men-dominated world. No. Yeah, basically, actually, my team, I'm kind of the only RPA developer. But we need more people to come in.
Yeah, sure.
We need more people to come into RPA. It's something I think anybody can learn.
Yeah,
if
of course.
you put in the effort. Anybody can learn this RPA.
I agree.
So
thank you very much. So that's so nice. So this question is for Mr. Paul. So, the question, let me just read it as it came. So what is the tech job prospect for non-technical but IT professionals in your industry? I mean, things like data science, privacy, social technical analysis, etc. So you're mute.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The question, I don't really understand the question very well. Does
Yeah,
the person
so
mean?
he wants to know the prospect, like the prospect, like the future. What's the future looking like for non-technical but IT professionals in the industry? Whether they woke up one day and say, please, if you're not with a computer science degree, please, you are sacked.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Something.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's a very good one. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say, based from my own perspective, I think it's really the right time to even talk about it because I'm a living witness, and I entered, like I mentioned before, I entered Infosys as an IT consultant, and I stayed in Infosys for, like, let me say, almost 2 years. And the moment you are into it, like your background, people no longer ask about your background again. It's what matter at that point is your experience, your current job. I was headhunted by a recruiter to join Sharp around May this year, for as a project manager. And while even in Sharp, you still have a lot of things that you could still see. As in, how will I put it? It's based on your interests. Like the opportunities are endless. You could switch from software development to data to cloud to whatever you want to do. So this is like more or less like a confidential information. Like when I joined Sharp, within the 4 or 5 months, I discovered that it doesn't really fit what I'm expecting. So officially, October this year, last week Friday, October 1st, I got a new position as a cloud engineer in in a different firm. So that is just to make you understand how flexible it is. You can decide how you want to shape things by yourself, how you want it to be. It's very, very, as long as you are ready to learn new things and you are flexible, it's not very easy. It's challenging, of course, but you just have to be very prepared for it and know what you want and be very, very flexible. It's possible. Your background can never affect you once you are into it. Just be open to learn and advance. The sky is the limit.
Of course, thank you very much. Is really awesome. So so the last question for now or for this period, goes to Chuk. So I want to ask so what do you think was the impact of community, in developing you? Because I know this story, but they don't know. So what do you think is the impact of community in your development? Because as a software guy, you always relate with people and the rest. So what do you think was the impact? Does it have any impact, or was it just one of those time wasting opportunities or rice eating opportunities in CC Hub? Your moods, please.
Thank you very much for the question.
Yeah.
So we can't really undermine the importance of community. So it's very important. So back when I started out as an intern, I started out being an intern. So back then, I was always, going to meetups in Lagos. Yes, a lot of meetups in CC Hub and Idea Hub. Everywhere in Lagos, I was always there. So what it really did for me then was, go there, you listen to people, you listen to like people's revelations and how they started and what they're doing, where they are. And, like it keeps you hungry. It keeps you really hungry. Like you go home thinking about things. How do I be like this guy? How do I do this? How do I like start speaking at a conference one day? Like, so being part of a community is very, very, very important too. Because within the community, you're going to find somebody like a mentor, like let's say a buddy, like someone you can always talk to and say, oh, I'm trying to do this thing, I'm struggling with it. And hopefully if the person is resourceful, hopefully they will be ready to help you and come in to point you to the right direction, or if you get to like point you to the right direction or ask somebody else. And like, so these are things you get from a community. You get like that drive. It keeps you hungry, it gives you the drive, it points you to the right direction. And you notice if you're not with a community and you're trying to work these things out on your own. So I can remember before I moved to Lagos, after when I was studying like in the Eastern Nigeria, I studied information technology. I've tried to, learn programming a lot. I knew PHP, I knew like a lot of the basics, but when I try to build things on my own, I could be stuck in a bug for 1 month and I'll be like, no, I can't be bothered with this. But it was different by the time I was done with uni and I moved to Lagos and was part of the community. So if I'm stuck somewhere, like you meet people you meet at the community or maybe at the hackathon you've been to, you talk to them and they point you to the right direction. So at the beginning stage, community is very, very important. So you need to belong somewhere. So it's quite important.
Yeah, because, a lot of us don't even, although it's possible for you to also grow in IT without, your community participation, but it's also very key to development, in everything you are doing, because I believe like when you learn in group, you learn more, just like your normal learning academics, your day-to-day academics. So let me, so now to wrap it up, we have, so, a lot of people are also giving testimony. Like we have this person that said, I have a bachelor's degree in history and international studies. I have been working as a quality assurance analyst and a working student in Berlin. So I recently got a full-time job. Oh, really? So I don't know how true this is, but well, it falls beyond the scope of this. He said recently got a full-time job, but he was denied permit because he's a non-IT background. So, most things with this is that it's mostly city dependent on all the city that you are. So right now, I want to really thank all our speakers for really making our time to be with us today. It's really a pleasure. Say thank you, Killian. So before we go, we promised that some people are actually going to win something. So let me quickly call out the people that won. So randomly, a member of the GitHub team was in the background trying to select the winner of randomly. It was selected randomly, right? So I'll share my screen to kind of show the winner. So if you know you won, you just send me your details through info@trueindev.com so that we'll be able to. So we have the t-shirts winner, Mr. Joseph Oko, we have Dr. Bosiad, we have Zainab, and other winners are going to win some swag such as BD, Omo Madia or Olaide, and then Hakim Efe Maria. Please kindly send in your details and then we'll be able to send your details and we'll get your postal address and we'll be able to send this stuff to you immediately. So thank you very much, Mr. Killian, for being here. It's such an honor to have you here, and you really added color to the whole thing. And thank you, Lillian. Thank you, Mr. Paul, and thank you, Christian. All of you were really awesome, and the content you produced for us today and you gave to us, it was beyond measure. Thank you very much for being here. So any last word from you? Maybe 30 seconds. Any last word from you, Killian? So we'll go down.
Thank you that I could be here. It was a pleasure, really. And maybe as last tip, don't be always think, no, we know everything. And if we say no, RPA is the top solution, you have to do it. Find your own way and do what you like to do. Use your passion.
All right. So Lillian?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. And I will say again, it's always good to be part of a community that can help you. Don't struggle the hard way by learning on your own. You can always be with a community that you will all learn together, grow together, teach each other. And that's the purpose of Turing Dev. We help each other, we train with each other. It will make your career journey, your IT career journey in whatever area you want to join, at least smoother. So thank you everyone for your attention.
Yeah, then Mr. Paul.
Yeah, okay. A big shout out and appreciation to the executive team for setting this interesting topic and giving me, and I'm very humbled to be part of it. And because webinars like this is it's good to shape people and redirect scholars into the right path. So I have an advice for job seekers, and no matter what you're going through right now in your field or to IT, just keep pressing on. Don't do it with emotion. Something will definitely come up. Just keep on going. Thank you.
Christian?
Thank you everyone for having me, and it's been a pleasure. So also for the job seekers, rejection is part of it. So you just need to keep pushing. Before I got my job, I had like so many rejections, but one thing I did that worked for me was always try to ask for feedbacks. From the feedbacks, you could know like where you could improve in your next application or your next interview. So never give up, and the rejections are going to come, but the heat is on the way.
Thank you
everyone once more.
Yeah, Thank you very much, the panelists. It's been awesome having you guys around. And don't forget, if you want to join the TurinDev community, just head over to turindev.com and then you join the TurinDev community. Coming up next, we have the Dean, PhD, and postdoc in Germany, an academic guide for scholars and prospective scholars. So, Olamide, are you ready for me?
Lumide is ready, yes.
Oh, I'm handing over the baton to you, so you just go ahead with the rest of the program.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, signing out here.
Right, that was a wonderful session, don't you think? I think that was very loaded, and I feel I want to look into our RPA now. Is it RPA? So yeah, that was great, and looking forward to learn more about the TurinDev, and yeah, hopefully joining in the coming days. And the next session is. Yes, the next session is about, it's going to be an informative one, I promise. It's about getting a PhD or a postdoc in Germany. We all know how the job market seem to be very demanding this time around. And surely the getting a PhD or a postdoc would put one on the fast track in this ever-demanding and fast-paced job market. And experience, they say, is the best teacher, and who best to walk us through this process than a teacher himself, an experienced teacher, is also a founder and director at the Steinbeis Institute for Materials, Applications and 3D Printing Solutions, IMAPS in short, and is no other than the brilliant Professor Brando Okolo. Is the professor with us now? I think while we wait for the professor to come up, yeah, for me, I don't know, for many people, this particular piece of information is very useful. I mean, maybe not personally, if you do not see yourself going into a PhD or going into academia or just going into research generally. I mean, you can easily share such a piece of information you garner from today's session. So I encourage you all to be attentive, and again, use the chat box, and whether on YouTube or on Zoom, engage in conversation, and most importantly, keep your questions clear and concise. I think the professor has a problem connecting. Could someone help out the professor, please? I think he has.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon, Olumide. How are you?
I am good, thank you. And you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thanks.
Amazing. So I think I have the hair, I have the glasses, I seem to have the looks. Tell me, what else do I need to start, I mean, to begin or to get a PhD or a postdoc in Germany? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. If you don't mind, can I share my screen? Is that possible?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry, before you begin, would you like to take some time to answer questions at the end of the presentation, or would you like me to cut into the presentation?
Well, whichever one you prefer, I don't mind, really.
Okay, we'll just gather the questions then for later.
Okay.
Please go on, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. This is the third time I believe I'm speaking to the Nigerian scholars in Germany. And when I was approached to speak about doing a PhD or postdoc here in Germany, I mean, it's probably something most of you are already familiar with, but I also try to highlight a few things which are personal because I'm drawing this out of my own experience as a former doctorand, as we say in Germany, and having done my postdoc and going on to become a university professor here in Germany. So for my presentation today, I've tried to put together some topics which we can both discuss and expatiate on. So first of all is, what is a PhD? Oftentimes when we hear about the word PhD, of course it's the highest possible academic position you can attain, but it comes with a lot of responsibilities as well. It comes with a lot of hard work, and it's something you need to be able to protect. Once you have a PhD, it belongs to you. Nobody's ever going to take it away from you, really. So we'll also talk about the motivation for pursuing a PhD in Germany, and how to pursue a PhD in Germany. When you actually then become a doctorand or a PhD candidate or a PhD student, how you relate to your colleagues, other PhDs, both those that join at the same time with you, those that are your seniors, and those that come from completely different disciplines, and how to manage your work till you actually write your dissertation, and how to manage your supervisor or supervisors, depending on the structure of PhD you have till this dissertation, and opting for postdoc in Germany. I mean, oftentimes when somebody says, I'm going in for a postdoc, what comes to mind is that this person has resolved to pursue a career in academia. It comes, of course, you need to have a calling for that, I would say. Yeah. So if the calling is not there and you get into university lifestyle as an academic staff, it could be boring if the calling is not there. Okay, good. So what is a PhD? Of course, there are several types of PhDs. The word PhD stands for Doctor of Philosophy. It's taken from the Latin word, and it comes in all kinds of forms. Here in Germany, at least, you have a PhD in engineering, PhD in natural sciences, but there are, of course, other types of PhDs, not just in Germany, but around the world. You can get a PhD in business administration. You can have your PhD in education, in social sciences. And as you can see here on those tables, they come with all kinds of acronyms, DProf, DAC. You can have a Doctor of Theology, Doctor of Science, and so forth and so forth. Yeah. Once you get into mainstream society, the kind of PhD you have doesn't really count. What counts is that you have a doctor title, really. Except you're on campus and you're operating within an academic environment, then sometimes people want to know what kind of a PhD you have. In fact, here in Germany, there's a clear distinction when you address yourself, whether you have a doctorate in engineering or Doctor of Natural Science or Dr. Nat, as we call that in Germany. And this is very peculiar to Germany, really, where this distinction is portrayed in public. Okay. Good. So Doctor of Philosophy, it's the highest level of academic qualification that is achievable. Beyond that, you can't do more, really, within the confines of an academic environment. It's a PhD and then that's it, really. Typically takes 3 to 5 years of full academic work to earn. Some people spend longer times for all kinds of reasons, due to health reasons, due to financial reasons, sometimes due to reasons related to the work. You've not been able to get the right result. The supervisor and the funding body still believes in you, and they're prepared to provide additional funding to keep you running on that program, and then you stay longer. Or the funding body, especially your supervisor, because the supervisor, of course, has a final say. They have a hunch that you're onto something exciting, and they decide to keep you longer. Sometimes you're kept longer because you've probably not generated the right results, and you're running out of funds. They decide to extend your stay to make sure that you complete your work, either based on sympathetic reasons or based on the fact that they truly believe in you and they extend your stay. So, but typically you would spend 3 to 5 years. Those of all that have very strict funding for their PhD work, or they have fellowships that are really tenured, you typically will spend 3 years, and your eyes are really on those 3 years to make sure that you conclude your work within 3 years, because you know that they definitely might not be funding beyond 3 years. So you're under pressure to focus on what needs to be done and finish your work in 3 years. And of course, the PhD work involves original work that contributes to knowledge in the field which you've chosen to work on. I mean, when you hear the word original work, the expectation, of course, is not for you to invent the wheel, but you're expected to do something novel. You're expected to do something that is new, that's something that clearly does contribute to the body of knowledge, a body of know-how in the field you're going to work. So I especially like this this illustration here when you go from the circle all the way down to that circle, you get a sense of how your focus as a student keeps narrowing down from looking at the broad picture all the way down to focusing on a very small or minute aspect of knowledge and trying to develop that aspect or move the boundary of what's known to what's unknown within that field until you get your PhD. And in Germany, there are 3 ways you can actually pursue your PhD work. So you can pursue your PhD work as an individual or a private candidate, or you can get involved in a structured PhD program. Normally that comes with a fellowship, or you can pursue your PhD as a professional. So the PhD work is funded by a company and they have very clear tasks on what needs to be done. They hire a PhD student to come and work on it, and you're salaried. That means the funding you receive is taxed, basically. And typically you will spend about 5 years working on well-defined practical applications-driven topic until you earn your PhD. For the private candidate, you typically would be off campus. So you're probably at home, you approach a professor, you send in a proposal, a topic you want to work on. If the professor finds it exciting, he agrees to supervise you. You organize your funding yourself. You get that funding either from bank loans, from family and friends, or from a foundation, depending on how keen the foundation is to supporting you. And the conditions that are prevalent here is that you can choose your supervisor, basically, and you can choose a topic you want to work on. You don't have to attend lectures and seminars. You work at your own pace, and funding is self-arranged. For the structured PhD program, with probably most foreign students, I would imagine, a majority of Germans who conduct PhD work fall under this category. You have a structured PhD program. You're working either on campus or from research institutes, some of the government-based research institutes around the country. In this case, you have a supervisor that is assigned to you, or a group of supervisors that are assigned to you, depending on what kind of arrangement you have for the PhD. There are cases where you have a double PhD where you're supervised from two different institutions. The topics are, of course, agreed upon and well aligned, and the PhD is awarded by two different academic institutions. Of course, the topic is assigned to you. There's a non-obligatory lecture attendance. So in some cases, it's obligatory. You're required to take certain courses and pass those courses because those courses are relevant for the nature of work you would have to do as a PhD candidate. Sometimes it's not obligatory, it's something that you decide yourself. You feel that you're weak in a certain field and that you need to strengthen your know-how in that field, then you decide to attend lectures. Essentially, don't take exams really as a PhD student, except for the defense of your PhD work. In this case, your program is tenured, so there's a time scale. As I said, normally it falls within 3 to 5 years, and this is oftentimes clearly defined in the contract that you're provided with, and you essentially keep that date in mind. If you ever lose sight of it, you could get in big trouble. Yeah, and it comes oftentimes with a fellowship, a grant, or a scholarship, depending on who the awarding body is. And then you have the professional PhD, where the work you do is practice-based. So this type of PhD almost mirrors the so-called dual studium of the German system, where you're working and doing your academic work at the same time. In this case, it takes place in a company. Of course, there has to be a legal academic institution that awards the degree at the end of your work. You probably will be periodically collaborating or meeting with potential examiners, oftentimes that would come from the universities. But at the location where you are conducting this PhD in the company, your supervisor is either already a PhD holder himself or a senior staff of the company who has the experience, the skill sets, and the know-how to supervise the work you're doing in the company. That, of course, work that would eventually lead to the awarding of a PhD degree. Okay. In this case, there's an individual that is assigned to you. You have no choice to pick this person. The awarding or the funding body assigns this person to you. The topic is selected by the funding body, and the area of work you will be embarking on is mainly applied research based. So, and you're on a salary. So that means you get funding that is taxed at the end of the day. So the administrative work that is required to get that money into your account at the end of the month is all handled by the company. They actually hire you just the way they would hire any staff. And the fact that you've done your PhD with them does not guarantee being hired at the end of the work. It doesn't guarantee that. So in all cases, you are in all types of PhD, of course, wisdom requires that you are already thinking strategically about what happens after this phase of PhD work. Okay. So I quietly went into the internet and also from other sources of the net to get a sense of what motivates people to embark on PhD work. So what we see here is a distribution of the different respondents. Some people say the attraction to the program is to be able to have the doctor title next to their name. Some people say because of love for academic work. Some people say they have a keen interest in a certain subject or topic, and they feel that embarking on the PhD program would give them greater insight into that topic and probably allow them distinguish themselves in that field. Some people embark on PhD work because they've been applying for, jobs in companies and it's not forthcoming, and they apply for PhD and they get accepted for it simply because they don't want to be idle, and they, take up this program. Some people are driven by, the earnings. So the thinking, of course, is that once you have a PhD or you have a doctorate, you start off on a salary scale that is highly attractive, but that's not always the case. Yeah. And of course, especially for those of us that are coming from overseas, especially in developing countries, we have a portion of our population that apply for PhD because of immigration security. We finished our master's, went back on a second master's degree. We apply for jobs for all kinds of reasons. We don't get those jobs. And then after the third master's degree, we feel, okay, it's time probably to apply for a PhD as a backup. And it works. You get accepted for a PhD program and you start that journey, that 3 or 5 year journey, reluctantly, I would say, into the life of becoming a PhD holder. So these are, the various reasons or motivations why those of us coming from third or second countries or non-European countries would embark on PhD.
Yeah, sorry, quickly, sorry, before we go to the next slide, some questions have come in so far. And,
yeah. Already?
Yes, already. So particularly regarding, one slide back, please. Yeah, so it's regarding the structured fellowship. Is it automatic, the fellowship grant or scholarship?
Yeah, so in the coming slides, I'm going to also highlight on how you actually get accepted for a PhD program. So once you're accepted, then the funding body already knows whether this is going to be structured or non-structured. So if you have a fellowship, immediately the fellowship comes with a monetary grant, and that grant is tenured. Of course, it is attached to an academic body. That academic body could be a university group or a research institute that has applied for that or co-applied for that grant, or willing to supervise whoever has that grant, and then and the program starts once a date is agreed upon. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and another question is how feasible is the individual or private? Because I think this is not so popular, especially among migrants. Yeah. So how feasible is it for us as international students to take up this private
it is
PhD?
It is very feasible. So the first thing, of course, you would do is to formulate your research question, I would say, and identify an academic person. First, not the institution. You need to identify an individual, typically who would be resident in a university as a professor, who would be willing to supervise you. And this person oftentimes would come with a level of knowledge that would allow supervision of the topic you are interested in. And part of the discussions you'll be having, of course, with this person is the funding. And you need to be in a position to provide evidence of having that funding. And that means, of course, that if you're a migrant and you're coming with a lot of cash into Germany, sufficient cash to keep you running for between 3 to 5 years, and you show this, and that cash or that funding is guaranteed, you could easily find a supervisor on campus willing to supervise you. Okay.
Yeah, when you're talking about cash, how much are we talking about here?
So officially, the German government requires that if you were a PhD student here in Germany, you would need roughly 820 or 819 euro to survive every month. Most PhD fellowship programs would come with a grant of between 1,000 and 1,300 euro a month. So you need to be able to match that up. So essentially the funding you come with must be within an officially acceptable number, okay?
Oh, yeah, thank you. And to the motivation, you mentioned, of course, that some people do a PhD out of necessity, basically, because, yeah, maybe they're unable to find a job, or, yeah, they just, I just had to take it up. So the question then is, what role does it play in securing maybe a German citizenship?
Wow. You mean what plays in securing a German citizenship?
Oh, yeah, the PhD.
You mean if you have a PhD at the end of you
Yes.
get a citizenship?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not automatic. Yeah. So, of course, there are three tracks to getting a German citizenship. One is that you get married to a German, and the German is able to apply for citizenship. At first, you get a permanent residency, and then you essentially would have to go through an integration course, really, irrespective of whether you've been married for 10 years or whatever. Yeah, you go through an integration course. And the exams you take for that are pretty standard exams. And if you do well, you get your citizenship. Another way you can actually get a citizenship, of course, is if you're not married to a German and you're already working and you feel that you want to get a citizenship, you go for the integration course as well. Essentially, if you're not born German, the only way you can get your German citizenship is to go through an integration course today. 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. If the integration course aspect of it wasn't strong, I would say. So integration course came only about 10, 12 years ago. Before that, you just needed to be married happily for a certain number of years, and you go and apply when you feel you're ready for it. I think after 3 years or 2 years, you go to the rat house, fill out a form, and they run a background search on you. Depending on what country you come from, you either have to give up your existing, your natural citizenship to acquire the German citizenship, depending on what country you come from. For some countries, you are allowed to have dual citizenship. Okay.
Right, sounds good. Thank you so much. And before you continue, please, I encourage you all to keep the questions coming to the chat, both on Zoom and YouTube. And yes, please, you may continue.
Okay, still on the PhD in Germany. So this chart here shows the spread of the distribution of PhD depending on which location and funding entity. So we clearly can see here that a majority of PhD students here in Germany are conducting their PhD work in the university. Okay. Good. And so basically, you've made up your mind that you would like to pursue a PhD in Germany, and you're working towards applying for a PhD position. You probably concluded a master's degree either here in Germany or elsewhere. We'll come to that in a minute. And a few things that you need to be able to do yourself. Just the fact that you've decided to do a PhD means that you feel that you have the mental stamina to go through the rigors of PhD work. It is rigorous. I'm not going to say anything different from that. It really is rigorous. So you need to be ready for it. And part of your preparation for that, of course, is to start, looking at topics that you feel that you can handle, topics that you're either from a scholastic point of view attracted to, or topics which are even off your master's background, but which you think that you find interesting and that you would like to pursue. You need to do some literature work on that, of course. You need to know what the state of the art on that topic is. You need to know who is working on those topics here in Germany, where those people are located, which universities, and probably start writing letters to them. Probably they have funding, or you're looking for funding from third-party sources. So these are all the preparation work you would need to do before you go into the application process. And you already should have in your mind what you think you'll be working on. You probably don't know the outcome, but you should have some kind of a plan. You should have some kind of a picture of the topic you want to work on, and see how to persuade your supervisor or persuade the funding body to allow you work on that. Okay. So typically, if you have a master's degree from Nigeria, or you've already done your master's degree here in Germany, or you have a master's degree from any of the EU or the North American countries, there are all different levels of requirements the system would ask of you as you apply for a PhD program. If you're coming from Nigeria, which I guess is the case for most of our audience here today, the university or the research institute, oftentimes the university actually, or your supervisor, would like to see your transcript. They would like to see your BSc transcript. They would like to see your master's degree transcript, all the documentation that supports your academic work so far. They will want to run a background search on that. Typically, there's an office, the student's office, where they would send all that document to. We have teams within the student office that have the instruments needed to run that check, to see if your master's degree is recognized, basically to authenticate whatever documents that you're presenting to them. In some cases, not all cases, in some cases, you might be required to provide a proof of language. So either you need to prove that you can speak and write and comprehend English language or German, depending on the requirements of the PhD funding program or funded program. If German is required to conduct that PhD, then you should have a proof of German language up to, I believe, is a B2 level. Yeah, and of course, you need to be able to demonstrate research potential. And the only way they can assess that aspect of your background is that they ask you to write a proposal of what you want to work on. And this is something that you need to meticulously work on. So you probably have mentors on the ground, either in Nigeria or here in Germany or elsewhere. If really you want to come to Germany for your PhD work, somebody capable has to look at what you've written and vet it before you submit it to your future supervisor or whoever the program coordinator is. Yeah. If you've earned your master's degree here in Germany, the requirements are very minimal, I would say. Essentially, some references will be needed from you and the proposal. Once you submit your certificates, if it's from a German university, there is no further proof required. You probably don't even need a transcript, because the standards coming out of German universities are widely known, at least within the German academic environment. And if you have a master's degree from any of the other EU countries or from North America, a transcript will be required of you. Your certificate needs to be proofed and checked, and you need to provide academic references. So essentially, these are the key points that you need to give serious consideration to as you apply for a PhD program here in Germany. Okay.
Yeah, quick question. Does it help to have written papers? Does it improve or boost the application, so to say?
Sure. So I'll come to that here. As you see on this slide here, if you have any publications, certificates, honors and awards, it helps greatly to include that in your application pack. It does help. It really does help. Let's assume that one of the products or byproducts of your master's degree work is a publication. So you are one of the authors in a publication. That is a major, major, major booster for you in your application process. Best would be if that publication comes from a globally renowned journal, and all of this immediately moves you from level 1 to level 1000, if there's anything like that on your assessment scale, because what that says about you is that you already have a sense of research discipline. It says something about your writing habits. It says something your ability to generate credible data that can be presented before your peers, and with the positive feedback coming from whoever your reviewers are. So it does say a lot if you're on an author list from an article publication in a journal. It says a lot about what you're capable of doing as a graduate student. Okay, good. So some of the application requirements for PhD in Germany would be that you have an acceptable degree, MSc or the equivalent. You probably know that here in Germany, the whole concept of MSc is fairly new. Before that, the Germans had the so-called Diplomarbeit. So you went from having your high school degree, you get into university, you go straight, especially for the technical programs, you go straight to having your Diplomarbeit, as it's called. Yeah. And this degree is believed to be something between a bachelor's and a master's, closer to a master's degree, really, because straight from your Diplomarbeit, you can immediately start a PhD program. Okay. And you should have a resume as well. You should be able to submit a convincing resume. So the resume has inside of it, a few things about yourself, who you are, what you worked on when you started school, some of the academic certificates or programs you've been involved in, and all kinds of other information that should be able to convince somebody about your ability to be associated with. If you have any awards and honors, it would help greatly to provide evidence of those. If you have any practical experience, especially in fields that correlate with the topic you'll be working on or you seek to work on for your PhD work, it would help greatly to provide evidence of that practical experience. If there are certificates that border on academic work or border on your character, your person, for instance, taking up membership of a Rotary Club or Interact Club or things like that, they help a lot to address your character. You should be able to write a convincing motivation letter. Yeah. Best, of course, would be that your motivation letter is as concise and precise as possible. Please don't write more than one page. More than one page is almost, what should I say? It's boring. It's suffocating, I would say. Less than half a page is rude. So these are things that you need to keep in mind as you write your motivation letter. Language proof. If you already have taken any courses in German, either in Nigeria or here, it will help greatly to provide proof of that language course, even if it's not at the level which is required for academic work. Provide it. Anything that would make you look attractive, bring it into your application pack. And you also have to keep in mind about how long you intend to do this PhD work. This is very important. As you scout for and apply for funding and PhD programs, the duration is critical. It really is critical. If it's a PhD work that you're required to spend 3 years doing, then you really have to be prepared to spend 3 years doing that. If you have other obligations which you think would impede your ability to move at a certain speed in your PhD work, then you need to reconsider either going for that PhD or cutting back on those obligations. And of course, funding. Funding is critical because without it, you cannot start the PhD. Yeah. So probably about 90% of PhD programs here in Germany are already funded, and the rest 10% comes from private groups that students, individuals that Germans or non-Germans who have made alternative arrangements to use their own private funds to fund their PhD work. Okay.
Right. Sorry, quick question now. So you've talked about the acceptable length for the motivation letter. Is there such a standard for the CV or resume in this case?
Yes. So, of course, it's already, I just use myself as an example. When I receive applications from students or even workers, on a position which is under my supervision, and a CV is more than 3 pages, I get a bit irritated by it. So I expect that, no matter the breadth and the width of your experience, you should be able to condense the salient aspects of your personality within at most 3 pages. So if I say 3 pages, that also includes your publication lists and everything. So you should be able to get everything within 3 pages. The alternative would be you decouple your extra activities, publications, and all that, make that a separate document, but your resume, your CV should have you on it. So you means your address, your date of birth, your academic, your educational history, your work history, hobbies, extra activities, and all that. I expect you to be able to confine all that information within 3 pages. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. And also, please be advised that we are running very fast, out of time. I mean, we're having so much fun already.
Okay. How many minutes do I have? Please just let me know.
I think about 15, 18 minutes now.
Okay, that's fine. So basically, the other point has to do with your personality, PR, and the application process. This is something that in today's age, please never take this for granted. Never. The moment you send in your application, no matter how strong a candidate you are, your application arrives the table of the program coordinator. This person could be your supervisor. It could be somebody working for the funding body, but they receive the application. It's normally distributed to a number of people, and these people will start basically assessing you. There's a score sheet on which you're scored on, and some people go the extra mile to check you out on the internet, basically. So they run a search on you. They probably will find you on LinkedIn or find you on Facebook or wherever, and they want to get to know who this person is. And so some of the things you post online are already elements of what they will use in assessing you. So one of the things I expect you to do, please clean up your social media image as you go forward. This is very important, okay? And then you start, of course, working on your presentation skills, because at some point, if you're a strong candidate, they will invite you over to come and talk on something. They want to have a one-on-one conversation with you. You need to be eloquent in both behavior and speech. You need to be able to identify and work on your strengths. So if your strength is, if your strength is math, then really embellish that in everything you do. If your strength is public communication, then people have to see that. If your strength is being respectful, people have to see that. Whatever your strength is, you need to be able to work on it because it belongs to you. This is where your strong point is. Bring it out, let people see it. And you need to be able to speak the language of experts in your field, really. So you need to, if the topic or if the field you're applying for your PhD is related to bioengineering, for instance, you need to be able to use the right taxonomy. You need to be able to use the right words, whatever it is. They need to see that you're not on the fringes of this topic, okay? And you need to project confidence and respect. You need to project trustworthiness and empathy. You need to project an excellent pedigree, and already that starts from your CV, okay? Your resume. You need to be able to project accountability and persistence, show passion for the topic you're going for. You need to, show that you're hardworking and that you can persevere. You need to be open-minded and, driven by curiosity. You need to show adaptability and be willing to assist and, resolve issues. And, these are traits which you only have a very minimum amount of time to show any of these traits, and that time you need is just that one visit you pay to the university, or that one web meeting you have with whoever the coordinator is. So all of these, you're being assessed on all of this. So these are things that you need to keep in mind as you go forward with your application process. And of course, your living costs. These are things that you need to sit down and figure out how much you really would need to survive over your PhD period. Probably the grant you receive is a grant of about €1,200, and it's a lot of money, I would say, but it's also money that can just go through the window, depending on how all the obligations that start building themselves around you as you embark on your PhD work. So whatever it is, you must be able to cover your accommodation, your feeding, your health insurance. You must be able to deal with your mobility, or transportation, study materials, leisure and vacations, clothing and communication, your mobile phone, your laptop and all that. You need to be able to cover all of these within the grant you receive, okay? So these are things that you need to think about. Sometimes there is a half grant. So that half grant is offered to you, and the funding body requires you to complete that grant. So these are things you need to give a full consideration as you go forward. As I already mentioned, typically what you're legally allowed to live on in a month is about €819 as a PhD student here in Germany. Okay, good. So now that you've been accepted into the PhD program, and it's time for you to start your PhD work, of course, you come and join the team. So the team could be a team of just 2 people. It could be a team of 50 PhD students. It could be a big team, really, and you need to find your position in that team. And typically here in Germany, the first thing you do, at least within the first 10 days after you've started your PhD, is to invite the team for coffee, tea, snacks, basically during your break time. It also shows that you have an appreciation for being accepted into this group. And my personal recommendation or advice is take about 3 months to study the team. So you take time and try and understand who your team members are. Some of the people that always come to the department, you'll be surprised they're not even members of the department. So you need to know who really is part of the department. and what their strengths are, who they are, what drives them, who is your senior in terms of years, who started the program about the same time with you. All of this you need to know within 3 months. You also eventually need to find your niche. You need to be able to identify your allies within that team. And the fact is this, that not all team members will like you. This is a fact, and you're not required to like everybody as well, but you need to, identify your friends, people whom you could call upon to, start an experiment for you, switch off a machine or whatever. You have their phone numbers, you interact with them, probably not so intimately, but you interact with them. You need people you can call upon within the team. This is important. So you need to identify your allies. You need to be ready to team play. You need to be able to cope with tension in the team. Remember, this team is made up of human beings, and wherever you have human beings, you always have friction. You need to know where those points of frictions are and how to deal with it. You need to also have a life outside of the team. You must not, bond yourself to the team, and this has to be made clear from the onset. People shouldn't feel bad if you don't participate in certain things, not because you don't want to, but simply because you feel that keeping a distance is the most healthy way to deal with working in the team. And you need to know where the red lines are and make yourself trustworthy as a doctorand or doctoranding, okay? Now, managing your PhD work, you need to know your thesis objective. This is very important. What exactly the funding body expects you to do, what you've agreed upon with your supervisor to work on. You need to develop a plan with a timely milestone. You need to seek out and own your expertise. I expect that within 6 months already, maximum 9 months into your PhD, you already know what you're good at. You already know what it is that that you're quietly building yourself as a reference point for. It's very important. So there has to be something which nobody can do better than you within the team. It's very, very important. You identify what that could be and apply all your energy in that as you build up your PhD work. You need to make sure that you're an expert in something. It's important that people actually see you emerging as an expert in an aspect of your PhD work. You need to invest in yourself. You need to travel, read, learn, develop new skills, go to theater, set up a blog, start an online movement. You need to do something. You need to, quietly prepare yourself for life after this PhD work. It's important, okay? And also, still on managing your PhD work, you might find yourself basically cutting off certain relationships. It's a painful fact, but you need to do that. You must not live up to everybody's expectation. You need to take some time out for yourself. You need to set boundaries and stick to them. You need to be able to reach out to people for help. If you can't do everything yourself, you need to have the wisdom to say, oh, this is not working and nobody in this group can help me. The person who could help me is probably in the university in Duisburg or in a university in Paris. You need to strike up a conversation with that person, invest into visiting that person to get that aspect of your work handled. So these are some of the things that you seriously need to consider as you go forward.
Yeah, so very quickly, since we are pressed for time now, could you move on to the postdoc? Because some are itching even to get to the part.
Okay, the postdoc. Well, my postdoc part is quite short, I would say. So at the end of the day, you need to be able to manage your supervisor. So whether you're doing a postdoc or you're doing a PhD work, the supervisor almost treats you the same way. And you need to find a way to manage your supervisor. You must not love him and he must not love you, but you strike a compromise, because there will be days that you highly irritate your supervisor and there are days that they will irritate you. You need to find a way to handle all of that. Oftentimes your supervisor or the principal investigator or your professor, and this is a fact, you're hired to be able to deal with a certain aspect of work which he would have ordinarily done themselves. So you're the one doing it. And the expectations could be high, and they could, especially when it has to do with publishing and all that. You are the instrument used for generating that data and writing the first draft and then or whatnot. So there will be times when the focus is, or the energy, a lot of energy is being put into doing his thing rather than your thing. So these are things that you need to fully appreciate. At the end of the day, your supervisor is just there to help you manage this PhD work, which you own. He doesn't own the PhD work, you own it. So they are there pushing you, helping you at the same time. And you need to find a balance between that push and pull relationship with them. And at the end of the day, he's your doctor father. It's a big issue here in Germany, who your doctor father is. And the respect should go even beyond after your PhD work. Sometimes they will hire you for your postdoc, to do a postdoc with them. And it's something that you seriously need to consider. So as a postdoc, you need to figure out what you really want to do. Are you doing this because you need to buy time to be able to get a job in industry? Are you doing this because you're convinced that you're to pursue a career in academia, okay? And so right after your PhD, there's a well-defined track program for postdocs. You do a postdoc typically for about 3 years. After 3 years, you should qualify to become an assistant professor or junior professor, as they call them. And you could do that both with the location where you started your postdoc or elsewhere. Some people do almost postdoc forever. They're hopping from one fellowship, postdoc fellowship to the other. At some point, you need to bring it to an end and have a more stable career path as a postdoc.
On that, Faith has asked in the chat that is there a regulation that basically kicks one out if one has spent too long on the postdoc, say 10 years? Do you know
in one location. So if you spend too long in one location doing a postdoc, then that's not good at all. And there will always be postdoc positions, and we have people who are doing their postdoc 10 years post PhD, they're still doing their postdoc. But, I expect that conventional wisdom should drive you to the point where you actually eventually settle somewhere, So within 10 years, you can't keep doing postdoc forever. It's a situation full of uncertainties, and you can't operate healthily under such a condition. Okay, it's just not possible. Okay.
Yeah. Did you know of any regulation against this?
There's no written regulation against that, but some bodies, some funding bodies expect that. Okay, we're about to pay for a postdoc, but we expect that you have spent less than 10 years post PhD. If you're more than 10 years post PhD, you don't get that grant. This happens. Okay.
Right. Also, Faith asks if how hard is it to move from a PhD to a postdoc in Germany?
From PhD to postdoc?
Yes.
It's not difficult, really. So there are lots of postdoc positions, but you just need to come with the right credentials as you take up those postdocs. There are lots of it, actually. And sometimes the application process is almost as tedious as applying for a PhD position. So in certain ways, your postdoc is like a second PhD, really. No kidding. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Let's go on. We have just 2 minutes now.
Okay. At the end of the day, really, in terms of postdoc, just keep in mind that it's a time where you have the space to reflect on what comes next. And you need to use that time wisely. My suggestion would be, please try not to do a postdoc for more than 5 years. Within that 5 years after PhD work, you really should know where your career direction, solid career direction should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been very informative and wonderful. And more questions are pouring in now. So I think one question is it possible to reach you after this?
Sure. You can reach me after this. Yeah.
Okay. How would you be able to share your information? How people can reach out to you?
Sure.
Questions.
Well, you can share that if you have it. Olumide, do you have it?
All right, I don't have it currently.
Okay,
but, yeah,
hold on, I'll just post it here right now.
No, it's fine. I can always reach out to Dio and get it from one of the executives.
Okay.
Yeah, one last question before you go, please. One very important question, I would say. Joseph asked how to handle a racist supervisor or team.
How to handle a racist supervisor?
Yeah.
As I already mentioned, essentially not everybody will like you, sometimes not because of your race, simply because of your personality, they wouldn't like you. At some point, you just need to either completely ignore a racist supervisor. If it's too much, there are mechanisms, legal mechanisms that you can use. You can actually write a complaint, a formal complaint to the university or to the institute about the encounters you've had with this person, backed up with evidence, really hard evidence. And it's upon the university or the institution, the funding body, to find you another supervisor. What I would do personally, if I have a racist supervisor, is to find the right time to approach this person and say, I perceive that we have some problem, between us. Can we resolve this? Yeah, you should take the courage to do that. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. This has been wonderful. Thank you for coming on and sharing with us in your wealth of knowledge and experience. And more questions are pouring in, interestingly, but yeah, I'm sure some of these people would reach out. Please, I encourage you to reach out to the kind professor who has allowed that to. So, oh yes. So please look through the chat on Zoom and get his contact information and details, and do reach out at sensible hours, please. And yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the day, please.
Thank you so much, Olumide. Thanks to the audience. Yeah, take care and remain safe.
You too, sir. Bye. Yeah, so that was that. And I hope we have all learned a great deal from Professor Brando. I mean, we could go on, and yeah, like I mentioned, the questions keep pouring in the chat, and yeah, it's very interesting. So please take the opportunity, reach out to the professor, and ask whatever questions you might have. So now I hand over to Simi, please, for the next session. Thank you. Simi?
Hi, I'm here. Actually, I believe we had a little bit of a shift or a change in the schedule. So I will not be coming up right after. I believe we have another talk that has been prepared for this. If not, I can do the polls, because we have a couple of questions that we wanted to, get the attendees to, engage with us, and also to learn more about the attendees and everyone. So we have a couple of polls that we have made. I'm gonna wait for 1 more minute in case I get any prompts that the next speaker is available. If not, I will try to take some questions.
I'm understanding now that Cecilia should come up.
Okay.
If Cecilia is
yeah, I'm available, but I'm starting.
I can't hear you properly, Cecilia.
And could you mute? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think our speaker is not available yet, so we can just go on with some polls or something and come back to that in a bit.
Probably getting conflicting messages, but I will take one question and let's see if if our speaker comes back on the screen. Okay, so let me see, which question should I ask everyone? Okay. So I just said the questions. I believe all our 41 attendees and also the panelists should be able to see this question. So just to understand how many polyglots we have in the house, how many languages do you speak? So let's see if we have everything. I mean, it's multiple choice, so Let's go, let's go. I'm gonna give us maybe 30 more seconds. Okay, I see people answering. Come on, I expect to see. So nobody in the house can speak Russian. Come on. At least one person now. How far? Okay. All these people, we should have actually put, you know what, this question, I should have put the level. Is it German A1.1 or A0.001? Or which one? Let's be sure.
True. You should have put it because I'm
I'm
sure
seeing
it's
a lot of
mostly
people say they
A1.
can speak German.
And BCN.
Everyone. That is the normal answer. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll now. Thank you so much for everyone that answered. And now I'm sharing the results. So it seems out of the 50 participants that we have online, only 17 people answered. Well, interesting. And then, 42 attendees, so 40% of people answered. And I see a lot of people speaking German. I want to take this as a good sign that we are all trying to integrate, into the society. Amazing. And I see a lot of Yoruba people in the house. Whoop, whoop. I'm Yoruba as well. And only one person speaks French. Interesting.
Yes, I think also in the chat, someone speaks Turkish as well.
Turkish. Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Amazing. Ooh. Do all Yorubas speak? Actually, no. Yes, we should have put other as well, or it's the hindsight, or the error from our side. We just put in the 3 major languages, but yeah, we should have put, if you want to, if you speak more languages, just put it in the chat. We'll be happy to read them. Okay, I don't see any messages. I believe Cecilia, is our speaker ready now, or can I take another question?
Yes, it is. I think we can actually start with the session now.
Amazing. So over to you, Cecilia.
Okay, great. So hi everyone, I'm Cecilia, and it is my pleasure, a huge pleasure, to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Bakari Mubarak. I already put this video a bit tilted to the side, but yeah. Hi, is it okay to just call you Mubarak?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mubarak's fine as well.
Nice, yeah. So it's really a huge pleasure to have you here. Mr. Mubarak is a model, a culture and a youth ambassador, and the co-founder of Expedition 54 Limited. He has a huge profile, a long profile. We'll be going through it step by step during the interview. But we're going to start with the most important question, and the first feature people see when they see you, which is your height. So how tall are you?
So I would ask you to permit me to be a little bit cautious. Okay. Everybody, yeah. I've been through the entire summit. I'll say well done to you guys. Kudos, you have done really, really well. I logged in very early in the morning, when I woke up and I saw the session up and running already. I saw, fantastic panelists, fantastic moderators, and what have you. Kudos to you guys. And I'm very, very much elated to be here today. It's of utmost pleasure for me because I am a very huge advocate of African diaspora and the continental Africans uniting together. And I think this is a very great avenue for us to do that. I can see the joy in everybody's, in everybody's hearts. I saw the DJ, I danced yesterday, and it's a fantastic one. Once again, kudos to every member, participant, observers, and everybody, all sundry. Thank you very much. So talking about my height, well, I am just 6'9".
It's very and it's quite nice to know that you've been part of the summit even since yesterday, and you've been following the programs. Like it's been very loaded. I've learned a lot, taken a lot of notes down. Some very interesting speakers, but like I said, I've also been looking forward to this session a lot. Yeah, that's quite impressive. And you're also a model, right? So you model, you're like the face of many companies. Has been it's been told being like an added advantage for you with modeling, or more of a disadvantage?
So to be honest, I would say being this tall, no braggadocio, it is one of the greatest feelings in the world for me.
Okay.
That's how I perceive it.
Okay.
I am a big fan of the concept of how you perceive things, perception, self-perception, self-perception, literally, So I see it as a blessing, I see it as an endowment. And yes, of course, it has to an extent, it's an advantage to me being a model.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a certain standard height to be a runway model, as the case may be. There are over 22 types of modeling, of course, but then to be a runway model, you have to be of a certain global standard, of the height and all of that. So yes, it has been, an additional, it has been of added advantage to me.
Okay, cool. And you've definitely like leveraged on that status as a model, right? To promote African culture, to promote youth, to promote culture, fashion and art, lifestyle and all of that. But a very cool thing I think that you're also doing like at the moment is the company that you just started, Expedition 54. You're a co-founder of this company. Can you introduce us a bit into what this company does and what your vision for this company is? Like what inspired you to start this? Because this is also going to connect a bit with the, like the topic of the session today, right? So could you say a bit about the company?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Cecilia.
Yeah.
So talking about leveraging on my unique status as a model, I'll say this here today as well. I said it a couple of days ago at a certain speaking engagement as well. For me, modeling has never been the ultimate. Modeling is not the ultimate. Rather, it is a deployment strategy to position myself for global impact, and then to pitch and preach my message of solidarity, unity, and oneness amongst us, around the world, basically. And so, talking about Expedition 54 and how I brought about that. So, like I said, modeling has been a deployment strategy. And in recent time, apart from so many things I've been able to do, my social cultural activities and what have you, I've always drawn, I've of course always had a dream of Africa uniting together. I mean, African descent across the world. It's a huge, it's a lot of population. We are spread across the world. We have over 200 million 200 million Nigerians. Narrowing it down to Nigeria, we have over 200 million, at the time, about 213 million African descent outside of the African continent. That's a whole lot. These are, these are our brothers and sisters, who live outside of the African continent, and these are people who have, to an extent, been very marginalized, over the years. And then these people, most especially at this point in time, are trying as much as possible to connect back to the source, to connect back to motherland, to connect back to Africa, the cradle of humanity. And as such, I have been an advocate of that oneness, that solidarity of the African diaspora and the continental Africans. So I thought to myself, as the name implies, Expedition 54. The name Expedition 54 or 54 was coined out of all 54 African countries that we have at the time, and in essence, this company was actually came into existence because of the drive and the zeal to see Africa unified. to unify Africa, all 54 African countries, and then to begin to also integrate the African diaspora into the African, the intercontinental Africans, one way or the other. A lot of African diaspora outside of the African continent are willing, they are really, really willing to have a home here in Africa, to connect back, to do business, to have franchise, to get married, and so many things. So I thought to myself that it's going to be a great one. It's going to be a fantastic it's going to be a fantastic idea at this point in time to facilitate that, right? So that was the reason why we actually came up with Expedition 54. And then Expedition 54 is an African-focused business service organization, that leading the creation of business connections, that matters between Africans, between Africa and the rest of the world. But we are, laying emphasis on Africans in the diaspora, right?
Yeah.
And then one of our major objectives, right, is to actually promote economic growth in Africa, through interactions with other business communications, across the world, of course, and then especially those of African descent, like I said earlier. Developing business ties and relationships between all Africans around the world.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for the introduction to the company. It was actually quite interesting I saw the name Expedition 54 and I could not connect the 54 to anything actually. So it was nice when you said, oh yeah, the 54 African country, that totally makes sense. It's very smart. I would also mention at this point, for everyone listening, if you have questions, and you could post it in the Q&A session or in the chat. So you can just post your sessions during the post your questions during the session, and I would read them out to Mubarak, and we can go on from there. Okay, so your company basically is trying to improve the interaction between the Africans in this diaspora and African businesses and so on and so forth. If I understood it correctly, what would you say? How would you rate the readiness of Africans in diaspora, maybe with a focus on Nigerians, especially in diaspora, to give back to the country or to actually do business in the country? I mean, when it comes to no matter where you are in the world, you would want to, most Africans like to go back home, not go back home, but at least get married to someone who is from their country. So settling down and marriage is not such a big issue. But when it comes to businesses or something that has to do with finances, people get a bit tricky. And how would you rate the readiness of Africans that are not in Africa to do business in Africa?
So thank you very much for that wonderful question. I found that very, very profound, because that's it's very crucial. To be very honest with you, quite a lot of Africans in the diaspora are ready to do business. But on the flip side, like you said, the extent to which the damage has been done is a lot, when it comes to image, when it comes to trustworthiness and all of those things, right?
Yeah.
So that's a very big fiasco, we all know, and one of the very huge difference we are trying to make with Expedition 54 is to make it easy, to make it seamless by means of trying to get companies, individuals, entrepreneurs, businesses, and what have you, verified. That goes into doing so much due diligence. And one of the things we are working on, as I speak with you, we already have a technology that we're going to deploy very soon. We're still having some ongoing conversations as regards partnership on that. It's supposed to be a tech product that will, like I said, we have the technology already, and it's going to be deployed very soon, and we're going to begin to onboard participants from across the world, majorly African descent, people like yourself. I'll definitely, I am, no doubt now a member of of the NiSIG family, and I'll definitely inform you as soon as this technology has been deployed. So such that on this platform, we will be having verified businesses, verified businesses and entrepreneurs and individuals, creatives, African creatives from across the world as well, on this platform, verified, like I said, such that we would go the extra miles to do due diligence and be sure that, oh, this person is credible enough, to engage in this certain businesses. And one of the, that's just one of the things we intend to do. We also intend to do so much of brokerage and facilitation, of course, and then, facilitation of fundings as well. And of course, one of the things we got to realize is that so many businesses or entities that want fundings, or investment opportunities, about 85% of these entities are always not ready to attract that kind of funding that they want. So we give some sort of advisory, services as well, and implement these things for this kind of firm or entity, as the case may be, to move them from point A to point B, to get to that point in time where they can actually attract some fund and also reach out to potential funding partners, to on interest on different sectors as well. So that's it, as the case may be.
Okay, it's definitely like, some sort of assurance to know that, it's this forum where the businesses can meet with like the funding, right? So this is good. But then also, do you have like a sort of like a safety net, So like if something goes south, let's say you invest your money in this business, right? And this funding is coming from like diaspora, for example. And this business, it's an African business that has been verified, it's been proven, but something went wrong along the way and something went south. Is there a sort of like safety net for like the funder to know that, okay, even if things go south, your fund is still safe,
Yeah, of course. So in different occasions, like I said, those things goes into due diligence and what have you. So if you're going to be investing in a company, for instance, there has to be some sort of provision of financial statements to see how this company has been doing over the years and all of that. And in some cases, most cases, in fact, funders request for bank guarantees, and that's like a very, very, very wonderful approach as well. When you have a certain guarantee for that investment you're about to inject.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. I was very, like I said, I was very impressed, like trying to search up about this company yesterday, and everything you do to kind of promote economic growth and this ecosystem kind of thing between like African businesses and Africans in diaspora. But another part of what you do, you're involved in a lot of things, but you're also a youth ambassador for like culture and you for like culture worldwide and art and lifestyle and stuff like that. So I have a question concerning that, and it's like, how can we as Nigerians in diaspora promote our cultural value and incorporate it, so that we portray Nigeria positively and our culture in a positive light? Because you've been able to do this so well, like trying to display our culture with this, like there were pictures of like this Ashoki company and things like that. So how can we as Nigerians and diaspora kind of incorporate that and display our culture, in a positive light?
So first things first, this I would say, permit me to annoy you a little bit. I'll say categorically and unapologetically that it has to do with our mind, it has to do with how we perceive things, our self-perception. And these goals, it's pretty profound, it's very technical because it has to do with, it is interwoven, it's interlocking, I beg your pardon, with a lot of things, getting to know who you truly are, the history. And there's a saying that Africans suffer historical amnesia, saying by a wise man, a very wise man, who happens to be more like a mentor of mine. He says Africans suffer what we call historical amnesia. We do not know our history. So in my Yoruba, permit me to speak my language, I'll translate. There's a saying, Ile baba moki bomoleru. That means your father's house do not scare you. It's like a sacrilege. But the question is, do you even know that's your father's house in the first place? That's what comes first, and so in a nutshell, we need to understand who we are. We need to seek, we need to find that knowledge, because I always believe I have a basic to which I live my life by as well, and that's like one of the deepest secrets in the world, if you permit me to say. I have always believed that whatever happened in the physical must have happened in the metaphysical realm. So you have to have a certain premeditated thought about something or how you perceive something. So we need to understand our history. Like I said, go back to our history. There are a whole lot of African descents outside of the African continent who do not understand that they are daughters and sons of queens and kings on the African continent. They have been marginalized. They have been told several things. They have been misinformed. They have been indoctrinated over time. We have been fragmented. There's a lot that has happened. In 1954, 55 in Germany, in Berlin, Germany, precisely, the Europeans gathered together in a round table in Germany, Berlin, to be precise, to determine the fate of Africans. They scattered us, they fragmented us into what we now know as countries and nations now. We were supposed to be united, as the case may be. So in a nutshell, we need to understand these things. Sometime about a week ago, or less than a week ago, I had this engagement with students at creative students at the Ebony Life Creative Academy, and I was telling them we talked for quite a couple hours, and then I was talking about the Egyptian statues. If you notice, this massive, fantastic Egyptian statues, right? You would realize that so many of their noses, like almost virtually all of them, have their noses out of them, like broken, right? And I said to somebody in the class, I said, who can actually Google the reason why this noses, the noses of these statues have been removed or broken? And the person came up with, Googled and found a few answers to that question, and he was wrong, totally wrong. The truth about that is the fact that these noses were deliberately broken because of the fact that they want to tamper with that evidence of other African descents going up to begin to think that these people are not Africans. It's a very strategic effort to sabotage that, that connection, that information. And that has been done over and over and over again. I talked about the concept of Ifa, which is regarded the oracle here in Africa. And then the concept of Ifa and the basis is zeros and ones. And that's the actual base. That's the basis of the computer language, the machine languages. It is the same basis. For reference, you could find out a book called Socrates and Orunmila. There's a book like that called Socrates and Orunmila. It analyzes, it elucidates very, very much more about this connection or interconnection. So, but Africans have been indoctrinated to think African knowledge or the African religion, or as the case may be, is demonic. We have demonized these things. So it like I said to you, it goes a long way to do with how we perceive these things. How much of information do we have about ourselves?
Yeah.
We learned that United States, America America got their independence, and America started off about 3,000 years ago, right? Now, you would definitely see, you know, when you check the great works archaeologists and paleontologists are doing across the world, you get to realize that so many African, you know, the Benin Bronze Head, the Ife heads, you know, the fantastic pyramid of in Egypt, you know, and all these the hieroglyphics and all of those things. When you test them, the existence have been for, you know, since time immemorial, like 60, 100,000 years, like hundreds of thousands years back. You know, this goes a lot to show you who we are, who we truly are, you know, even as much as these truths have been covered one way or the other, you know. I talked about the fact that the first ever university started off on the African continent by Mansa Musa, you know, and so many other things, so many things like that. You know, like we can go on and on and on to talk about these things. But we need to know, we need to source for these information to understand, you know, how wonderful we are as Africans. You know, so many, you'll see that I checked out, I looked up the statistics of people who tend to bleach their body, you know, their skin on the African continent. It was so alarming. It was really, really alarming. And I think that is, I associate that, or I could relate that comes from being naive, you know, because if only you understand that our skin has the highest pigmentation of all skins in the world, you would realize that's about, you know, the best skins you could ever have as a human on the surface of the earth, you know, and it's endless. So we need to understand that as Africans, we need to uphold Africa. We need to tell the good narrative of Africa. So one other thing that I noticed that Africans do, especially in the diaspora as well, I'm sorry to say, but Africans in the diaspora as well spread a lot of bad news about home. You know, of course, there's always a bad side of the story, or there's always bad eggs or the black sheep, as the case may be, you know. But then I'll give you an illustration. In this room, right, if you have 4 people in this room, and the first person is doing so well when it comes to fashion design in the creative industry, of course, the other guy is an entertainer, probably a very wonderful, renowned a comedian or whatever it is, you know, and the third person does wonderful art piece, you know, fantastic masterpiece of art and all of that has gone global, it's done exhibitions across the world. And there's this one last guy who happens to be, you know, probably an El Chapo, you know, a drug pusher or drug dealer or a cyber criminal, as the case may be, or fraudster. Guess what? If 15 headlines will come out of this room in a typical average African society, 14, I repeat, 14 might just be about that one bad guy. That's wrong.
Yeah.
That's pretty wrong. We need to tell the narrative the right way. Over time, our narratives have been told by several people. You know, I know of, I engaged recently, I brought that was last year during the pandemic, I brought a renowned British professor of archaeology from the Oxford University on my platform to engage him, because he seemed pretty interested in African cultural restitution and repatriation of our arts, you know, our looted arts, as the case may be. And he wrote a book about it. He wrote a fantastic book about the Benin Bronze Head. But guess what? We need Africans
to tell the story.
On the African continent,
yeah,
full-blooded, to begin to tell this narrative, to begin to educate as well, to begin to engage in conversations like this. Very cool conversations.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm trying to look at the time of it. I mean, we could totally turn this into like a lesson about, we could talk about this for days, you know, like about African history. It's really sad, you know, that these things are not taught in schools, you know. Children don't know this. I as an adult don't know half of this, you know. And it's almost like it's been hidden in a way that for you to find this information, you have to work extra hard. You know, the way it is that there are people in Brazil, in South America that adore like Ifa and adore like, you know, Oshun and things like this. You know, they worship this god.
Maybe to tell you a quick fact about Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Very interesting. 58% of Brazilians happen to be African descent.
Mm-hmm.
You would not believe this.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? The population of the Yorubas, the people who was recognized as Yoruba descendants, you know, for descendants of Oduduwa from Africa, are more, you know, the Yoruba population in Brazil are more than the Yoruba population here in Nigeria.
Nigeria.
You can imagine that.
Okay, I did not know that. I mean, I knew that they have this love for like, you know, the like the religion, and I had a friend from Brazil and she was telling me so much about like Ifa, and I was like, oh really, is this true? And she was like, yeah, if you have a book, I would love to read. She was so impressed that I could speak Yoruba, and I'm like, these are things we don't appreciate. These are things we don't see as Africans ourselves, and it's really sad, you know. And I mean, this is also why we have this opportunity. I mean, we've heard this now, you know, and I hope everyone has come to this point where you're like, okay, I should really confront myself with this, you know, try to learn more about my history, try to learn more about my culture. We should be the ones that should have this information. We should be the ones that is telling the story and not being, you cannot be told your history by someone else who has not lived it with you, you know. So, but I mean, there are lots of negatives, but one way that the African culture has been propagated in a good way is the entertainment industry, right? I mean, we have music, we have films, and this is really being spread all over the world. And you can listen to like Nigerian music in the US, Europe. We were in Luxembourg like 2 weeks ago, and there was like a bar and they were playing like Davido songs. I was so proud. And I mean, this is quite impressive. And like, what would you say, like, just to wrap it up, how would you say like Nigerians in diaspora can improve and reinforce the entertainment industry? Because this at least is showing us in a positive light. We can at least, you know, try to do more in that part and try to impart more of our cultures in there to tell like a better story of our continent. So how do you think we can improve and like better the entertainment industry?
Well, thank you very much. It's pretty an interesting question as it is. You see, we just need to understand the power we have as Africans, you know, anywhere we are on the continent, and realize and recognize the fact that we need to fly the flag. We need to uphold this culture. We need to be involved, as the case may be, wherever we are in the world. You know, we need to be involved. You know, and like you said, wonderful enough. You know, the music industry, music has been one of the greatest exports out of Africa. We can probably say that. And the question is, how much are we trying? We have seen so many Africans, Nigerians, narrowing it down, you know, using Nigeria as a case study, that would leave Nigeria and say on the social media, oh, the evil you've done is enough, blah, blah, blah. They want to leave Nigeria and never come back. They do not understand how marginalized they could even be wherever they go to. And I'll tell you this, no harm meant, but you would not be as relevant as you should be as a human outside of the African continent. You have to be able to impact home. You know, so many countries across the world are trying so hard. Guess what they are trying to do? Trying so hard to position their countries, to make sure that their generations come to not lack nothing, and you know, good enough for them and all of that, and their generations to come.
Yeah.
But then you think running away from your own country, from your home, and you want to probably enjoy the dividends of what they have worked for. That's not possible. You know, we need to build, and we need to feel that responsibility. Like I said, it's a mindset. We need to understand this. We need to know that nobody can do it for us. You cannot keep running. You can't run away you can't run away. That's the point. You know, you can't run away. We need to take responsibility, and we need to begin to connect back and engage. You know, I know a very wonderful young man. He's just 22. I think he's just 20. He's going to be 21 this year. He's in Germany as well.
Okay.
He's an African descent. He has so much love for Africa. He has so much love. He has never been to Africa until just last year, when he was, I think early last year, he was opportunity to go to his country, Zimbabwe, precisely. You know, that's the point. He said one day he hoped he becomes the president in Zimbabwe. But he has so much love. He's so connected, you know, and he wants to do great things as well. So I think we should have that level of patriotism, you know, to know and understand our powers, you know, that we are able to make changes. We are able to retell the narrative. It is only us that can define us.
Absolutely.
You know, connect, and good enough. Expedition 54 it's a good news. You know, that's one of the things we are here to do. You know, connect our African descent across the world who are very interested in one thing or the other, whatever it is. You know, creative industry, business, and what have you, entrepreneurship. Connect people together. You know, genuine connections that matters. You know, and verified. Genuine individuals and businesses, as the case may be. So yes,
really,
understand.
really impressive. I mean, I absolutely wish that everyone would, you know, have. I can like feel this, you know, this patriotic spirit coming from you, and I wish like everyone would kind of, you know, take that on, you know, be proud of Africa, of the African continent, as you have so proudly shown us. I mean, it's quite impressive. I'm so sorry to cut this off, but we're really like out of time now. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you for encouraging us, you know, in different ways, and trying to instill that proudness of our continent in us. Like, this was such a nice interactive session with you. Is there a way to contact you if people would like to reach out?
Yes, in the chat box.
Okay.
Thank you very much for allowing me to do that.
Okay, yeah, sure.
That's right. So I'm trying to do it right now.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for your time, Mubarak. This was really nice. I'm going to hand over to Simi now, I think, for
Thank you so much.
yeah, thank you. So Simi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So over to you. I mean, it was really nice, you know.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
people,
so like,
we don't talk about it enough, and it's really sad that we need others to tell our story, and we need to be encouraged like this, to be proud. I mean, like, we have so much culture, and it's sad that it's just kind of fading away like that. Yeah,
I can
hope we
even
do better.
I can mirror the comment you made about having some friends from Brazil. I remember I traveled to Cuba, and man, if you see, I had to convince people that Yoruba is a tribe and not a religion. And they're like, yeah, I told them, oh, by the way, there's a lot of Yoruba influences. And I'm like, oh, by the way, I'm Yoruba. They're like, I thought you said you were Christian. Like, yeah, I'm Christian and Yoruba. They're like, no, you can't be. I'm like,
not possible.
We are the one that own the Yoruba. How are you arguing with me? How? Man, it was really interesting to see. We definitely need to take more ownership. Thank you so much, Mubarak. And yeah, it was an amazing time. Okay, we have about 20 minutes. I think it's about 17 minutes now. And we're going to do another poll session. Hope you guys are excited about the polls. So I'm going to send a question out now. Let me know when you can see it. launch. Okay, so this question is about superpowers, right? So if you could have one of these superpowers, which one would it be? By the way, I can see who is voting on what, so I can just call you and tell you, you know?
I think my superpower would be to talk to animals.
Talk to animals?
I like dogs. I
Like,
need
you
to
can be
talk to them and know what's going on in their head.
You can fly.
Where am I flying to? Wait.
I think I would like to be invisible. To go
Invisible,
wherever I
right?
want, you know. I could go into a vault or something.
No, but if you're invincible, that means you don't have matter. You can't be carrying things. You can't steal.
No, let me carry you. Don't let me just be invisible. That's not enough.
Put it under your shirt and go invisible as well.
Exactly. If you're invisible, your dress will just be floating. Oh my God. What about strength? Nobody is voting for. I'm seeing people's votes and nobody's voting for superhuman strength.
It's like people feel strength will not do them any good though.
Please, whose strength help? Nobody wants strength.
Thank you.
Violence. We don't want violence.
Your mouth and talking is enough for the strength.
I'm telling you. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll in maybe like 5 seconds. So if you still want to vote, now is the time. Done. I feel like we're having a consistent 40 or 30, 38 to 40% participation rate. I mean, if you're anything, we're consistent, right? So it seems there is a huge skew of the data to reading minds. Why do people want to read people's minds?
They want to know what people are thinking. No, they want to know.
Honestly,
let me share the
go on in
results so
people's
everyone
minds. At least in my own mind, it's bad enough. I don't want to know what goes in anybody's mind.
True.
So I don't want to know what's going. In short, I'll just be going to reporting people. That man there, his wife. That boy there.
You're probably even run mad.
You have too many information. Too many.
Too much, right? Okay, I'm gonna do another question and let me see. Next question, have you ever, but normally this game is called Never Have I Ever, but since we're not playing it the right way, so you have a couple of options. So have you ever had a crush on your boss? Cough, cough.
No.
Have you ever peed in the swimming pool? If they caught you, please tell us in the chat room as well.
The water turned blue all around you.
Have you ever taken shampoo and conditioner from hotels? Well, technically,
it's my right.
They gave it to me. Just assume that I used it, please. Don't stress me. Have you ever told barefaced lies to your mother? The one you know she knows. She knows you're lying, but you're like, I'm going to stick to my truth.
And I'm sure I've done it.
Have you ever denied receiving work emails when you did? True. You say, I did not get the email.
Yeah, I didn't receive that. Are you sure you sent it to me? When did you send it?
Let me check.
I have to check. Maybe I have internet problems or it didn't just deliver.
It's like you have PhD in this.
I know I do these things that you have to do it. How do you need to give an explanation. So the person will think,
yeah.
Exactly.
There's a problem.
Yeah, the one I'm always doing is I used to get time blindness. After it's 6:30 like this, if you send me email, I don't see it until the next day. There's nothing you can say, oh, you sent it? I did not see it though. After 6:30, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll now and share the results. Let me see. So we have a lot of people. You people are lying.
Our mothers are suffering.
I think it's the mother part. I pity them. Oh God.
Hey God. So well, to be fair, if I've been honest, most of us we've all fallen victim.
Sure.
Okay. Had a crush on your boss. Please, these 3 people that voted that they've had the crush on their bosses before, I would like to know. I want to do small amicable. How did it work out for you? What happened? Did they know?
Did the boss ever find out?
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be a crush that would probably be in their mind till they leave that job.
It better be in your mind though, because how will you negotiate salary and promotion if you are forming I love my boss?
I love my boss. True.
Okay, let's try another one. Yeah. Traveling in time. So if you could travel in time, what would you like to see? Would you like to see the past and relive the past? Or would you want to go into the future and maybe you want to see the next Bitcoin? You will now buy it now when it's like 0.00 cents, you know? Or do you feel like there's enough in the present? Buhari and all the German legislation, they're already doing enough for us. The present is enough. What would you choose?
Very.
If I could change the future, though, then I would go to the future. If I could change things, go to the future, change things, you know, put who I want where, and then come back.
Let me give you a little, I mean, it's not really physics, but really, when you go to the future, it is no longer your future. It's not the present, right? Yeah, it's become your past, right? Because it already happened. So if you see it and then you come and change something, that future.
I think the past would be the best to actually relive or travel back, because then I would know when Bitcoin was nothing and then buy. So by now, you people think I'm a billionaire, you know, but unfortunately, you cannot go.
Please, if you buy Bitcoin, don't be like that brother that went easy to buy pizza. Please keep your Bitcoin. Yeah, there was a time that Bitcoin, okay, let me share the poll and share the results so people can see before we continue our gist. So there was a guy that had a lot of Bitcoin then because it wasn't of, you know, high value, and he decided to just test it out. And I think he ended up spending about 1,000 Bitcoin or 2,000 Bitcoin to buy pizza.
Oh God.
That 2,000 Bitcoin now. Hey,
it's really every day he wakes up, he'll weep.
He would feel so bad.
Pizza in his life again.
No, but I think I watched one of the interviews with the guy. The guy is a very sane person. So when you think about it, really, the value of the coin at the time, he didn't feel like it wasn't a case of had I known for him. It's like he got the value for the coin at the time, and it is what it is.
I think he's just trying to be, I don't know, is it modest? Because you still feel a little bit of, you know, I wished I did not, or something like that.
Nice. You guys should talk in the polls. I mean, in the chat. Let me see.
Yeah, maybe to let people know that we will still come back for a dating game, so that they're like prepared.
You want to share that?
Faith, do you want to give a little bit about it so that people know at least they're prepared when it comes on?
Oh yeah, of course. So in the dating game, it's time to shoot your shot, and this shooting of shots is directed at one person. So it's either going to be a guy or a girl, and you're going to be competing with other guys and other girls. Yeah. So basically, we'll bring up 4 to 5 guys, and you'll be shooting your shot at one girl. You have one sentence, and you have to wow her in that one sentence. Same thing for girls. So simple, straightforward. Let's see how good a sweet talker you are. All these guys in the chat box.
Nice.
Thanks to show your skills.
Faith, would we need volunteers? So maybe people can already start volunteering. So
yes, we will.
Your shot game is 2020. Can you shoot? Can you aim on target? If you can, give us a shout out in the chat. We would nominate
down your names and be prepared for you.
Yeah, if you're interested, just put your name in the chat and say you're interested, and then we put you on the list and then bring you up when it's time. It will be very interesting, you know.
Guys don't know. Do you know girls can also shoot shots? We have degree in this, you know.
There's going to be a girl version of it.
So if you want to be wooed as a guy, if you want a girl to shoot her shot to you, you to put your name. Let's volunteer for everything.
Exactly.
Do we still have some more time? Can I ask another
yes,
question?
we have 7 minutes.
Nice. Okay. So one more question. Let's put it this way. All the techies in the group, or well, not really techies, everyone can participate. Which technology trend will have the greatest impact on Nigeria, right? The first one is Internet of Things and smart home tech. So for example, stuff like Alexa also counts as Internet of Things, you know, controlling your heating from your phone Wi-Fi. Then augmented reality and virtual reality as well. This is really amazing. I can even see so many applications for remote medicine with augmented reality. Machine learning, I mean, that's the bread and butter, honestly. Artificial intelligence and big data. So I'm a data analyst, so I think I can give you a little bit of a difference between so machine learning, AI, and big data. They are in the same family. They're in the same WhatsApp group. She gets, but basically, machine learning is almost like the methodology. Artificial intelligence is really the big umbrella, and big data is just generating. So the way we use the internet now and the amount of data we generate, we even have content creators. So they're basically creating content. We as users, every time you log into something, you add to carts, that is data as well. So do you think generating and analyzing huge data sets would help Nigeria, move from its current state to another? Or do you think artificial intelligence, AI, smart robots, smart machines, smart cars, do you think that would help? Or maybe machine learning and the ability, so machine learning is just like the methodology behind artificial intelligence. So what are you guys thinking? I'm gonna give us maybe 5 more seconds. Wait, no. See, you see what people are doing in the chat. They are nominating other people. Maybe you should nominate yourself.
Nominate yourself, because
the thing is, later they will say they are single. Now come and not be single. Let's remove the single status.
The people nominating other people will be put on stage.
You are the one. Yes, you put yourself in one chance. I'm sorry. So Ndidi, Taiwo, and Major X, you people. And Joseph,
they'll be the first to come up.
Better not log off.
I'm following you. I'm marking you. I've marked you. Yeah. Did he say I'm married? Teach us single people now.
At least he will teach us how to shoot shots so that we'll learn from him.
Exactly. You see, I think Dr. Bossede or Bosside, I think it's Bossede. Nominate yourself.
See, someone has nominated.
God bless you. In short, I pray you shoot your shot and your shot will hit the mark and it's something. Okay, I'm going to end the poll and show people the results. So it's neck and neck between artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. What do you guys think, Jalade? I see someone in the chat. Someone said, imagine a smart car in Nigeria. With the road. With the road. Imagine having a Tesla. There's now no lights to charge it.
People have Teslas in Nigeria.
They do have. That's the funny thing.
How do they manage
Gen?
I'm sure they live on the island. Not
wait. Pause. Let my brain do this. So you will buy petrol to put in Gen to charge your car. Okay. Not petrol.
Look like it.
Okay.
Or maybe they have solar panels or something, but I don't understand it.
Danny, we have a question. I said, Faith, sir, we have a question for you. They're asking, are you single?
Are you single?
Are you single? No. Danny, you're following my hand. That's not the right question. Say, are you single and ready to mingle?
True.
That's the question. So please, Faith, don't answer. You have to nominate yourself and shoot shot at her. Then
he shoots the shot.
Yeah.
Then you see if it hits or not.
Okay.
He has corrected himself. Are you single and ready to mingle?
Oh, please. Another thing
is learning well.
This thing he said, you need to know before shooting your shots. That is not how to shoot shots.
No.
So there's a difference between submitting application and shooting shots.
I get it.
If you see job opening, that's when you submit application. Shooting shots is different. It's with faith. You know? So you have
to use your faith.
How far can your faith carry you?
Faith can move mountains. You use your faith to move.
Word, oral. Okay. Someone said smart cars in Nigeria go make sense, especially driverless cars. I go use it and pursue all them last month and VIA officers for Lagos Road. You are smart.
Somebody has a question for you. They said, are you single as well?
This Major X. Before I go and enter trouble now, you ask the right. Am I single and ready to mingle? You need to write it well. You have to. Shoot your shots. One liner. You can do pre-game now. Let me see if you have good.
You have game.
I'm sure it will do something.
Let's see now. Okay, tell me, do I have just 1 more minute?
Yes, we just have 1 more minute. So the next, we should go.
We can hand over, exactly. We can, I still have some questions that I can ask, but I'll keep it for myself. Am I single already to, Abiola, are you nominating yourself to shoot shot at me? Shoot now. I did not wear bulletproof today. Normally I wear bulletproof, but now if you shoot, if it's to hit,
it will enter. I think so.
Okay, so who is the?
I think Victoria is.
Victoria. She's already here.
Oh my God. Hello. I know her. She's amazing. Oh my God. My belly people. My belly people. I'm so happy to see your face.
Yep, I've been following you ladies and you're on fire. But some of us are super married and available, so we'll just watch you people do your thing. I will support from the back.
Okay, I'm gonna hand over to you and then I'll come back later.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. It's been amazing listening to you, but we're going to move now to the legal segments. Whether you're renting an apartment or you're buying a property or you are interfacing with your colleagues or your neighbors or even the German system generally, at some point you will have to interface with the law. And like we like to say as lawyers, ignorance of the law is never an excuse. Of course, ignorance of the German language is also not an excuse, so it's important that we understand the system in which we function, and also we listen to people who can teach us, give us tips on what to do. And today it is my very special pleasure to welcome to our midst our very special guest, who is a very good friend. I've said a lot of veries, but yeah, he's a very good friend of NiSIG, barrister Alain Imasi. He's a German qualified lawyer with offices in Kiel and Hamburg, and he provides legal advice to clients on a range of legal issues, both in German and in English. He was born in Nigeria and he studied at the Christian Albrecht University in Kiel and has since practiced in that region. He sits on the board of a number of organizations and is passionate about issues of people with migration background in Germany. I know some of you would have already interfaced with him and his law firm because we usually recommend him as somebody to talk to when there are legal challenges. So as we go along in this conversation, I would like you to put your questions in the comment section if you do have questions. And I know there will be questions. I also have some questions for him, but as we speak, as he speaks to us and then we ask him questions later, if you have anything to ask, kindly put it in the comment section and hopefully together you will be able to deal with the issues. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome Barrister Imasi. I hope that he will also introduce himself a bit more as I hand over to him now. Sir, the floor is yours. You're welcome to our midst today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm very grateful for you giving me the opportunity to talk to my people. And many of you guys have been patronizing me, and I'm very thankful. And before I go into my own talk, I want to express my opinion based on the few things I've heard today. It's very annoying. And if we are in this country where everybody can speak his opinion and people are afraid to say the truth here, then we shall never develop. In this country, you have the right to speak your opinion and nothing will happen to you. Nobody will send an armed robber to your house. Nobody will kidnap your mother. Nobody will kidnap your father, and nobody is going to kidnap your child in the school. So we are here to learn, and anybody who is here should be able to see the light. The light is shining every day. I mean, light of knowledge. That is what we are saying here. So in the first place, there are two other guys that spoke today, Mr. Omer and Mr. Wahab. It took Mr. Wahab almost 5 minutes to tell Nigerians why he can't issue a passport. He was swerving up and down. So if he does not have the machine, why don't he tell us to buy the machine for him? He should tell Nigerians to buy the machine for him. We contribute money and buy the machine so that he can make passport for our people. So I don't understand these people. It's not today this problem has been going on. People have been talking about this passport since I came to this country. I came in 93. Since that time, it's always booklet problem. It's always booklet problem. And I know the reason behind it. They don't want to generate revenue because there's oil, money is coming, and they can pay their salary. So people are here with their money in their pocket and they want this booklet. They are not getting it for free. You should be able to give it to them. So, and then he mentioning that the youths have to play a big role in the development of Nigeria. How can a youth play a big role in the development of Nigeria when you don't listen to them? You don't even give them the chance. The new political sector now in the country, SPD, 41 young people have entered the federal parliament. 41 young people, girls and boys, they are in the parliament there. So where we are coming from, they don't allow us to speak. When you speak, you'll be killed. We saw what happened in Lekki. We saw what happened in Lekki. These things are happening every day. So anybody who is making that statement, this man, anyway, I don't want to go into that. So, and then he made another statement about somebody else that made asylum with Sudan. What is his problem with it? Did Nigeria care for him? If Nigeria had cared for him in Africa, he would not leave Nigeria and come here and start making asylum. Do they even know if we exist? But this country where we are, the Germans know about every single bird flying around. They know every single cow. They know every single cat. They know every single dog in this country. But where we are coming from, nobody knows if we exist. And our people, they don't even know if there's a government in the country. They say they want to be leaders. They don't know, they don't understand the meaning of leadership. So, and then there's something that was mentioned too from Mr. Omer today. Our lady that was moderating spoke something about cultural shock. Cultural shock. The cultural shock that we experienced here, when I came in that time, 1993, I landed in Amsterdam. Even before, when I entered the plane in Nigeria in Lagos, I realized that where I'm going to, if the inside the plane is like this, where I'm going to is going to be something different, more better than. And when I landed in Amsterdam, 5,300 kilometers away, the difference was like day and night. How can that be? How can that be? So this shock that many of us are experiencing has to do with the people that took over from the colonial masters. The colonial masters, when they were leaving, they left behind the same structure that is here today in Germany for us. They left the same structure in the UK, the way they were living in the UK for us. There were timetable of buses. People were even riding bicycles those days equally in Lagos. You can go to library. There were libraries where you can go and borrow books. They were cooking for our children in the schools. If you wore a uniform those days, you enter the public buses free. So these things were there. And today, I tell you guys, if you drop Buhari today in Hamburg Airport and tell him we are having a conference in Hanover, in 4 days' time, please take a train and come or take a bus. Buhari will not know how to take a train. Angela Merkel knows how to take a train. Boris Johnson knows how to take a train. Obama knows how to take a train because it is the system. They wanted us to follow the system when they were going so that when we come here, we'll not have this shock that many of us are going through now. And there's another thing he mentioned again. Beating a child is not our culture. I'm one of the fighters of a child's right. Beating a child is not our culture. Slapping a child is not our culture. Okay? So anybody who spits on the road is not our culture. It's a bad behavior. It's a bad character. Beating a child is a bad character. You only beat children because you are taller than them, because you are stronger than them. That is not the reason why children, no matter what children do, that is why they are children. What they are doing, they don't know about it. That is why they are behaving the way they behave. That is not the reason to beat them. Nobody should go into that place. It is very, very bad. They question him about taking children away from people. That many of our people, some of them, their children are taken away from them. Mr. Omer said even they are informing the embassy. That one is a big lie. Any child who is taken away from the parents here because of data protection, they will never inform the embassy. It's not written in any law here. The German law is a law of positivity. Germany, the Germans only do what is written in the law. If it's not written in the law, it will not be done. It's not written in the law that the embassy has to be informed if a Nigerian child is taken away from his or her parents. That one is a big lie. I don't know where he gets those kind of information. It is not accepted. So for most of our people that are in prison, anybody who is in prison here, the judge will ask you in the court. Of course, the person will be taken to the judge. The judge will ask you in the court, do you want your embassy to be contacted? Many people say no. Do you want your parents to be contacted? They will say no. But they have the right anytime to contact them if they want. Because it's human right. It's a human right to decide who you want to give your information and who want to get your information at the right time. So then I come to Krankenversicherung, health insurance.
Perhaps we should do it this way. I see that there are some comments that are coming up, and some of the issues that you're raising, actually, there are comments about them. So maybe we do it in a way that I thought maybe you have a presentation first, and then we can now do the question in the way you're doing it now, if that's possible.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing the questions already. Should I answer them?
I will be asking you. I will just be reading.
Okay. Or I should first of all finish with my presentation, then you start asking the questions.
Okay, maybe you finish with your presentation first.
Okay, so then I think it's better. Okay. And I heard from a lady today from the Burma telling our people about health insurance. If you are a student here, the health insurance of Burma, what we call the law-guided insurance, gesetzliche Krankenversicherung, is for students very expensive. The minimum you pay there is about 165 euros every month. Krankenversicherung and Pflegeversicherung, but the private insurance are cheaper for you. You may pay 35 euros, 60 euros, 70 euros, depending on how old you are. So that is the best thing to do. If you go into AOKA or Obama or all this kind of insurance, they are going to cost you a lot of money. Some private insurance that I know are Advigon, Mavista, many people knows about it already. So it's very, very good that you go into that. So now I come to my list of discussion. So these are the things I'll be talking about. In the first place, insurance for legal costs. There's what we call Selbstbeteiligung, contribution fee of about 150 euros to 300 euros. And then I will speak about Anmeldung, registering yourself in the local community or local cities when you come into the country. If you want to move, you have to go and dilate the registration and register yourself in the new place as well that you are going to. Then we have tenants contract. We have the letterboxes. We have the cable television Anschluss, cable programs. And we have Gemeinschaftsräume, the places where people can stay together and share their views within the same building. And then I'll be talking about contracts in general. You have contract that you can sign online, and you have contract that you can sign personally when you go to the shop or go to the company itself. And then we have, a lot of people have been having this kind of problem to control without not being a suspect. Many of our people have been controlled on the road here by the police. And it ends up in abusing each other because they don't understand it why somebody should be controlled. In Dutch, we call it verdacht unabhängige Kontrolle. You can be controlled without not being a suspect. And then I will be talking about obligation to carry your ID with you always. At least a copy in your pocket. Those things are very important. That is why you are given, that is why you have an ID, so that anywhere you go to, you can identify yourself when the police stops you. And then I'll be talking about written invitation to come to the police, if it is necessary to go to the police or not, or go to the custom or go to the state attorney. And then we have things like accident, cars, bike, pedestrians, And there's a very important insurance that is needed in the country. It's called Haftpflichtversicherung. If you go to a friend's house, you mistakenly pour a bottle of wine on the mattress, such insurance will pay. Or you are walking on the street, you collided with somebody, such insurance will pay. Or you jam somebody with your car, with your bicycle, such an insurance has to pay. And then we have these long-time students. The highest time somebody is allowed to stay in Germany to study is 10 years. And after then, it becomes very critical. And we have things like family reunion, visa family reunion, etc., etc. So let me go to the insurance for legal costs. The insurance for legal costs, I sent it last time to Mrs. Amaka, the first 10, the top 10. If you open an insurance for legal costs, you are only allowed to use the insurance after 3 months of duration. And which means, concrete, if you open an insurance, now we have October, I will say, let's say September, ending of September. So the insurance has to be open at the beginning of June, July, August, September, which means July, August, September, you have 3 months. And the case that you want the insurance to be used for has to happen in October. If it happens within the 3 months, the insurance will not pay, but it has to be after 3 months. So, and then there's what we call Selbstbeteiligung. In every insurance contract, you have a Selbstbeteiligung. Before we don't have it, but after some time, the insurance started putting this thing, contribution fee of your own. If you are asked to pay, if the insurance, if at the end the total amount of money that insurance should pay to a lawyer is going to be, for instance, 1,000 euros, the insurance will only pay 850, and you have to pay 150 from your own pocket. There are insurance to where you have to pay 300 euros, and they have to pay only 700 euros. So you have to be very specific so that you know the kind of insurance that you want to take, but at the end, you don't have to pay too much money. So, and then registering, when you come into the country, if you finally, most of you guys get a dormitory before you start leaving Nigeria, if you're coming here to study. So, but some people enter here without not having a dormitory apartment in the university or the houses that belongs to the university, then you have to look for an apartment. So if you're lucky, you get a place to stay in the dormitory. There you have to sign a contract, a landlord's contract. In this contract is written your duties and your rights and obligation of the house that you are living in. So, and I have had a guy who had problem with the letterbox. They never gave him a letterbox. They never gave him a key to the letterbox. So every time it was difficult for him to get his letter. So it was a problem, but after some time the problem was solved. And in every apartment where you are entitled to a letterbox. And many of our people, it has to do again with where we are coming from. That is why I come back again to our colonial masters. Our post offices were working before. In my village, I live in a village. I grew up in a village. I attended the secondary school village, secondary school in my village, 600 kilometers away from Lagos. That time in the early 80s, they were bringing us letters into the village, even to my father's house. There was a post office. When I was in primary school, there was a dispensary. Many of you people don't know about that. There was a dispensary in almost every small cities, every villages, for primary school pupils and students. If you were sick then, you wear your uniform, you go to the hospital, you were treated free. These things were there. These things were functioning that time. But people who came to take over power, they tabaru everything according to Fela. So those things do not exist anymore. So people that are coming here now, they're having problem with letterbox. They don't even know what is the use of a letterbox. But later they start bombasting them with letters. Letters are coming every time. Here, we don't flog anybody. Germans will not slap you. Germans will not spit on you. But the war will be fought with letter writing. Your letters will be full. Your letterbox will be full with letters every time. If you don't respond to what they want you to do, they will be bombarding you with letters. So everybody in the country needs a letterbox. On this letterbox, your surname has to be on it. You don't need to write your first name. It's equally a data protection so that they don't know that you're a woman. So they don't know that you're a man. You can only write your surname. The surname is enough. Any letter, any postman that comes to your house, what they look at is the surname. When they see the surname, they drop the letter into your letterbox. Then you have something very nice to read when you come back from work or from the university. So, generally, contract in general. So there are contracts that you can sign online. We'll call it Fen Absas Vertrag. If you sign contract online, everything that we're doing in this country has to do with contract. Even when you go to Aldi or Pennymark to buy Coca-Cola, you have signed a contract without you not knowing. You go and buy tomato, you have signed a contract without you not knowing. So anything you do in this country is contract. Now you get a receipt, you get a tax on the receipt, you see how much you paid, how much tax is taken, and where that money is going to, and which finance office is responsible. Everything is on it. So this contract, those ones are the ones that you do with you personally in the supermarket. So there are contracts too that people come to you at home trying to sell a cable contract, a telephone contract to you. They come home. They look for all kinds of tricks to give you such contracts to sign. So if you sign such contracts, you don't have what we call Widerrufsrecht. Widerrufsrecht means within a period of 2 weeks, you can cancel the contract. This Widerrufsrecht is only made for you sitting at home, going to the internet, make a contract in the internet. They will send you the contract through your email address, and you see it. And in the process too, they will equally send you what we call retrievement of contract within the period of 2 weeks. So if you are not satisfied with the contract within 2 weeks, you can cancel it either by writing them or by putting the product that you bought from them in a carton, seal it very well, take it to the post office and send back. The stamp on it, the stamp that is stamped on it is what counts. So if the date is expiring today, you carry it to the post office and it's stamped really today from the post office, and it gets to them tomorrow or next tomorrow, it does not matter. It has really got to them within the 2 weeks. But the ones you go personally to the shop, you don't have the right to terminate the contract. The only thing the only right that you have is if the contract was done because there were sort of errors that you never understood properly. And if you tell them because you don't understand German, it is only in English language. Many companies are getting clever now. They do those things even in English language. So they present those things even in English language. Even our court here, sometimes if they send judgment out and they know you are an English speaker, they even put extra English translated judgment for you inside. The Arab people get the same thing in Arabic language. The French people get the same thing in French language as well. So then I now come to the control of the police without not being a suspect. Many people say it is racial profiling. I have had this problem several times too. Sometimes I'll be driving to the court with my car on the highway. They are mostly in civil, we call it civil. They are not wearing police uniform. They overtook me, I overtook them, they overtook me, I overtook them. The next thing you see, police written on top of their car, please follow. So I have to follow them to we call it Rastplatz in Germany, a resting place on the highway. So then they will ask for the particulars of the car. So I have to give them the particulars of the car. So sometimes they ask, what do I do? Why do I ride such a nice car? I tell them who I am. I give them my lawyer's ID card. Oh, say they are sorry. I say, please, I want to go. They are waiting for me in the court. Then they will clear the road. I start going. So, so most of the time too, I have been stopped on the road moving around in the city. So it does not matter. They have the right to control anybody going around. But most of the people they control in the city, they always come with one argument saying they were caught. somebody describes that a black man did this and did that, is wearing the same color of your jacket, he has a short hair, he looks almost like you, he wears the same kind of shoe. So because of that, please, and most of the time they're very polite, please, can we see your Ausweis, your ID card? So many of our Africans get angry. How can you see me? Only me, you want to control me. Other people are passing by, you don't control. Please, gentlemen, if you have it in your pocket, give it to them. And at the end, they will apologize to and leave you and start going. They're only doing their work. If our police officers are doing such work at home, many of our people will not be riding so many SUV and nobody is being controlled. These people, they are all within us in our environment, riding a bicycle today. Tomorrow you see him with a BMW. Nobody asks where the money comes from. Here, they will take it away from you. So that it is equally a part of fighting corruption. So please don't quarrel with them. There are areas like Bayern and Baden-Württemberg. Those people, they're a little bit mad. If you resist them, if there are only two of them, most of the time they move in twice, a man and a woman. Before you know, about 6, 7 other ones can come. Sometimes it can even be 20. So then you're already in trouble. And anything you say to be used against you if they finally go to court because you insulted them, because you resisting control and in the process insulting the police officer is a crime in our law here. And you'll be fined money. If you are working, you'll be charged according to how your salary looks like. If you are lucky, they estimate it, they don't ask for your salary. If they ask for your salary, then the expenses, the punishment will be higher. Please, ladies and gentlemen, respond according to the law. So, and then in some cases, you'll be written a letter from the police office telling you to come for interrogation. So I will tell you, based on our law here, you must not go to the police. In the first place, if you don't go, they will write you again. And then thirdly, they will not write you the third time. What they will do, they will send the file to the state lawyer. So from the state lawyer, if the state lawyer writes you, then you have to go. If you don't go, he will send the police to your place to come and arrest you. So if the police write you, my advice is always don't go there. Contact me if you like. You can equally contact any other lawyer you feel is the best for you. If you contact me, what I always do, people that will be contacting me, I will write to them that I am representing them. The file will go to the state lawyer. From the state lawyer, I will get the file. It is then we finally see what they are accusing you of. Then we can make a statement. So in the most cases, these cases have been settled amicably, because for me, it's very important that whoever comes from Africa that wants to stay here, I want them to remain here so that we'll become more here. We can equally change the society in a better way for all of us. Because I believe strongly, I know how hunger worried me in Nigeria. Anybody who is here, hunger not in the dictionary anymore. Nothing will happen to that. And because of the healthcare, we are going to live longer. So everybody should be happy to be here, obey the law, and things will be fine, and there will not be a problem. So, and the same thing with custom offices. Sometimes too, they write, in the case of custom, somebody who apply for Arbeitslosengeld or somebody who is taking, you people are not really affected with that one, who is taking has fear and then made 1 or 2 wayo, they paid the person more money. That is where the custom officers come, or some of our people that register their companies and they don't really run the companies. They are one way or the other. Some things are happening around. They use it for one thing or the other. You may be unlucky. You get a letter from the custom office. We call them soil armed. They look like police, but they are not police officers, but they are already under the justice of the country. So then accident, very, very important. Very, very important. Most of you that are driving cars, if an accident happened on the road, go out of your car. Don't allow whoever caused that accident to drive away and said, I want to drive to the side. Nah. Come out of your car, take pictures. Take pictures, stand at the front of the car, at the back of the car, left-hand side, right-hand side. take pictures. Even when people are holding you behind, tell them to cool down. They will wait, because this is the best evidence that you need. When somebody can move his car away from the scene of accident, then you don't have right anymore. They start arguing and said, that was not how the accident happened. Don't let anybody drive away who caused an accident. Ask him to stand where he is, and you take your pictures. It's very important. We call it Beweissicherung, protection of evidence, so that later you have your evidence with your picture, and then you'll get right in the court. So some people ride their bikes too. You must have experienced it a lot. The way I do, I experience it as well. In this country, we all drive right. It's not like in the UK where they drive left. In Nigeria before, it was equally left before, but our people were clever. They were able to change it. No, it was left before. They were driving left equally as in Nigeria. So many of you people don't even know about it. So in this country, if you're riding your bicycle, ride on the right-hand side. If you ride on the left, I've experienced it several times, an Opa will stand on the road and stretch his arms very wide and tell you, stop, go to the other side. It's not allowed here. Don't ride here. No, they have told me several times, 9. I want to make argument with them, they will refuse. I know they are correct. Please, you go to the other side and ride your bicycle. It's very important, because if you are riding at the right-hand side, on the right way, and an accident happens, the possibility that you will be at fault is just maybe 5%. That if you jam somebody from at the other side, that have a right, what we call forfeit, the right to ride there, then you will pay the expenses. You will pay what we call Schmerzensgeld, compensation for pain and suffering. Now, we have a catalog here that has been worked out by the lawmakers in the parliament together with doctors. It is written in this big book based on the kind of injury that you have, the kind of money the person that caused it is going to pay. So that is the reason why here two people don't fight. When there's quarrel, Germans only push themselves. You push me, I push you. You push me, I push you. You push me, I push you. Fight, you don't finish. Because if you bring your fight, you bring your blow out of your pocket, it's going to be very expensive. So they don't do that. And then, if you're the same thing, if you're walking on foot, try as much as possible to walk on the right side of the road. If you walk there too, you can be typing on your mobile phone, which I don't advise you to do. If you are walking, you are moving, look where you are going to. Sometimes you see these young people, even on the bicycle, they are writing SMS. Yeah? And then they cause accident, even the ones that are in the cars too. It is not advisable. Because when experts come, they will know that something happened. That is why you were not watchful. That is why you caused this accident. So, and then, because as pedestrians, you can jam yourself in between, it is equally an accident. So that is why you need this thing that we'll call Haftpflichtversicherung. It is an insurance that is made for this kind of petty damages that you can cause somewhere. Maybe you are living in the supermarket, you jam somebody unknowingly, and what you bought in the supermarket fell down, and those things are kaput, all these kind of things. Germans are very clever. They can start asking you for an insurance, asking you for your address. So anytime they start asking you for an address, you should know that claims are coming. So if it's possible for you to disappear as quickly as you can. So because you are going to pay, so you are going to pay later, because it's the same thing too in the internet too. If you are doing something in the internet, you get to a certain point, they are asking for your address. Remove your finger there. They want to send you a Rechnung, a bill that you pay later. But they will tell you at the beginning it is free. But at the end, they will send you a bill that you have to pay. So then I have these long-time students, highest 10 years. You see, many of our people think if you are here after some years of study, you can change to Ausbildung. You want to start learning something practical, what Germans call Ausbildung. It is only allowed for for normal students who never had a profession before in their life. If you come from Nigeria to come and study here, you start from square one, you go to student college. From student college, you now enter the university, and you couldn't cope, you can change to Ausbildung and learn something, you know. So these Ausbildung that we have here are the same technical colleges we had in Nigeria before, that were people killed again in the country. If you want to learn those days, a bricklayer, you go to technical college. You want to learn a carpenter, technical college. So it's the same thing that Germans are practicing here. But our people that said they want to rule us never had the sense of ruling. So the whole thing Dabaru. So many of you should listen to Fela. If you listen to Fela, you will know how the country was before you guys were born. So, and if you are studying here, normal study, the highest you are allowed to stay here to study is 10 years. But once in a while too, I used to have people who could not finish their studies within this period of 10 years. It is very, very unfortunate. 10 years is a long time. 10 years is a long time. If you are noticing that you cannot make it within that time, you start looking for other alternatives. Don't wait for people to tell you, because this long time, 10 years is a very, very long time. No? So either you start looking for a man to get married to, or the man start looking for a woman, or you make a child, or any other thing that you can do to make you settle here, unless you don't want to stay here. If you don't want to stay here, it's individual decision. Anybody who comes in here, apart from the ones that are doing well at home, that were born with golden spoons, you should look for a possibility to stay. If you stay, you will have a better life. No? Hunger not there again. Health care. Many of my people at home that are even younger than me, they're already dead. Even the last time I visited Nigeria, many of them that I seniored with even 5 years, they don't have teeth again in their mouth. Many people cannot walk around again. So these are the tragedies, and these tragedies, it is not new. It's not something new. It has always been there. It's not that we don't have the possibility to make these things change, but it is not wanted. Whoever has this possibility to change those things, they are not doing it, or they don't have the foresight. It is always a question of leadership. We are enjoying this country today because they had good leaders. Good leaders. It's always a question of leadership. If you don't have a good leader, it will always be the way it is in many of the African countries. We are seeing it in Rwanda. Rwanda is functioning, and Germans are happy now to go there and invest. Many of you guys don't even know about it. There was a Volkswagen assembly company in Lagos, and there was a Peugeot company equally in Nigeria, giving our people jobs. These companies, they vanish. They are no longer there. They have to come back because of the corruption, because of the bad way, because of military, and so many other things. So a lot of things have gone back in our home country. So family reunion. For most of you guys that want to go and bring your wife or your husband or your children, now it is, of course, very difficult to organize these things, because you have to wait for at least 1 year to register yourself, first of all, on the German embassy website, and then you'll be sent an invitation. And with invitation, then you now go to the embassy to submit the necessary application, and they will start doing the investigation. So before people can even come here at all, before you can bring your wife or your husband or your children, most of the time it takes about 18 to 19 months. So these are the places where I expect our leaders to come in, most especially the students. Students will gain admission and they don't come in here at the right time. And our people, they are not interested in it because education is not respected in Nigeria. They don't care about education. They don't care. Here in this country, if you're educated, it's like you are the king of the society. It's like you are the king. Everything goes smoothly for you. Anywhere you are going, whether you are black, you are white, you are red, everything is working for you. Now, Germans do not think about who is black, who is white. As far as you can do the work, you are qualified, you'll be given. Not in our places. They are training engineers every day coming out of the university. We have agriculturists living in the university every day. But they want to construct bridge, they'll go and bring a Chinese man. They bring Oyibo, they give them jobs. You neglect your own people. In these people's country, In Germany, you're looking for a job, German comes first. In America, America comes first. In Britain, British comes first. Everywhere. So we should learn to do the things the way it's supposed to be. Our population is growing. That place is going to explode. And when it explodes, those people that think they want to lead us and they are not ready to lead, it's going to be very difficult for them. So, yeah, I think I have come to the end of my vortrag, of my speech.
Okay.
So anybody who has a question, he'll start answering his question. And I want to tell you guys, anything you have, call me. I will get it done for you. For people that are having contracts that they don't understand, send it to me too. I will go through it and tell you how this is how it's supposed to be, if you have to sign or not. Because when you sign, you are working. You cannot say later you don't understand the contract, but you sign. So that shouldn't be, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Barrister Imasi. We really enjoyed your presentation, and the participation level is very high. So we have a very good number of questions, and I will post them now. Since we still have like 15 minutes, you'll be able to address all the questions. But the very first, we have many questions, but somebody said, how can we reach you? I think that perhaps you would share with us your contact. Maybe we'll put it in the comment section, or maybe they also Google you, they can find you.
Exactly. They just need to go to Google, write Reshna Imasi, they find me.
Okay. So I hope
I have a website in English and in German.
Just on Google, if you put his name, you will find the law firm. I did that before this presentation and I was able to find his law firm. So that's a very easy way to contact him. But yes, thank you very much. So I'm going to start from the point of the accident.
Sorry, let me tell you something.
Yes, sir.
Anybody who wants to contact me, if you call me on the phone, you don't, no matter what happens, if you call me on the phone, you don't get me, please write an SMS and I will reply you. SMS, it can be WhatsApp, it can be normal SMS. Because some people call, they say they don't get me and they stop contacting me. Yeah, write an SMS that these are the means of communication. If you write me, I will reply you immediately. I can be somewhere in a meeting, but I can read SMS. Okay.
Very good. I hope everybody has heard that. This is very important. If the call has not been answered, just send a message and he will get back to you. So somebody was asking a question about the accident scenario that you painted, and you said we should not allow the other party to leave because of preservation of evidence. He said, what if the other person refuses or insists to move his or her car after the accident? Would you drag or try to stop the person? I guess this will also be regarded as a personal attack. If maybe the person has refused to move, or the person decides to move and you're trying to stop the person from moving. Is this somehow covered, or how can you preserve this kind of thing, especially in Germany where they say you should not record a video, for example, without somebody's consent? Under that kind of situation, what do you do?
Now it has changed, because this country, they change things from time to time. They make their things current and things are working the way it's supposed to be. You can make videos. You can even make videos of police officers when they are in action, when they are arresting somebody on the road or doing anything, whatever they are doing, you can make videos of it. The highest court has finally come to a conclusion and said it is accepted. You can make videos for evidence later. So in such cases about the accident, if who caused the accident is trying to go away, you can jump out and call the police. So there are some accidents, of course, that you would do that will happen if you call the police. It depends on how you explain to the police. The police will tell you it's not necessary, that they will not come. But if you tell the police that who caused the accident is running away, the police will come as quickly as possible. So it depends on how you explain to them. Yeah, it depends on how you explain to them.
So does German language help in that kind of situation? Or
even if you call and speak English, they speak English as well.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I think I would, that question is very clear and kindly noted. There's the other conversation which you were discussing was about insurance, which also seemed to be a very popular topic. And many people were asking a lot of questions around insurance. And it is clear that insurance is very important. But this question is basically about which insurance is more important to have. So we know that health insurance is statutory and we have to have it.
That one is must, yeah.
Exactly. So things like the legal insurance, the Applish Physician, for example. Which other insurance should we have? Which one is good to have? Which one is compulsory apart from health insurance? So that we don't have too many, spending all our money on insurance.
The insurance that one is supposed to have, the major ones that are needed in the country is health insurance, and then Haftpflicht Versicherung. Let me see in my translator how it is, what is called in English. Haftpflicht Versicherung. So Haftpflicht Versicherung. So here, liability insurance, that is what is called third-party insurance. Liability insurance and third-party insurance. That one is necessary, as I said, if you damage people's property and or you are riding your bicycle, you cause an accident, that one can equally take that expenses.
Those of us that have children, is it also important?
Exactly, the ones that have children, the children are covered in this Haftpflicht Versicherung liability insurance. And those ones that are married to, once one, either the husband take it or the wife, everybody is protected in that insurance, but only once is paid. You paid once in a year. And then we have another one we call house rat insurance for people, for your properties in the house in case a fire breaks out. So that one, I will not, it is not so important, but many people have it as well. But if you want to have it, you can have it. And the other one I mentioned before, the legal insurance, it depends on how many times you have law cases in a year. So it's very important to know, even if you have that insurance, if you use it very frequent, they will kick you out of the insurance. Insurance will kick you out. So if you use it every 2 to 3 times in a year, then you'll be kicked out of the insurance. So, and this kind of insurance does not even pay your lawyer's expenses if it has to do with criminal cases.
Okay.
Criminal cases, they only pay in criminal cases if the criminal case or the criminal code has to do with carelessness. No? That you destroy somebody's property out of carelessness, or you cause an accident trying to move out from a parking place that you parked before. You drive back, jam a car behind you, you drive to the front, drive again, and then leave that place and go away without you not noticing that your car has touched another car behind you. We call that one Fahrlässigkeit. Okay. So in such cases, they will pay. But anything that has to do with intentional act, committing a crime intentionally, they don't pay.
Okay.
They don't pay for that. Okay.
So we have this very niche situation in our community. Most of the time, people are trying to avoid the banking structure because of high fees when they're transferring money home. So they come in different groups and they ask people if they have Naira, they want to give them Euro. And this leads to a lot of problems. People have done it successfully over the years, but it also leads to a lot of problems. Number one, sometimes people try to defraud the other person. These are 2 Nigerians. So somebody has asked, in this kind of situation, who can we report to apart from the German police? We don't want to spoil this person's record. This person is a fellow Nigerian. How can I handle it? That's the first question. Still related to the second question, there are many other challenges that come up in this kind of transaction. So in the past, we've had people who suddenly their bank calls them and say their account is being frozen because they are being investigated for money laundering, because they received money from this other person's account, which is a personal transaction because the person maybe helped them to send money to their mother in Nigeria. So under this kind of situations too, what are the things that people need to note that, when you are doing this kind of transaction, how do you make sure that you are safe and you are protected and you are not exposed unnecessarily in this sort of situation? So those are 2 questions that are linked to the same issue. Can you advise?
In the first place, such transactions are against the law.
Okay.
it is not accepted. If you do it within your friends, between one or two friends that you people know yourselves, it is allowed. But if you go to an open community like this WhatsApp group that many Nigerians are having, I have a lot of these cases here, it is against the law. In the most cases, they don't even know who is sending the money.
Yes.
They don't even know who they are exchanging money with. So that is why it's very incriminating. So if you are doing such a thing, do it within people that you know yourselves, you know the ID, you know his name, you know where he's coming from, and you must have had a personal contact. Because many of these guys doing 419,
yes,
they are somewhere, they hide themselves here because in WhatsApp, somebody can write, my name is B, or my name is Sly, my name is Angel, but that is not their names. No? They are all alias names. So there, they started doing this kind of a thing. I've had cases from, one was very similar, where somebody was trying to look for a euro to buy. They informed him there's a man in the internet where he published he wants to sell euros. There is a worker in social company, he has euros to sell. But not knowing that it is not true. They have hacked into somebody's account somewhere, and they are looking for a possibility to push that money from that person's account into another account.
Exactly.
And then they will ask them to send this money to Nigeria to set some accounts in Nigeria in equivalent. So our police force here, the justice here, they have tried several times to contact Nigerian authorities in Africa, no response. Yeah, they don't respond. So because of that, for them, it's very difficult to start looking for who committed this crime, who did not commit the crime. So my aspect of the whole thing is I always try to do the best that I can, mostly that they are not sentenced. If you are sentenced here, it's a reason for the Foreign Office to stop your residence permit and ask you to leave the country.
Yeah. Okay.
So it is written in the law. When somebody is sentenced in this country and you are a student or you are a foreigner, they have the right to stop your residence permit. When they stop the residence permit, they will ask you to leave the country. So, and not only that, if they don't stop your residence permit, it will enter into your police register. And if you finish later, you start working, you have a good job, and you want to become a German, they will not give you the German passport because you were sentenced before, you are an ex-convict. So, ladies and gentlemen, be very careful what you are doing. I know it cannot be avoided completely. One way or the other, things will always happen. And there are some people too that I have here. The police will ask them to come for a DNA test, for fingerprints. And some of them want to go. I said, look, gentlemen, don't go there. Don't go there. If you go there, you don't know where they had your DNA before. Because when they take your finger, they take your DNA, they don't only run it in the central computer in our country here, they run it in the central computer in the European Union.
Wow.
So maybe you were somewhere in a house before where somebody was killed or something happened, you left there some weeks ago and they find your DNA there.
No problem.
And then you're already in a problem. So that thing is very, 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 very crucial. If you have such things, contact me. I will tell you not to go. You are not obliged to go. I will ask for the file. Before you are obliged to go is they have to go to a judge. And they have to satisfy a judge that the reason for them going to take your DNA is so huge. If it's not so huge, the judge will not accept it. The judge will not give them the permission. So because many of these police officers, they just move from door to door. They knock places where they know they are foreigners. They just tell them, can you give us your DNA? Nine. That's goodness. Nine.
You have a right to say no.
Exactly. And don't even allow them into the house. You close the door. Not even allow them into the house. If they come to your house unexpectedly, they say they are coming to search your house, you ask for a search warrant. You come out of the door and ask for a search warrant. If they don't have it, you close the door. They will not force you. They will not push you into the house. They're not allowed to enter into your house without a search warrant.
Okay.
Yeah. So here, this place will they not be Niger. If they raise their hand and touch you, they will lose their profession the next day. They will sack them from their system, and they will lose their whole gratuity, their whole pension money. That is why they are very careful as well. So police will never slap anybody here.
Good. I believe that everybody has heard really, really important points. We have just 2 minutes left, but there are still so many questions, but I will just try if you can give 1 or 2 points to these last few ones. This person said, I applied for a job as a midwife. The hospital is asking me to translate my certificates and licenses obtained in Nigeria, from Nigeria into German. How do I go about this? Do you have any recommendation?
You only want to translate the certificate?
Yes.
The certificate should be translated. That one I use it in now.
So translation should be easy. It's not a problem.
So is the person here or is in Nigeria?
I think the person is here from the tone of this message.
Yeah. So if you want to translate it, there are a lot of translators in the country. You should enter into Google and write Übersetzer. No, Übersetzer, Deutsch, English, or English, Deutsch.
Yeah, and they will find
hundreds of them will jump out.
Okay.
Yeah. So you just go to one, and mostly they need people that are working with the court. It's written vereidigte Übersetzer or the Dolmetscher that is sworn in by the court. Those are the ones that have the stamp. They will put the stamp on it that they translated it, they saw it is original and those things. That is the kind of translator, that kind of translated papers that they need.
Okay.
Yeah.
So another quick one. Could you briefly talk about family reunion requirements just for students, even when they have not finished studying?
So family requirement issues, students, most of the time, if you're bringing your wife or your daughter or your son or your husband from Nigeria, you have to apply for an appointment. An appointment will give you later, and then there's some kind of document, confirmation of Nigerian certificate. Those things will be done through a trusted lawyer that works with the German embassy. They call them trusted lawyer, but they do take bribe. Nigeria. Now they do take bribe. So those people will now, the man or the woman that they will give those papers to, will now travel to the communities where those people are living and question the family and go to the areas where the papers were made. The German embassy requires demands for money, depending the cost of confirmation of all those things varies from the cities where you are staying. If you are living in Lagos, it's about 300 to 400 euros. If you are living in Aba, it can cost 800 or 900 euros. So it depends on where the family is that they have to travel so far. So when everything is correct, they will now write the family, the foreign office that is responsible in Germany, and you'll be asked to come and present your documents. Which document are you having? If you are having a job, and how big is your apartment? You need at least 46 square meters for your apartment. If it's not up to 46 square meters, they will refuse. And if you don't earn enough money too, they will refuse. But there are people too have had, they were able to do it by putting a lot of money in their block account. So I don't know how far that is true, but the way I know it goes normally is always if you earn enough money, or you're already a German citizen, or you are writing your doctor arbeit. If you are doing doctor arbeit, you're doing a PhD, you earn money already. So, and some of them have to do German language. But if you are a PhD student, you are working here, the language course is exempted, but the woman or the man has to tell them in the embassy, my husband is a PhD student or is a student of citywide. There's one they call traveling. There's a certain visa that they give to people, city something, which they are experts moving from country to country. Those ones too, they don't need the A1 certificate. Apart from that, all other ones have to do A1 certificate. The children, of course, not. Under the age of 14, they are allowed to come like that. No? So they'll come and join their parents and start living here. But it's a very wide topic. No? It's not what somebody can just say now within 2 minutes and everything is done. Then every case is an individual case, and it has to be looked into properly, and mostly depends on the kind of visa that whoever is bringing them in is having. Yeah.
Okay. The big question that people are asking is, well, how can we contact you? And I think you already answered that. That's the best that they can do is to put your name in Google, Barrister Iyare Imasi.
Me, Rechtsanwalt. If you write barrister, you will not get me.
Okay, so you have to know the German, please.
Yeah.
What? Which is
even if you only write my name, Iyare Imasi, you will get me too.
okay. So
Yeah.
barrister. So please, just on Google, and somebody has also posted the address in the chat, his name and the address of the law firm with the phone number and the email address. So for those who are on YouTube, if there's nobody posting it in the chat over there, just type his name into Google and you'll be able to reach him to provide, because there are questions now that are very personal that they need a special personal touch. So we can, of course, we have run out of time now, but this person says, how much do you charge for your services? I don't know whether that is a question.
Yeah, for the first consultation, I think by now it's known it is 100 euros.
Okay.
And any other further thing will be discussed then.
Okay, so if somebody has legal insurance, do they still pay the first consultation?
No, if you have a legal insurance, after 3 months,
okay,
you don't have to pay. But the first thing is you have to contact your insurance. Tell your insurance you want Mr. Imasi to advise you, and they will give you what we call a sharding number, a damage number. So with that number, you send it to me. I can then ask them to pay me for my legal consultation. Then I will now advise that person free without him not paying that extra money.
Okay. Do you also provide consultation for people who are not there physically? So I live in Berlin. I want to consult you. Can we?
All of them. My work is a paperwork. I work with fax and email. Okay. Anybody can consult me anywhere. Even my license permits me to go to European courts. So anybody who has anything can contact me from anywhere.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's been such an amazing time speaking to you, and you have given us so many useful tips. Now I know what to do when I'm on the road, and we know how to deal with really specific situations that are super specific to those of us who are scholars in Germany. So we thank you for taking out time to speak to us, and we hope that you always be there for us when people have legal problems. They can contact you as you
Yeah.
Really appreciate you taking your time. Thank you very much.
Always. As I said, if you call me, you don't get me, send an SMS. Okay. I'm equally on WhatsApp. People can even send me papers on WhatsApp. So it is not a problem. So contact me anytime. Feel free to contact me. And that is why I'm there. I'm a Nigerian like you guys too. I came here at the age of 25 those days without not hearing a single word German. I have to learn German and then finally went and studied law. So most of the things you guys are going through, I went through them. So I know about all the tricks and the wayo with the inside. So
thank you very
thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Nice evening.
And until next time.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye. Cheers.
Cheers. Ladies, I would like to hand over to you now. I hope that we all had a great time with the legal section. So I'm going to hand over to Faith and Jolade, I believe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Faith, can you hear me as well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good.
Okay, let's get to it.
That was a very interesting session.
It was. I didn't know that if I had a car accident, I need to jump out of the car and start taking pictures. I'm
like, I had no idea. Huh. And this new liability insurance where they pay for something you probably damage at a friend's place, it's also very important.
I actually have that one.
I don't.
I thought about it, a friend of mine told me about it when I first got here, and I was like,
okay, then I should get it.
If I pour someone's tomato, they should pay.
Okay, that's good. I should get it as well.
Yeah, and it's not so expensive. I think I pay €4 a month or something.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I should get it like the next minute.
Sure. Okay, so now we are inching into something a bit more fun so that we can relax our brains, laugh a bit before we go into some other. Someone said I should come and call something. Not so. I'm just going to share my screen.
Yeah, so now we are doing the dating game. So hope everyone is ready. Our volunteers, and yeah, we need more females and yeah, more guys as well.
Yes, please, women, volunteer. Can everyone see my screen and hear me?
Yes, I can see it and hear you as well.
Okay. Wonderful. So if you were here before the last session started during our little intermediate chat, we talked about this game session, which is the dating game. You're here to shoot your shots. I hope people have gotten your bullets ready. So I'll just run you through how it goes. So first of all, you'll be given a scenario. Now, this scenario will tell you where you are, who you're talking to, and so on. And based on that scenario, you need to think of one sentence to either chike the girl or the guy. So first of all, we'll start with guys. And during the last break, we had a couple of volunteers. Jolade, can you please put up, make them panelists so that we can see them,
okay,
and also hear them. So these volunteers are our president. I hope he's here.
No, I think he had to attend to something else.
Okay.
But we would bring the other people that nominated him and the other people that also said they would like to join.
Yes.
So I would
So we
start
have
bringing them up now.
Danny, Ndidi, Major X, Joseph.
Okay, found
I
Major
hope you're
X
also
now.
here.
So I have sent him a message. Let's see, Ndidi, I cannot find him, but Major X is done. There it was Taiwo.
Emmy, okay, just while you're doing that, Jolade, I'll just respond to some questions in the chat.
Okay.
Someone said €4. If yes, monthly. Yes, so €4 monthly is what I pay. And I think I pay per year. So they calculate €4 times 12 months, and you just pay it once, and then you have the insurance for a whole year. I'm just joining you guys. Hope I've not missed much. I'd like to spread. Okay,
Danny,
okay. Samuel, please add Samuel to the list because he wants to chike you, Jolade.
Oh, okay, that's impressive.
About the insurance, I think my previous one was also billed monthly, and I think for that one I paid €3 or something. I can't remember why I changed to the €4 one, but €1 difference doesn't make. It's not much of a difference.
He already raised up his hand, and then we have one more person. We have Francis as well. Okay, so we have 4 people. Is 4 people, 4 guys enough?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can do 4.
Okay.
Do we have any girl that wants to volunteer to be chiked?
Yeah, if we have a lady that wants to be, chiked, that wants a guy to shoot his shot, can you please just raise up your hand and we would bring you, give you permission to speak. Ladies, let's come up.
Ladies, don't be shy.
Yeah, I'm sure we have a lot of single ladies, and we
You don't
have.
even have to be single. You can also just be here for the fun.
True. And Simi is here as well.
Yes, I'm here. You said single ladies. I said let me come and mark attendance. Oh yeah, no.
Okay. So maybe we should first. Simi, would you like to? We have 4 guys already. Before we.
Honey love a lady. I see lots of.
We have we have Oni Love and we have Dr. Osede. Yes, okay. I think we have ladies now as well.
Okay. Can we make them panelists? Can we see everyone?
Yes, I would now make them.
I wish we had like some background music so that
it's
changing our spirits as well.
To set the mood.
To set the mood, exactly.
Exactly.
So I think we have 4 guys already, and we have 2 ladies. So do we start with Onilove first or Dr. Bosede?
Okay, I did not turn in on your screens. Turn on your video.
Please turn on your video.
Are you too shy?
Sorry, ladies, my video where I am, I can't turn on my video.
Okay. Sorry, who's speaking?
Onilove.
Okay, Onilove. Okay. Thank you. No
How
problem.
about Onilove? They need to see who you're.
Even if it's a picture,
exactly.
is it possible to put a picture?
I can try.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So that just like they can have an idea.
And then, okay, so we have, what are the guys' names?
So we have Danny, we have Major X, we have Danny, Major X, just 1 minute. We have Samuel as well, and we have Francis. So Francis, Samuel, Danny, and Major X.
And can the four of you just say hello so that we know we can hear you?
I just asked them to unmute now, so let's see.
What's going on?
Major X, Danny, can you unmute that we can at least hear you speak? Okay, Onilove just put a picture.
Emmy, where are you wasting the shots? It's not a waste. Practice. Practice for the future.
Ah, she said future. Someone is saying come on, it's not that hard. Oh yeah, show them the way now.
You guys unmute yourselves, please, so that we can hear you. And
I think no one wants to go first, though. Samuel, please go first.
Where are the people raising their hands?
I already brought them up, and they can already speak, but I don't know why they don't want to speak. Maybe they are waiting for the first person to go. Major X, are you there? All of them are not speaking.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, this is Dr. Bosede.
Okay, that's thank you for at least saying something, because I was about to start thinking the microphones were not working or something. We would come to you in a minute.
Option. There's no option of video or for me to show my face.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just promoted you, and you should see a pop-up.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Awesome.
Thank you. Then I'll wait for my time.
Okay.
What about Samuel? Samuel, where are you?
They are all here, but for some reason they are not talking. So there is now Danny.
You guys are making the game slow.
But they are not talking.
Please, someone else.
Hi guys, sorry, I'm just joining the meeting. I'm sorry, I don't really understand what's going on, what we're supposed to do. That's why.
Thank you for talking. Faith would explain what you have to do in a minute. Faith, Samuel just answered.
Dr. Bosede is a lady. Can you show us your face? So you're going to be the lady of the moment. Now, what about Francis? Francis, are you there? Can you say something so we know that you're there?
Francis, can you hear us? There is also Taiwo.
Taiwo.
Oh no, okay. Yeah, I'm sure I can also shoot a shot.
Francis. See, you're unmuted, but you're not saying anything.
Let this please, how many layers in the house? This is evidence 001 of these men. I'm subbing all the guys, every guy. If you can hear me, catch yourself. Evidence 001. Of why some girls are still single in the streets. Audio shoots, Abby. Short shooting. But they cannot come and shoot the shot.
They cannot shoot.
Dr. Bosede is there. Nobody.
Maybe I need to do more posing.
Don't mind them, Jerry.
to encourage them.
I think no one wants to go first. That's the problem. They are waiting for the other person.
To build the card.
Don't worry, I'll go.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay. Anyways, we know the other guys are there.
Yeah.
By the way, someone says,
Joseph. Oh God, I knew it. I knew I could put my trust in you. Oh, yeah.
Guys, someone says it seems the procedure isn't clear. Maybe we should explain it again, what it's supposed to be like. So basically, you know, the steps. Yep.
But I can't see Bose there. Where is she? I mean, oh yeah, good. Better.
So the procedure is this. We need some guys to toast or chike or shoot their shots at our beautiful Dr. Bosede. Now, all you have to do is say one sentence. We'll give you a scenario, which is where you are and what you're doing in that moment, and you have one sentence to shoot your shot at her. Now, after everyone finishes, all the guys finish, Dr. Bosede will choose the one who had the best
line.
Best line.
Yeah.
So it's a simple game. All you have to do is say one sentence, and in the end, Dr. Bosede will pick who had the best line.
Faith, is it possible to stop sharing so that we can put them in the spotlight so that our audience can also see?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, now better. So now we have Joseph. You can continue.
Where is it? But where are the other guys? Okay. So now the question. Okay, but now I need to share my screen again because that's where the question is.
I think you can say it out. It's better if we have the spotlight so people can see their faces a lot better. And maybe you should put two guys already up on the spotlight so you don't have to then say who's going to talk next. So Joseph, thank you so much for volunteering. Exactly.
Samuel is here as well. We need someone to put Major X as part of the panelists so that he can also shoot a shot as well. And Danny.
Request, but I don't think he accepted it.
Danny as well.
Okay, so I will read out the question or the scenario, and I will also put it in the chat box so that everyone can see it. Okay, so scenario 1. You're on your way out of the bank and you see our beautiful Dr. Bosede, who is walking to her car, which is parked right next to yours. So you guys are parked. So now you walk up to her and you say, Samuel, what do you say?
Who start first?
Samuel is on mute, so I'm trying to unmute.
Okay, Samuel.
I don't want to go first, please.
Okay, Joseph, go first.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't worry, I know you got it.
Okay, but I can't see Bosede anymore. Okay. Now
you can see her now. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, hello, beautiful lady. How are you?
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. How are you today?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't mistake this for anything. But actually, when I first saw you, I thought heaven actually is missing an angel. So, by the way, my name is Joseph. What's your name, please?
My name is Bose, and it's nice to meet you.
What a beautiful name for a beautiful lady.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. You have one sentence and you've said two.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
One sentence.
But he's doing a good job, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Just
okay, Samuel.
So the next is Samuel. Okay. Samuel, you can do this, so I'm rooting for you. You have to unmute. Okay.
All right. So the game is like I just talked to Bosse, right? After seeing her coming out of the bank. Okay. Hi, beauty. Wow. You look so gorgeous. After looking at you for like less than 30 seconds, you won't believe I got an headache, and the headache is just from looking at you, and I will feel like you can help me to, to solve that by just, getting to know you, be my like a friend. Let's getting started to know each other. Like that's what I would tell her. I'm not good at those. So I'm kind of a shy person.
You have done a very good job. Even me,
Well done.
I'm tripping.
Okay, good.
Well done.
Is that good?
Done.
Well done.
Yeah, well done. It's a good try. Yeah, better as the other guy. At least he was direct to what you wanted and not just asking me for my name. Yeah.
So Samuel, you win this round.
Okay.
Well done.
Congratulations, Samuel.
Unbelievable.
Even in your shyness.
Even in your shyness, can you imagine?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for coming up as well. Now we can also thank you, Abosede, also, and thank you, Joseph. You at least you started first, so believe me, your courage was what even made Samuel win. Exactly. Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, we can select new nominees and then.
So basically, everybody wants to toast Faith. Faith, you're next, though. You're the next person.
Let the toasting begin.
Tell Jolade the question so she would ask.
Okay, please tell me the question I would ask, and then you're the next.
Okay, let me send it to you.
Okay, so if you guys, now we're bringing Faith. Faith is on the hot seat. So all of you that want to toast Faith, I can see Oladayo. There was somebody that was like, if Faith is not there, I'm not even doing again. Oh yeah, all of you. Oh yeah. Let's know ourselves. Let's know yourself.
I don't know why our guys are dull, Maybe we should teach them what not to say so that next time they will have confidence.
Please, if you're interested to shoot your shot at Faith, please raise your hand so I can bring you up.
There's already put
to the front.
Please just give me their names and let me start bringing them up.
Me, I am snitch, let me. I can see. Oh yeah, I see Oladayo. I see
Raphael.
I think Abiola too was saying something one time.
Yes, Abiola and Kosti. Kosti was asking, so after you win,
Mide said that Faith, I want toast. If you not win this Mide with I see a lot of confidence in this. I want.
His name is just Mide, or what is?
Just
okay,
Mide.
I've seen him here. Okay, Mide, I've invited him. Then who else?
Mide, Raphael,
She is raising his or her hand.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, Derichi. Yeah, okay, I brought Derichi. Yes, okay. There is Mide as well, and there is still Danny as well.
Who is Raphael? And why is Taiwo shouting Raphael?
Let me put Taiwo too.
We'll put Taiwo.
Taiwo, this your voice is too loud, oh.
Allowed to talk.
Is it the one with the R, just R, or because I can only see how?
Taiwo. It's 76261 Taiwo. It's the one writing Raphael.
Yeah.
As he said, these ladies are not single. Let me not come and waste my life. It's not about getting a wife. Just shoot your shot so that you know what line to use next.
You have to start from somewhere.
After all this waste your line, you will drop line now. It will not be heavy like that.
So I think we have at least 3 people. So we have Daberichi, we have Danny, we have Raphael as well, and then we have Mide.
So are
So
they
can
going to
we
be on the spotlight?
Yes, can we put them on the spotlight?
Yeah, I can.
And they can turn on their camera so we can, people that want to shoot, let me hear, I need to hear this shot for Faith.
I need to see who is shooting. Maybe your face will add to the shooting.
Exactly, maybe.
Improve the accuracy.
As well.
Oh, Oladayo says it's driving.
Ah.
So
at the moment of truth.
Would like to shoot.
Park people.
Midday, turn on your camera.
But they're not on the spotlight.
Faith needs to put them on this.
Oh, sorry.
So we have Midday. He's already.
But Midday is not a panelist.
Yeah, you have to change him to a panelist and put him on the spotlight.
So who else?
Danny as well.
Daberichi.
Danny. So Midday, Danny, Daberichi. Just three of them, yeah?
Just three of them.
Camera is a null and void.
Just a question, please. Will Jolade be playing after this game too?
Yes, now.
I will play.
You know what? Free fire. Oh yeah, be shooting. Just be shooting. Free fire.
Free
Don't
fire.
worry. Stray bullets is okay.
I hope she's single so that we'll not be wasting our striking.
You shoot first.
You shoot first now.
Okay.
Wait, who is talking actually?
It's Samuel.
Them up. I can't see it. Okay.
It's Samuel that's talking.
I can't.
Samuel, you've won one. You want to keep winning. Show that. Let other people win.
Let other people win too now.
I'm not striking now. I'm asking after this.
Okay. No problem.
But Midday and what's the other person's name?
Daberichi.
Yeah, Daberichi is now a panelist. I'm requesting for him to turn on his camera.
Yes, at least if we can have just this one session, then we can do another one maybe later.
You can put them on the spotlight, like you can bring them up to the stage because right now we only see the two of you.
Yes, I'm trying to do that, but they need to accept.
Okay.
You guys, please accept. How many more minutes do we have?
I think we don't have so much time. I think we're already out of time. Or do they want to just at least speak, even if we don't get to see them? Is this also?
Daberichi is on now.
Daberichi is here. Thank you. So now it's just Danny and Midday that we are waiting for, and Raphael.
Let Daberichi just shoot a shot at Faith. Just
please,
Daberichi,
go for it while we wait.
Shabi will give us the scenario first.
Yes, sorry, I was supposed to be the one to read it. Sorry, just give me a minute. Oh, there's a lot of, okay. So a girl is in the Yaba market, so that means Faith, which is rough and rowdy. She's sweaty, tired, and carrying bags on both hands. The boy notices her, sees past the outer appearance, immediately captivated with such beauty. So he approaches her to collect a number. He says, what will you say?
Hi babe, can I hold this bag so that you do something for me? Like, just type your digits here and the house. Let me stop here and not waste my line. Thank you.
Okay, I think Faith is already impressed with your line. Thank you for that. So I don't know if Rafa, okay, is here. No, it's still Daberichi.
Taiwo is also talking. I just heard that I put Taiwo on the spotlight.
Taiwo?
I think he's not muted anymore. He can put his money where his mouth is now. Oh yeah.
Taiwo, please shoot your shot though.
What Taiwo is shooting shot now? I nominated Raphael.
Because you are here now.
Yeah.
Shoot.
So you want me to be shooting? Is Jolade I want to shoot straight up?
Shoot now.
Please shoot.
Jolade is also here. Shoot.
I'm here. Shoot, please.
Jolade, come. Let me give you money.
We say shoot your shot. You say let me give you money.
Maybe that's the way he used to shoot.
Okay, I want to shoot Jolade too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Like it's open directly now.
Yes, Samuel, please go ahead.
Okay, Jolade. I must tell you, since I've joined this meeting just about 10 minutes ago, I can't take my eyes off you. I don't know I don't know, maybe there's something that wrong with my eye. So I don't know. You are just so attractive for me. I would like to get to know you more.
What's wrong with your eyes?
Who is that person? Who is that person?
I have no idea. But
well,
who will I pick now? Taiwo, hey, Yoruba demon.
We
have
to
go to the next session. Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we would probably come back, but now we have to go to the next session at the moment. But thank you all for participating. It was really fun.
Yes.
Right.
And who is in the next session?
Yes, it's me and Evelyn.
Okay, thank you very much, Faith and Jolade. Like this topic is, I think the next topic coming next is very vital to address, all our guys that were just shy. They could not express themselves, and this topic could further be, equipping ladies. So we have the rare privilege of a female political social leader, and she's a leader in every right of the word. We'll be discussing crafting a narrative of women leadership and societal positive distinction. So I said that she came earlier and then she was enjoying the game. Sorry that we did not bring you up earlier. Welcome, Ma. So we have the privilege to invite Susan Jumoke Fajano Thomas. She's Councillor, Acne Council London, the Global Peace Ambassador and President of Nigerian Women in Diaspora Leadership Forum. Welcome, Ma. Welcome.
Thanks very much, Evelyn. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, wherever you are listening to us. I was smiling. I enjoyed the game, and it took me back to almost 40 years ago, a man having something in the eyes to toast you. So thank you, guys. As Evelyn had said, I'm Susan Jumoke Fadano Thomas, originally from Nigeria, obviously, but lives in London. I'm a socio-political campaigner with a background in the media and voluntary sector. I'm currently a full-time politician as cabinet member for community safety in London Borough of Hackney. That means I'm leading on various areas of in my borough, including reducing crime, antisocial behaviors, relationship with the police, emergency planning, nighttime economy, business regulation, violence against women and girls, and many more. So I'm glad to be here, as I mentioned, and this is a very important topic. I've decided it's crafting a narrative of women, leadership, and societal positive distinction. And I'm approaching this in a way as a gender parity campaigner for many years. And to start with, the need for more female leaders in various areas of our society has never been more critical. And there is a never-ending catalog of data to support this claim. Although research has found that the global share of women in senior management roles is increasing incrementally, with 80% of global mid-market companies having at least one woman in a senior management role. But having said that, where we are today, it will still take 170 years until women achieve economic parity on a global scale. And that is not according to me, it's according to the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report. That is that is quite challenging, and that is heartbreaking for someone like a woman like myself, and for listening to people like Evelyn earlier on, young women, to see where are we going. Though in recent decades there have been calls for greater gender equality while enhancing the need to close the gender wage gap. And although tremendous, I'm not going to deny it, there's been major strides, in particular in this part of the world, talking about Europe and America. But in this area, but in Africa, there is still a fundamental lack of women leadership roles. Simply put, this doesn't seem right. And gender inequality in Africa remains high, and progress toward gender parity has stagnated. This is a large missed opportunity for African societies and for the continent growth prospects. Africa has so much promise, many young women, many women that are capable and have the ability to contribute to one of the fastest growing economies and offer an exciting frontier for businesses looking for growth and new markets. And yet persistent gender inequality is limiting African potentials. Pockets of good news exist, but they tend to be success story for women at the top of the pyramid, but not for millions of ordinary African women, in particular in the rural areas, because the failure of Africa to embrace gender diversity. Millions of women are out there. And when I'm saying millions of women are out there, you don't have to have a PhD before you have a leadership role. Our mothers in the village, head of the, various women, head of markets, they can have a place as a leader, and government, organization, institutions have a responsibility for curating better policies and opportunity for women. At the same time, women also need the support to step forward and overcome the barriers holding them back. I'm one of those gender parity campaigners. I always said to other women, saying to other women, we cannot do it alone. We need our men with us, working with us, fighting that fight with us. So while closing the gender gaps, we still have a long way to go, as I've mentioned. And saying this, I would like to just go further in terms of this for today, for the purpose of today, provide 10 core reasons why the society should no longer, and when I say the society, in particular in Africa, should no longer overlook the prospect of giving women the opportunity to occupy more leadership roles, in particular when it comes to my area, that is politics. Whether women are heading a major corporation or serving in elected office, leaders bring a combination of traits to the table. Some traits are clearly more important than others, but some of these traits, some of the leadership traits that men have, same thing, it does exist with women. When you talk about honesty, talking about intelligence, decisiveness, these are considered absolutely essential for as leadership qualities, and women are there. They have those qualities. In today's world, women may not always realize their potential, but once unleashed, they have a direct route to success. And when I say success, I mean huge, mega success. When women find themselves in a leadership role, their capability and abilities are undeniable. However, it's simple to claim this, but as I said, I'll just outline some of the benefits of having women in leadership roles. And the first one that I would say is around inspiring the future generation, other women leaders, women that are younger. For instance, as a politician in the UK, in my role, I've supported other young women, in particular, people from African backgrounds, to get to leadership positions. This is very important. When you see, like they say, when you go into a room, you don't see somebody that look like you. It makes you feel that you are in a strange place. So it is important that women are there so that other women will have somebody to look up to. It is important that this happen. And once achieved, it can carve a direction for all young aspiring women leaders to increase the global percentage and break new records. The second one would be there's a unique transformational ideas when we bring women to the front. An analysis said comparing male and female leaders, or those female leaders were more transformed in terms of they demonstrated more contingent reward behavior than the two-dimensional actions, active and passive management. You know, when you are talking about leader, they say you have active and passive leaders, but when it comes to women leaderships, there are other areas of transformation. The third one that I want to mention is the enhancement of collaboration. There's no doubt we've all seen women demonstrate passion, enthusiasm, and the capability to take command of a situation where needs be. You just have to look at our mothers or our caregivers and see what I meant. Women are able to make bold and wise decisions as leaders. This helps the environment less authoritative and more cooperative. And again, amen, this is not about challenge or criticizing men as leaders. Or the fourth thing that I want to mention is women in leadership. They demonstrate superior values. Female leaders possess the same trait as their male counterpart, as mentioned earlier on. They have vision, their perseverance, empathy, passion, and many more. Or heading back to, there was a research in America with they have about 2,250 adult rank women better than or equal to men when it comes to leadership roles. So the challenge is, if this is the case, if many adults feel this way, why are we not having our women in leadership positions? Fifth one, I'm just running through because of time. There is the business-wide communication can be enhanced. Communication is said and known to be amongst women's strongest skill. Female leaders will utilize the power to enhance meaningful conversation with employers, with colleagues, with co-politicians and partners, thus curating an open communication stream that creates a sense of clarity from the leadership, achieve a better financial outcome. Within a more diverse workplace or institution, the more likely creative ideas are going to be presented when you have a diverse workforce when you have many people coming together, when the table is not dominated by just men, but instead have a fluid combination of both genders throughout the organization or institutions. Seventh one, you have fresh new outlooks and perspective. I've outlined the need to construct a diverse representation, and this will make the experience of any institution, any organization, or better with much needed innovation into the businesses. It's like they say we are putting heads together. So it is very important. Women leaders can provide better mentorship. Younger generation, the power of role models cannot be overlooked, regardless of person's gender. All people need someone who will guide them to progress in their careers. Specifically for mentoring and coaching young talent, women leaders are better mentors than men. The ability to wear many hats, we all know. They said women are better in multitasking than men. In a woman's life, wearing different hats within their role is often a common occurrence. You find women balancing careers, household, taking up the mantle of parental guidance, being a good wife, a good mother, and housekeeper. So that all those, that shows that women wear many hats, and they take these to organizations or when they're in a leadership position. And the 10th one that I want to mention is women in leadership roles can close the gender pay gap. This has been a global issue. When a man and a woman are doing the same role, you see the women are being paid less. This is not right. Something needs to happen. And when you have women in leadership positions, this would enable other men or men around the table to listen and do things differently. Just to round up, again, being time, I think some of the best, most powerful leaders are women. And I think it's only right at this point, because this summit home is Germany, to mention Angela Merkel. We knew people that are in Germany or even around the world. Who was the first female chancellor of Germany? She steered Germany through financial crisis back to growth. That is one of the things that shows us what women can do. There was a survey last year, October, that found 75% of adults in 14 European countries trusted Angela Merkel more than any other European leaders. This is just a little of what women can do. As women, we have strength. As women, we are able to persevere. As women, we have the ability to empower others. As women, we are able to adapt. As women, we know not to ignore, we know how to ignore bad advice. As women, we know how to focus. And when women have a focus, there's no turning back. So with all of these or traits or characteristics of women, including tenacity, and I'm asking, why are women not in leadership positions? And I'm glad that tonight or this evening, we have been given this opportunity as women to speak and to discuss this important topic of women in leadership role. I think my contribution is resonate with some of our men, some of our women that are watching or listening to this summit. Thanks very much for the opportunity to address you, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was very impressive.
Yeah. So earlier at the beginning, we had meet and greet, and we had almost started the conversation. And you mentioned the gender pay gap. You also talked about the need for the systemic change. And we started the conversation, and then it almost just started going to the direction of feminism. Like when some set of people, I believe not everyone here, just start to listen to women talk about their rights, why we need to join leadership roles. Some people just think now the feminists are back. And then I want us to take some questions. We'll be taking some questions from the audience. We have one, and then Jolade will take the next one. So the first question was, for a woman who is married to a very conservative man, this is from Samuel Babajide. For a woman who is married to a very conservative man who would not welcome such political exposure about his family, how could this challenge be managed or overcome, if at all?
Thank you. My mind to respond. I think that just summed up what we are talking about. It summed up the issue of inequalities. When you are in a marriage is meant to be partnership. So if a conservative man is saying to a woman, because you are married to me, I don't want you to do this, do that, then that marriage is not a partnership. I believe in the sanctity of marriage. I believe I believe strongly in having the head of the family. But having said that, being a woman in the house does not make you the weaker sex. Marriage, that is where we need to start educating, raising awareness, in particular within our African communities, to let men understand that marriage is not partnership. So if you see your wife as your partner, you won't want to be dictating what they can and cannot do to them. You will be asking them, darling, sweetheart, what do you want to do? How do you want me to support you? That will be the conversation.
Thank you, Ma. That shows that it should be a conversation. Every time I tell my friends, like, it should be a conversation. It shouldn't be a dictate, just like you said. So Jolade, do you want to go? The questions are really long.
Yes, I will take the next question I can see. It's from Dr. Bossade. How would you advise a young lady who is enthusiastic about change and intend to come into politics, especially in a country like Germany, where language seems to be a bit of a challenge? What channel do you think such women should take?
Thanks for that question. I think it is very important to learn the culture of where you are. I'm glad today I'm a senior local authority politician in the UK, but that started 30 years ago. So it didn't start yesterday. So it is a journey, and the journey starts from looking at what do you believe in. Unlike back home in Africa, in Europe, there are clear there are clarity when it comes to political parties. See which of the political party you think your ideas and ideology are most aligned with. Join that party. Start learning what happens within the party. Every political party have their internal politics. Then see what is important to you. When I went into politics, what was important to me back then, over 25 years ago, was the housing situation for people like myself, people of who are migrants to the UK. And that was how I started. Start campaigning around housing issues, asking questions to senior members, or what can we do about this? I think that is important. And have a network. it is correctly as part of my work with women in diaspora. We have African women in Europe, and it's actually African women in Europe. Its headquarters is actually in Germany. It was set up by two women, Joy and Wambiu. And I've been in Germany many times. We do have an annual conference all around Europe. So it is important, link up with those, with people like that, link up with organizations and build your network, build your support. And that is how to, that is the way to do it. One thing that I always say to young people who want to go into politics, don't go into politics because you think, oh, they don't have enough Black people, they don't have enough African people. Go into politics because you know you've got something to offer, and that you've got a vision, and that is quite important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. That was quite profound. I particularly like that networking. Like that was one of my questions here, like mentorship in politics, because thanks to Nigerian scholars in Germany, we see enough females, like many females participating in leadership. Like gone are the days where females can only be vice president or general secretaries. Like myself, I'm the president of Bremen chapter, and we have several other female presidents like that. And it just shows that the conversation is starting and we are seeing action. And we hope that with this summit, enough more females liberate themselves from the patriarchy in quotes and run, and also join the network of the Nigerian females in diaspora. All right, maybe you share like a link for us to come in contact so we can write you and the association. So this question you've largely answered it from your discourse, but so it doesn't seem like we're ignoring anybody. I would like to read this question. It's a long one, so this is from Joseph Apioko, and he says that there is a new wave of feminism, in quotes, not the Chimamanda Adichie's type, but the type that sees the male gender as an object of hate and disdain. It sees all African cultural practices as anti-woman and believed that the biological composition of women are not good enough. So the question is, what is your idea of gender parity, that of equal partners, or that of protagonist and antagonist? I think this question is from a barrister. And yes, Ma, so that's the question. It's in the chat. It was a long read.
Thanks very much, whoever sent that question saying. Yes, I think feminism is, I think these days, when feminism movement started, there is a defined definition. But I think women today, there are various definitions of what feminism is, and that is on individual basis. But I would still say this, I'm a feminist, and I don't see feminism as being a protagonist to men. I don't see it as being anything around men is not good, the women is better. No, that is not my, I don't belong to that school of thought. The school of thought that I belong to is the school of thought that said, we are human, we are all human beings, whichever, either you're a man, you're a female or male, or if you have any other personal identity, that we are all equal, we are partners, that nobody is superior to another. We've started, and when you even look back there was an event I did 3 years ago, 4 years ago in 2018, during the International Month in March. And what we did at that time was we went back to African women of the 15th and 14th centuries to see how formidable African women were. I think with due respect to religion, I'll say this, I believe in God, I'm religious. Some religion came and put women positions behind, which is not acceptable. Any religion that would say you are not, women is not equal to man, I'm not in support of that. And that's where confusion started. And most of the young women you see today that are coming from that antagonistic school of thought, that was where they were coming from. When a man is saying to you, because you are my wife, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. That is not on. We are partners, we meant to sit and talk and say, have a conversation and make decisions together. And when women are feeling they're not being a part of that conversation, decisions are made not in collaboration with them, it gets them to the extreme end of feminism. And that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Ma.
very much. I think I also have maybe one last question. What tips or core principles should one have to succeed in your experience?
Thank you. That is very easy question, but I think for one to succeed in any, not just because you're a woman, I think having a degree of honesty, being honest in what you do, honesty with yourself and others is very important. You need to have vision. You need to have the strength. You need to have the ability to make decisions and hold on to your decisions. You need to be very principled. People can sway you right, left, center. So you need to have that strong will, be convinced within your conviction and know exactly what you want. If you have all that and you are able to put that in front of your ambition as a woman or even as a man, then success is sure.
Thank you very much.
That was profound as always. I think I have so many questions listed out, but your speech, your talk it's all encompassing. I don't even have questions. But maybe just to highlight what you said from your speech, you said Africans' failure to embrace diversity is one of the things that's been keeping us backwards, with leadership, with social development. And I also like when you pointed out in the 18th, 19th century that women were not behind like it is now. And one of the women I love to listen to is Yeni Fela Kuti. She's the granddaughter of Fela Kuti. And she says that we don't know our history, we don't know enough of our culture, because in those days, women were the ones going to the farm to bring yams for the men to eat. So if in this age, anybody's arguing feminism, using Africa as an excuse, that as an African man, as an African woman, that means you don't really know the history. And it's good that you've also reminded us and highlighted this again. Thank you so much, Ma. I would have loved to have you to the end of the show to just continue this discourse. I was thinking that we'll have so many contradictory, questions, but it's good to see that we are all making progress and everybody is in line with the need for female leadership in the society. Thank you so much, Ma. Jalade, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I just have a comment to say that you have been a very great inspiration for a lot of people, both women and men, and just seeing your success is enough inspiration for others to even want to do more in diaspora and even at home. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks very much. I'll just looking at some of the chat, and somebody was pointing out about women's and in Nigeria, and women go to war. They back in those days. So is there, and somebody was agreeing with me, but some religion came and put women at the back of the queue. So thank you for having me. It's been a good session for me. Thank you.
Yes, Ma. So I would like to read this comment from Dr. Bossede. She says, could we have your contacts, your office? Because some of us are very much interested in politics in Europe, and we would like to embrace you as our mentor so that we can, get access. So Dr. Bossede needs your contact, Ma. So maybe you can send it to us or put it in the chat. And yes, so I think that'll be all for this section. Right, Jolade?
Yes, the next session would be with Faith after this.
Thank you very much, Ma. Do have a good evening and look forward to following up with your office, Ma.
Both my email and phone number in the chat. So do please feel free pick it. And I think through my lovely adopted son, Mubarak Bakari, I think the organizer, you do have my contact. Please feel free to contact me. And thanks for somebody who pointed the Queen Amina of Zaria. Yeah, there are many of them.
All right, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now, Faith, yes, Faith, it's time for you to join us. Are you excited for the next session?
I am. I hope everyone else is as well. But the session was nice.
Yes, it was.
I enjoyed talks on feminism and equality and things like that. But now time to do something a bit more fun. Oh, okay. She's just also posted her phone number in the chat for those who want to contact her. But meanwhile, welcome to the social hour, everyone. I am going to show you a couple of prompts, and I hope I'm in full screen that you would all post your answers to the questions in the chat box, or you can raise your hand if you want to interact directly. Just let us know. So, first question. If you were president of Nigeria, what would you do differently? I think a lot of talks today said things about promotion of what and cultural menene. Oh, someone's raising their hand. Please raise your hand or just type your response in the chat and I will read it out. If you're president of Nigeria, what would you do differently? What would I do differently? I think first thing I will scrap is tribalism. If I could actually wipe it out of people's heads, that will be number one. What about you? What would you do differently? Samuel is raising his hand. Samuel, what would you do differently? You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, so first of all, I know maybe that vision might not be possible because of the calibers of the leaders we have in the country right now. So it's kind of difficult for average Nigerian to become a Nigerian president.
Yeah, just imagine if it was possible. Forget all the other logistics or things that need to come into place. Forget elections. Forget all that. You woke up and you're
like
president.
I'm coming to that. So it's just like a background to what I want to say.
Okay.
So first of all, I like to restructure the system in such a way that anybody was so like no matter your background or who you know or something will be able to have access to where so far you have the qualification to lead the position or something, will be able to also climb the ladder and also make go for any post or do anything so far you meet the requirements, like do everything, with merit. So we have to wash up the system. That's the first thing. And we have to rebuild the new characters in Nigerians. We also know that, okay, the problem also, it has already inbuilt in the citizens themselves. So we have to change that orientation. So that's the first thing I will do as the president.
That's interesting. That's really good, actually. So first of all, whatever you know is actually what will get you the job, not the people you know, or what you actually have in your head and stuff. So qualifications and actual skill, and then forge the system of all the other funny things that we have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have another. Oh, Funny Love says he or she will extend weekends to Mondays. Me too. God, I need 3-day weekends. It's like heaven on earth. We have another hand raised. Joseph.
Yeah. So if I were to be the president of Nigeria, apart from making startup a prerequisite for having a church or a mosque, like for you to have a
What do you mean by startup?
For you to have a church or a mosque, you must at least have like a startup, just build something like an industry or something first, and then you'll be eligible to have a church or a mosque, no matter how small. Then personally, economically, what I would do is that I will seize some land, some part of Nigeria, and then I will make it a city of its own to be run by a sole administrator, technocrats, just like we have Dubai. And then with this sample, then it can be seen that, yes, we can run something that is successful as Nigeria. So probably other states will see it, and then, there will be competition, just like to stir up competition.
Okay. My only problem was to seize some lands. I hope you won't come for my father's great-grandfather's land, because that's where we'll have problem. But thank you very much for sharing.
Something have to give.
Indeed. No, maybe not seize, but compensate the people and then take the land, and then everyone is happy in the end. Win-win. Okay, we also have Funny Love said, I will enforce a law that when a lady has lived with a guy for 6 months, the guy must marry her except she refuses. Wow. Funny Love, that's serious. So people will just move in and refuse to move out, and then what next? They have to marry the person. Okay, so next question. If you could choose between flying and teleportation, which superpower will you choose and why? Come on. I think I'll choose teleportation. I don't have energy to flying. Am I a witch?
Me too. Flying will be too stressful.
Abi, you just snap your finger and you're in another place. Teleportation, hands down.
So quick, no stress.
I mean, it sounds nice, but can you guys hear me?
Yes.
But what if teleportation means that you would kind of lose your identity? That's kind of like the essence of teleportation, right? That another type of you is being made somewhere else. Kind of like the atoms that make you up are like disappearing in this field and they're appearing in the other world. So what if that means like you would lose your personality? Would you still choose teleportation then?
No.
Yeah.
I love the way I am right now. Nothing should be altered, please.
Best version of myself, please. Don't change.
No, I was also gonna add that if you teleport, then you miss out on the view, you know. If you're
Yeah.
flying, then you can see aerial view, you can see things from new heights and come down with the gist, you know.
That's true.
That's true. That's true.
Why
Birds are
people
chilling.
being, please, I will teleport from now to tomorrow. See, especially if I'm in that Lagos traffic, immediately I enter that Uber, I just close my eye, I'm in my house. People will be all right.
Lagos. Can't talk about Lagos and not talk about traffic.
I know.
True.
The Honey Love says, I choose flying with teleportation. What if I appear somewhere I don't want to? At least with flying, I know where I'm going 99.9999% of the time. Indeed.
Yeah,
That's true. With teleport, you can show where you can just appear where you don't intend to be.
Imagine you
Sure,
appear in the middle of the ocean.
taking a dump.
You have to envision where you're going now. If you're flying, and I mean, again, I'm going back to Nigeria, to Lagos. Better be careful before you fly over one CAC church. They'll pray you down. You'll be prayed down. That power, you would lose it today.
Wallahi. Okay, let's see. Next question. If you could stay at any age for the rest of your life, what age would it be?
Let's not question God's power. Please, the African woman in me wants to grow old, please.
I think I would like maybe 28 or to 30. So I'm not young and I'm not old. I'm just in between.
Right.
But isn't that the age where you're still like figuring things out?
Yeah, then you will never know.
Yeah.
No, but then you can stay young and then figure it out.
Thank you. So I'm already not old, but then you're almost about to get to that age where you figure it out. But then I'm just there. I don't get old. Then I just learn from both young and I think.
And I feel like in your late 20s, early 30s, your skin just becomes like happy. You pass that puberty nonsense and it's just all good and chilled. Like, yeah, I can do this.
I think I would like to be old and still mainly what the plan would be. I want to do like Angela Bassett, you know, just be as trim as I am, have like good face, your skin is glowing and your hair is like, your hairline is thriving ahead. Then when I'm not like 55, then I'll now stay at that 50, no, maybe not 55, I'm like, 55-ish, I'll now stay that age. I'll now start collecting pension. I'll now start traveling. So I don't have to work again. I don't have to burn any picking anymore. Nobody has to
Just say the only reason why you want to stay there is because of pension.
No, because I would have done the work.
But around that age, all your friends and family would be going off.
Yeah, exactly.
So I would not start lying now. They don't be like, oh my God. But like I said, Angela Bassett, how old are you? Oh my God, I'm just in my 30s. So I'll be changing friend like every 2 years.
We have comments like the chat box is buzzing, but like 18, no more than 12. No
I said 91 is very African, like very Nigerian. You want to grow old, 91 years.
Someone said 20, 25, even 18.
18.
Someone said 12. What
did I know at 18?
Not more than 12. No responsibility. This one just wants to be eating his mom's food.
Adults.
12, you get frustrated because you can't drink, you can't go to the bar. You're just there taking golden morn and noodles.
At 12.
Not at this age anymore. 12-year-olds now.
Wait, adults take golden morn. Adults take golden morn now. Where are they selling golden morn to in Afro stores?
But you know what you will not like when you're 12. It's so many homework. You come back, or maybe you want to sleep. You want to watch a late night movie. They'll tell you to go and sleep. What's that?
Yes.
No.
You're not old enough for all the African magic.
Thank you. They'll not tell you to close your eyes. No.
Okay, just think about these things through. Let's say I'm 12. So the first day that I'm 12, normally, I think that's around GS2. I'm 12 now. I'll do GS2. I'm 12 again. Let's say I'm 12, like 8 more years after that. I'm done with
You're not a teenager. You're not an adult,
but like
nothing.
you people don't know. Of course, you'll be seeing my face. You'll be like, young blood, something. So after a while, I will just not enter university. I'll just be there. Yeah, I don't have to do homework again. You just do it once and you move on.
Move on to where? Not in Germany, or you have to
So you just continue reliving it. You keep going to school every time.
No, but listen, actually, I don't understand the question. Does it mean that my age will stop or my certificate, the year will keep renewing?
Your
so
age
if they
will
ask
stop.
how old am I will always be 12.
Yes.
Like on my certificate. Not that my body will stop aging.
Your body will stop aging.
Yeah. So if it's that my body will stop aging, but I was born, for example, let's say I was born in, 94. I would always be born in 94 and the years will continue moving. So if you ask me, just ask me what year was I born? You don't need to know if Abby.
I think it would be like the vampire, biology. Your date of birth remains. I think they change it, right? Or they just don't
They
tell.
change it after some time, move to a new city.
Yeah, they move to a new city, and then they start a new life.
But I think it's always better when you're just in your mid-30s when that happens to you. Because then you can always, you can always deceive people. If you're too young, it's too obvious.
Yeah, you're right.
And if you're too old, it's like, you don't want to die.
You're right. There's that nice spot in your 30s where you are old enough, like they can look at you and be like, are you young or are you old? You're just a nice age. You're right. You're right.
Let's see. Next question. But you guys, please, if you want to join our conversation, just raise your hand and you'll be allowed to speak. But next question. What's the one thing you would take along to a desert island? Not just any island, a desert island. So think well.
First thing that came to my mind was my partner, but then I'm like, we're gonna start fighting, and then we're gonna eat each other. And then...
Please, I need water. I beg. You should just give me water if you can.
You just turn your partner to suya.
Yeah, but
Major X. When we told you to shoot your shot, you didn't show. Woman.
You see, someone is agreeing. Major X is saying a woman.
Please, you should not believe Major X. Oh, no,
you refuse to shoot shots now. Now you're
I'm
still
actually
talking
thinking
woman.
about the question. Maybe you said a desert island, right? So I probably would take a water filtration system because I'll be surrounded by water. It's just not drinkable, right? So I'll probably take some type of one of those water. I don't know if it's portable. At least I know I'll have water and I'll not die. I wish I could take two things though. I want to have something that I can use to make heat.
Just
like
take
fire.
one, see me. You don't make a wish and then your wish should be to make another wish.
I want Jara, please. You have to add Jara.
I think you can, if you are with a partner, you won't be bored, and then you can drink the salty water. Just drink it.
You die now.
Drink salty water.
Not only is it salty.
You take a sip per day, you'll be fine.
My dear.
In the chat, somebody said a girl is enough, or just a girl is enough. And then Queen said, "Nah, girl, you go drink when you
Please.
But you know where you can. Okay, let me not say this publicly.
Say it with your foot chest. Come on.
I was gonna say it's. Don't judge me, please. That's why I need to teleport because my mind wanders a lot. So I'm thinking, so you're on the island, you're with your partner, you guys can do exercises, right? And then you're sweating, I don't want to compete. Yeah, I don't. As I said, let me not say.
I'm trying to understand you, but
judge me.
It seems the desert is not letting you see it.
It's like people don't know. Have you ever been
to see where I will get water?
Somebody said they will take Buhari with me. At least the Zimbabwe will change this before his return.
Joseph is taking one for the team. He's like, let me take away the problem. Let me see the solution before I come back.
Oladayo says internet with mobile phone.
Please, internet Wi-Fi cable. How will you connect? If you have you pay for data on your phone.
Wishful thinking. Say me don't bust this bubble now.
No, please, logic over emotion over here. Yes.
Question 5, people. What do you think everyone should try at least once in their life?
Deep stuff.
At least once.
Skydiving.
I was going to say
So
that, but I'm like,
No, I don't
Skydiving,
agree.
K.
or
Anything can
bungee
happen.
jumping. At least you're connected to something, and you know.
bungee jumping is not good,
that
by the
bad.
way.
It's
I
not.
don't. Somebody said skydiving. Phil, skydiving.
Because of all the
Skydiving.
TikTok videos you are
Because
seeing,
Faith
Abi.
said skydiving. All of that is skydiving. Okay.
It's TikTok that is deceiving everybody.
Somebody
Sex on the
said
beach.
sex in the beach.
Is it the drink or which one?
Travel to
The
space.
drink, right?
I think so. It will be the drink.
Travel to space. Travel to space.
I like
I
the
think
travel
yeah,
one.
travel to space.
I think
Yeah.
travel to all countries in the world will not be bad. To be honest.
Yeah, but please don't go to some country, shall they are currently will shoot you on sight. Oh, actually, I thought of one. What everybody can do: go watch a movie yourself. People find it weird, but take
I've done
yourself,
that
just go sit
before.
alone and watch a movie.
I've done that before, and I don't advise it.
Why?
I don't. You know what? Crazy story, right? So I was planning to break up with somebody, so I was like, let me practice.
Oh God.
I'm sure it wouldn't have worked out well because the reason.
So I don't know. So I don't know if it was the situation surrounding the movie or the movie itself. It was. I'll give it a 50-50. It's not good. It's not bad. It's just there. So I don't know. We have another question on the screen, though.
Yeah, people are already even answering in the chat.
Yeah, they're not minding us.
One food for the rest of your life. What would it be? I beg, give me jollof rice.
Only for the rest of your life.
Abi.
Ripe plantain.
There's so many things you can do with rice. So.
Sorry, jollof rice, Nikon. You will not put.
No, there'll be meat now. Did they say jollof rice alone?
Sorry, when you just said jollof rice.
They're assorted and all those things.
One food.
It's as you mix everything together.
It's a meal. It's a meal.
It's a meal. Thank you. As a Yoruba, it's a meal. It's a meal.
We want.
I think mine will be pizza, because you can always change the toppings.
Okay.
It's carbs, so no. Well,
I'm like, I can't do pizza for the rest of my life. Will it work?
I'll be fat though.
It cannot work.
Fast in the end.
Seafood. Somebody said abacha. What's abacha?
Abacha is an Igbo.
Abacha. Oh, okay. Now I remember.
Queen, where do you live?
Something else.
Queen is asking where she can get good seafood. Where do you live? Maybe someone can. You can drop your location in the chat, and then.
She stays in NRV.
Where exactly? What city?
Dio is throwing shade at you. He said you're too logical.
No.
Someone said Gary.
As a compliment. Yeah, logic over emotion.
Essen. She stays in Essen. Seafood in Essen.
African salad.
But check the Chinese stores. They always have like shrimps and all them things. Depends on what exactly you want as food.
Please, how is fried yam African pizza?
No, he said abacha or something. No, it's not. Okay.
Why not go for fried yam? How is yam pizza?
I don't know. Fast food. I'm thinking of.
Joseph, explain yourself, please.
Please unmute and explain to us. Educate us, please.
Yes, please.
Gary with groundnut and chilled water. Rice plantain with goat meat all day. This person must be a Yoruba guy. Must be a Yoruba guy. Goat meat.
The African pizza I was talking about, I wanted to say roasted yam with all those onions and pepper on it. You know, that's the.
There's no pomo.
That's the pizza version in the
where?
African version of the pizza, and it's natural. It's not like this one that is full of chemicals. You know.
Roasted yam and roasted bole. It's not.
Are you trying to figure out how it is a pizza?
Where's the bread?
But
that's when they said logic got to put.
Well, yeah, I was just how did this add up?
But you know what? I can actually imagine it, right? So no flour. You just cut the yam in circles. You know, arrange it concentric rings. Put onions. Is that not how they used to spray it? Flour, spray stuff. It's pizza. Seth, I agree. It's African pizza. See me, don't overthink it. Circle.
Keep quiet.
I think if it's African pizza, then I would choose Boli.
State in Nigeria?
I would choose Boli over it.
Favorite state in Nigeria and why?
Lagos. There's no
Abuja, someone's
argument.
repping Abuja.
No.
People that have not gone
Abuja,
to Sunko, what should we say?
Abuja is not doing much for
Lagos,
Nigeria
so I beg.
How is
internationally.
Abuja not doing much? What do you want us to do? Tell us.
First, try not to have expensive accommodation.
Has any Abuja resident won a Grammy? Let's start from there.
Please. I'm sure Burna has a house in Abuja, so don't even start.
Exactly.
Well,
The
Someone
money
said
you
Akwa
spend
Ibom.
on rent in Abuja,
Abuja,
you spend it on your
Lagos is ghetto.
taxis in
Queen,
Lagos.
are you vexing? This shade
Lagos
is too
the
much.
ghetto.
I think the best thing I've been to is Bayelsa. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the food. I enjoyed the people. I went there during my NYC days, so I was broke. Any small thing like this just make me happy. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
I also served in Bayelsa, but the insecurity is not smiling.
Well, I was there for like 1 week, so I don't know about.
So you didn't stay for so long. This one you gave a very good comment.
What am I looking for?
I stayed there for 1 year, and when it rains, everywhere is flooded. When the security is not good. But I enjoy the bully and fish every now and then. It's very, very cheap.
But we have several comments here. Someone said a favorite state for me would be Plateau or Plateau Jos. That's someone Calabar for the girls. Oh God, Uncle Dio. You guys are not saying why. Oh, that's true. Why? Why do we like the place? Everyone should visit Akwa Ibom, honestly.
Food. Why? Why do you like Akwa Ibom?
Maybe the soup.
Maybe, or maybe the food.
Yeah, the food. The soup.
Maybe. OT, why should we visit Akwa Ibom?
Was nice. That one, I'll give it to them.
Please, can somebody read this one for me? Abuja is the closest to
Lagos
life
is
in
the
Europe.
closest to life in Europe. He meant to write Lagos.
Now say Lagos is trash. Unfortunately, with floods and crime. Oh God, who is this person?
Please, this person that is saying Lagos is it's a Lekki somebody. It's Lekki that they used to see flood. Abi?
True. It's Lekki.
So you have money.
But Lekki is supposed to be your fancy area, and it's always flooded.
Somebody just finished Lagos. So somebody said it is only in Lagos that people have to wake up 4 hours before the commence of a journey that is supposed to take 1 hour. Why are you people doing all this now? It's not necessary.
Hey, but it's true now.
Those are the things that develop, the resilient spirit in you.
Thank you.
It makes
Thank you. That's another. You look at it
makes you
as another
strong.
angle.
You can survive anywhere in the world. It's how you
but we don't want to. We don't want to struggle. Can't you just
chill? Just be
which of the states are you fed to, please?
Who, me?
Which of the states? Yes.
Me, I belong in no state too. Me, I just the put mouth. But I like Bayelsa, at least for the food. I enjoy bully and fish a lot.
We've got another question.
What's one thing you miss from your childhood days?
Not paying house rent.
No responsibility, please. That's the one that I enjoyed. I had no responsibility.
Yeah. And I think
not paying bills.
Yeah.
There's this, I miss goody.
Oh, yeah, the red and orange. Yes.
That little thingy you squeeze
out. Caramel.
But I didn't like it that much. It got stuck in.
I was addicted.
I knew my mother used to hide it. I knew.
Olariwaju Yusuf, don't do that. It's saying I want buyers.
Somebody said special treat for mom. Oh.
You see, this day your eclairs. When we were saying goody and baba, eclairs.
Somebody said just living without any responsibility in the world. I miss being dumb. Okay.
You will not be dumb in Jesus' name. Okay.
Oh God. Someone said free food. I think the most interesting part was just not paying any bills, to be honest.
Yeah. And then one other thing I miss.
Money came about. It's just to wake up and request and cry around.
Then this one, Kokoro and Eka go on.
Ekono go on.
Ekono go on. I said Eka go on. Oh God.
What's that?
Yo, do you guys know Kokoro? Is that a Abeokuta thing? I'm sure.
Yes, it is. I think so. Yes.
Abeokuta.
Tell us, enlighten us. What does it mean?
It's like a snack with maize. It's corn. It's made out of corn. It's like almost like chips, but they have to like fry it and then they make it into like circles. And the best place to buy it is in Motor Park on your way on your way to another city. Yeah, I miss it.
Yeah.
Christmas clothes.
Please, who missed games? Oh, 10-10. I do, to be honest. When I was much
No,
younger,
I
10-10.
don't even remember how to play it anymore.
I don't,
And
but I know
Squid
there's
Game.
a box that we have
Then
to
I
throw.
Game.
Squid Game.
I said when I was watching the Squid Game, there was a part like I think the last game where they were showing lines and they were jumping. 10-10
yeah.
came to mind. I'm like, this looks like 10-10, but why is it not stopping? Yeah, so we should be on Netflix.
No, Joe, it's
Let's
not
write the
10 that you
script.
have to jump. It's Suwe.
It's way
Ah.
exactly.
Where that you have
Oh, 10-10 is the one where you clap and change your signs of your leg. True.
Fake Nigerians.
So is the
Someone
one
said
that
Christmas clothes and shoes.
Not true.
I don't know if
It's
I
not
missed
true.
that because now I think about it, like you're wearing the same clothes that you come out, everybody's wearing this kind of clothes that you're wearing. I don't know. Everybody's like it's always uniform.
When? Now or then?
No, but
now, then.
Oh yeah, I didn't like Christmas. I like Christmas clothes and I did not know anything. After a while, I started having my. I was like, "Mom, buy this
Please,
dress."
what's
She
the
said,
stress?
"No, it's this one I want to buy."
I actually used to segregate my new clothes from my old clothes and tell them not to touch, so the new clothes would stay fresh. So I loved Christmas clothes. I loved it.
Dr. Boss said this says uncle, but with who? With friends, family.
Yeah, I think so. Someone said especially the Christmas money. So who gets Christmas money?
Christmas money that you give your parents will not give your
No,
parents.
they tell you they have to save it for you. They don't know. Let me save it for you. You know, and then when you come back to ask,
they give us
back. Man, what's a lot of go?
You cannot come out. How are you? Are you paying bills in this place that you're asking for money?
Okay.
Well, not that you're saying this. You said it before. You saying it again. Playing daddy and mommy. Not everybody played that.
It's
daddy
not
and
only
mommy.
him, but it's people that are saying it. Shey, when we ignored it the first time, people did not catch the drift. Oh yeah, you put that you're playing daddy and mommy. We have said it now. Playing daddy and mommy. Are you happy?
So is it helping? Is it helping in marriage now? Tell us, please.
You're all practicing.
Shebi, you ask if they are married first.
I got Christmas money from my uncles and aunts.
People that had uncles and aunts that gave them money.
The question is, where's the money now?
It end up in your mother's purse and it would never come out.
Yeah,
but you guys, I think we've passed our time.
Yeah.
We've overspent. Who is the next moderator? Because we need to talk about the NiSIG elections now. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating, for a good laugh.
We're slowly coming to the end of the annual summit. It's been a good point. Bye for now.
Bye, guys.
Joseph, are you handling the next session?
Yeah. Thank you, ladies, for doing justice to that very topic. And I believe each and every one of us is actually enjoying this summit. So far, so good. Now, over election matters. In Nigeria, one of our major challenges is election. Every 4 years, we conduct elections in Nigeria, and we see violence and endless litigations. But just this week, NiSIG Electoral Committee did justice to that, and they kind of show the Nigerian people that it is possible. And like what the speakers said the other time, that the youths are no longer the leaders of tomorrow, that we are the pace setters of today. So, and then for every journey, there is always an end. This very beautiful journey that the Emmanuel So on this note, I want to invite Mr. Solomon and his team to come and discuss NiSIG election matters with this assembly. Thank you very much, and I hope they are on board. Mr. Solomon Echo, are you here with us?
Yes, good evening.
Very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think I'm having issues connecting with video. I'll probably have to log out and log in again.
I believe other members of your team are still here, maybe like Secunde and Ndidi and the rest. Are they here? You can hold the break while you log in and come back in again.
I'm not so sure everyone is here, but I believe indeed they should be here.
Is Ndidi Asiedu here, please? Ndidi Asiedu. Asiedu. Okay, Solomon, you can just go ahead and comment so that we can start immediately.
No, thank you.
So while we are waiting for Mr. Solomon, if you have anything to say about election, then, or maybe NiSIG election, then you can put it in the chat and then we'll take it. And then also, it's also important to use this opportunity to advise or to encourage us to always pay our dues, in our various chapters, because, this wonderful program you see today was put together, with money. So you have to always, endeavor to pay your dues, and they are usually chicken change, not that, not a big deal for, for us. And also with your dues as well, you'll be eligible to vote. So, and for those who actually pay their dues, it's also important that you try as much as possible to vote, because if you don't vote, you don't have your say. So when you pay your dues and you want to see, there are things you want to see in NiSIG, it's also nice and important that you try as much as possible to follow up and to also vote. Is Mr. Solomon back? Someone said, I think the electoral committee should have made the contestants more visible. Please, can you, I don't understand what you mean by making them more visible, because they were sending emails and to registered voters. So please, if you can elaborate more on this point, Faith, please. You can use the mic as well.
Hi. Yes. So what I meant by more visible is, for instance, our chapter is very small and we just started. So we technically do not have registered members. So these members don't pay yet. So NiSIG doesn't have their emails. And yes, we did receive the email that people should vote, but it said that only registered members can vote. So it was kind of like, should we vote? Can we vote? What does being registered mean? And things like that. So a lot of people didn't know who to even vote for, apart from the one person who reached out to us in the chapter to say that she was going for a position and would like to be voted for. And by the time they had the debate, it was already too late to actually vote for anyone, or like say you want to vote.
Well, I think it's actually pretty clear, so because I think everywhere in the world, financial members, or there are prerequisites for voting, and then also as your chapter leaders.
Barrister Joe,
your
I think
chapter
the
coordinator.
electoral committee will attend to that question when they come on board.
Okay, good. So let's leave it for the electoral committee to. Okay, Mr. Sekumbi is here, so he will respond to the question while we wait for Solomon Echo. Mr. Sekumbi, please.
Yeah, Mr. Joseph, thank you. Yeah, my name is Sahid Shokumbi. Well, it's fine. I excuse you.
Shokumbi, okay.
Yeah, you can just call me Sahid.
Okay.
Yeah, Faith, actually, I completely understand the context, the situation at your chapter, and that is why we've come up with some recommendations going forward. One thing we can confidently say is that we sent out enough information ahead of time. You get in terms of capturing the voters and making sure that enough NiSIG members participate in this election. So something that will be coming in our recommendation is for chapter coordinators to inform their members ahead of time. This membership certificate thing is not something people should be struggling to attain when it's very close to the summit or election period, you know. So that's why it should be an ongoing process. So for your chapter, I don't know if it's newly created, but regardless, we're sending our recommendation shortly, just for the outlook. Okay, these are things we've noticed in this electoral process in carrying out this election this year, and this is what we would advise the NiSIG at national level to send as a message to their chapters that, okay, for you to enhance participation, for us not to start rushing, moving helter-skelter to get a membership certificate and whatnot. So they need to put certain things in place ahead of time. So we're really sorry that people from your chapters couldn't participate in the in exercising their electoral rights this election, and we hope things will get better next year. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Said. Is Solomon back? Okay, not yet. So, Ms. Faith, I hope Mr. Said answered your question. And so good that chapter coordinators, most times you don't, you know, you have to communicate more with your chapter, you know, communicate with your people, try to do things ahead of time. And yeah, so that goes on and on. So any other question? Election matters. So please, Mr. Said, if Solomon is not back, can you take the election matters and so that we can end this section, please?
Actually, Solomon, we've created something and we just need to get Solomon on board. Yeah, just give me a few minutes, please.
Okay.
All right.
So someone said election cannot solve Nigeria's problem. Do you believe that election cannot solve Nigeria's problem, or you think, you know, election would do justice to it? What do you think?
Is that a question to me?
No, not you.
Okay.
to everybody.
I'm surprised.
But you can. I mean, you guys have done very well. So you can as well, you know, if you have something to say about it, you can as well.
Okay, fair enough. Well, personally, I believe election can solve the numerous challenges we have in Nigeria. You know, of course, everything is centered around the people, the quality of those vying for positions, and how much the people voting understands the exact thing you're trying to achieve. You know, so if you look at it holistically, you would agree with me that first thing is, let's start from NiSIG. You know, we had a manifesto. In Nigeria, you hardly see any of the contestants from the so-called big parties going for manifestos. You know, so it all boils down to the quality of leaders. I don't even think people understand their right as citizens. For me, I stayed in Abuja for years, and before coming here for my studies. The only thing people celebrate, the Hausa people that drive their tricycles, they are just shouting, say Baba, say Baba. Maybe there's inflation in the society, they don't know. So it depends on the quality of voters and the quality of those vying for offices. Perhaps I think the narratives will change pretty soon, if not soon, but either ways, the only way is just election. I don't think there's any other better way for us to go when it comes to solving the numerous challenges in Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Said. That was a wonderful one. And what we need is restructuring and a system of government. I propose ethnic federalism because the issue of Nigeria is a clash of civilization. Ask why people have lost interest in the whole process and system conclusively. Our problem is not leadership, it is the people. Since 1960, we have had several leaders across country, but none is good. But these leaders come from people. What good people keep producing bad leaders? Yeah, I quite agree with you. The Nigerian society, Nigerian government is, or the Nigerian leaders, they are a true reflection of the Nigerian society. But then also, like I believe that, like I always say, that the reason why we are having problem is that we abandon the ways of our forefathers, the real way, the original way, and we adopted it, like someone said, the pre-Victorian era or the Victorian era as the ways of our forefathers. Africans were known to be good leaders. We have great leaders, both male and female. This issue of feminism that we're having today, or maybe like gender inequality, I didn't think we have it. We didn't have it in our African system before. So, we have a lot to do. We're still waiting for Solomon.
I'm here, actually. It's just that
come on.
my
We're waiting for
video
you,
is
Mr.
still,
Solomon.
still
I
not
hand
still
over
messing up.
take over the floor, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks once again for the opportunity to be with you. And thanks for this wonderful session. And the organizers have done so well, since yesterday. It's been great moments from the beginning to this point. I want to say a big thank you, and I appreciate what the organizers have done so far. Basically, the election has come and gone, and we have our results. I would want to first of all appreciate everyone who participated, whether you were a nominee or you were a voter. You all made it a success. And we want to say thank you on behalf of the Electoral Committee. I want to say thank you to every participant, and we appreciate the fact that the turnout was really amazing. I think for the very first time in NiSIG's election history, we had a very, very, very impressive turnout. In total, we had 89 voters, and we had 133 registered members who registered to participate in the election. So it means we had over 60% of participants who voted in the election. So we had 65% of voters, which means we had more than half of the people that voted, amongst the registered members. So that said and done, we have representatives that will be representing the NiSIG executives moving forward. And I guess is it time to inaugurate our members, the inaugurated executives. You're on mute, Mr. Joseph.
No, not actually.
Okay. So this is just some general discussion, I believe.
Just for you to read out tell us who won the election, and then we'll pick up from there.
All right, okay. So in total, we had 8 nominees that accepted the positions. Unfortunately, one person they declined the nomination for reasons unknown. And then we had 7 people who went ahead to the polls. And amongst them all, we had 6 positions that were eventually filled. 2 people contested for the post of vice president, and the rest were unopposed. So the president position was unopposed, social director unopposed, treasurer unopposed. Basically, every other position were unopposed aside from the vice president's position. And those were for the vice president, those were Ms. Chidima Egu and Mr. Motola Adekunle. So those were the 2 people that contested for the vice president's position. And as it stands, Ms. Chidima Egu won the poll, and we had every other person who were unopposed as victors too. For the president's position, we had Ms. Nwamaka Lema, and for social director, we had Ms. Theresa Adebisi, and for PRO, we had Ukeme Joseph Bassi, and for secretary position, general secretary, we had Oluwa Tosin Orenaike, and for the post of treasurer, we had Akim Usman Olayemi. So based on chapters, we had 2 nominees from NRV, 2 from Hamburg, 1 from Berlin, and 1 from Cottbus. So the president, Ms. Nwamaka Elema, is from the Berlin chapter. The vice president, Ms. Chidima Egu, from Hamburg chapter. This general secretary, Mr. Oluwatosi Renake, from NRV. Mr. Ukeme Joseph Bassi, the PRO from NRV as well, and Ms. Theresa Adebisi from Hamburg chapter, and Mr. Usman Olayemi Akim from Cottbus. So these are the elected
Sorry,
officials.
Hakim is from Berlin chapter, not Cottbus, please.
From Berlin?
Yes, please. I'm the chapter coordinator from Berlin, so he's from Berlin.
Okay, that must have been a little mix up.
Yeah.
All right, Berlin. All right, so these are the elected officials for the new administration, and we hope this election would be a way to show the NiSIG members that we can have female representatives, because I think for the first time in the history of NiSIG, we'll be having 2 female leaders, in the organization, and I think that also goes a long way to tell us that in our country, female can lead us, based on merits, because these people have been voted based on merits. I'll be glad to see a new NiSIG with new female leaders that will continue taking NiSIG to new heights, just as the outgoing administration has done so far.
You have 3 minutes more.
Based on this, I would want to welcome questions so far, if there will be, if there are any from the members, and then we can answer and respond to it.
Because we have 1 minute more, so I doubt if we can take those questions. So probably maybe they can reserve it for maybe during the president when, during the presidential speech. So on this note, I want to invite the outgoing president, in fact, the all-time best president of NiSIG, Emmanuel Fadikbe, to come over and take the podium, mount the podium gallantly, and NiSIG want to hear from you. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Barrister Joe. And of course, this is one of the most emotional moments in my life, definitely.
Can we see you, please?
Can you see me now?
We can't see your video, please. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, I said this is, of course, a very emotional moment in my life. I haven't served NiSIG for close to 4 years, 2 years national president, 1 year vice president, and 1 year Stuttgart coordinator. I'm happy with the way NiSIG have actually grown by the help of God. And I want to equally state that if there is any accolade that I have, I attribute that to God and to the assistance I got from all the national executives, knowing fully that leadership is majorly more of a teamwork than individual talent. I have tried to speak to the newly elected officers, and I will try to speak now in the side of everyone so I can, to a good extent, justify my conscience. I want to try to urge them to ensure that they live their policies centered on justice. And if importantly, they need to also know that they must never try to satisfy sacred cows at the expense of their integrity and for satisfying every common man, irrespective of the tribe, irrespective of the gender, irrespective of the social class, knowing fully that as NiSIG members, we are all the same, and there is no person that is greater than the other. At the end of their administration, like I told them, they will only be answerable to 3 sets of people. Of course, they will be answerable to God, who is an impartial judge. They will be answerable to their conscience that might either prick them or justify them, and they will be answerable to every member of NiSIG they served. And they should also always know that leadership is not just to get the accolades, it is service to humanity. And as leaders, they must serve with all their might. I thank God for all the victories we recovered over years in NiSIG. And I strongly believe that with the wealth of experience, some of them have gathered, and the passion of the others, together we can take NiSIG to the next level. Sad to say bye-bye NiSIG, but I would always have NiSIG forever in my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I want to hand over to Vincent. Thank you.
Yeah, Jalade, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. So our next program is, just give me a minute. Let me put. So our next program is the entertainment and. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay. It's the entertainment and celebrity hangout. that we are having. And this would be done by me, by Princess, and also by Samuel. Just give us a little bit of time to bring everybody. Okay. We will just wait a little bit for more speakers to join, and then we can start, to bring them on stage, and then we can start.
How are you doing, Jalade? I mean, you've done too much today.
But at least we're very close to the end. So,
yeah.
So that's at least, how do I put it? At least something to look forward to, that it's almost done. And the fun part is even coming, so.
Yeah.
We have Adi Tayo Tupsi already with us, is one of our speakers already. But then we will just wait for the other. Thank you for turning on your video. Hi.
Okay, I think maybe we should start,
Yes, yeah, sure.
Join. Yeah. So how you doing, Adi Tayo?
Hey guys, how you guys doing? What's up?
Hi.
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 I would start now by saying I have to confess. It was a bit of a ruse because we didn't know exactly how it was going to go, and I went to look you up, and it made me cry.
Oh,
yeah. Emmanuel just called me like, let's say 30 minutes ago and said, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Are you sick? And I said, no, I'm just crying because I listened to your song. And I was like, what? It's so lovely what you do. I mean, I felt it. I think I read like some of your interviews and I felt like, wow, what's this man doing, in Dessau? This is so good. So kudos to you. So you could tell us a bit about yourself. I mean, you're here in Germany. How long have you been here?
I've been here almost 4 years. In November, I should be 4 years in Germany. And yeah, I've been living in Dessau, which is in the east part of Germany. So, and it's been a wonderful journey so far.
I mean, if from what I take on the internet, then it should be wonderful.
Yeah.
Or maybe the internet and reality is different, but from what I take from the internet, that I think it's wonderful. Yeah, this is lovely. So, and you can speak good German because you did some interviews in German.
Yeah.
Or they translated that.
I think to be honest, I would say I have some good levels of German, but I still struggle like any other person.
Like every other person.
Yeah. Yeah, but we did try.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Hi, Samuel.
Hi, Princess.
Hi, Samuel.
Hi, Jolade.
Hi.
And hi, our number one celebrity.
Yeah.
NiSIG owned celebrity.
Oh, okay.
You will still give us a taste. You will give us a taste before you leave here today.
For
that
sure.
song that made Princess cry.
We have to hear it.
We have to hear it.
Princess, I have to ask which of the songs, because I have a couple of songs.
Breathe and Shoot.
Shoot for the moon. Okay, yeah, okay, great. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Breathe is that's the latest project I just released. So yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I'm excited that it was that it could actually you could relate to it, Princess, and maybe anyone that also have seen the video would actually relate to it.
I should watch it. I think I want to cry since Princess has cried.
I don't know what's wrong with me.
No, do you have the is it video or audio?
It's a video. It's a video on YouTube.
You watched the video.
Video?
Yeah, you can actually share it, maybe play it share the screen and play it for people to see.
Do you have it on your screen, Princess? Do you want to share?
I have it on another screen, but
okay, can someone search for it and then share?
Yeah, maybe we should do that while we wait for other celebrities.
So maybe all of us will just start crying, in a
Yeah.
Shoot for the moon. Shoot for the moon.
Let me look for my handkerchief.
Hey, I'm not saying you can be me. Samuel. Maybe it's hormones, maybe it's anything. I don't know, but it was lovely. And what actually I related to was the integration. Maybe it was just for the video or whatever, but the integration with the old people, with the young people, with the musicians, with the dancers, everything was like, okay, when I think a lot of people that has watched today would know that every person who came here to talk today to us were wonderful, and they hit points from morning, from the stress management to the last one. Everything has been, and these are things that when we come to Germany, some of us we never get hold of it, which is the integration, integrating with these people. You have fear of, would they accept me? Would they not accept me? And in your video, your energy, energy was just.
Thank you. You were talking about integration. Actually, that video also was awarded it got a prize for integration for the state of science and technology. And we so have it's something that I would like everyone to see, because it's just I also had the fear when I came in the beginning, and I was able to see some kind of people that, and also experience some kind of thing that changed my own narrative. And that's why we were able to do that project. And I hope if someone can share it, and
yes, I would share my screen now. You said Shoot for the Moon, Tupsi featuring Binegra, right?
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Just give me 1 minute to share my screen. So just hold on.
I think it's the countries you plan to visit anyways.
Yeah, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Then we can start and have a look.
Okay, it's not playing. It's not.
There is no sound.
The audio.
Right? No.
I have to share the audio.
Just hold on. What did I do? Go back. Okay. The audio was. It is actually.
No. I think while sharing, you share with audio from the Zoom.
Okay. Just hold on. Okay, stop sharing. Then let me share again. For some reasons, I cannot see. I can only see share screen, not with audio. Share sound. Okay.
Yeah, share. You'll see share sound.
Okay.
Just tick the box.
Okay.
Steadfast and stay.
Just hold on. Can you hear now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so we can start from here. Okay.
You see, one thing my mama always tell me, son, you will never fail me. If you shoot for the moon and you miss, you land amongst the stars. So never ever settle for less, there's greatness within you. One thing my mama always tell me, hey son, you will never fail me. My child, you have what it takes. Little faith, we always keep you steady. Never say you ain't ready. My son, you have all it takes. Steadfast and stay on your mission. Dream big, forget limitations. Wake up, there's a brighter picture. Stand tall in all situations. Shoot for the moon and fall amongst the stars. There's greatest greed in you. There's greatest greed in you. Just shoot for the moon and fall amongst the stars. There's greatest greed in you. There's greatest greed in you.
Ich weiß, du kannst alles schaffen. Nur Mut mit Herz und deinem Lachen. Du bist schon so weit gekommen. Steh auf und geh die nächsten Schritte. Atme und bleib in deiner Mitte. Sieh nur, du bist so weit gekommen.
Steadfast and stay on your mission. Dream big, forget limitations. Wake up, there's a brighter picture. Stand tall in all situations. Shoot for the moon and fall amongst the stars. There's greatest greed in you. There's greatest greed in you. Just shoot for the moon and fall amongst the stars. There's greatest greed in you. There's greatest greed in you.
Shoot for the moon. Fall amongst the stars. There's greatness within you.
Yo, that was awesome. Actually, that
Very
was
impressive.
awesome. Yeah, I almost got teary actually.
Yes, I think it was the mother part in the beginning. I don't know, we had this very, I think your lyrics are very good, to be honest. Like they're very, they can get you to almost have a little bit of tears, you know, when you think about certain things that are very important to you that you want to achieve, then very impressive.
Thank you.
Oh, how come no one told me about this? Okay, good that I'm here.
Thank you.
We are having some comments here from
I mean, a
your
lot.
fans.
Yeah, like
The
you're
lyrics are
really rising.
powerful.
I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen says, "What a beautiful song with the powerful lyrics." And Bolari will say, "Very
Very
lovely."
lovely song.
Yeah, Zainab, it's a lovely song. The lyrics are powerful.
And someone
Queen,
said
your
your vocal range
vocal
is
range.
with love stars like.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah, I
so
think
much.
yours is like this. Mine is like this. Very powerful. I think it was two you recommended, Princess. Which
Yeah, I did. I
all of them?
recommended like breathe, and
Oh yeah.
But can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
So
sure.
what is the inspiration behind this amazing lyrics, amazing song?
I actually it goes back to the struggles I had while growing up, and also it's a true story. My mom always told me never settle for less, and that's was one of the things when I was involved in social projects, and I was like, okay, what kind of songs to do? And I was like, okay, why don't I use what my mom told me every time? And
that's so nice. That's so nice.
I think that's what makes it more relatable. Even whenever I watch the video again, it makes me emotional too. I just could not show it here because I have to be
professional.
But is it that fathers don't tell their kids anything? Everyone will say, my mom told me when I was to be a good child. What about fathers? They don't talk or what?
I think fathers show less emotions, Mothers are more, it's the truth. Like mothers are more emotional. They show you like, I care about you, Not that the fathers don't show. Don't get me
fathers
wrong.
are bandits.
I'm just trying to say they try to be tough,
For me, no. My dad is the opposite.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I talk to my dad like every day, 2 or 3 times, Liverpool, whatever it is, and he's more. He says things like that, and while my mom is the hardcore,
Okay.
So
Taiwo is happy now. Like the look
yes, I'm happy, of course.
I want to know why fathers are not mentioned in this place. You need to tell me.
No, everyone says that. My mom told me
my
this.
mom.
My mom. See that fathers don't talk or what?
They do. It's just that, every family have different, there's a strong person, there's an emotional person that connects with the kids better.
Yeah. When I saw your song, what actually got to me was how you could pull such project in that kind of area. I mean, we shouldn't go to the political part or the cliche that comes with Ostdeutschland, okay? And it shows that how did you pull such project off, like getting all those people, those guys are really, really segregated in Ost. I think I got masters for communication in Sachsen-Anhalt, but I just couldn't go because I was scared. This is Ostdeutschland and I'm here in West, and I was thinking, oh my God, things will not go well. And I thought about this. I was like, I'm here, that is very open. If I go there, that's very close, I think in 2 days I would hit someone or something. And for you to do a project like that, how did you come to bring all of them together for them to like accept? I don't know, because the stories we hear here, maybe it's different down there in Austin.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I have this wonderful neighbor of mine. She's in her 70s, and she told me something that her mom also told her. She said, as simple as smiles open doors.
Yeah.
Like you can, whatever and it's so cheap. You don't have to pay for it. So I think
smiling.
it's a lot of like if you start to have that conversation of how it is here in East Germany and how it's a different thing. We would not go finish for here, but I was able to my first interaction I had was actually with in the seniors in the senior home. I was expecting something different when I was introduced to that project, but it was just totally opposite. Everything I saw in the media, everything I read about was totally different. So I think you have to get in touch with the people to understand, to know what is like, how they feel or what is going on, because a lot of things on the media we might just say, oh, you have to come to see how it is, but some people they will be saying run from, to be honest. But hey, there are bad people everywhere, even foul everywhere. You understand? So basically,
So Tipsy, do you have any shows coming up that we could attend? Because personally, I would like to see you perform live.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I COVID and stuff, but I have some shows now. Like I have one in Berlin, but it's actually also like online stuff like that. But it also has to do in topics of integration and things. But hopefully I'll put it also on my social media when we are allowed to do something more open and it's getting better. And yeah, definitely we go link up. And I always like to bring the
Please do. Please
Yeah.
because I would travel down, especially if it's on a weekend. Yeah. And I don't know if you could put your Instagram or I don't know, Facebook or Twitter. I don't know, any handle so that even if it's online and you put your the link on your social media, then we could, log in, zoom in, whatever it is, and then watch with you or watch you do your concert.
Thank you. Oh yeah, but put it there. Yeah, just go there.
Too tipsy. Now.
I'm too tipsy. Okay, this is IG. All right.
If you want to go professional side on LinkedIn, it's still the same thing. Everything is all complete.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because I would like to see one day share a stage with what's this guy's name in Nigeria? He always sings about breakup.
Johnny Drill?
Not Johnny Drill. Of course, I was still going to mention the Johnny Drill, but the first
No, but
name
this
that came
guy,
to
I
me.
know Rick Asani.
No, Chike, actually.
Chike. Does he sing about breakup?
Yeah.
More love.
It's breakup. It's all the whole album, Bull of the Bullet, is all about breakup. Tell me. It's all
Has
about.
someone broken your heart, Femi? Because
No, can this be broken actually?
Okay.
Yoruba demon, don't forget.
If there's enough time, I would like the moderator to actually show the brief video. I would like to see Taiwo's reaction because I feel it's also getting into the topic of breakup and stuff like that. Maybe you can actually get some
tears.
We see him.
Yes.
If there's time for that.
Yeah,
have you seen this face that looks like it's a Yoruba demon? They don't cry.
Someone said a collab with Chike or Timmy Dakolo would be good.
Timmy Dakolo, Chike, Johnny Drill. These are our people.
Hopefully, because I heard that you're now on MTV. You're being played more on MTV, right?
Wow.
That's good. That's one of the the beginnings, and it's
it's
going
actually,
there.
Yeah, it's really beautiful to see the airplay is going crazy. Like it just keeps. I just keep getting videos that your video is going on repeat and on different on different programs on MTV. I was like, wow, that's so nice, and it felt all the way from Surulere to small Dessau, and Duam with small team, and all of a sudden you're on. It's inspiring. I hope someone could be inspired by it because it's not film trick. It's not like we did streets, but at least when you go see your work, you understand. Say it's possible. Like the song says, shoot for the moon, unless we'll fall among the stars. Yeah.
But do you have tips for people who would like to maybe go into entertainment like you here in Germany? What did you do differently? What do you think you can give as advice, for people that would like to go into music or even anything entertainment in general?
I think the most important thing is network. Since it's that industry, you have to build the network. Okay. And it's because everyone that's really like this, we're all professionals in our way. But we recognize it's real. You understand? Wherever your market day, you understand, you will see himself. But at least we just day humble, relate, you understand? And I think that opened doors, a lot of doors. No matter even the people who don't even help me for here in this place, you never expect it. You just have to even say, I need this, and all of a sudden things will just turn into place.
That's true. Yeah. Congrats, man. Easy. I think Queen said that during the.
Thank you.
Great. I think we're having Dirili.
Yes, I will just bring him to the. Someone has to. Can someone put him as a panelist so that I can bring him?
Yeah, he is.
I think please hold on for the panelist.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, Dale will be with you guys soon. Just hold on.
Okay.
Just hold on, please. The network in Nigeria is horrible, so.
Yeah, that's true. I heard that MTN is really like terrible today.
Oh shit!
Steve C, consider us here in Frankfurt, Darmstadt area. You could also bring your shows. We will come.
Yeah, you know it's in Meg, I tell you. I actually also study in Darmstadt.
Tell them I will spend.
Yeah.
You are where?
I've been studying Darmstadt for the past 1 year, but I live in Dessau because of my project. I did come Darmstadt like almost every month. I swear.
Every month, and we haven't seen you. Please let us know next time when you.
Let's see you. Oh.
I think we'll have to get your contact because we have a WhatsApp group. We had you. You can't be schooling in Darmstadt and be singing for them in Berlin. It's not possible.
It's hanging for dear, really.
Yes, I think the network is really bad.
What's up?
No
okay,
problem.
so I've been shooting all day, so we just got off set, and I'm going to another set. We're stuck in horrendous Lagos traffic as usual. I know that's what you guys don't see in Germany. Please tell me you're all in Hamburg. Where exactly are you?
No, Frankfurt, not Hamburg. But some people are in Hamburg as well.
Everyone has frozen. Woo! Oh,
Maybe I was going to laugh to me.
Denley and his
Check
energy.
my glasses.
Denley and his energy have come.
But the Nigerian network will not let him know. Yeah. A lot of people have been complaining about the network today, so I'm not sure most of the other speakers will be able to join if we have like the general network issues as well.
I think Ogidi Olu.
Is Ogidi Olu here as well? But at this time, maybe another.
Yeah.
Can I go? Yeah. Another question for you would be compared to there's a different reality of what the real success looks like and what Instagram looks like. So can you tell us like behind the scenes, the struggles to get to that, to this new place that you are in now? Like the reality in terms of, everyone sees the social media now. For example, everyone is seeing your videos now. They're like, it's so good, but no one knows the exact struggle before you got there.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, it is. Even for me, personally, at this particular time where I'm learning how to separate what is media, what is social media and real life. And it's not like I'm not going to talk, say I'm a professional about it. I don't know, you understand? I still learn, but the most important thing is finding this inner peace. I know my grandfather always tell me, he say, "Oma ton me, but ma ton right." That means that you can deceive me, but if you deceive yourself. So you have to do the work. You understand? Like Burna Boy said, if you win in real life, you feel you win for social media, but are you winning in real life?
Yeah.
You understand?
Thank you for that very insightful advice.
I think I'll welcome MC Simbal. I've been trying to get that. Simbal, welcome to the summit. Please, can you unmute yourself? Exactly.
My bad. I was observing before.
Please don't observe. Now
Hi,
it's your
guys.
time. Now it's your time. And then after you can observe. But for now, you're on the show. So welcome. How are you doing?
Hi everyone. I'm doing very well. Code is catching me because I'm in foreign land. So I'm trying to adjust to the weather. When they take village Lagos. You know, you will be looking up and down, you'll be chasing boss. So if you're in a new place, I'm used to heat and I'm finding myself. So getting here now is a bit different.
It's different.
So, it's different too. In fact, as it is like this, me, I don't think I want to go back home. You see, before when because for some time when I was in Nigeria, I was opportunity to work at the airport for some time. So when I see people, when they come down from the plane, everybody will be complaining. Oh, that's everybody's language. But you know, like this, now if I come down from a plane, I will say oh, because you know, first day that I got here, I slept. The following morning, I woke up. I did not see lights. So I now thought that they never follow me reach here. So then I said I know that they did not carry light, so it's because I did not on the lights. Then I now look outside the window. I saw that rain was falling heavily. I said they will soon off the light. They did not off it. And I went outside. I was looking for pole. I was looking for wire. I did not see what I say. How are they doing it? But the environment is different. So guys, I'm doing very well. I'm fine. I'm happy to be here. If I think I was still, forgive me, I've been here there. So I joined in yesterday when the virtual DJ was playing. I enjoyed myself. I was dancing, but where I was, I couldn't really show myself. But you know, being here now, and then the president called me and then he said, it's today. I said, yay. For me, I thought that it was yesterday. I grew on my group yesterday, but I still remain small group for today. And I'm happy to be here once again. Two tips you have fun now.
Oh, guy, dude, you don't come. I love your energy, bro, man. I love it. I love the plan.
I will for you. You see, Nigerians are energy. We are like 5 and 6 because at home we cannot use the energy. Because if you use the energy anyhow, you will see anyhow. If government do not frustrate you, village people will chase you. So when you're in a place where you can do anyhow, express yourself. So I know, don't mind me if you to look at as big as they really is, network is frustrating it. Nigeria will shame you.
I'm telling you.
IG live one time with some girl from I think from the UK, and 2 minutes into the live video, my network froze. I will not mention the name, but let me use name to cover it. And the next thing the panelist was going to say is, Nigeria network will shame you. I said, don't worry, we are coming there very soon. So it's good to be here on the show.
Thank you. If I would like to ask you, what's your full name?
My name is Simbal Ayodeji Isaac.
Oh, Simbal Ayodeji Isaac. Nice. And you were saying that you're in another country. So what country are you in?
Yeah, so I will announce it now. Village people will send me back home. I'm not.
Don't worry. You're above the village people. They will not send you back.
So I'm above village people, Abby.
I think so.
Okay, so I'm in the UK presently.
You're in the UK. Okay, you are close to us.
They come UK.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
They come.
Are you sure?
And they tell everybody when in Nigeria, say, when you enter plane, come here, your prayer points will change. And it's always like that. Your prayer point change instantly. It's not to be pray. You wouldn't pursue. When you come here like this, your prayer point will change. Say, guy,
do you know what we take the pray now?
Focusing on something else.
Father, Lord, we thank you. We give you all the
exactly.
Thank you,
You're
Jesus.
more relaxed. Thank you, Jesus.
We bless you for a better life.
Yeah. Now,
Thank you, Father.
I think one of your strengths is to mimic people, from what I can see so far. And I read somewhere that you are very good at mimicking Big Adeboye. I mean, the legendary late guy the Yoruba people lost. This may not be really relatable to Princess, but Jolade being Yoruba. she must have heard about Gbenga Adeboye. Could you please, in 1-2 minutes, mimic this guy, because he was my favorite before he died, actually.
Okay. Let me, because there's a switch in my head that I used to turn.
You have to turn it.
When I turn it, though, but when you don't burn me, then burn me, let you get go. And though, Simba, your day, you look at the mission, but when you're man, you look Gbenga Adeboye, come look at you any man, look you go ashita. Gbogbo yín pátápátá ni lẹ fẹ́ràn Gbenga Adeboye o, olú Simba náà ló dé báyìí. Ayé àdàpọ̀, gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń fẹ́ràn mi láti Germany, láti Frankfurt.
Oh my.
Àwọn ará àbúrò nílé ní tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Ayé ẹ̀yin àdàpọ̀. Anyway, ńgbà tẹ́mi náà travel ńgbà yín, èmi nìkan kọ́ mo lọ. Dáàdì ẹ̀yin nìkan kọ́ lọ lọ. Ẹ̀yin àti ta jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ náà, ó ti máa ń bẹ́ jù. Anyway, ńgbà tá a dé airport, àwọn immigration yẹn fẹ́ tọrọ owó. Mo ní kí forí fọ́gbò fún yẹn ní ṣáǹdì kan. Ńgbà tá a fún 50 naira tán, tún níyẹn ò tó. Mo ní ó yá wèrè ni, ó ṣiṣẹ́ owó sí mi lọ́wọ́ ni. Anyway, lówó mọ́ ń bí o. Kí lẹ máa ná tẹ bá wá débẹ̀? Má wọrí, àwọn ọmọ pọ̀ káàkiri. Ńgbà tá a bá débẹ̀, fún ì máa yọjú sí wa. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa fún wa lówó, Ọlọ́run ṣe ń láìsí wà ń bí pẹ̀lú wa. Òótọ́ yẹn ṣe pé gbogbo wa náà lábẹ́ lọ Amẹ́ríkà. Àwọn ń gbà wá débẹ̀, wọ́n bá láwọn lè wá padà dé. Ní kérésì ń bá nú, wọ́n ń sọ fún wọn pé kó máa lo bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Torí ìwé mímọ́ sọ pé ọwọ́ tó gẹ̀rẹ̀ wá gbé wọn lọ́ fi máa ń ra rẹ̀ o. Òun náà ni mo sọ ní sọ fún gbogbo yín pé o. Ẹnu àwọn ọ̀lẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ní padà lọ́dẹ́ owó lè kì í ṣe pàtàkì tí ó ti lè ṣe. Níwèé, mo ti ń gbà kan ń gbà tèmi àti Simba àlọ́wẹ́ ní Olóṣogbo níbi tá a jókòó sí orí àìtẹ́bù ni. Àwọn sábà wèrè yẹn, wọ́n ṣàbò oúnjẹ wọn fáwa. Wọ́n ṣàbò oúnjẹ wọn fún yín. Nígbà tá a dẹ̀bi sábà yẹn, wọ́n sọ fún pé wà yóò ní ṣàbò wa lóúnjẹ ní wèrè ṣàǹfọwọ́ ràyà ó ní ká calm down. Nígbà tí wedding tán, wọ́n ṣàbò wa lóúnjẹ, mo ní káwọn bọ́ìsì pàgò mọ́lẹ̀. Níbi tán ti ń pàgò mọ́lẹ̀ ń lọ́kọ ìyàwó sáré dé. Dádì, kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Kí ló dé ń da wedding? Ṣé nígbà tí mo fún ẹ ní màálù fún wedding, ṣé mo pè mí ní hooligan? Rárá, mi pè ní hooligan. Nígbà tí mò ń fún ẹ ní 500,000 kó fi plan wedding, tó o pè mí ní hooligan. Kì í ṣe hooligan bọ̀, ẹ ti ń di hooligan sí. Ó yẹ ò pé ni. Àwọn sábà wọ́n fáwa lóúnjẹ. Àwa dẹ̀ contribute owó sí wedding. Anyway, ẹni tá a bá ṣoore fún, tí ò bá dúpẹ́, tá a bá ṣe bí fún, kò yẹ kínú ẹ bàjẹ́ náà. Ẹ̀yin ọmọrin o bàbá. Ó yá ẹgbẹ́ ìyàwó ẹ̀, a máa fi ṣe souvenir nìyẹn. Bá a bá jẹun, a ṣáà máa gba souvenir. Ó yá àlàyé mi Simba sọ fẹ́ MC àti DJ pé kán play Fireboy party scatter fẹ́mi. Bí party ṣe dàrú nù gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn. So basically, that's just it. And wow. The problem now is that I don't know which one is my real voice out of all of these guys. Because sometimes it depends on my mood. Sometimes I just want to talk, or probably I just want to pray. And then I just start to, let somebody shout hallelujah. Surely you are the greatest. Oh. You are the greatest. You are higher than the highest. Daddy said there is somebody here. You have been in Germany for a very long time, and you are looking for a better job. Daddy said I should tell you that it is well. He will sort you, and he will make a way for you. Somebody shout hallelujah.
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 Àwọn skọ́dà láti Germany káàkiri náà ní pé ká wá sọ̀rọ̀ lónìí. Gbẹ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀gbìnà nǹkan gbé nǹkan hànú. Ẹnìkan yìí, arábìnrin kan ló bí ẹtì sétí tó ti máikrófóònù lẹ́nu tí ń bọ́ ní Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wá. Àjẹsẹ̀wà onírọ́, olùwọ̀n ní fárúgbó. Ẹnìkan yìí, láti ìlú Germany nílùú Nàìjíríà, Ọ̀nà tí ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé ẹ máa bọ̀. Àwọn èèyàn sọ pé àwọn ò lọlé mọ́ o. Orí ìwà ò ní burú. Àní fẹsẹ̀ rìn délé láti Germany lọ sí Nàìjíríà. Pásítọ̀tì náà ní sọnù. Nǹkan gbé nǹkan àná lórí ètò lónìí. Ẹ̀yin kọ́ èé, ẹ̀já délé agbára náà. Àfẹ́sì olówó ọjà. So,
wow, that was awesome. That was awesome. When did you discover that you could do all this, or was it something you learned, or you picked it up from? I don't know how you came across these talents, or the talent came across you. How you came across each other, you and the talents.
Basically, it's I'm the kind of person that when I listen to people over and over again, I start to talk like them, I pick their voice. So it's been something that I've been doing for a very long time. And over time, if I don't get to listen to people, I might just lose the voice. So if I want to listen to people, or if I want to speak like them, I just need to pick a tape of the person. There was a time that I really used to listen to that grain. And my style of rap then, my style of music was in between, because at about the time that Green died, that was when Olamide started emerging. So I listened to both of them very well. And when I rap, a lot of people was, okay, now this is that Green, this is Olamide, this is that Green, this is Olamide. So it's something that I've always done. And I used to act, or I still act anyway. But then it was majorly stage drama. So when we want to play a particular character, I said, oh, now you can do this now. So they just put me in different characters to interpret. So I use those voices. And when I sing, I like to use the voice of the original singer. So I figured out that, okay, so I can tweak my voice. Oh, well, that's good. So I was like, yeah, Doug Green, what did you do? Joe, Mr. Queen, tell him, Mr. Queen, to tell. So it was like, okay, yeah, I can do this voice. Let me switch this one. Because then it started with Ojopagogo. I used to mimic him very well, and then I switched to different people, different personalities. And then I was like, oh, okay, so I can really tweak my voice. So let's go. So that was how I came about it.
Okay.
So
that's so nice. That's so nice. Do you have any contacts maybe where, because I know a lot of people are watching us and listening to us right now. And I know some people might want to like continue to enjoy what we've got to offer. If you have maybe a YouTube channel or Instagram handle where you drop your videos,
my videos. My Insta, I put more of my content on Instagram and Twitter at MC Symbol. But for some time now, I stopped putting out those contents because I'm trying to rebrand. I noticed that that particular content is just streamlined to the local audience. So trying to rebrand and build an international audience. So I'm working on some other content where I can mix the two and magic. But so far it's been Instagram and Twitter. And I have a content on Twitter. I call it Ironye Sonu. It's a platform where I get to talk about daily happenings or headline news. Majorly, it's been sport and then the normal Twitter gossip. And then I say in 2 minutes, it's like I do it like a radio. So majority of the fans of that particular content are parents of people that are following me. And then it's like, my dad thought I was listening to the normal generic radio station. So I just get that kind of feedback. So basically it's been Instagram, Twitter, but I think Facebook too, because it's all linked now. So I just put on whatever I put on Instagram goes on Facebook, and then the Ironye Sonu content on Twitter. So I just do everything like that to keep everybody abreast of what I'm doing.
That was awesome.
Yeah. For Adetayo, like you said you were born in Sulu, right?
No.
Wow.
I was born in Ibadan.
No,
bus stop.
Ibadan. Okay.
Yeah. I was born and bred in Ibadan. No, born in Ibadan, bred in Lagos. But I did in State because I finished from OAU. So
nice.
For Too Tipsy, right? I think I should use your stage name instead because both of them have the same name or something. Okay, for Too Tipsy, like you said, you were born in Sulu, right?
Yeah.
And that means growing up in Lagos and then coming down here. Now that we heard that you first of all got to Darmstadt, I'm sure Darmstadt is bigger than Dessau.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you cope in Dessau? From Lagos to being open. You know how the life is, in Lagos, and then come down to Dessau where everything is closed, and even though you've had wonderful experiences there, but how is it like generally? Like, how do you cope or manage it?
First of all, there's the shock when I moved from Lagos, from almost 18 million people to Dessau with 80,000 people. There was this shock. I could not understand it. And it was in winter, it was gray and stuff. And most of the people you see on the street they have their Mercedes Benz, but this Mercedes Benz, we call it rollato, if you guys know it. It's this stuff that you push so that's what we see. So after spending so much time in Dessau, then I went to Darmstadt. I saw young people. I was in Frankfurt. I was like, okay, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Another kind of shock. But I've been so used to living here for a while that even doing that, like thinking about it is like, moving. I still the reason now, but yeah, but I think it's also the beautiful thing about it is you just, as you travel, you just get to learn different things from different locations, and I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah, I mean the example you gave, I think a lot of us have experienced it if you've traveled. I mean, I was born in Oshodi, right? And then I came down here in this little village, at least yours, as in I'm in Marburg, so Marburg is really smaller than Dessau or anywhere. But the village where I was, the Christmas I cried. The Christmas is like, is it ghosts? Is it ghosts that are walking around doing Christmas? And and then I traveled to Madrid, and then Barcelona, you see these big tall houses, and in Germany you hardly see these big tall houses. Now this 11, 20 story buildings or 30 story buildings, and I really wanted to come back to Germany, because even though I was born in a big city, but now I'm used to this small one, and hard going back to that big city. So this is definitely relatable. So MC Simba, how you seeing it there in London? As you're saying now, you say you don't want to go back. You sure say you don't want to go back?
Don't play with me. I'm not going back.
Sure?
It's there's really no place like home though. But and the thing about UK's entertainment lifestyle and Nigeria is almost like blending into each other. So my plan is, let me establish some stops here, and because our people, they don't rate you when you're home. But when you start hearing just like what Burna Boy did now, a lot of people say, yeah, he's arrogant, this and that. But when he was in Nigeria, people didn't really rate it like that. And then he went out, and then he started doing international collabs, and then coming back, everybody started shouting Odogu, Odogu. So it's just the way it is. The Nigerian audience, they rate you more when they see that you are breaking grounds outside of the course. So basically what I'm working on now is I'm working on some content with people here. And then, when you blow back home, the way you charge will be different. I get to my...
Yeah.
Basically, it's just about putting in the work and, coming back home, because really there's no place like home. The way your people who can relate to your story, your background, the way they are going to appreciate you is going to be way different, and the way people here are going to. So really, I'm working on some things here and then. We'll go back home and then come back outside, because always you have to be outside. You understand? So.
If you would give us like a bit of the international people that you could mimic.
There's this guy. What's the name? My name is Morgan Freeman.
Oh, my favorite. That old man, yeah.
Yeah, that old man. So I've been trying to how will I say it now? I've been listening to quite a number of international acts, because really my how will I call it now? My drive is towards the local indigenous. Let me relate with people, like people from the core. But coming in here, I have to listen to a lot of people, and I've been trying to pick this one and that one, pick one, this one and that one. So basically, I've been scoring Morgan Freeman. I've been scoring Steve Harvey. So when I get it, you'll see it in my new content.
We can't wait to all this.
I want to, there's this thing like when you come out and then you want to do mimicry is like one of the hardest things that you can do, because if it's not like it, people wouldn't really appreciate it like that. So I've been to Redeem once, or I think it was a camp, and then I was behind the stage, and then I spoke like Daddy Geo, and people actually thought that Daddy Geo was in there. I've been at a couple of shows, events before. My first time meeting Olamide was because I mimicked his voice there, and he came out of the motorcade. I was like, "Who is that?" So that was. I like it when I want to speak like people. I once introduced Vector, and he thought like he didn't talk. Who is that? So I just like to catch the voice well and then put it out. Like, okay, this is like MI Vector. So I just like to really score it well and then put it out and let people really appreciate it.
And I mean, your talent should be like one of a kind. I don't think a lot of people can do it. I've seen someone who can mimic people, but not everybody or not everything. They had a particular thing they could mimic. So, but for you, like you're mimicking almost everything, everybody's songs and wow.
Now I remember this one. Maybe MC.
That's one hell of a talent.
I just remember the guy.
Yeah, I can only wish you well, for the future and for the plans you've heard.
Thank you.
That, of course, goes to Tipsy.
Yeah.
You guys are talents, actually, a bundle of talents, and I wish you well in your different endeavors. And I hope that someday I'll be able to tell my guys that I know him. Like we were in Germany together. That was even a time I was calling in Darmstadt, And also Simba, I hope that one day I'll be able to say, yeah, there was a time we invited him when I was part of the summit of Nigerian students. I wish you guys well. You've got really, really, really big talent, and I can only say that God will help you and uplift you. Yeah, Amen. I think we've got another celebrity in the house, but I don't know if he has been upgraded yet. In person of Mr. Oguniro Gideon, is he in?
Yeah, he is actually.
Okay, I would. His name is Oguniro Gideon. Yeah,
he is. Yeah.
I just promoted him to panelist. Let's see.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Oguniro Gideon. He finished from Obafemi Awolowo University. He's an MC, an eccentric singer, a comedian, and a poet. Can we spotlight him?
Just give it a minute.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Oh, that's good. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Oguniro. Hello.
Yes, sir. How are you?
We can all hear you. But your camera, is this camera turned on?
I don't think so.
Okay, you mean you cannot see me?
No, we can't.
No, we cannot.
Wow. I'm coming.
Okay.
Oh, you might not see me well, actually. I'm in Ibadan, Nigeria. And where there was light, there was no network. So
There
where
was
I
no
am
network,
now,
there was no light.
yes, where there is network, it is, big time darkness. So
Don't worry, they say Nigeria will disgrace you. We understand now.
Naija will shame you.
Well, I'm
Ogidi
not,
wa gbana. Ogidi wa gbana.
Simba.
I do.
Well done. Yeah, am I ashamed? Really, I'm not ashamed because I know you've been through this situation before too, and at least I learned that your major prayer points now, for those of you who are outside the country, is Nigeria. That you don't even have time to pray for yourself again, but we that are in Nigeria. Am I correct? I think I'm correct.
Yeah, that's what we do every day.
Yeah,
that's what we do every day. We pray for Nigeria.
Yes, I'm part of those people you have been praying for.
No, we can finally see the
Hopefully
people
it
I've been
works.
praying for.
The only thing that I've noticed is that prayer don't work. It doesn't work in that country because before you get to the thing that would actually change your life, you have to pray for the things that have to change those things that have to change your life. It's so unfortunate because before you pray, the road will cancel it, no light, to get water, to get the normal basic things that makes your life be a life doesn't work. And these are things that, that's why this summit was created, but nevertheless, we'll continue to pray. So maybe while we are talking, you could get light, but hopefully the internet shouldn't go.
Prayer is just like an exercise in Nigeria because the government itself has become a principality, blocking our prayers from reaching level. Yeah.
So it's like you and MC Simba share a lot of things in common. You went to OAU, right? That is
we served in the same states, same orientation camp, same hall of residence.
Yeah.
Hall of residence in OAU. If I may ask, that must be our hall.
Oh my God! It is not the flesh. It is not the flesh that is speaking through you, but the spirit of the living God.
Yeah, spirit of the living God. Yeah, I stayed in Faj throughout, but of course I know people from Awo are always like this. I know Role came from Awo, you came from Awo, Simba came from Awo.
Yes,
so
we're together back then.
That's cool. There was this popular song you produced in OAU, and could you give us a bit of that song?
Okay. Well, it was a spontaneous performance though. So like the song came at that spot, and the song is actually a chorus to different things I had already said in the song or in the performance. So I can only sing the chorus. Jesu nje iya, iwo nje ewa. Jesu nje iya, iwo nje ewa. Nwa 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 nwa. ọ̀rọ̀ kan ń lọ lọ́wọ́ o ẹ̀yin ará mi. Àwọn ọmọ ilé ìwé láti Jámánì. Àwọn ni wọ́n ránṣẹ́ sí mi o ará mi. Wọ́n ní kí n wá bá wọn ṣe ìpàdé kan. Ṣùgbọ́n èṣù gba kọ́nà ó gbà yọ sí mi. Kò jẹ́ kí wọ́n rí ojú mi ẹ̀yin ará mi. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wá dàbí ogun ìdílé. Kì í sì í ṣe wípé mo ní ogun. Nàìjíríà òun ló dogun sí mi. Jésù ń jẹ ìyà, ìwọ ń jẹ ẹ̀wà.